Chapter 1. This 8 trigrams furnace is specifically designed for the refinement of the powerful elixir known as Dali Pill, and is divided into the 8 trigrams: Qian, Qin, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, collectively referred to as the 8 trigrams. Upon a large stone, a young man with flowing black hair passionately articulated his words, his mouth spewing forth animated droplets. Adorned with an endearing tiger hat, he possessed a pair of eyes reminiscent of the night sky at first glance. They appeared simply dark and ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern hints of shimmering ice-blue speckles nestled within the depths, akin to sapphires. Beneath the stone sat 2 slightly shorter children, one of whom gazed up with wide, astonished eyes at the youth upon the platform. His timid expression was rife with confusion as he inquired, "Elder brother, what is the Dali Pill?" Before he could finish, the other child interrupted, "Don't speak, Dishi. 80 is about to share the most thrilling part." The young man, noticing the astonished gazes of the children, chuckled and continued, "Of course, Sun Wukong knows just how formidable the 8 trigrams furnace is. He burrowed his body into the position of the Sun Palace, and as soon as he entered, a gust of wind arose, swirling thick smoke that turned that reckless monkey's eyes a fiery red. Furious, Sun Wukong found himself trapped, unable to escape or dispel the smoke. He rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a torrent of insults, hurling accusations such as, "That old man once spied on women bathing at the tender age of 3, teased the neighbor's little sister at 5, and even wet the bed at 1777. These venomous words reverberated throughout the heavenly realm. "That's a lie," Dishi pouted, skepticism etched on his face. "Is there truly anyone who can live for 1,000 years? You know nothing, Dishi." "Ignore him." 80, huffed the other child, urgency lacing his voice as he implored, "What happened next? What happened next?" He was consumed by curiosity regarding whether that audacious monkey met his fiery end. The youth, clad in a tiger cap, chewed on a tuft of grass, stretched languidly, and laughed heartily. Time flies like an arrow. The 8 trigrams furnace burned for 14 days without a whisper from within. That monkey is likely nothing but ash by now. Thus, the old man adjusted his 4-timeter-long beard and commanded that the furnace be opened. "Puffed. Dawn, you're lying. Who has a 4-timeter-long beard?" Dishi erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself at the absurdity of such a tale. The youth chuckled back. "What's a 40-meter beard compared to a 4-timeter-long sword? One day, I shall take you to see it." The 2 children were clearly captivated by his words. "Dishi, don't be so naive. Dawn, what happened next? Did that monkey perish?" 80 pressed eagerly. "Brother." Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. A slender youth, around 17, clad in the distinctive garb of seaside fishermen, was running and waving his hand. The young man paused momentarily, adjusting his tiger hat, and looked lazily in the direction of the call. The youth referred to as Dawn was a newcomer to Zhonglo village, having arrived 5 years prior. His peculiar behavior and astonishing tales had made him a local celebrity among the village children. His name was Reinhardt Don Bolkin, 20 years of age, standing an impressive 6 feet 6 inches tall. Beneath his slender brows lay a pair of gentle eyes that occasionally sparkled with intensity. A faint scar, reminiscent of a tree root, extended from the corner of his left eye down to his neck, cleverly concealed by his hair. He hailed from a long-extinct kingdom in the North Sea, though none in this world knew his true identity. At this moment, Dawn understood all too well that his soul was firmly anchored within this corporeal form. Originally named Zhang Ji, he had come from the 21st century, a martial arts student who had succumbed to his fondness for alcohol. One fateful night, in a drunken revelry, he had accidentally pierced himself while performing a flourish with a spear. He vaguely remembered a time when, in a struggle for consciousness deep beneath the sea, he had inherited all the memories of this body. Upon awakening, he realized he had traversed into the realm of One Piece. At the tender age of 14, the confusion from assimilating the original owner's memories had left him in a state of lethargy for an entire year, though fortunately, this phase was transient. By chance, he had arrived at Zhonglo village, a coastal settlement bordering the impoverished southern outskirts of the Pokaya kingdom. Breathless, the youth asked, "What's the matter, Luan Xin? Why the urgency?" Mosul has ventured out to sea. Dawn chuckled lightly. Has he encountered danger? Lunkin's wide eyes darted about, as if nothing could escape his elder brother's notice. It was not unusual for young men to face peril at sea. The mortality rate among those who ventured from Zhonglo village and the surrounding coastal areas had remained alarmingly high in recent years, a consequence of a new era's arrival. Sea Kings, Luanqin nodded gravely. Dawn smiled faintly, aware of the ill fortune that had befallen them. He removed his tiger hat and handed it to Adi, saying, "Take care of my hat. I shall return shortly." With that, he donned a tattered red shirt and shorts, his worn-out sandals barely clinging to his feet, and strode forward, saying, "Lead the way." The two children followed closely behind. "Hey, you two little rascals, hurry back home," Luanqin admonished. "No," Dishi retorted, adorning himself with the oversized tiger hat, which looked rather comical upon his small head. Such an exhilarating affair was not something they wished to miss. "I want to go too," Adi chimed in loudly. As their voices intertwined, they turned to find that Dawn had already vanished in a flash. Luanqin led the way to the shore. "Brother, look!" The sea churned violently, and a colossal sea beast leaped forth, towering at least 10 meters high, its gills flaring like dark fins, its tail thrashing wildly as it let out a fearsome roar, shattering the nearby sailboats into countless fragments. Even from afar, faint cries for help could be heard. Dawn shook his head. The distance was too great. There was little time to spare. At that moment, an unusual wind surged through the waves, seemingly separating the tumultuous waters from the sea beast. As the chaos unfolded, the figures in the water became increasingly clear. "Dawn!" Mosul called out, swimming with all his might upon spotting Dawn and the others. An extraordinary scene unfolded upon the sea. The waves raged violently, yet an invisible force appeared to divide the waters, preventing any forward movement. Moreover, the sea water was distinctly separated around the beast, the tumultuous waters on either side unable to breach the invisible barrier. Dawn was taken aback. This strange wind was akin to a division of the sea. He suddenly recalled a particular individual. Only someone of that caliber could possess such power. Before he could ponder further, the tempest before him abruptly dissipated, and the enraged sea beast charged toward the shore. Mosul was nearing the land when he heard a thunderous rush of water behind him. Panic surged within him as he turned to see the massive creature descending from above. "Brother, Mosul is in danger," Luanqin shouted anxiously, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld the menacing sea beast. Dawn's gaze sharpened as he focused on the creature, a surge of power coursing through him. His sandals suddenly tore apart as he leaped toward the surface of the sea, ready to confront the Sea King Hedon. Bang! The sound echoed like thunder. The sea beast's eyes widened in shock, revealing a profound fear. Drawing upon all his strength accumulated over 6 years of rebirth, Dawn's right fist surged forth, propelled by the bracing sea wind, directly piercing the beast's skin as though it had been struck by a 3,000-pound boulder, blood spraying from its eyes. This punch embodied the entirety of Dawn's cultivation achievements during his 6 years of rebirth, more than sufficient to contend with the weakest of sea kings. The sea beast let out a mournful wail as it plummeted into the depths, and Dawn too was engulfed by the waves. Coughing violently, Dawn emerged on the shore, expelling seawater from his lungs, having failed to hold his breath in time. "Brother," Luanqin patted Dawn's back, helping to expel the seawater he had swallowed. "Is that creature dead?" Dawn inquired, only to see Mosul swim up to him, grinning widely. "Brother, I owe you my life." "Then a drink is in order," Dawn replied, eyeing Mosul's disheveled state with mild irritation. He turned to Luanqin and instructed, "Go fetch Bladder. We shall meet at the old man's tavern by the sea. Tonight, Mosul is treating." Luanqin chuckled heartily. Consider it done. It was the spring of the year 1509 in the Sea Circle calendar, with 11 years remaining until the era of chaos. The group agreed to meet that evening at the old man's seaside tavern. Luanqin headed to the town to fetch Bladder, and they dispersed. In the afternoon, Dawn continued with his daily training regimen, beginning with warm-up exercises, gradually increasing in intensity. These warm-up movements were practiced thousands of times by martial artists in his previous life, designed meticulously according to the principles of kinesiology and validated through scientific inquiry and simulation. In this semi-fantastical world of pirates, this set of warm-up exercises proved to be tenfold more effective than in his past life, as many movements that had once seemed inhumane were now merely commonplace. The primary purpose of this set of movements in this world is to maximize the foundation of the body, thereby preparing for the genuine acquisition of martial arts techniques in the future. A solidly established physical foundation will lead to tremendous advancements in martial arts practice, rendering one increasingly formidable. For instance, renowned techniques, such as the Six Forms or the Dragon's Claw, if attempted by Dawn at this moment, would surely astonish all with the rapidity of his progress. Every day, for an entire hour, he has never missed his warm-up exercises over the past 5 years. Upon completing these, he meticulously arranges the subsequent training regimen. Dawn binds a stone weighing over 300 pounds to his body and plunges directly into the shallows of the sea. With breath held tight, he consciously harnesses the ocean currents to hone the joints of his body. Striking out, clenching his fists, and taking steps, each movement is broken down into countless fundamental actions, executed with excruciating slowness and effort, engaging in this monotonous and mechanical practice. After 40 minutes, he finally resurfaces. On the verge of asphyxiation, he has maintained this training method in the sea for 5 years, regardless of wind or rain, adhering to his routine. Initially, his strength was inadequate, allowing him only to practice amidst the gentle tides. But after more than a year, he sought out shallower waters with stronger undercurrents for his training. He is an exceptionally disciplined individual, having been a martial arts student in his previous life. He has long since formed the habit of enduring high-intensity training. Now, in this second life, while he has assimilated some traits from the original owner of this body, his essence remains largely unchanged. Particularly, his understanding of physical training and conditioning is distinct from that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to possess the strength to defeat the Sea King of the North Sea without any guidance. After 5 years of rigorous practice, he has grown significantly stronger, and this time, he has finally surpassed the 40-minute mark. The greater his achievements, the more intense his training becomes. Thus, after a brief 3-minute respite, he descends once more into the sea. This cycle continues, and after 4 hours have elapsed, Dawn, dragging his weary body ashore, wrings out his clothes and gazes at the gradually descending dusk as he makes his way home. Upon returning to his dwelling, Dawn casually picks up a short staff from the corner and lightly swings it through the air. The sound of slicing through the air is faint, yet surprising. It is the first time in 5 years of intensive training that he has produced such a resonant sound. Delighted, he feels as if a long-suppressed binding has finally broken free. The 3-finger-thick wooden staff aligns with his right arm, and with a gentle leap, he traces a path through the air reminiscent of ripples in water, the resonant sound echoing again. The trajectory of the staff appears to freeze in midair, and then, with a swift motion of his left claw, he unleashes a sudden force into it. The staff rises, creating a 3-foot-long white arc that connects with the previous water ripple trajectory, forming a circular wave. Is this the embryonic form of a strike? The circle suspended in the air resembles a white mist that vanishes in an instant. Not an illusion, but a manifestation of his training achievements. If he were to wield a blade or spear, would he be able to successfully execute a strike? However, this endeavor has drained a considerable amount of his energy. He suddenly senses that the power, which has long been stagnated, seems to be loosening, perhaps on the verge of a breakthrough. With a sudden snap, the wooden staff shatters into several pieces. An ordinary wooden staff cannot withstand the tremendous force exerted upon it and naturally crumbles. Realizing this, he discards the shattered remnants and eagerly clenches his fist, striking at the air before him. A faint sound akin to splashing waves resonates, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that sweeps past, causing the wooden window ahead to gradually splinter. This is the power cultivated amidst the ocean currents with each punch and palm strike. He wields immense force, akin to the relentless waves of the sea. After several rounds of punches and kicks, The sky outside has completely darkened. It is only then that Dawn remembers his appointment with Bladder and others to drink at the old man's tavern that night. The sea breeze blows briskly, and as Dawn steps outside, he spots 3 young men and a towering figure waiting for him. The giant stands at an imposing height of 2.5 meters, with short hair, thick brows, and large eyes, his features somewhat rugged. He is adorned in the standard military attire of the Polkaya kingdom, with a Polkaya-style long knife strapped to his waist and a black belt. Upon seeing his attire and the emblem on his uniform, Dawn chuckles. Ah, Bladder has been promoted. City Defense Town's vice captain, Luncheon remarks, glancing at the emblem on Bladder's shoulder with a smile. From now on, the defense of the City Defense Town falls under my jurisdiction. The term defense naturally refers to protection against pirates, as the City Defense Town is situated by the sea, encountering pirates frequently. Moreover, as the largest seaport among the 3 nations on this vast island, it often suffers from pirate raids, necessitating a greater number of soldiers on guard. Bladder takes the opportunity to hand over his long knife, saying, "Big brother, care to give it a try?" The knife is of a design with a blade length of 70 centimeters, featuring a slight curve at the center of the blade. Having lived in Bell Tower Village for 5 years, enduring poverty and rarely having the chance to wield a sharp weapon, Dawn feels a twinge of excitement at the sight of the knife offered by Bladder. He'll give it a go. As he grasps the hilt, a familiar chill envelopes him, and his presence expands instantaneously, like a sword unsheathed, radiating unmatched brilliance. Bladder perceives this transformation vividly, observing the young man before him. He experiences a blend of familiarity and strangeness. Familiar, because after 5 years of acquaintance, he remains the same earnest Dawn. Yet strange, for the focused gaze of Dawn now exudes an aura that is intimidating, causing even someone as close as himself to feel a subtle shiver within. It was a subtle yet substantial aura of pressure, akin to the sharp edge of a blade that had been deftly revealed. This blade was indeed remarkable. After a moment's contemplation at Dawn, it was not drawn from its sheath, but rather returned. In the world of One Piece, where cold weapons predominate, the craftsmanship and standards of weaponry are extraordinary. Even soldiers from smaller nations are equipped with commendable arms. Those legendary sabers, great swords, and unparalleled blades are formidable and resilient. In this realm, aside from the nobility, commoners and merchants are unlikely to possess any weapons. Clearly, the aristocracy, in their pursuit of maintaining public order, has monopolized all metal resources and prohibited the populace from owning any arms. With the return of the sword, Bladder felt a release of the tension that had been weighing on him, exhaling deeply before sheathing the weapon at his left hip. He then addressed the others. "Let us proceed to the old man's tavern, where we can drink and converse." At dawn, Fu Xiao seized the tiger-headed cap from 80 and proclaimed loudly, "The last one to arrive must drink 3 large cups of punishment." Upon hearing this, the group spontaneously surged forward, with Fu Xiao leading the charge, followed closely by Bladder and Luanqian, while the last 2, the little rascals, Dishu and 80, trailed behind. This was a frequent game they enjoyed, testing their stamina and explosive power. Meanwhile, the revolutionary army of Monkey D. Dragon should have already begun to take shape, having likely found numerous allies. It remains a mystery why they have ventured to the North Sea, appearing at the precise moment in Zhonglo village. As night fell, Fu Xiao entered a state of deep concentration. The sword he wielded against the mountain bandits today, though seemingly unremarkable, felt distinctly different from any he had previously executed. In that fleeting moment, as the cold gleam of the blade flashed forth, he distinctly sensed an inexplicable power surging into him, granting an unprecedented fluidity to his arm. According to the memories of this body's original owner, he had begun practicing swordsmanship at the age of 7 and had trained for 7 years until the age of 14. However, the training had merely encompassed basic sword techniques. Thus, Fu Xiao's inherited swordsmanship could hardly be deemed exceptional. Yet, due to the original owner's considerable talent, the foundational skills he acquired over those 7 years were remarkably solid. He felt gratitude towards the innate talent bestowed by the original owner. Without it, no matter how hard he endeavored, attaining notable achievements in swordsmanship would have been an impossibility. While hard work is undeniably crucial, talent is akin to a moment of divine inspiration within human nature. It is precisely because of this endowment that a broader horizon in the path of the sword becomes attainable. Nevertheless, an odd occurrence transpired. The strike he delivered against the mountain bandits today seemed to transcend the constraints of over a decade of swordsmanship training, awakening something within the blade in that singular moment. If one were to describe this phenomenon using the terminology of this world, it would be akin to the instinct of a swordsman, as natural as breathing itself. At dawn, he rose from the dim light, extending his empty hands and closing his eyes to savor the moment. With each breath, he gently clenched his fists. causing the candle flame to flicker slightly. In that instant, a palpable shift in his aura occurred, as though he held two blades in his grasp. Suddenly, he swung into the darkness, a subtle hum resonating in his ears, and his mind surged with a renewed sense of liberation and unparalleled strength. The candlelight extinguished. A circular wave of energy emerged, reminiscent of a previous encounter during daylight, with a faint white glow shimmering in the night. The constraints of swordsmanship seemed on the verge of breaking free. Contemplating deeply, he succumbed once again to the enveloping darkness, entering a meditative state. This was his customary practice. Every morning before dawn and after nightfall, he would immerse himself in meditation, while dedicating his mornings and afternoons to physical training amidst the ocean's currents. It felt as though he stood on the brink of shattering the limitations of his strength. In the spring of the year 1509 of the Oceanic Era, 11 years into the age of exploration, the red-haired one encountered Luffy. It was also the year when Duke Reinhardt Fushiobolken officially sounded the call to ascend the pinnacle of the world, altering the course of history yet again. In the kingdom of Palkaya, a dozen soldiers hurried southward, led by a man nearly 2 meters tall, his noble status evident from his attire. Lord Jeffo. The destination is just a few hundred meters ahead, a soldier informed the nobleman. Lairman Jeffo, one of the nobles of the Palkaya kingdom, exuded an air of aristocratic arrogance as he commanded, "Increase your pace. Each of you must contribute your share." The soldiers nodded at his expression before one inquired, what if they refused to comply or resist? Before he could finish, Jeffo's cold gaze silenced him. They are merely commoners. Execute them on the spot. Yes. The soldier replied decisively. The villagers of Bell Tower Village were suddenly alarmed as a battalion of royal soldiers rushed in. Leading the charge, Jeffo mounted a magnificent steed. Drawing his noble command sword and shouting, "By the king's command, gather the heavenly gold for the supreme dragon lord. Those who fail to meet their quota shall be executed." The soldiers, armed with swords and spears, followed suit, causing chaos in Bell Tower Village, where fear gripped everyone. Nestled in the outskirts, Bell Tower Village was impoverished. Relying on fishing for sustenance, there was no wealth to contribute. Even selling all their possessions would not suffice. The collection began at the start of each year. Yet year after year, their assets had been entirely plundered, leaving no surplus. To defy the order meant death or the loss of their belongings, rendering them destitute wanderers. Jeffo's words incited great unrest among the villagers. Though they simmered with rage, they dared not voice it, for the chasm between commoners and nobles was insurmountable. Akin to the divide between heaven and earth. It was as if they were being sentenced to death. Begin. Jeffo commanded coldly, observing the seething masses of villagers. Search each home. Those who cannot produce shall be executed. The soldiers commenced their plundering. From the villagers' increasingly numb expressions, it was evident this was not their first encounter with the collection of heavenly gold. Each year, the nobles had executed numerous individuals to instill fear, resulting in a climate of compliance over the past few years, sparing the nobles from resistance during the annual collection. "My lord, this is truly all we have. There is nothing more." A middle-aged man cried out from a distance, having already been stripped of his meager possessions. They had begun collecting last year. Yet after an entire year, this was all they could muster. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly, crisp as the first chime of dawn. A gaping hole appearing in the man's forehead as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Jeffo sheathed his firearm, his brow furrowed in displeasure. As a highborn noble, he found it intolerable that he could not procure even the most basic tribute of heavenly gold. Damn peasants! Worthless wretches! All shall perish. Jeffo's expression twisted in a malevolent snarl as he unleashed his fury. His cruelty, malice, and arrogance embodied the very essence of noble depravity, his grotesque visage marred by greed. Bang! 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 The gunfire continued, a release of pent-up anger, and only after several villagers lay slain did his mood begin to improve. The villagers, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as their kin fell, a scene all too familiar. Some attempted to resist, but all who did met with a brutal fate. The world was undeniably unfair. From birth, the noble lords wielded the power of life and death over them. The looting persisted, and the villagers began to flee amidst the sounds of blades piercing flesh. "Who can save us?" Village chief. Several fleeing villagers spotted an elderly man, leaning on a cane, approaching the nobleman, and called out in desperation. Yet the elder did not halt. "Please, noble lord, our Bell Tower village is too impoverished. We truly cannot provide the heavenly gold you demand." The elder knelt before Lairman Jeffo. "Cannot provide? Then die." Jeffo erupted in rage. He was responsible for the collection of heavenly gold from the southern coastal region of Palkaya. And failure to meet the quota would require him to compensate personally, a burden he refused to shoulder. "Trembling old fool, I shall kill you." Jeffo drew his firearm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed, piercing the silence and leaving the scene in a haunting stillness. The village chief collapsed, lifeless. Jeffo laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Behold, this is the fate that awaits you all, commoners. Slaves, do you see the outcome of your fellow man? Quickly procure the heavenly gold for me, or face execution. Today, the collection must be completed." The villagers, unable to escape in time, were frozen in terror. One suddenly charging toward the noble in desperation. "Daddy, I want my daddy," a little girl cried, blocking Jeffo's path. Yet Jeffo raised his firearm, aiming at the child. "Who will save her?" Who will save her? The distraught villagers shouted within, paralyzed by the fear of death. The gunfire crackled once more, the infernal bullet veering off course, leaving a bloodied mark on Jeffo's hand from a stray stone. The girl was saved, and Jeffo howled in anguish, searching frantically for the assailant. Bring forth the soldiers, and prepare to commence the slaughter of the villagers. Brother, shall we simply allow these scum to remain? They are no different from pirates. In a concealed corner, Luanshin's eyes blazed with fury. At dawn, Fiona gazed at her Incan with a gaze full of righteous conviction and sighed. Have I not already taken action? The unexpected arrival of the nobility in Bell Tower Village to collect celestial gold was unforeseen by Fiona. His intention was not to engage in conflict with the nobility at this moment, yet he found it impossible to entirely disregard the situation. At dawn, helplessly beckoning to the young man beside him, he said, Mosul, do you dare to join me in delivering a thorough thrashing to that fool? Mosul chuckled heartily and replied, Of course, I have long yearned to give that imbecile a sound beating. Dawn surged forward with alacrity, landing a forceful blow upon Gopher, who was sent hurtling through the air with a resounding thud. Lilman Gopher felt as though a colossal boulder had impacted his chest, an all-encompassing agony seizing his body. He expectorated a bloody froth, directing a wretched cry towards Dawn and his companions, commanding his men to slay those commoners. 10 soldiers, brandishing their blades, encircled the trio. Yet, none could withstand them for more than a fleeting 30 seconds before collapsing to the ground, their unified wails echoing in the air. The villagers, in astonishment, observed Dawn and his comrades, scarcely believing their audacity in striking a nobleman. A mixture of elation and trepidation filled their hearts, an ominous premonition of impending doom causing them to scatter like frightened birds. At dawn, she donned a pair of new slippers and slowly approached Gofu, picking up the fallen musket from the ground. With a smile, she remarked, This musket is quite fine. It now belongs to me. You lowly wretch. Do you realize that calamity is about to befall you? To dare assault a noble, I shall ensure you suffer the most excruciating punishment. Gofu replied with a malevolent tone. As dawn broke, the young man's demeanor shifted abruptly, raising his firearm and preparing to pull the trigger in an instant. Spare me. Gofu pleaded, his body going limp in desperation, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed into the ominous muzzle of the gun. A cold sweat trickled down his spine as he suddenly perceived the youth before him as a ravenous wolf in search of prey. Dawn retracted the firearm, casting a cold gaze upon him. What is your name? Goff, Learman Goff. He replied hastily, fearful that Dawn might let a shot fly. A noble of the kingdom, Learman. Though not of royal blood, had a father who served as a minister to the realm. If I were to spare you, would you seek retribution? Dawn inquired, observing him, before suddenly bursting into laughter. No, I would not, absolutely not. Goff dared not meet his gaze, yet Dawn discerned the malice lurking within his eyes. He lifted his head and beheld the soldiers fleeing in disarray, a faint smile gracing his lips. But in the next moment, a gunshot rang out, startling Goff momentarily before he felt the searing pain erupting from his forehead, struggling as he succumbed to the ground. Daybreak sheathed his musket, observing the demise of Goffer with a wry smile. If you hadn't sought retribution from me, how could I have possibly intervened in the celestial gold affairs of the kingdom? The pitiable Goffer never imagined that this fellow had a penchant for speaking in reverse. The levy of celestial gold occurs annually, and now is the opportune moment to exploit this occasion. First, a visit to the village elder is in order. The village elder lay prostrate on the ground, enervated, the wound on his shoulder penetrating to the bone, blood flowing ceaselessly. His advanced age rendered his survival improbable. As Rentgen prepared to bandage him, the old man grasped his hand and demurred, uttering feebly, Children, flee for your lives. With that, his breathing faltered, and he gradually succumbed. As dawn broke, a sense of heaviness lingered in the air. The three departed amidst the anxious gazes of the villagers. That night, the protagonist ignited an oil lamp and approached a corner of the room, tapping the floor. After a while, he began to excavate, burrowing nearly 2 meters deep until he uncovered a small jar, sealed tightly with layers of oil paper and cloth. Having completed this task, he retrieved 2 slender tubes and a bucket of water, making his way to another room to commence the winemaking process. This was a technique he had been developing for 5 years, drawing from fragmented memories of brewing processes from his past life. After countless failures and extensive research, he had finally devised a method. This process was one of the fundamental brewing techniques of the past, albeit differing significantly in technique, raw materials, and water quality. After 5 years, he had only managed to achieve this level, for his innate talent in brewing was undeniably limited. His envisioned future commenced with the distillation of white liquor, aiming to create a unique variant that would cater to the taste of the pirate world, alongside the establishment of a distillery, marking the first step in his journey within the realm of One Piece. Throughout his 5 years in Clock Tower Village, he had devoted himself solely to 2 pursuits, the development of brewing techniques and martial arts training. These endeavors were the bedrock upon which his grand aspirations in the pirate world rested, fundamentally tied to economic strength and martial prowess, both of which were the immutable currencies of this universe. The priority of wealth generation was evidently on par with the enhancement of combat capabilities. Given the chance to live anew, he harbored the ambition to reach the pinnacle and transform the world. The The essence of this ambition lay in the intertwining of economic power and martial strength. Building a towering edifice requires a solid foundation. He refrained from chasing after lofty dreams or seeking immediate gains. At merely 20 years of age, he possessed the patience to wait. His experiences in the past life, combined with the memories inherited in this one, provided him with the confidence to proceed steadily and pragmatically. At dawn, he mentally revisited the brewing process he had meticulously summarized over the past years, and thus commenced his endeavor. He first connected a plastic tube to his homemade condenser, then poured the materials for secondary fermentation into a water barrel, within which he had placed a self-made wine siphon covered with a layer of gauze. The barrel was then set into a pot, with the condenser positioned atop it, and cold water was poured around the condenser to ensure a final seal. A tube was connected to the outlet of the condenser, and 2 basins of cold water were prepared. He began to continuously fill the water pipe leading to the condenser until water flowed from the other pipe, at which point he ceased the influx. Subsequently, he affixed an iron pipe to the condenser. With these steps completed, he ignited the fire to commence distillation, continuously feeding water into the pipe. After a considerable duration, a single droplet of liquid finally emerged from the iron pipe of the condenser, exuding a fragrant aroma. Had he finally succeeded? He gazed in astonishment at the rapidly dripping outlet. After 5 years of relentless attempts, he had finally brewed the first drop of liquor. Through the knowledge acquired in his previous life and countless experiments marked by failures, he had achieved the distillation of liquor. When the first drop fell, the entire room was enveloped in its delightful scent. The 30-centimeter-tall glass bottle was now nearly half full. He wiped his flushed cheeks with his hand, extinguished the fire, and prepared to discard the initial distillate. Approximately 30 minutes later, the liquid's hue gradually transformed, and he understood that the initial distillate had ceased flowing. What followed would be the true quality liquor. He procured a vessel to collect a cup, allowing it to cool before attending to the pre-prepared blending materials. An hour later, once it had cooled sufficiently, he began to blend. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Setting down the bottle, he opened the door and was momentarily taken aback. It was you. Standing at the threshold was a tall man clad in a cloak. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the tattoo on the man's left cheek, which, combined with his fierce expression, exuded an air of formidable authority. His visage was fearsome, yet his tone was gentle. After a brief pause, he broke into a smile. "Ah, it's you. I apologize for the intrusion. I was drawn here by the aroma of your wine. I couldn't help but wonder what exquisite liquor you have concealed within, capable of emitting such a fragrant scent that could be detected from hundreds of meters away at the seaside tavern." It turned out he had been lured by the intoxicating aroma. It was no surprise that a man labeled the most notorious criminal by the world government a decade later shared a penchant for fine spirits, a necessity, perhaps, for someone whose life, akin to that of a revolutionary or pirate, was fraught with peril and pressure, necessitating the solace of alcohol. "Haha, since you are here, please come in for a drink and assess my brewing skills." Upon entering, Dorag felt the aroma intensify, and his gaze fell upon a thick iron pipe dripping with a transparent liquid. This was the product of 5 years of relentless experimentation and refinement of his distillation apparatus, exuding a rich fragrance. "What method is this? The liquid flowing forth is incredibly fragrant. I have never heard of such a thing." Dorag was astonished. Could such simple equipment truly be employed in this manner? At dawn, a gentle smile graced the face of the host as he moderated the flames in the stove. "What is your name, sir?" "Dorag," came the reply. "Mr. Dorag, why not take a taste first? If there are any shortcomings, I shall gladly make improvements." The host warmly invited. "Haha." Dorag suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "You are quite straightforward, so I shall not hold back." After a brief pause, the host began his meticulous blending process, gradually adding pre-prepared spices and high-quality water in precise proportions. Dorag, unhurried, patiently awaited the outcome. The winemaking techniques were, to him, akin to fanciful tales, utterly unheard of and unseen. After an indeterminate time, the host concluded the blending and poured the concoction into a small bowl. Dorag filled it to the brim and drank deeply. Just as the host intended to intervene, he noticed that the bowl was already empty. With a sudden gasp, Dorag expelled the fiery liquor from his mouth, feeling an intense burn in his throat, the heat surging straight to his head, inducing a dizzying sensation. What manner of spirit is this, so fiery and scorching, as if my very being were set ablaze, with warmth rushing from my throat to my mind? Dorag gazed in astonishment at the remnants in the bowl. Though the spirit was indeed fiery, the host's craftsmanship had significantly diluted its potency. Yet for the natives of the pirate realm, it remained an acquired taste. Haha. Seeing Dorag's discomposure, the host laughed heartily, pouring half a bowl for himself. He inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma that enveloped him, before downing it in one swift motion. The fiery essence coursed through his limbs, igniting a warmth within. After 6 long years, the host relished the familiar flavor once more, undeterred by its spiciness, swallowing it down with satisfaction. He closed his eyes, relishing the experience. Though the blending technique was rudimentary, it nevertheless retained a third of the spirit's original flavor. These 5 years had not been in vain. Dorag, astonished by the host's entranced expression, recalled the intense heat, and found an inexplicable aftertaste lingering, gradually succumbing to a wave of dizziness. You truly are a remarkable individual, Dorag marveled once more, then inquired. Might I ask, does this spirit have a name? At dawn, shaking his head, he said, it has no name. This wine is the result of my 5 years of secret crafting. If you enjoy it, I would be honored to present you with the first batch. How could I accept such generosity? He chuckled. However, since you were the first to taste it, I kindly ask you to bestow a name upon it for future reference. Upon hearing this, Dorag poured a small amount into his bowl, savoring it thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. This wine possesses a unique warmth intertwined with a refreshing coolness. Its potency is both fierce and invigorating, with an aroma so rich that most cannot handle it. Yet, once tasted, it leaves an indelible aftertaste, igniting a sense of exhilaration. What do you think of the name Heroic? Heroic? At this, Dawn paused, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid name. Let it be called Heroic. At dawn, the filled wine bottle was sealed and casually handed to Dorag. This bottle is a gift for you, Mr. Dorag, she declared. Dorag received it and pondered for a moment before inquiring. I wonder if there is a recipe for this wine? A recipe? Dawn pointed to her own head, indicating that all the knowledge resided within her mind. Dorag understood, and his thoughts shifted once more, leading him to change the subject. Surely the nobles will not let the events of the day go unaddressed? At dawn, Fu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the golden spectacle in the sky. It was hardly surprising that he found himself intrigued by the matter at hand. I wonder, he pondered, shaking his head as he gazed at Mr. Dorag. What brings you to this remote island? I aspire to traverse the world in search of like-minded companions, Dorag replied. Have you found any? Fu Xiao inquired, as he reignited the distiller and intensified the flame, observing the liquid flowing through the iron pipe. Not yet, but perhaps I shall encounter some soon, Dorag hinted, his words laden with meaning. After an extensive exchange, Dorag eventually departed alone. As night fell, the moon hung high over the sea. As dawn broke, thoughts of the golden affairs of the day hovered in the air when a frantic knock echoed from the door. Brother, it's Dyer. Luanxin shouted urgently. Do not panic. Speak slowly, came the reply. A horde of pirates has raided the town, slaughtering many. What a brat? Dawn inquired. Luanxin, drenched in sweat, replied, he is missing. He was tasked with protecting a noble of the realm, and those pirates are likely after the noble. Without hesitation, Dawn declared, I shall go to the town at once. Luanxin hurriedly followed, stating, the more hands, the better. After 30 minutes, the pair arrived at the town, only to be met with a gruesome sight. Soldiers' corpses littered the ground, mingled with those of many civilians. Those damn pirates. Luanxin fumed, glaring at the blood-soaked earth. Let us go door to door and inquire about the situation. The pirates cannot have killed every civilian. Their intent was not mere slaughter, but the plunder of treasure and resources. Help me. A soldier, barely clinging to life, grasped Dawn's calf. The soldier bore a grievous wound to his chest, one that could not be mended. Where's Brat? Dawn asked, anxiety gripping his heart, fearing the worst. Lord Baron has been taken. He pursued the pirates. The soldier gasped, before succumbing to his injuries. Baron? Dawn recalled Brat mentioning a noble by that name from the kingdom of Pokaya. There is no time to lose. We must set sail to rescue him. Luanxin. Find a boat. Dawn commanded. There's a fishing vessel available. Luanxin returned breathlessly. Excellent. Dawn swiftly retrieved a steel knife from a corpse, tightened his gun at his waist, and raced toward the shore. Dawn, we set sail in pursuit, with you at the helm and I discerning our course. The night, shrouded in darkness save for a scant scattering of moonlight, left him to rely solely on instinct, all the while remaining vigilant against the fearsome sea creatures. The two of them operated in tandem, driven by urgency to rescue. Dawn paddled fervently into the depths of the ocean without a hint of hesitation. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. There, Luanxin pointed out, and Dawn too discerned the dim silhouette of a large vessel. They gradually approached, ultimately revealing it to be a magnificent sailboat exceeding 20 meters in length, its sails illuminated by the glow, casting radiant patterns. Dawn secured a steel dagger to his person, and together with Luanxin, they stealthily submerged beneath the surface. Under the murky light, visibility waned. Yet they could still make out several pirates patrolling the deck, seemingly reveling after a successful plunder, while a few drunken rogues swayed unsteadily, teetering in their inebriated state. At dawn, Fu Xiao tightened the steel blade around his waist and ascended, casually patting one of the pirates on the shoulder. The pirate turned around, his eyes hazy as he gazed at the imposing figure before him. Where are the captives from last night? Fu Xiao inquired. The pirate jolted awake, and upon seeing the clear visage of the man before him, he instinctively reached for his weapon, only to realize it lay discarded on the ground. He attempted to call out to his comrades, but a flash of cold steel gleamed in the moonlight, followed by a soft thud as blood splattered across the deck. Luanxin deftly claimed the life of the pirate without uttering a sound. The two held their breath, inching closer. Where have the captives been taken? Fu Xiu pressed another pirate for answers. Before he could comprehend the situation, his throat was slit. Having swiftly dispatched 3 pirates, Fu Xiao's patience waned. The bloodied blade surged toward the next target, his gaze icy and unwavering. Do not kill me. Boss Haki has locked the captives and treasure in the warehouse. The pirate, displaying a surprising cleverness, recognized the intent behind Fu Xiao and Luan Qin's arrival, deliberately lowering his voice to avoid revealing their presence. What is your name? Fu Xiao exchanged a glance with Luan Qin, a smile gracing his lips as he wiped the blood from his blade. Eugene, replied the pirate. You are astute. Lead me there. Fu Xiao commanded, shedding the pirate's clothing and donned it, cleaning the blade as he followed Eugene closely, warning him, before you utter a sound. My knife can slice through your neck in an instant. Terrified, Eugene nodded, too frightened to speak. The mastery of Fu Xiao's swordsmanship had shattered his courage, and now, preserving his life took precedence over all else. Fu Xiao had no recollection of Haki, and the trio descended the stairs toward the ship's lower warehouse. Ivy, open the door. Boss Haki wishes to interrogate the captives, Eugene announced. Ivy, towering over 3 meters, wielded a broad blade with 5 fingers width. He regarded Eugene with disdain. Do not think that being favored by Boss Haki grants you the authority to command me, you whelp. Do you believe I won't cleave you in two? Furious, Eugene retorted. Ivy, are you disregarding Boss Haki's orders? I will personally send you to the depths if you do not cease this insolence. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed as Ivy swung his weapon. What is happening? Fu Xiao and Luan Qin were momentarily taken aback. Help me, Eugene cried out. And Luan Qin rushed forward, landing a powerful punch against the blade. Ivy felt an immense force reverberate through the blade, causing his arm to tremble, nearly dislodging the weapon from his grasp. Who are they? Ivy stammered, shifting his gaze from Luan Qin to Fu Xiao. New recruits, Eugene hastily replied, darting forward to snatch the key to the prison door from Ivy's belt. If you continue this ruckus, do not blame me when Boss Haki becomes enraged. Hesitant, Ivy paused his assault. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated across the deck. Intruders! Intruders! Dawn quietly heralded disaster. The delay had stretched on a bit too long, and the body in Class A would surely have been discovered. Brother, leave this fellow to me. At dawn, however, he shook his head and said, we must act swiftly. You go and rescue Brett. His excessive mercy and reluctance to take a life, despite his superior strength over Eve, will undoubtedly lead to a protracted stalemate. Lunging forward, he seized the key from Eugene and hastened deeper into the shadows. The burly man attempted to wield his blade to impede him, only to be met with a glint of cold steel. Clang! As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Xiao Xiao continued his assault, drawing his blade in a swift, cold flash that targeted Eve. Eve's eyes narrowed, narrowly evading the fatal blow with a desperate lunge, though his right shoulder suffered a centimeter-wide gash from which blood immediately welled. Eugene, how dare you conspire with outsiders? Eve roared, abandoning his focus on Luan Qin and swinging his great sword at Xiao Xiao, yet unable to force him to retreat even a step. The disparity in their strengths was stark. I was coerced, Eugene shouted, initially fleeing but then abruptly returning to yell at Xiao Xiao, kill him. And I'll help you free the person. Ingenious, Xiao Xiao remarked, seizing a momentary opening amidst the flurry of blades. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword forward, piercing Eve's shoulder with a sickening thud. Eugene knew that if Eve were not silenced, his accusations to Boss Archie would seal his doom, given Archie's ruthless nature. Traitor, I'll kill you. Eve, now drenched in blood, wielded his great sword with waning speed, his defenses increasingly riddled with openings. Despite his brute strength, he was no match for Xiao Xiao. With the accumulated experience of 2 lifetimes, Xiao Xiao's relentless training in various martial arts, and the inherited swordsmanship and talent of his current vessel, his skill far surpassed that of Eve. Each swing of Xiao Xiao's blade was executed with precision and fluidity, as if honed through countless trials. Eve's massive frame grew increasingly agitated as he swung his great sword in a frenzied, impenetrable whirlwind, desperately attempting to strike Xiao Xiao. Dawn gazed intently at the trajectory of the blade. Unwilling to linger any longer, he naturally placed the gleaming edge against his left waist and began to breathe steadily, just as the opponent's knife shadow enveloped him. He sprang into action, stepping forward with his left foot, his body slanting through the gap in the blade's path, darting past in an instant. A metallic resonance echoed, the unique sound of steel, as his dark blade was unsheathed in a flash of lightning. The cold gleam refracted as he swiftly completed the sheathing motion. One blade style, rising song. This technique, rooted in the memories he had inherited, was the culmination of years of study and practice in the art of drawing the sword. Beyond basic swordsmanship and innate talent, this was the sole technique he possessed that held formidable offensive power. For nearly a decade, the original owner had practiced this move more than any other, and today, for the first time, its might exceeded all expectations. The blade hissed as it returned to its sheath. Eve was left with a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth, before he fell, defiant to the end. Is he dead? Eugene stood frozen in shock, finally mustering the courage to approach and kick him twice. Seeing that Eve had succumbed, he declared, the person has been rescued. Now let me go. You cannot leave, Dawn replied, exhaling softly, his gaze cold and unwavering. You go and open the door, release the person. At dawn. Having uttered these words, he arrived at the entrance, where the pirates had discovered this location and raised their weapons to strike. On the deck, a dozen pirates were in search of their foes, now hastening towards the warehouse. However, before the pirates could spot him, he had already leaped forth, commencing the harvest of their lives. With a series of muffled thuds, the downpour began unexpectedly, mingling blood with the rainwater as it flowed into the ship's cabin. At daybreak, a searing sensation engulfed his left eye socket, accompanied by a maelstrom of disoriented memories swirling within his mind. Indistinct cries of terror mingled with the relentless drumming of the rain, creating a cacophony of chaos. A demon. The remaining pirates, seized by primal fear, cast aside their weapons as the morale of the ship's crew crumbled into utter disarray, their hearts overwhelmed by the carnage they had witnessed. Hachi, the pirate captain, finally traversed the deck, only to be met with a vision that momentarily paralyzed him. His gaze locked onto a pair of frigid eyes, overshadowed by a crimson scar that snaked from his left eye down to his neck, its lurid hue lending him an appearance of a fiend risen from the depths of hell. Suppressing the unease that gnawed at his insides, Hachi bellowed, "Kill him." The few remaining pirates, cowed by Hachi's tyrannical presence, brandished their weapons and feigned an advance, yet remained rooted to their spots, paralyzed by dread. "Do you even comprehend who I, Hachi, am affiliated with?" Hachi reiterated, his voice laced with icy contempt. "Daring to provoke even the infamous Aubrey pirates?" At dawn, Su Xiao declared, "I care not who you are. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Are you familiar with the Aubrey pirate crew? I am the most formidable subordinate of Lord Aubrey." Su Xiao paused momentarily, recollecting that at its zenith, the Aubrey pirate crew commanded 10 ships, each boasting over 800 men. However, they had retreated from the Grand Line merely 6 months after their arrival, dwindling to fewer than 100 pirates. This individual must have joined Aubrey after their retreat from the Grand Line. Aubrey is nothing but a failure, a thoroughly defeated pirate. Su Xiao laughed heartily, wiping the blood from his blade amidst the rain. "Seeking death, are you? Let me witness your prowess," Hachi charged forth. His weapon, a steel hook, glistened with a faint green venom as it advanced towards Su Xiao. Clang! Su Xiao, with his sword held in his right hand, deflected the blow, the blade trembling as it moved with a swiftness surpassing that of Eve. Eugene, accompanied by Luanxian, Blat, and a nobleman, ascended to the deck, where a dozen corpses lay scattered, their blood washed away by the rain. "Eugene, how dare you conspire with outsiders? I will flay you alive," Hachi bellowed, glaring at the 4 who had emerged from the cabin. "Blat, are you unharmed?" Su Xiao inquired, turning to see the wounds adorning Blat's body. The blood on Blat's face was cleansed by the rain, and with a cold gaze fixed on Hachi, he unsheathed his blade. "Brother, allow me to handle this." At dawn, a subtle nod occurred as the blade was carelessly discarded, and the confrontation was now one-on-one, free from any interruptions. Bladder fixed his gaze upon Archie, ignoring Bladder. Archie bellowed at a few pirates, demanding they crush their foes without delay. Yet the remaining pirates, paralyzed by fear, hesitated to advance. Archie, undeterred, charged directly at Bladder. With a resounding clash, Archie felt an unprecedented force surge through him, causing his arm to tremble uncontrollably, the poison hook vibrating ominously. He staggered back, astonished by the 4 before him. Anxiety grew within him, accompanied by an overwhelming dread of death. Bladder continued to swing his blade, executing basic slashing motions. Yet the sheer power behind each strike left Archie retreating in trepidation. The sound of footsteps echoed sharply upon the deck. Bladder's sword bore numerous nicks. Yet this did not hinder his relentless assault. The nobleman, paralyzed by fright, cowered in a corner, trembling at the sight. As a noble of the Palkaya kingdom, he could scarcely fathom his descent into such dire straits, silently vowing that should he escape, he would send troops to eradicate these pirates. Suddenly, Bladder's steel blade shattered under the relentless force and impacts from the opposing hook, leaving him seemingly on the brink of peril. You are weaponless now. What right do you have to fight me?" Archie cackled, seizing the moment to charge fiercely forward. Bladder, too, laughed, raising his left hand, which he clenched tightly in Archie's astonished gaze. Bladder leaned back slightly to evade, then swiftly descended, his left arm sweeping down like a hammer, producing a chilling whistle as it struck Archie. Archie's grotesque eyes widened as he beheld a bulging, sinewy arm, sensing an immense power surging forth. Who says one cannot kill without a weapon? Bladder's cruel smile emerged, but to Archie, it felt like a mockery, a prelude to his own demise. Boom. At that moment, Archie felt his bones shatter, blood spewing forth as he was flung backward, gazing at Bladder in disbelief. How could he possess such strength? "Please don't kill me. I am Archie, a combatant of the Aubrey pirate crew. If you take my life, our captain will not spare you." Archie pleaded in terror, but Bladder remained unmoved, approaching him with an indifferent gaze. "Cowardice does not befit a pirate," Bladder chuckled softly, turning his attention back to the Dawn. Dawn gave a nod of acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Bladder swiftly seized the fallen steel blade and impaled Archie through the chest. With a sickening squelch, Aubrey's agonizing cry was abruptly cut short. A sharp, resonant sound echoed as the steel pierced through, sealing Archie's demise. "A defeated pirate," Bladder muttered, shaking his head as he regarded the lifeless form of Archie, discarding the bloodied steel blade with a casual motion. "Eugene, come here," Dawn commanded, spotting a pirate lurking furtively at the stern of the deck. Eugene scrambled over, his voice trembling as he inquired, "What are your orders?" He dared not risk incurring the wrath of Dawn, who seemed like a demon. "Bladder, Rinken. Oversee him as he retrieves the treasure from the hold, Dawn instructed. Bladder nodded, and he and Rinken began to gather the spoils of victory, with Eugene leading them through the compartments. By this time, the bloodstains on the deck had been completely eradicated. The remaining pirates cowered on the ground, paralyzed with fear, awaiting Dawn's judgment. Dawn, with no surplus energy to spare, approached the noble directly. I saved your life, she declared as she took her seat before him. Thank you, he stammered, his lips quivering, still in a state of shock. Dawn smiled. How will you repay me? I can offer you money to serve as a guardian of the kingdom of Polkaya. I have no need for money, nor am I interested in serving as a guardian. Then what is it that you desire? You, being a noble of the kingdom of Polkaya, owe me a debt of gratitude for saving your life. Dawn chuckled. What do you require of me? I have yet to think of anything, so I shall leave it as a debt for now. Are you not afraid that I might deny my promise upon my return? At Dawn, with a radiant smile, she gazed at him and said, Holt Baron, I am not a pirate after all. If you truly break your word, I may be compelled to resort to the actions of a pirate captain. The implication was clear. Should a noble fail to uphold their promise, they might meet a fate akin to that of a slain pirate. I shall agree to your terms. Holt Baron responded after a moment of contemplation. Though a flicker of hesitation lingered in his heart, the recollection of her previous devilish cruelty instilled a sense of dread within him. He had contemplated the possibility of reneging on his promise, yet the risk loomed large. If no one in the kingdom could indeed rival him, his own safety would be jeopardized. As a noble, he was unwilling to take such a gamble. At dawn, he breathed a sigh of relief. His agreement was indeed favorable, for he was a noble of the kingdom and would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Naturally, even if Baron were to renege on his word, he would not foolishly venture into the royal city to confront him. After all, it was merely a threat, and fortunately, it had achieved its desired effect. At that moment, Brat, Luncheon, and Eugene finally ascended to the deck, with Eugene carrying an enormous bag on his back. All the treasures of our captain are contained within this. At dawn, she nodded slightly and began to count the treasures, which consisted of gold, silver, and jewels, evidently of considerable value. She lifted the bundle with one hand to gauge its weight before handing it over to Luanxian. In addition to the riches, there were also dozens of weapons and a substantial amount of food. Bladder approached, retrieving a knife adorned with black patterns from his back and presenting it to Dawn. I found this in the captain's quarters. It should suit you well. He was in need of a reliable weapon, whether it be a sword, a spear, or any suitable armament that could prove effective. This blade was approximately 3 fingers wide, its sheath crafted from pure black leather, and the hilt bore a raven motif resembling a skull, measuring about 1.2 meters in length. Very well, Dawn said as she gripped the knife, feeling a chill emanate from it. She gently drew the blade, which emitted a faint coldness. The surface of the blade featured several black notches, the patterns resembling feathers intricately embedded together, indicating that considerable effort had been invested in its forging. At dawn, only a few categories of weapons were known to exist in this world: the swift blade, the fine swift blade, the grand swift blade, and the supreme grand swift blade. However, there was a complete lack of understanding regarding the identification of these weapons, as well as an inability to discern their quality. Yet, considering how dearly Achi treasured this particular weapon, it could be surmised that, even if it did not belong to the category of swift blades, it was at least comparable to them in caliber. Dawn withdrew the blade halfway, her gaze fixed upon the remaining few pirates. Do not kill me, Eugene trembled, collapsing onto the deck, his eyes wide with terror at the sight of Dawn's unsheathed cold blade, fearing that she would strike him down. The remaining pirates, equally filled with dread, pleaded for mercy. The incessant rain showed no signs of abating as Dawn examined the blade for an extended period, then tightened her grip, gently stirring the raindrops that were mysteriously enveloped around her. At dawn, a glimmer of extraordinary brilliance flickered in his eyes. Although his current strength was insufficient to unleash a proper slashing strike, he could harness the rainwater to create an effect reminiscent of such an attack. However, the limitations were considerable as it required an abundance of seawater or rainfall to be effective. The dancing waves of water did not constitute a true slashing wave, rather, they were the result of swiftly agitating the blade in the air, generating a forceful current that fell short of a genuine strike. This was the weapon that Aki intended to present to Captain Aubrey. Eugene wiped the rainwater from his face. As dawn broke, it cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the blade, adorned with patterns reminiscent of delicate feathers. The obsidian edge gleamed with an unparalleled smoothness, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. Speak, he commanded. What advantages can you offer me if I spare your lives? With that, he sheathed his sword, maintaining a serene demeanor as he regarded the 6 pirates prostrate before him. He had no intention of joining the navy, nor did he aspire to venture into piracy for the time being. Thus, his sole remaining path lay in establishing a foundation within the kingdom of Polkaya in the North Sea. The tempest of change was on the horizon, and should he wish to seize the opportunity, he must begin to cultivate his ambitions now, preparing for the day when the world would erupt in chaos, and he would make his grand entrance. In living anew, even if he could not ascend to the pinnacle, he was resolute in aiming for the summit. He would not resign himself to obscurity as a mere footnote. With these thoughts crystallized in his mind, he awaited the responses of the others amidst the curtain of rain. Eugene, shivering from the cold, was the first to break the silence. I am not a pirate. I am merely a captive of Archie, willing to do anything. I will not harm you. His heart swelled with relief, but the subsequent words left him speechless. How can you assure me that you will not flee? Before he could respond, the Dawn figure continued. And what of the rest of you? His gaze, akin to that of a demon, fixated on the remaining 5 pirates. We are all pirates, but we were coerced into this life by Archie. We are willing to do anything. At dawn, as the myriad expressions of the pirates unfolded before him, Eugene, who was scarcely 25, found himself indifferent to their identities. A sudden thought crossed his mind. The task ahead would undoubtedly require a considerable workforce. Thus, he spoke, I shall spare your lives, but in return, you must serve me. At this juncture, the pirates, fearing any dissent, nodded in swift agreement. However, in an unexpected twist, Eugene drew his sword, causing the hearts of many to clench in apprehension, fearing he had changed his mind. Yet, a grin spread across his face. To serve me means you are mine. Should you attempt to flee, you shall be regarded as foes, and I shall show no mercy to my enemies. With that proclamation, he swung the blade through the curtain of rain, unleashing a resounding roar. One sword style, water dragon's roar. The downpour trembled as a low, reverberating howl pierced through the air. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, witnessing torrents of rain coalesce around the blade, transforming into a fierce stream that surged past the ears of several pirates. Holt Baron observed this spectacle with keen awareness. His words and the technique he employed served as a stark warning to himself. With his extraordinary swordsmanship, it was unlikely that anyone aside from the Navy could rival him within the kingdom. At dawn, Dawn was quite pleased with her tactic, the water dragon chant, which allowed her to harness the flow of water to unleash a powerful column of water as an attack. After thoroughly cleaning the ship's cabin and tearing down the pirate flag, she decided that since she had chosen not to kill them, a suitable refuge was necessary. This sailing vessel was a rare prize, and destroying it would be a great waste. With a few modifications, they could first transport it to the city defense dock. The crew began their tasks, and after a while, the once familiar pirate ship underwent a remarkable transformation. Following a cleansing rain, it was unrecognizable from the vessel that had previously belonged to Archie. As night deepened and the rain ceased, the waters of the city defense dock began to stir. A sailing ship, exceeding 20 meters in length, gradually approached the harbor, where all lights had been extinguished. Once docked, several individuals disembarked from the ship. Blatt, escort Mr. Baron home first, Dawn instructed, casting a glance at Holt Baron. Mr. Baron, I hope you will remember our agreement. Holt Baron nodded expressionlessly. Rest assured, I will remember. Their brief exchange might have seemed perplexing to outsiders, but for Blatt, it was evident that Dawn and Baron had reached some form of accord. However, before Blatt could venture far, he spotted a group approaching, led by a notably tall man who respectfully addressed Baron. Lord Baron, I apologize for my tardiness. Fade in, Baron acknowledged. It was he and his companions who rescued me overnight. Fade in glanced at Blatt, sensing a formidable aura, before sweeping his gaze over the distant figures, finally meeting Dawn's eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind as he perceived a disquieting depth within her calm demeanor. With this sense of intrigue, Fade-In guided Baron into the carriage. Blatt, please see Lord Baron off. Upon hearing Dawn's call, Blatt understood his role and followed Fade-In towards the royal city. Baron, slightly taken aback, said nothing and departed directly. The coastal winds howled fiercely as Dawn slung the bag of treasures over her shoulder. She instructed Luanxin to rest aboard the ship for the night, intending to finalize their itinerary the following day. Luanxin understood Dawn's reasoning. These individuals were pirates, and without proper oversight, they could wreak havoc in the city defense town. To prevent any escape, they would need to be monitored for at least a few days until Moser arrived to take charge. Though Luanxin held a strong disdain for pirates, Dawn's words carried weight, leading him to rest with the others aboard the ship. Upon returning to her quarters, Dawn cast the treasures aside and began examining the katana she had acquired. Gripping the hilt with her right hand, she found it flowed effortlessly with every swing. The blade exuded a chilling aura, reflecting the moonlight like a stunning lunar shadow. Although the sword bore no name, Dawn aptly dubbed it Cold Crow. The next day, Dawn summoned Luanxin, instructing him to send Moser to the city defense dock, confident that with Blatt present, there would be no issues. After last night's events, it came as no surprise that Blatt was appointed captain of the city defense soldiers the following day, a small token of gratitude from Holt Baron for saving his life, and a gesture of camaraderie. Powerful individuals command respect wherever they go, a truth Dawn was acutely aware of. In the morning, after completing her training, Dawn gathered Luanxin and Blatt to discuss their next plan. Brother, what are your thoughts on our future? Blatt inquired. Dawn has briefly summarized several recent events. Dawn's gaze swept across the faces of the two men before he approached the door and secured it, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I have devised a plan. What sort of plan? Luanxin and Blatt exchanged glances, preparing to listen intently. Suddenly, Dawn produced a bottle of wine. Let us sample it. Blatt took the bottle first. Taking a sip, a rich aroma flooded his nostrils, accompanied by a subtle warmth and a hint of sweetness that coursed through his limbs. This wine, Blatt was taken aback. It was unlike anything he had tasted in the past decade, with a distinctly unique flavor. Initially, a gentle warmth surged to his forehead, igniting a sensation within him as if his very blood were heating up. Yet, as this warmth subsided, an exquisite aftertaste lingered, gradually enveloping him in a dizzying intoxication. Upon fully savoring it, he discovered a harmonious blend of sweetness, richness, and spiciness, each element varying in proportion, leaving him with a sensation akin to a refreshing summer breeze or the comforting glow of winter sunlight. Linshin also took a sip, his experience mirroring that of Blatz, both exclaiming their delight. "This is the fruit of 5 years of my research." Dawn observed their elated expressions, laughing heartily. He then retrieved another bottle and took a sip. Linshin looked at Dawn in confusion as he produced yet another identical bottle. "What is this wine that you claim we cannot drink?" Dawn asserted. "You two would not be able to handle it." Skeptical, the two men regarded him, prompting Dawn to reluctantly offer them the bottle. "What is this wine? Why is it so spicy?" Linshin exclaimed, having never encountered such a beverage before, though its flavor bore a striking resemblance to the previous one. The same wine, the same blending technique, yet with a different potency. The rum-based concoction was clearly unaccustomed to their palates. "This wine represents the foundation of our future economic endeavors," Dawn stated calmly, gazing intently at them. Linshin seemed to grasp the implication. "Are you suggesting we establish a distillery?" At Dawn, he nodded thoughtfully, expressing that not only did they intend to establish a sales company, but they also aimed to distribute their wine throughout the entirety of Pokaya, and from there, expand towards the Northern Sea, the four corners of the world, and beyond. His ambitious vision genuinely astonished Linshin and Bladder. While this wine might indeed find a lucrative market among pirates, they currently found themselves destitute and devoid of resources. How could they possibly break the impasse? Contemplating this dilemma, Bladder inquired, "But how shall we sell it initially?" Starting from nothing, every step appeared excruciatingly arduous. As a reborn individual, he held certain advantages. Yet this was a tangible world governed by laws, where the sense of regulation was feeble at best. It was entirely possible that before they even produced the wine, it could be seized by others. "Let us establish a factory." Dawn began to unveil his preliminary plan to the two. "I possess a comprehensive brewing process in my mind. Establishing a factory, procuring materials, brewing the wine, and then selling it." He hesitated for a moment before altering his approach, realizing that they ought to sell the wine themselves. "When shall we sell it?" He pondered. "The correct strategy is to have the entire world sell our wine for us." He continued, "We shall leverage the pirates to disseminate our wine." At Dawn, a plethora of peculiar terms flowed from her lips, and the two had grown accustomed to them. However, they still needed time to fully digest the information. "What do you think? Is there potential?" she inquired, her gaze fixed upon them with a smile. Linshin appeared somewhat skeptical, yet Bladder nodded affirmatively. "If the factory can be established, I believe this type of wine will undoubtedly be in high demand." He then expressed a hint of concern. "The challenge lies in how to establish a reputable name. Moreover, constructing the factory itself may pose a significant issue." Dawn has been a subject of contemplation for quite some time. Initially, many matters were approached with trepidation, and presently, the available manpower is woefully insufficient. Thus, I shall first draft a comprehensive macro-level process. We can then meticulously analyze it step by step, beginning with a broad outline and identifying potential issues before delving into finer details. Should we encounter obstacles along the way, we will address them one at a time. For now, this is the only feasible approach. Just as a towering edifice rises from the ground, every intricate detail requires careful study. The last time we struck down a noble of the kingdom of Jeffo, it was well understood that the Lairman family would inevitably seek retribution. And the collection of heavenly gold in Bell Tower Village remains incomplete, ensuring that they will not relent. However, there are no superior solutions at present. We can only advance cautiously. As articulated by Dorag in the original narrative, all that transpires is but a microcosm of the world at large. Similarly, the events occurring in Bell Tower Village, including but not limited to the conflicts arising from the collection of heavenly gold, are merely a reflection of the broader world. Long before dawn, a grand scheme took root in his heart, inspired by the oppression of commoners by the nobility in the world of pirates, as well as the plight of countless refugees facing life and death. He resolved to seize a significant opportunity, believing this might be the best chance to start from scratch. Having been reborn 6 years ago, he had come to understand that this world was starkly real, and that he must fight for what he desired with his own hands. A comprehensive plan began to form in his mind. "Let us first revisit the plans for the distillery," he declared. He devoted an entire night to crafting a preliminary blueprint for the distillery's operation. However, the initial capital posed a challenge. Although he had amassed considerable treasure from the arch-pirate crew, it was still insufficient. Moreover, another spontaneous idea he had conceived would also demand substantial funds. Thus, he resolved to refine the distillery's initial plan before pursuing any further ambitions. He, along with Linshin and Bladder, found a secluded corner in a tavern and unfurled the papers documenting the entire plan across the table. The first step was to select the location for the distillery, which he decided would be in the chaotic port town of City Defense, lying at the intersection of the three kingdoms and under the jurisdiction of the Palkaya Kingdom. The island of Palkaya, being the largest in the North Sea, is circular in shape and also hosts two other kingdoms, the Maple Kingdom, known for its abundant maple leaves, and Wutan. Palkaya Kingdom occupies the southwestern part of the island, centrally located and adjacent to the other two nations. City defense is situated at the confluence of these three kingdoms, yet remains under Palkaya's dominion. It was this unexpected windfall that prompted Dawn to consider establishing a distillery in city defense. The town boasts a natural harbor and is strategically located at the crossroads of the three kingdoms, ensuring a vibrant populace. To the west lies the sea, while 30 miles to the east is the Maple Kingdom and 40 miles to the north is Wutan. 15 miles to the southwest stands the royal city of Palkaya, a natural trade port and a coveted marketplace for merchants. It is difficult to fathom how such an ideal geographic location could be so impoverished, lacking even a single trading guild. According to his preliminary vision, Dawn would first establish the distillery in city defense, using it as a hub to gradually extend influence into the three kingdoms, thereby leveraging them as a logistical foundation to distribute the brewed spirits across the vast seas of the Grand Line. Another motivation for choosing city defense was that Blatt, as the captain of the town's defense forces, could mitigate potential conflicts. After all, development is the ultimate priority, and constant fighting would only hinder economic progress. Both Luanxian and Blatt expressed no objections. To them, city defense undeniably represented the most suitable location for the factory. The second step in the plan detailed the breakdown of the distillation process, selection of materials, fermentation, distillation, and blending. He meticulously divided the series of processes into numerous steps, though he had yet to specify the exact proportions and intricate procedures. As he continued, Dawn began to reorganize the improved brewing process, demonstrating it before Luanxian and Blatt. "Brother, do you need assistance?" Luanxian inquired, observing Dawn lift several large barrels of materials with a puzzled expression. At Dawn, he shook his head and instructed, "Whatever I say next, you must record it verbatim, every single word." He intended to document this entire process, believing it would facilitate future improvements. The world of pirates was not devoid of distilled spirits. Indeed, the rum commonly consumed by pirates is a distilled liquor made from sweet potato molasses. However, the selection of raw materials and the procedural techniques differ significantly from those employed in the production of baijiu. While rum may not offer substantial reference value, it nonetheless inspired some innovative ideas for the brewing of baijiu. He made slight adjustments to the ingredients, eliminating barley, buckwheat, and glutinous rice, and retaining only 4 primary components: corn, rice, chinca barley, and sorghum. Given that rum predominates in the pirate realm, he also incorporated a modest amount of sweet potato molasses, merely as an embellishment, intending to infuse a hint of sweetness amidst the fragrant notes. At Dawn, drawing upon memories from a past life and 5 years of diligent research, he categorized the brewing process into fermentation, distillation, and blending. The fermentation process was further divided into 6 distinct steps. 1. Crushing the raw materials in appropriate proportions. 2. Selecting and adding ingredients. 3. Cooking to gelatinize. 4. Cooling after cooking. 5. Mixing the mash with yeast and starter. And 6. Fermentation. He commenced his work by carefully allocating the proportions of the raw materials, methodically crushing them step by step. He incorporated the previously prepared yeast into the mixture, followed by the addition of new sweet potato molasses and starch in precise ratios, concluding with the addition of water. This water was not seawater, but rather sourced from a natural spring 5 miles behind the city's defensive hills, making it an ideal mineral-rich water for brewing. One of the reasons he envisioned establishing the factory in the town of Chengfang. Once these tasks were complete, he began heating the mixture, cooking the ingredients for approximately 5 hours until the cooking process was finished, after which it was allowed to cool naturally. This cooling process required half a day, during which he was not idle. To eliminate impurities, harmonize the aroma, and mitigate the spiciness, he blended the previously brewed liquor. Blending was equally a meticulous endeavor, yet he lacked experience in this area. It was a scientific and intricate procedure that relied solely on intuition for adjusting water and flavor. By around 9 o'clock in the evening, the basic blending was finally complete. He took a sip, finding the alcoholic taste somewhat overpowering, thus decided to let it rest in a cool place to allow for evaporation. The cooling of the raw materials was also completed, and he placed the barrel filled with the ingredients into the fermentation tank, sealing it tightly. The fermentation process required at least 2 weeks before he could proceed to the distillation phase. He was not a master distiller, rather, he had a passion for wine in his previous life and had studied it to some extent. It was only through the impressions retained in his memory and 5 years of exploration that he gradually pieced together the current formula. "Brother, do you truly believe that we can achieve great wealth from this?" Luanxian clearly harbored doubts, perceiving the contents of the barrel as merely a mixture of crushed grains, water, and starch. He evidently did not grasp the significance of fermentation and remained unaware that a master distiller is a remarkably rare profession. In the 6 years since his arrival in this world, he had yet to encounter a single professional distiller. At dawn, he chuckled softly and clapped his hands together. Of course, he picked up the paper on which the X-ray records were inscribed and studied it for a moment before he began to enhance it. The two nearby refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the outcome. After approximately an hour, he finally completed the task. However, these brewing techniques still required further refinement. Suddenly, he sighed. Although I have managed to research these concepts, my innate talent for brewing is regrettably insufficient. If only I could have a professional brewmaster. The entire process would undoubtedly proceed much more smoothly. Brewing indeed demands an exceptional flair as a reincarnated individual. Inheriting the remarkable swordsmanship of this body's former master is already an extraordinary stroke of fortune. I will find a way to locate one for you, Bladder remarked after a moment of silence. As Dawn nodded in agreement, he remarked that there was no rush regarding the matter at hand. They would continue their studies and streamline the entire process. Time passed swiftly, and for 3 consecutive days, they remained indoors engrossed in their research. Aside from his shifts, Blatt spent all his time at Dawn's residence. After thorough deliberation, the blueprint for the distillery was finally elucidated, awaiting only implementation. Dawn, did you summon me? Mosul inquired. Standing at the door, accompanied by 6 pirates led by Eugene. These 6, once identified solely by their pirate status, were now under Mosul's management as instructed by Dawn. Upon entering the room, Dawn allocated 1/3 of the treasure to Mosul. What is this? Mosul questioned. I have prepared a list for you. Please procure the items as specified. This should suffice, Dawn replied with a smile. Mosul accepted the list along with the treasure, which was worth no less than 10 million berries. After receiving several instructions from Dawn, he departed with his 6 companions. The past few days had been tranquil, yet Dawn sensed an impending storm. It was likely that the nobles would soon come knocking. Because of the intervention by the 3 of them, the golden conscription in Bell Tower village had temporarily ceased. In gratitude for this reprieve, many villagers, initially filled with apprehension, had begun to express their thanks by bringing an abundance of food and drink to celebrate their newfound peace. At dawn, one naturally feels an inclination towards enjoyment, relishing fine wine and exquisite dishes. As night deepened, he lay in bed, lost in contemplation, the ethereal glow illuminating the horizon, casting an amber hue over the pathway. Outside, the sea breeze began to stir, accompanied by the faint rhythm of the tides. Reflecting on the past 6 years spent in the North Sea, he increasingly felt an ineffable void. What kind of person did he truly wish to become? A pirate? A naval officer? Or perhaps a revolutionary? Or something else entirely? No, perhaps identity was not of paramount importance, he mused. Suddenly, a streak of radiant light flickered in the distance, and for a moment, he thought it was a phenomenon unique to this world, dismissing it. Yet, the glow intensified, as if it were destined to obscure the very edge of the sky. No, that was fire. This was dire. That location was none other than the seaside tavern and the homes of many villagers. That foolish noble had returned. At dawn, he swiftly rose, securing his firearm and the raven at his waist, and hastened towards the flickering light. Before long, Luanqin arrived in a frantic rush, his expression grave, as if a calamity had occurred. That scoundrel has set the village ablaze. The old man is dead. A sense of foreboding washed over Dawn's heart. The old man was the tavern's proprietor, a place where Dawn and his companions had frequented, often running up tabs they couldn't immediately settle, leaving a considerable debt outstanding. Let's go. Dawn clenched his fist, the bones audibly cracking, a testament to the fury brewing within him. In the distance, fires raged, and a chorus of wails and cries filled the air. As Dawn approached, he was met with a scene of horror, blood staining the ground and several corpses strewn about. Behold, the consequence of your resistance, a middle-aged nobleman proclaimed, having just slain a commoner, his laughter echoing maniacally. Surrender those 3 individuals. The nobleman's purpose extended beyond merely collecting the celestial gold. He sought to apprehend those responsible for the death of Gopher some days prior. The firelight cast a crimson hue upon the faces of the crowd. Witnessing Luff directing soldiers in the indiscriminate capture of villagers, Dawn's anger ignited. He gripped the hilt of his cold crow blade and strode purposefully toward Luff, who was surrounded by his men. Arinkin shadowed him, his gaze fixed on Luff with icy indifference. Lord Luff, he is the one who murdered your brother. Let vengeance be directed at the guilty. Seek him alone. A villager cried out in desperation from afar, and he was not the only one. At dawn, the cacophony of the villagers reached her ears, sending a sudden chill through her heart. Her gaze swept over the villagers, and upon meeting her indifferent stare, they fell silent, their timidity palpable. It was evident that these villagers had forgotten who had come to their rescue. With the noble command sword in hand, Lafu turned around, the crimson flames swirling wildly in the wind, as if ensnared by the darkness that pierced through them, casting a scarlet hue across the horizon. Among the 3 individuals he sought, 2 now stood alive before him. At dawn, his gaze was devoid of warmth, exuding an inherent authority without a hint of anger as he drew his blade and inquired, I hear you are seeking me. The flames flickered, and the crystalline sound sliced through the air like bullets penetrating fire, enveloping the surroundings. His indifferent tone betrayed no trace of fury. Yet only Luanqin discerned that his wrath was perilously close to the brink. Astalafu's eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation, quickly replaced by a fierce roar as a burly man wielding a bloody knife charged forth from the eastern flames, the metallic scent of blood wafting in the air. My lord, are these the 2 lowly wretches who have wronged you? Asta asked disdainfully, revealing 3 scars etched across his face. Lafa's expression twisted into a menacing grimace. Kill them both for me. Is it really that simple, my lord? Asta replied with a grin, stepping forward with his blade in hand. Let us wipe out all the lowly villagers of Bell Tower tonight. Lafa paused momentarily before a cruel smile spread across his face. You are right, Asta. Let the commoners understand the consequences of defying the nobility. Bang. With incandescent fury, Dawn instantaneously dematerialized, his left fist colliding forcefully with Raph's countenance, sending him hurtling. The unexpected assault landed upon Raph with the intensity of a thunderclap, his left cheek collapsing inward, though he remained alive. Astonishment seized Asta, his reflexes failing to respond. He merely glimpsed Dawn's fleeting figure before it vanished. Exterminate them. Raph's anguished cry pierced the air, prompting Asta to charge, blade in hand. However, our Incan intercepted him. Asta, a guardian nurtured by the Lairman family, possessed considerable strength. He was taken aback to find his path obstructed by a callow youth. Momentarily disoriented, he raised his blade in a downward cleave. Boom. Our Incan's rigorous training had not been in vain. His power far surpassed that of an ordinary aristocratic guard. His fist impacted Asta's arm with a resounding crack, causing Asta's blade to clatter to the ground. As soldiers advanced, Dawn pivoted abruptly, his blade arcing through the air. With a sickening squelch, the head of the foremost soldier was severed from their body. A faint murmur rippled through the ranks, as if witnessing a scene of unparalleled terror. Their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At dawn, the left corner of the eye, stirred by the wind, was illuminated by a scarlet pattern, reminiscent of a blood-like wound. It was the mark of a burn sustained during a harrowing escape from death, which would flush crimson whenever engulfed in extreme rage. The soldiers, gripped by terror, recoiled, daring not to advance a single step despite Rafu's commands. Asta, distracted by Gofu's injury, was swiftly felled by Luinqian, collapsing to the ground in a fit of labored breaths. What do you intend to do? I am a noble of the Pokaya, Rafu stammered, paralyzed with fear as he beheld the advancing figure of Dawn, his words tumbling into incoherence. The commanding sword fell to the ground, stained with copious blood. Dawn deftly flicked it with the crow, catching the hilt effortlessly, and approached Rafu. Dawn chuckled, completely unfazed. I hear you were eager to tear me limb from limb. Is that so? Suddenly, Lafa burst into a terrified wail, his groin soaked. As Dawn's blade traced a long, bloody gash across his neck, blood trickled down the steel. And no, I wasn't. I was merely collecting sky gold under the king's orders. Rinken. Dawn spun around, roaring, bring him here. Big brother? Rinken shoved Ashta forward, the man battered and drained of strength. With a flash, the command sword glinted in the firelight. And Ashta's head tumbled to the ground. Blood dripped from the tip of Dawn's sword as he leveled it at Lafu, his gaze glacial. No, don't kill me. I'll never dare again. I won't collect sky gold from Clock Tower Village, and I won't blame you for my brother's death. Lafa pleaded, terror gripping his heart at Dawn's mercilessness. Rinken approached Dawn, concern etched on his face. Brother, killing him might make it impossible for us to stay in Polkaya. We've already slain Goff. What's one more? Dawn responded with an indifferent laugh. Are you afraid? Our plan requires implementation here. Rinken remained composed, earning Dawn's respect. To maintain rationality at such a moment was a valuable trait. The plan he spoke of was to establish a distillery. While the distillery was important to Dawn, he would abandon it without hesitation if necessary. Dawn paused, then declared, releasing this man invites endless troubles. And no, if you spare me, I won't cause you any more problems. I promise. Clock Tower Village is exempt from sky gold, forever. Lafu, sensing that Dawn hesitated due to his noble status, didn't presume safety. The man before him was a ruthless killer, and provoking him would be foolish. As a noble, he was well-educated, arrogant, and cruel, but not unintelligent. He knew how to protect himself in dire situations. At dawn, the atmosphere was markedly somber. Turning to observe the houses still flickering with flames, the gloom and oppression within grew ever more palpable. Elder brother, Luinqian was poised to intervene, but a sharp glint swiftly sliced through the air. The nobleman before him gazed at Dawn in disbelief, unable to fathom that this individual would indeed take his life. Meanwhile, the elderly man had breathed his last, and the young girl wept bitterly, her tears mingling with the lingering scent of smoke from the aftermath of battle. Dawn, brother. Upon the arrival of the young man, the girl's sobs intensified. Gazing into her tear-streaked eyes, Dawn found himself at a loss for words to console her. With a gentle sigh, he reached out to caress her crimson hair, murmuring, let your tears flow, tomorrow will bring solace. Yet, the girl shook her head, striving to suppress her sobs. Life cannot be restored. Luinqian gently placed a hand on her shoulder. You shall accompany us from now on, Daimi. She nodded, then hesitated. But the tavernet was my grandfather's lifelong endeavor, built in hopes of my father's return after 10 years at sea, uncertain of his fate. Do not fret. We shall help you rebuild it, Dawn reassured her with a smile. At that moment, Brad arrived from the city's defenses, while on the other side, Mosul and Eugene, along with 6 pirates, convened to discuss the procurement of brewing materials. Additionally, the young lads, Digu and Eugene, rushed to comfort Daimi. Beneath the night sky, Dawn, with his back to the moonlight, slowly spoke. The situation has changed. The brewery's plans will be put on hold. The 10 individuals present understood that the brewing project could not proceed until the issues with the nobility were resolved. Staying in Pokaya would be untenable otherwise. Brat nodded. It is of no concern, we can wait. After a while, a few villagers, who had been hiding in the shadows, cautiously approached. Their fearful gazes fixed on the group of 10. The anger within Dawn was stifled, looking at the feeble and cowardly villagers. He found himself unable to voice the reprimand he had prepared. Instead, he simply regarded them coolly. You may take Daimi's grandfather to rest. The villagers lifted the scattered bodies, and Daimi followed them, while Digu and Adi, under Dawn's instruction, accompanied her. With everything arranged, Dawn suddenly turned to Eugene and the others, asking, have any of you taken a life? Eugene was momentarily taken aback, while the other 5 appeared somewhat anxious. Dawn discerned the truth. It seemed that, aside from Eugene, they had all, to varying degrees, been stained with blood. They were puzzled by Dawn's sudden inquiry, finding it somewhat amusing. After all, what pirate had not taken a life? I now offer you an opportunity to earn my trust. At dawn, Fu Xiao abruptly cast the noble commander's sword before Eugene, instructing, over there, the bound soldier, go and kill him. In the presence of Gufu, each was to slay a soldier, a grim initiation of allegiance. Who will step forward first? The faint voice resonated through the darkness, startling the 6. They were all seasoned pirates, having taken many lives, yet this subtle intonation carried an overwhelming pressure. They had no fear of killing. Yet none had ever slain a soldier of the kingdom. I shall go first, Eugene declared, picking up the commander's sword and striding towards the captive soldier in the distance. At dawn, she couldn't help but steal another glance at him, making a decisive choice. In the depths of darkness, blood flowed silently. One soldier, caught off guard, had his throat slit before he could react. Eugene attempted to calm his tumultuous heart, forcing himself to regain composure, yet the sense of panic in his chest was uncontrollable, leaving him gasping heavily on the ground. The bloody command sword clattered to the earth, while the remaining 5 exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. Ultimately, they acted. One by one, they wielded their blades to execute their grim task. This display left Gufu in a state of profound shock. Was this a warning to him? A stark reminder that he was amidst a group of cold-blooded killers. At dawn, Fushio, Luanqin, Bladder, and Mose quietly observed the scene. Once all the soldiers had been slain, Fushio nodded in satisfaction. He ordered the removal of their garments. The soldiers' attire, along with the noble embellishments of laugh, was stripped away. What are your names? Fushio inquired, as he had yet to familiarize himself with anyone aside from Eugene. After each introduced themselves, Fushio gained a clearer understanding of them. The eldest was 31, having been a pirate for 5 years, while the youngest was Eugene. From now on, Mo shall be your leader, Fushio declared, having gathered some basic information about the group, which they found to be of little significance. Mose, don these garments. He tossed Laugh's clothing and adornments to Mose, then instructed Eugene to help the 6 pirates don the soldiers' uniforms. Mose, being somewhat portly, bore a resemblance to Laugh in his attire, at least from behind. Were it night, one might easily mistake him for Gofu. One by one, they changed into the soldiers' outfits and armed themselves, awaiting Fushio's next command. You will travel throughout the kingdom under the cover of night. Do not expose yourselves during the day. Fushio whispered a few words into Mose's ear, who nodded in agreement. Brother, what is your plan? Bladder asked, puzzled. I want them to disguise themselves and circulate throughout the kingdom, Fushio replied with a faint smile. With the news of Laugh's demise yet to spread, he intended to exploit this temporal advantage for a particular purpose. We shall travel to the royal city overnight. To the royal city? Both men questioned in confusion. We must find a way to expose the nobles' misdeeds. A newspaper, Luanqin exclaimed. Indeed, a newspaper is the most effective means to publicize the nobles' atrocities. Is that feasible? Luanqin expressed concern. Over the years, the common folk were well aware of the nobles' actions, yet none dared to resist their oppression. Would merely a newspaper article incite the populace to rise against them? At dawn, the response came. If we merely rely on newspapers, that would be inadequate. However, newsprint is but one of the elements we must harness along with greater forces. Given the current circumstances, I do not believe a peaceful resolution is feasible. At the very least, the nobility will not relent easily. Blazer, you shall remain in the town of Citadel, endeavor to procure some weaponry, and keep a vigilant ear to the whispers of the nobility. Previously seized spoils from the pirates have yielded several dozen weapons, yet this is still far from sufficient. We require at least 200. We can secure 100 weapons here. A new shipment has just arrived, ordered by the nobility from the blacksmith, intended for transport by the soldiers of Citadel. He has long sought to misappropriate this batch. We still need 40 more. Let us contemplate other strategies. Blazer nodded. Leave it to me. Luanqin, accompany me for a night journey to the royal city, Dawn instructed. Luanqin replied, do you intend to visit the North Sea News? However, the city gates are currently barred. At dawn, Fu Xiao retrieved the emblem from her bosom, a symbol reserved exclusively for the aristocracy of Pokaya, signifying noble status. With this insignia, the soldiers would not dare to obstruct their passage. Bladder took the emblem into his possession. It was crafted from glass, adorned with intricate patterns that represented the unified design of the Pokaya nobility. Seek out Cece, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. Without his directives, you cannot access the news. Bladder advised. Reflecting on his words, Fu Xiao pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall escort you, she finally declared. Bladder shook his head, yet Fu Xiao insisted. You cannot accompany me. Draw me a map to Cece's residence. Though Bladder was unclear on the reasoning behind her insistence, he chose not to argue. He quickly sketched a rudimentary route on a piece of paper and handed it to Fu Xiao, casually remarking, he is a greedy and cowardly fellow. Greedy and cowardly? That makes him easy to deal with, Fu Xiao mused with a smile, accepting the paper and departing alongside Luanqing. The two dashed through the night. Arriving at the gates of the Pokaya royal city, which stood firmly closed, 2 soldiers were stationed at the entrance. Halt. One soldier barked, scrutinizing them intently. Luanqing, clad in the attire of a soldier, retorted with indignation, we demand entry into the city. Both Luanqing and Fu Xiao, having donned military garb, exuded an air of authority, with Luanqing deliberately adopting a haughty and furious tone as he addressed the guards. The soldiers observed the pair for a moment, their brows furrowed in uncertainty. Yet, given the extraordinary demeanor of Fu Xiao and Luanqing, they hesitated to challenge them further. Return tomorrow morning, one soldier finally replied, the royal city is of utmost importance. Entry cannot be granted on a whim. Entering at this hour may pose complications. As dawn approached, he ascended with a gaze fixed upon the soldiers. You may bear the consequences of delaying our esteemed master's important affairs, so step aside. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the noble command sword, which glimmered brilliantly under the night sky. The 2 soldiers met his icy stare, feeling a chilling aura that sent a shiver through their hearts. Their attention riveted on the aristocratic sword in his hand. It was an exquisite blade, the hilt measuring 20 centimeters in length. The blade nearly 1 meter and 20 centimeters long, 2 fingers wide, with sharp edges on both sides and a gentle curve reminiscent of a Western command sword. Is this Lord Raffla's sword? One of the soldiers inquired, clearly recognizing the weapon as one that the nobleman had long carried by his side. At dawn, Fu Xiao produced the noble emblem of Gufu, raising it before the soldiers. Behold this. As the soldiers discerned its significance, their doubts dissipated. Open the door at once. Lung Chun commanded fiercely. The soldiers, momentarily stunned, trembled. They dared not defy a noble's decree. Recognizing the intricate designs of the emblem, they were convinced beyond doubt. In truth, the improvised words of Fu Xiao and his companion were riddled with inconsistencies, and with a slight reflection, one could hardly believe them. Yet, the soldiers were both intimidated by the duo and awed by the emblem's representation of nobility. They could scarcely fathom that Lord Lu had already met his demise at their hands. With a creaking sound, the great door slowly opened. Welcome, my lords. The soldiers respectfully ushered them into the royal city. Before long, the 2 were hastening through the streets. Brother, we have arrived at the Pokaya News Agency, Lung Chun announced as they reached the entrance of a building still aglow with lights. At this hour, the illumination suggested that the printing of newspapers was underway. The news content must be replicated before the papers could be issued, ensuring a timely release by morning. At dawn, Fu Xiao approached the door and knocked. Yet no one answered despite the lights illuminating the building. They decided to visit Cece's residence. Bladder had noted down Cece's address on a piece of paper. After wandering through the city for some time, they finally arrived at an opulent house, where a faint glow flickered within. Luanqing stepped forward to knock, and shortly after, a portly middle-aged man opened the door. Whom do you seek? Cece inquired, feeling a chill as the door swung open. Upon seeing Fu Xiao and his companion standing at the threshold, he was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. The hour was past 1 in the morning, and such a visit could hardly bode well. Nevertheless, he felt unperturbed. In the royal city, the patrols ensured that no one dared to cause trouble except for the nobility. At dawn, the speaker addressed Mr. Cece, indicating that their visit was indeed for him. Is there something you require? Mr. Cece displayed no intention of allowing them entry. Sensing an air of peculiarity about the situation, submissions, the speaker said with a smile directed at him. Please come early tomorrow, or deposit your manuscript in the mailbox beside. No, I require it now, and I insist it be published by tomorrow morning. I wish for Mr. Cece himself to refine my manuscript. I have already stated, first, please Q. Second, I need time to review news events. The phrase time to review was merely a pretext. Everyone knew that the media was an enterprise dominated by the aristocracy. Although he served as the editor of the newspaper, he too was subordinate to the nobility. How about this? The speaker brandished the emblem of the aristocracy before Mr. Cece. Startled, Cece rubbed his eyes and took the emblem in hand, scrutinizing it under the light for an extended period. Where did you acquire this? Cece inquired, a hint of panic evident in his voice. The nobility entrusted it to us, instructing us to present it if we encounter any obstructions in publishing, Luanqing interjected, furrowing his brow. Cece suddenly exclaimed, impossible. Who are you, really? The realization struck him. The nobility did not typically engage in such convoluted methods, often sending trusted associates directly, individuals he was familiar with. Yet, he had never encountered these two before. Thus, the origin of the emblem could only suggest one possibility: it had been seized from the nobility. Understanding this, his heart began to race uncontrollably. To dare seize a treasure from the aristocracy. With all his strength, he attempted to close the door, but an arm thwarted his efforts. No matter how forcefully he pushed, the door remained immovable. Moonlight streamed in from behind him, finally allowing Ceci to discern the young man's features before him. A scar on his left eye resembling an irregular blade extending downward. "I told you, this object is less effective than a fist," the speaker grinned at Luanqing. Yet to Ceci, it appeared utterly menacing. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Aurora and Rinkin entered the dwelling. Ceci, with considerable effort, quelled the rising tide of panic in her eyes. After a fleeting moment, composure returned to her countenance, and she fixed her gaze upon the pair, inquiring, "Who are you?" "Truly? Spare us the inquiries," Aurora responded, her tone brooking no argument. With a swift, decisive motion, she brandished a blade of keen sharpness, cleaving a nearby table asunder with a resounding crack. Ceci, suppressing the fear that threatened to engulf her, watched as the blade was repositioned, its point now directed towards her. With a palpable effort, she nodded, her voice strained as she uttered, "Speak, then. What is it you require of me?" At dawn, the news of the nobles' plundering and slaughter in Bell Tower village reached him, leaving him utterly astonished. "Impossible. Publishing this will cost me my life." "Are you not afraid of dying now?" Dawn replied with a smile, tightening the blade against his skin, causing blood to trickle down. Ultimately, Sai found himself with no choice but to begin drafting the article, while Dawn and Luanqing patiently awaited nearby. Fear of death is an inherent trait of humanity, particularly among the ordinary, and this method was the most direct and suitable. Moreover, having served as the editor-in-chief of the news agency for many years, Sai had often compromised his integrity under the nobles' oppressive power, frequently publishing insincere reports. Thus, his reluctance to make a choice was hardly surprising. "Sai, do we have guests?" Suddenly, a young woman with flowing black hair emerged from the inner room, gazing at the three of them in astonishment. "Are you Mrs. Sai?" Dawn concealed the blade and smiled, saying, "We are friends of Mr. Sai, and we have urgent matters to discuss with him." Mrs. Sai looked at Sai with confusion, and upon receiving a nod from him, she replied, "I'll pour you some tea." "No need, madam. You should rest first. We need to talk with Mr. Sai for quite a while," Sai added, echoing her sentiment. Once Mrs. Sai departed, Dawn spoke up. "She is truly a beautiful and kind woman." Sai, taken aback, exclaimed in panic, "Don't you dare have designs on her." "I will do as you say." After approximately 2 hours, the article was finally completed. As they prepared to leave, Dawn instructed Luanqing, "You wait here. I will accompany Mr. Sai to the newspaper office." His meaning was clear. Sai, constrained by circumstances, had no alternative resolution. Thus, he swiftly exited with Dawn, arriving at the newspaper's entrance where Sai entered the code to unlock the door. However, upon entering the office, Sai's first words left Dawn momentarily stunned. "I risk my life to help you publish this. Surely there must be some gain for me? You truly are insatiable." Thinking of benefits at such a time, Dawn chuckled, realizing Sai was indeed the greedy individual Blad had described. "This is a transaction," Sai huffed, asserting. When did a threat become a transaction? Dawn thought it peculiar but deemed it irrelevant, as long as the objective could be achieved. "Currently, I possess nothing but these 2 weapons. Consider this a debt, and I shall repay you once I prosper." Dawn chuckled, pulling Sai into the office. "I want the front page headline for tomorrow." Once inside the office, Dawn stated almost imperatively, intending to broadcast the nobles' atrocities with fervor. The newspaper was the most effective means of dissemination in this world. Sai wished to refuse but felt he had no other option. The youth, while seemingly mild-mannered, exuded an unsettling aura, an unmistakable sign of a ruthless individual. "Editor Sai, what brings you here?" approached a man nearing 50, the head of the printing factory. He was evidently surprised by Sai's presence at this hour, as he rarely visited the factory at such a time. Sai calmly nodded, informing him, "I have come to make a last-minute change to tomorrow's front page. We need to add a new story, but the previous layout has already been finalized, and the machines are nearly done printing." "Then scrap it and start anew," Sai asserted, raising his voice. His position was superior to that of the factory head, who dared not defy him, casting a curious glance at Dawn, who wielded the noble's sword. Wasn't that the sword always carried by Lord Lafu? Sai busied himself, inputting the approved news article into the printing machine word by word. Dawn observed for a moment, finding the report on the noble's misdeeds satisfactory but feeling the headline lacked impact. He remarked to Sai, "Change the headline." "Noble's Forced Exaction of Heavenly Gold" was the original title. While it conveyed the noble's transgressions, it was rather bland and contained some misleading information. "What should I change it to?" Sai inquired, feeling a pang of alarm as he realized he had been discovered. To avoid a dead end, Sai had intentionally left some ambiguity in the report, wary of provoking the nobles. It seemed he could no longer appease both sides, and perhaps leaving Pokai first thing in the morning would be the wisest course of action. As Sai contemplated this, he watched Dawn make several swift edits to the article, ultimately crossing out the title and replacing it with a new line, "A Reckoning of the 10 Sins of the Pokai Nobility." Sai's eyes widened in shock at the altered title, and he quickly interjected, No. If this is published, I will lose my life." At dawn, with an expression of indifference, the figure remarked, These are the atrocities committed by the nobility over many years. As a journalist, you should not be taken aback by such reports. Desperately, Ceci shouted with a hoarse voice, I want to live. I do not wish to die. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing the head of the printing house, who, upon hearing Ceci's strained voice, hastily inquired, What has happened, Editor-in-Chief? Nothing of consequence. Just void the front page and replace it with a new piece, Ceci replied, shaking her head. The man, looking somewhat perplexed, exited the room. Time is of the essence. We must proceed swiftly, Dawn remarked, glancing at the wall clock. Ceci commenced her work while Dawn awaited in silence. After approximately an hour, the new article was finally completed and recorded, and simultaneously, the printing house began the reprinting of the front page. Editor-in-Chief, I have instructed the printing. The factory head announced as he entered. His gaze fell upon the entirely new manuscript, and he was taken aback, staring incredulously at Ceci before turning to Dawn. He had not seen the completed article prior to issuing the printing order. However, upon inadvertently glimpsing the news piece, he was struck with horror. If this article were to be published, even 10 lives would not suffice to appease the wrath of the nobility. Who exactly are you? He questioned in astonishment. His eyes fixated on the shocking headline of the freshly edited manuscript. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he rushed toward the exit in haste. We cannot let him escape. Ceci cried out in panic. There was no way to absolve herself now. She could only continue down this perilous path. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at dawn. He dashed out the door. Within the profound corridor, the dark crimson walls appeared exceedingly eerie and tranquil under the dim lighting. The corridor was dense, echoing only the hurried breaths and the rhythmic thuds of footsteps. The man, in frantic flight, seemed to sense a blood-red veil obscuring his vision, followed by a tearing pain in his chest, blood splattering against the walls. If you do not run, why should I exert myself to kill you? He mused calmly, a fleeting sense of loss stemming from the act of murder brushing past his heart. The newspaper's replication room was sealed, aside from the factory manager and the editor-in-chief. No one else could enter, linked only by the corridor. The factory manager was dead, and tomorrow would surely herald a significant uproar. You have killed him, said Ceci, her lips quivering slightly as she gazed at the blood-soaked man, her expression tinged with agitation. Dawn nodded slightly, proclaiming, If he does not perish, you shall meet your demise. This statement elicited a look of astonishment from Ceci, as if she had grasped a fragile lifeline. I will not die. She sought to shift the blame onto him, attempting to buy a few more days, yet the truth would inevitably surface. Upon hearing these words, Ceci was suddenly overwhelmed by an insurmountable fatigue, collapsing despondently to the ground. Ultimately, every mortal must face death. You have dedicated yourself to the pursuit of authentic journalism. Dawn observed her with a hint of mockery in her fearful gaze. As a champion of justice in journalism, are you truly so afraid of death? Of course. Everyone fears death, do you not? Ceci retorted, her voice laced with indignation. At dawn, a faint smile graced her lips as she confessed, I fear death. Not due to the terrors it brings, but rather because I dread leaving this world without having accomplished something monumental, something that would astonish all. A derisive snort escaped Ceci, who dismissed her words with disdain, refusing to entertain such notions. Rest assured, for the time being, no one is aware of your presence here. I ensured his silent departure from this world to afford you a chance at survival. If fortune smiles upon you, you may yet escape death. She gestured towards the man lying motionless on the ground. Ceci sighed softly. The man was the factory manager, a fellow servant of the aristocracy like himself. Though neither could be deemed virtuous, the shared history of many years inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy within him. At dawn, Dawn was not idle. First, she meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the corridor and then concealed the factory manager's corpse within a hidden cabinet, securely locking it away. The printing of newspapers continued until daybreak, and it was only after their release that Dawn felt a weight lift from her heart. At least for the time being, this matter had been resolved. If you fear that the nobility will cause you trouble, you can find me in the Bell Tower village by the southern sea of the kingdom. I will ensure your safety, she whispered as she departed. Ceci nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The prelude to dawn lingered in darkness, yet faint glimmers of light began to emerge. The horizon, shrouded in gloom, revealed a distant coastline adorned in hues of gold, with flickering flames gradually rising, accompanied by the scent of smoke. The patrols within the royal city moved back and forth, and Dawn patted Ceci's shoulder, sincerely expressing, Thank you, Mr. Ceci. Ceci was momentarily taken aback, pondering why she was so earnest. The chill that had previously emanated from her had been lethal. No, not at all, he replied mechanically, yet was struck by a sudden realization. Had he lost his mind to respond so courteously? At dawn, Fuxiao and Luanqin evaded the patrols and arrived at the city gates, which had yet to open. Fuxiao, eager to depart before the first light, pressed forward. As the sky gradually brightened, they reached the town of city defense. There remained one more task to accomplish. Fuxiao drummed his fingers on the table, deep in contemplation, when he suddenly inquired, Blatt, how is the preparation of the weapons progressing? Blatt nodded in affirmation. We have acquired over 40 weapons from the pirates, coupled with 100 ordered by the nobles from the blacksmith a few days ago. Additionally, I procured more than 20 from the soldiers, bringing the total to 170 weapons. If that is insufficient, I shall devise other means. Blatt added thoughtfully. At dawn, the figure shook his head, conceding, let it be. Brother, what shall we do next? Rinchen inquired. Brat, accompany me to the refugee zone. Both Brat and Rinchen were momentarily taken aback. What purpose do we have in the refugee zone? Rinchen sensed that the interconnectedness of events was not mere coincidence, particularly due to the calm demeanor of the figure at dawn. They understood that everything he undertook was in preparation for the impending retribution from the nobility. Yet they remained oblivious to the entirety of his plan. After listening, Rinchen turned and departed. Brat began to elucidate the circumstances of the refugee zone to the figure. The area was known as Wild Din Town, predominantly inhabited by refugees, and served as a haven for criminals, vice, violence, and disease, a veritable no-man's land devoid of law, order, and life. The term Wild Din was a pejorative coined by the nobility, signifying a place inhabited by stray dogs. Located several miles west of the city defenses, Wild Din Town witnessed a daily toll of lives lost to gang conflicts, viral infections, or starvation. Amidst the vast desolation, a dilapidated and chaotic town emerged, where two young individuals, armed and burdened with packs, paused before the town's entrance. We have arrived. Brat positioned his machete upon his shoulder. The figure surveyed the surrounding flames engulfing the area in the mountains of refuse, astonished by the appalling conditions of this settlement. It was his first encounter with such a dire environment, where countless ruins and crumbling structures lay haphazardly arranged amidst the desolation. Clad once more in his time-worn shirt and shorts, with humble slippers upon his feet, Fuxiao was still far better off than the wretches of Yeko Town. The refugees gazed in astonishment at Fuxiao and Bladder as they approached. Suddenly, several of them surged forward. Hand over your food, one of them snarled. His eyes fixed on Bladder's soldierly attire, marking him as a scion of wealth. Years of hunger had instilled in them a primal urge to seize sustenance. But the two travelers had nothing to offer. Zheng. Bladder's longsword flashed from its scabbard. The refugees faltered, then pressed on. Chila. Fuxiao's left hand swept his command sword in a high arc, cleaving through the first refugee. The man cried out, writhing on the ground, a deep wound marring his chest. Sometimes, only the sight of blood could instill fear. Fuxiao surveyed the remaining refugees, who had halted in their tracks. Enough, he said, his voice devoid of warmth. The refugees hesitated, torn between desperation and apprehension. But the growing throng behind them seemed to embolden them, and they surged forward once more. Show no mercy, Fuxiao roared, his left hand wielding the command sword, his right the raven. In an instant, 3 or 4 refugees fell, hacked to the ground. Bladder, too, wasted no time, his blade felling 2 more. Death was commonplace in Yeko Town, a sight well known to the refugees. Yet, something about these 2 young men, especially Fuxiao with his resolute grip on his sword, sent a chill through their hearts. Come on, Bladder bellowed, spitting on the ground. Maniacal curse. Deterred, the mob of refugees dared not advance. Then, the crowd parted, and a towering figure strode into view, their chieftain, no doubt. Gentlemen, you arrive and immediately cut down my people. That hardly seems amicable, the bald chieftain said, his frame nearly 3 meters tall. We're looking for someone, Fuxiao replied, sidestepping the accusation. He tossed his coin purse to the chieftain. Consider this compensation for the trouble. The bald man snatched the purse, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the valuable jewelry and coins within. Why didn't you say so? He chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. Dispose of the bodies. He commanded his followers, who cleared a path for Fuxiao and Bladder. You're the boss of Yeko Town? Bladder asked, his voice low. The bald man guffawed. I am Harvey. And who might you be? Bladder. Pulkin. Harvey scrutinized the 2 men. Likewise, Fuxiao and Bladder assessed Harvey. To rule Yeko Town required more than brute force. Harvey was clearly a man of cunning. Harvey's gaze lingered on Bladder, sensing a hardened resolve. Then it shifted to the shabbily dressed Fuxiao. Though Fuxiao's face bore a gentle smile, Harvey felt a persistent unease, an inexplicable pressure emanating from Pulkin. What brings you here? Harvey inquired after a moment, puzzled by their presence. We've come to offer you a business proposition of unprecedented scale, Fuxiao replied with a smile. Harvey scoffed. From the likes of you? He found it hard to believe that a few trinkets and coins could lead to anything substantial. One of Harvey's men brought a bottle of liquor, poured 3 glasses, and then discreetly withdrew. This vintage has been carefully preserved. I've been loath to part with it, Harvey said with a hint of regret. Though he doubted their claims, he extended the finest hospitality. Try this, Bladder said, offering Harvey a bottle of their own brew. Pour yourself a glass. This was Fuxiao's homemade liquor, refined to suit the palates of this world. Harvey hesitated, then uncorked the bottle. A burst of invigorating fragrance filled the air. Ah, Harvey exclaimed after a sip, his mouth awash with flavor. A cool sensation flowed down his throat, followed by a surge of warmth that ignited his senses. The aftertaste was exquisite, refreshing, potent, fiery, and mellow, he mused, struggling to describe the experience. It might not be the finest liquor in the world, but the lingering sensation was unforgettable. What is this drink? Harvey asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Dawn revealed a smile. Hero White. Currently, there exist only 2 bottles in the world, and the one you possess is among them. Harvey fell silent for a moment before gravely inquiring, Pray, tell me about what you deem to be business. How many individuals do you have? Instead of providing a direct answer, Dawn retorted, in the Wild Cave Town, I command 3,000 refugees without question, but beyond the confines of Wild Cave Town, I am of no consequence. Harvey chuckled, displaying his candid nature. I require you to escort the 3,000 refugees from Wild Cave Town. Harvey paused, momentarily taken aback. Thinking he had misheard. Are you jesting? At dawn, he shook his head and declared, I do not jest. I require 3,000 refugees to accomplish a particular task. As for the remuneration, it may well be wealth the likes of which you have never encountered in your lifetime. He observed Harvey's astonished expression and continued, in power. Gazing into Dawn's composed and tranquil eyes, it was evident he was not making light of the matter. Confident that no one in Wild Cave Town would dare jest with him, he replied coolly, empty promises hold no value for me. Brat handed a package to Harvey. A trove seized from the pirate Archie. Aside from the third that was previously allocated to Mosul for purchasing brewing materials, the remainder was contained within. With a rough estimate of at least 20 million berries, Harvey recognized it as an immense fortune, the largest business deal he had encountered in years. This was merely a down payment. Noticing Harvey's lingering indecision, Dawn added, upon the successful completion of the task, the wealth and power I promise will be the true reward. Speak, what is it you wish me to do? Harvey inhaled deeply, finally resolved. By the time they departed Wild Cave Town, it was already noon. He declined Harvey's invitation for lunch, and Dawn, along with Brat, returned to Fort Town. Mosul, accompanied by Eugene and 6 pirates, awaited their arrival. Brother, all has gone smoothly. Mosul whispered as he approached Dawn. The 7 of them had donned the attire of Lehrman Lafu the previous night, inciting considerable chaos and conflict around the kingdom. Were you not discovered? Dawn, experiencing such endeavors for the first time, felt a flicker of concern. Mosul laughed heartily. Not at all. The common folk believe it to be the work of Lafu. Naturally cautious, he reminded them repeatedly that their identities must remain concealed. Mosul departed with his 6 companions, agreeing to report back to Dawn at regular intervals. In truth, Dawn's actions were merely a means to exacerbate the already heightened tensions between the nobility and the common folk, further inciting the populace's resentment towards the aristocrats. The commoners did not dare to rebel, as they had yet to be driven to the brink of desperation. However, this was a gradually escalating provocation strategy, the fruits of which might not be immediately apparent. Suddenly, Brat presented 2 newspapers to Dawn. The first was the Polkaya News, with its front page detailing the nobles' atrocities from the previous night, alongside a litany of the nobility's crimes over the years. This publication had already spread throughout Polkaya, creating a significant uproar among the common people. Although they were aware of the nobles' misdeeds, the explicit revelations astonished them. Each crime was clearly documented within the pages. Many commoners in Fort Town gathered to discuss the news, and as Dawn took a copy of the newspaper and approached a group of them, he overheard their hushed whispers. With a smile, he interjected, I had no idea the nobility had committed so many vile acts. The nearby commoners quickly hushed him, anxiously warning, speak softly, lest the nobles hear you. Who knows which madman dared to publish such content in the newspaper? At dawn, a young man remarked, What? A brave soul has exposed the sins of the nobility. Surely this is a boon for us commoners. What boon? Retorted another commoner with a scoff, casting a disapproving glance at the young man. What do you know, you Navi youth? Such actions will only embolden the noble lords, making our lives even more arduous. At dawn, he was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this newspaper, which unveiled all the sins of the nobility accumulated over the past decade, would fail to incite even the slightest stir of rebellion among the common folk. Instead, they appeared to be more concerned about incurring the wrath of the aristocracy. Dawn suddenly smiled helplessly. Young man, what is it that amuses you? He retorted. I am laughing at all of you. Dawn mocked. You are as cowardly as chickens. Who are you referring to? A commoner, his face ashen with anger, shouted back, clearly struck at a tender spot. He contemplated confronting Dawn, yet hesitated upon noticing the sword hanging at his waist. I mean all of you, cowards, Dawn sneered coldly. To be slaughtered like chickens without daring to resist. What else could you be but cowards? Do not pay him any mind. He is just an ignorant brat. Let us leave, came the response. We must hurry. This fellow is unaware of his own insignificance. We cannot afford to provoke him, lest we incur the wrath of the noble lords. Among the crowd, several commoners exchanged hushed words before dispersing with a clamor. Unbeknownst to him, Bladder had arrived by Dawn's side, standing quietly for a while before gently sighing, Brother, is such a person truly worth risking our lives for? We do not gamble for them, but for our future, Dawn replied, shaking his head as he watched the commoners retreat. He turned to Bladder and said, I am not altruistic enough to endanger my life for those who are of no consequence to me. Bladder seemed to grasp some of it but remained perplexed, looking at him with uncertainty. This is human nature. Hence, we must never expect the commoners to remain steadfastly by our side. But why? Bladder still did not comprehend. Without the support of the commoners, how could they confront the nobles? Moreover, Even if the commoners allied with them, would that suffice to withstand the nobles? What we must do is find ways to manipulate public opinion in due time. Even if they choose not to resist, they will have no choice. Dawn smiled slightly, aware that such sentiments might be difficult for the pirates and natives to fathom. Yet, for him, an educated individual from the 21st century, it was a realm in which he could thrive. The saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. He would do everything within his power. The events unfolding in Palkaya were but a microcosm of this world. The commoners of this nation had endured oppressive rule for so long that they had become accustomed to their precarious existence. To shatter this status quo, a formidable external force would be required. Dawn folded the first newspaper and picked up the second for further reading. Palkaya needed a hero, one who could lead them in rebellion. Bladder nodded. So everything you have been doing these past few days has been to alter this situation? Dawn shook his head, contemplating the current situation that seemed insurmountable for the time being. However, the accumulation of class contradictions would inevitably reach a critical juncture. The most formidable dam would one day breach, and the tallest edifices would eventually collapse. That day was not far off. The lofty towers erected by the nobility would ultimately succumb to the torrents of time. And that day was approaching swiftly, so swiftly that he might not have the opportunity to gather sufficient strength before it arrived. The urgency within him had never waned, prompting him to seize this golden opportunity from the heavens to bolster his own assets. Everything he undertook was aimed at accruing enough benefits to develop his grand blueprint for the future according to his vision. Is your collaboration with Harvey motivated by this same reason? Bladder nodded. In Bladder's view, Harvey was a deeply avaricious individual, shrewd and calculating. Among all those he had encountered, Harvey was an exceptionally formidable character. Moreover, the 3,000 refugees under his command resembled wild beasts. If not managed properly, they could become a source of calamity. Bladder had witnessed the terror of refugees firsthand. In times of desperation, they could become like starving wolves, capable of destruction. Before the encounter, he had harbored concerns that if Harvey demanded treasures, not only would he be unable to satisfy such requests, but cooperation would also be uncertain. Yet, what Harvey sought was a future that encompassed the grand and magnificent Wild Cave town. Harvey's ambitions and mindset revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Dawn was eager to collaborate with those who possessed far-reaching vision, regardless of their grand aspirations. However, he would never ally himself with fools. For fools lack the means for meaningful communication. What he desired, in Palkaya and throughout the entirety of the North Sea, was something only he could provide. Will you truly deliver on those promises? Bladder paused, sensing a familiar weight of pressure emanating from Dawn, setting aside the question of whether this series of plans would succeed. Even if by some stroke of luck they did, could the promises made by Dawn truly come to fruition? As Dawn shifted her gaze away from the world economic news, she chuckled nonchalantly, remarking that promises are the most worthless commodities in this world. The true value of Harvey would only manifest upon his demise. Even if those promises were fulfilled, he would have no opportunity to relish them. A faint smile from Dawn sent a chill down Blatt's spine. Upon hearing her words, Blatt finally comprehended that Dawn had never regarded the significance of those promises for their future, as Harvey was destined to be denied them. From the very beginning, she had merely sought to exploit him. I have never been a man of unwavering promises. Blatt suddenly recalled that a previous jest of Dawn was not mere self-deprecation. Blatt, we must seize the moment. The era is upon us, Dawn intoned gravely, retrieving the world economic news. Out of the corner of his eye, Blatt caught sight of a bold headline on the newspaper. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, a new member has joined the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Don Quixote da Flamingo, a celestial dragon, had infiltrated both the underworld and the legitimate world, exerting control over various industries across the globe. As a user of the string fruit, he was among the few with the potential for Conqueror's Haki, a figure of formidable prowess. In the near future, he would likely resort to ruthless means to seize Dressrosa, regardless of his fate to come. His current status as a warlord of the sea significantly aided him in commanding numerous enterprises. Beside the text, an illustration depicted Doflamingo, his signature golden hair and sunglasses, a haughty grin, a pink feather coat, and pointed shoes. The portrait unmistakably conveyed the rebellious nature of the man. Blatt was taken aback. The name Don Quixote da Flamingo echoed like thunder in the North Sea, and he couldn't believe he had joined the 7 warlords. Most in the North Sea had heard of this notorious pirate, known for his extreme ruthlessness, instilling fear in all. Brother, is this the legendary Doflamingo? Indeed, Dawn replied, her gaze shifting from the image. The fabled pirate has become one of the 7 warlords. This man was composed, calm, and defiant, proficient in both survival and operations. Endowed with an astute perception of circumstances and exceptional leadership skills, he was a formidable individual with the qualities of a king. At dawn, one cannot help but recall the evaluations made by netizens in a previous life, which were indeed remarkably accurate. The king's formidable presence and personal charisma are unparalleled, possessing an indomitable spirit that allows him to engage in jovial conversation even while imprisoned, a quality that commands genuine admiration. Although Don Quixote da Flamingo possesses many admirable traits, he is unfortunately lacking in strength. Don shook his head with a sigh. However, Bladder was taken aback. Could it be that the strength of the 7 warlords was truly so feeble? Dawn paid no heed to Bladder's murmurs, continuing to peruse the World Economic Journal. The 7 warlords moniker slipped from Bladder's lips. It was a title he had encountered numerous times in the past, yet he had never laid eyes on a single warlord. Even the formidable Night Demon was merely a figure he had glimpsed in the pages of a newspaper. What would the world be like if his elder brother were to one day ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords? As he voiced his aspirations, Dawn interjected. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. We must remain grounded in the present, diligently cultivating our endeavors, and in due course, we shall flourish. At dawn, the 2 newspapers were set aside as he lifted his gaze to the blinding sun, preparing to depart. Brad had been left in Defense Town, aiding Mosul from the shadows while also serving as the soldier leader there, possessing means to acquire news from the nobility. The ascension of Doflamingo to the 7 warlords was but one of the countless events occurring daily. However, to Dawn, it signified the onset of an era, with the 7 warlords serving as a springboard for the ambitious. In Pokaya, spring was capricious. Mere moments ago the sky was clear, yet it swiftly darkened with clouds, heralding another impending downpour. In the wild town of Pokaya, Harvey stared at the nearly empty bottle, savoring the lingering taste of a remarkably unique liquor. After a moment, he shook his head to dispel the dizziness and redirected his gaze to the heap of treasures before him, scattered jewelry and gold amounting to an estimated value of over 20 million berries. Such generosity was astonishing. A mere initial meeting had resulted in a deposit of over 20 million berries. Reflecting on this, Harvey held even greater admiration for the decisiveness of the young man. Though he was indeed greedy, treasure was far from his primary objective. After a lengthy negotiation, both parties made concessions. Borkin sought Harvey's assistance in relocating 3,000 refugees and several capable individuals, which Harvey could readily provide. However, his desires extended beyond mere riches. He coveted the wild town of Pokaya and the capital it represented for his future. This ambition, apart from Borkin's so-called plan, had little hope of materializing, thus Harvey was, in essence, taking a gamble. The refugees of the wild town were already in dire straits. Their lives here held little value. Yet upon learning of Borkin's plan, Harvey began to entertain different ideas. These refugees constituted a fierce crowd. Once roused, they could unleash a terrifying combat prowess. Fortunately, he maintained control over them, granting him a sense of security. Boss, a young man with triangular eyes and a particularly menacing appearance, entered. Harvey remained silent as the young man found a place to sit and waited patiently. Lucan, ready the brothers. We are going all out. After a long while, Harvey finally spoke, retrieving half of the treasure and handing it over. Convert this into cash and split it in 2. The brothers take 1/2, and the other half goes to the refugees. Boss, where did all this treasure come from? He asked, astonished. Having spent many years in the wild town, he had never encountered such wealth, let alone the prospect of sharing half with his brothers. Suddenly recalling the 2 young men who had come to the wild town, he connected the dots. Harvey nodded. This is a grand deal. This is merely a deposit. With this revelation, Harvey's men became invigorated, eagerly clutching the treasure as they exited. Harvey mulled over every word Borkin had said and every detail of his plan. He harbored skepticism regarding the fulfillment of Borkin's promises. Not due to doubts about the plan's success, but rather about Borkin's integrity to uphold his word after the fact. Nonetheless, he resolved to take each step as it came, ready to retreat should circumstances change. After all, they were merely refugees. Pokaya had plenty to spare, and safeguarding his foundation was paramount. That night, the torrential rain returned, enveloping Pokaya in an impenetrable fog. The lights of the royal city flickered on, and its residents had read the morning's report in the newspaper. The nobility reacted swiftly, promptly detaining Ceci. Under interrogation, Ceci feigned ignorance, while the head of the printing factory mysteriously vanished. Given Ceci's long-standing service to the nobility, there was insufficient evidence to confirm his betrayal, so he was not imprisoned but rather placed under house arrest, unable to leave the royal city. Sir, should I have him imprisoned? A soldier whispered to a noble clad in opulent attire. The noble was none other than Totok, the current Minister of State and Military Defense, and the younger brother of King Marledai. Since the king's health had declined, Totok had seized control of Polkea's power structures. At 53, he was in the prime of his career. Totok remained silent, but his companion, a warrior, shook his head. The situation has unfolded unexpectedly. Whether he is the orchestrator or a coerced puppet holds little significance. Daily surveillance will suffice. We must not complicate matters further. The king's endurance is waning. Totok finally spoke, his gaze exuding the authority of a high-ranking individual, his demeanor unmistakably revealing his ambition. Ensure the prince is monitored day and night. Any movements must be reported to me. His subordinate nodded, leaning in to whisper, how shall we address the issue of the Lehrman family recruiting the heavenly gold on the southern coast? This matter had been reported in the newspapers, and the soldier took it seriously. For each year, such recruitment sparked considerable unrest, leading to bloodshed among commoners, refugees, and soldiers alike. After a moment of contemplation, Totok turned to the warrior beside him. Shawin, what is your perspective? Shawin replied, I suggest allowing the old Lehrman to handle it himself. Perhaps those wretches have grown too comfortable. Could this impact your future plans? The soldier inquired, voicing his concerns. As one of Totok's trusted confidants, he was exceptionally astute, considering every potential variable and articulating his apprehensions, which was why Totok placed such trust in him. A rabble of wretches cannot stir significant turmoil. Totok scoffed, and the soldier withdrew. A short while later, Totok picked up the World Economic Report and said, "Sean, is there a way to collaborate with him? Our plans require a formidable expert to oversee them. The heavenly demon, Doflamingo?" Sean hesitated. Recalling the fearsome Don Quixote pirates of the North Sea and Doflamingo's recent induction into the world government as a warlord. "Sir, it is nearly impossible," Sean shook his head. "Doflamingo would not be interested in a small nation in the North Sea. No, I do not mean for him to take action himself. Rather, I hope he can provide me with a powerful expert to assist me in becoming the true ruler of this nation," Totok clarified, revealing his intentions. Sean paused, contemplating. "Sir, I will endeavor to reach out to members of the Doflamingo family, but to gain their assistance, we must first present something of interest to them. Would the devil fruit suffice?" Totok chuckled, and Sean's eyes widened slightly. That could work. As the highest-ranking noble of Pokaya and a minister of the kingdom, Totok possessed the means to acquire the exceedingly rare devil fruit. Moreover, he was preparing to present a unique gift to the celestial dragons in his quest to ascend to the throne, aiming to become one of the monarchs at the World Conference held in the Holy Land of Mary Geos every 4 years. Meanwhile, on the other side of the royal city, within the opulent mansion of Lairman, a soldier hurriedly traversed the corridor and entered the grand hall to report, "My lord Lairman, the young master's body has been found." Lairman immediately rose and rushed towards the grand hall. The torrential rain lashed against the night's ominous veil, while a cacophony of roars echoed across the skies of Pokaya, reminiscent of a surging torrent unleashed by the very era itself. At dawn, Bladder and her Incan sat quietly within the dimly lit room. A gentle, cold breeze wafted through the door, while the rain blurred the view from the windowsill. As dawn approached, he sipped from his glass, feeling the world tilt when he stood. His elder brother, Luanqing, stepped forward to steady him, but Fu Xiao shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He moved to the window, gazing for a moment before turning back to speak in the calmest of tones. "Tomorrow marks the dividing line of fate. Whether we live or die is a matter we must control ourselves." Bladder raised his glass and drank deeply, laughing heartily. Over these past years, influenced by Fu Xiao's perspective, he had also adopted a more carefree demeanor. Luanqing chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. To a bright tomorrow, let us toast." The clinking of their 3 glasses resonated with a clear, melodious sound, while the patter of rain in the downpour echoed like the fierce pounding of hooves against the earth. In this world, seemingly divided between tranquility and urgency, their laughter was utterly drowned out. The torrential rain persisted for 3 days and nights without pause, and news arrived from Bladder. At that moment, Luanqing returned to Zhanglo village and turned to Fu Xiao, continuing, "There are movements within the Lehman family." At dawn, the atmosphere was rather tranquil. "Are we prepared to take action?" Our Incan nodded. "Old Lehrman has gathered a portion of the soldiers from the royal city." At dawn, with a contemplative nod, he had not anticipated that Lord Lehrman would mobilize a portion of the royal city's soldiers. It seemed that his fury had reached a boiling point. The death of 2 sons had evidently driven him to the brink of madness, for it was inconceivable that he would summon the defenders of the royal city otherwise. Dawn arrived at the town of Chifang. The 7 members of Mosul were stationed there by Dawn to guard against any emergencies. Dawn wished to keep them hidden. On one hand, Eugene and his crew were pirates, and should they be recognized amidst the chaos, it would incite the wrath of the North Sea Navy. On the other hand, their recent exploits in the kingdom had caused quite a stir, and although the blame rested on Jeffo, Dawn's naturally cautious disposition compelled him to conceal this hidden force. At the very least, the pretense of nobility while committing arson and pillage must not be exposed in any way. The endeavors he planned for Pokaya could not bear even a hint of blemish. Only then would the common folk trust him and stand united with him. Initially, Dawn harbored concerns regarding the arrangement of Eugene's 6 pirates, but once Moser was capable of leading them, Dawn envisioned broader horizons in this maritime domain. Brat was also firmly stationed in Chifang. Being a soldier within the kingdom's system, he was akin to a courtier in Dawn's past life. Recently promoted to captain of the town's defense, he would prove invaluable for future plans. Should the nobility learn of Brat's involvement in orchestrating this affair, regardless of the outcome, he would lose favor and thus the opportunity to plant a seed that could potentially undermine the kingdom from within. After several discussions, Brat finally grasped Dawn's overarching intention. While he admired Dawn's meticulous thought process, he was astonished by his profound insight into the situation. In Brat's eyes, Dawn exhibited a calm demeanor, an unyielding spirit, and boundless ambition. He pursued his goals without being constrained by means and never underestimated any adversary, confronting each with unwavering determination. His prowess in survival, management, and situational awareness was unparalleled. The fact that someone as gentle-hearted as Valdo Luncheon would willingly join this rebellion attested to Dawn's leadership capabilities and personal charisma. Suddenly, Brat paused. These traits mirrored Dawn's earlier assessment of the Night Demon. At that moment, he realized that these characteristics were indeed identical to those embodied by Dawn. Perhaps the Night Demon, Doflamingo, was the very role model his elder brother had long aspired to emulate. After much reflection, he arrived at this relatively rational conclusion. The rain ceased unexpectedly, and sunlight broke through the clouds. Brat unveiled the weapons he had prepared in advance, and then discreetly arranged for their transport, totaling nearly 200. This was the utmost he could gather at present. This batch of arms would be managed by Harvey, arming his subordinates among the refugees, a crucial aspect of the plan. For without weapons, there would be no chance for reason. After all, arguments are invariably settled through force. Just as Doflamingo would assert a decade later during the war on the summit, justice and evil are not defined by identity or stance, but rather by those who determine what constitutes justice or evil, for the victors are always deemed just. Having arranged everything, Don departed from Chifeng and returned to Bell Tower Village. However, upon his arrival, he was encircled by dozens of villagers. What was happening? He called out to Luncheon, who was equally perplexed and shook his head. Don, you should seek forgiveness from the noble lord, or else the remaining villagers will suffer the consequences. The speaker was a middle-aged man whose furtive gaze avoided meeting Don's eyes. Following that fateful night, a significant portion of Bell Tower Village had fled, leaving behind those reluctant to leave, yet demanding that Don and his companions atone to the nobility. Atone? What a mockery that was. You? Luncheon thundered, his face pale with anger. How could he not be enraged upon hearing such words? The middle-aged man, frightened, cried out to Don, you will bring death upon us all. Just as Luncheon prepared to confront him, Don intervened. Enough. With unwavering calmness, he turned to the man. The ones who will bring about your demise are not I, but your own cowardice. With deliberate slowness, he drew the noble command sword from his waist, gripping it with his right hand and placing it resolutely before his chest, fixing the middle-aged man with a determined gaze. This sword symbolizes my resolve, regardless of your thoughts or what the future holds. I shall sever the chains of oppression imposed by the nobility. Those who fear death should flee. Don laughed coldly, sweeping his sword, leaving a faint glimmer that carved a fissure in the ground. The surrounding villagers trembled at the sight of this familiar yet foreign youth. His keen and clear gaze swept over them, igniting great turbulence in their hearts. Over the years, the terror of noble oppression had seeped deeply into their bones. Did they truly lack even a shred of courage to resist? Many villagers pondered this, yet found no answer. Perhaps they had long since suppressed the truth. After a prolonged silence, the villagers gradually dispersed. Elder brother, is this the humanity you have always spoken of? Luncheon said, calming down, his voice subdued. Yes. This is but one facet of humanity. We saved them, yet they claim it is we who plunged them into life and death peril. What does that signify? Luncheon was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Only those with blood and guts have the chance to be saved, whereas those. He pointed towards the distant villagers, amplifying his voice with a cold laugh, are all cowards. They are forever destined to remain the slaves of the nobility, devoid of thoughts of rebellion, resigned to be slaughtered. No one can save them. Another torrential downpour began. After noon, the sky over Pokaya grew dim, the island cloaked in a shroud of rain, resembling an immense net that ensnared it. In the distance, rhythmic hoofbeats approached, their cadence resonating across the land. At dawn, the figure wielding the commanding sword finally stirred slightly, the serene lines of his brow smoothing out. The long-awaited moment was at hand, and he had long been fully prepared to embrace whatever may come. His elder brother, Valdo Luncheon, withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon, observing the trembling form of Dawn with a look of bewilderment. Dawn did not tremble from anxiety, but from exhilaration, as she finally felt she could truly immerse herself in this world and seize the chance to make a significant impact. From this moment onward, regardless of the circumstances, the name Reinhardt Dawn Bolkin would never again be overlooked. Are you ready? Dawn whispered, and Luanqing nodded before stepping out, the curtain of rain enveloping them. Yet, with each step through the downpour, Dawn's resolve grew more steadfast. Brad had spoken on the phone with Harvey, and now stood quietly at the door, gazing at the rain. Harvey ended the call, turned, and excitedly shouted, our opportunity for wealth is upon us. Let the revelry commence. Dozens of refugees joyfully brandished their weapons and rushed out of the shelter, shouting at all the others, our riches and women are coming. Harvey positioned himself at the forefront of the 3,000 refugees and bellowed in an exhilarating tone, the chance to change our fate has arrived. The crowd of refugees instantly stirred with excitement. Amidst the rain, a group of dark figures moved restlessly as countless civilians observed in astonishment. Those were the soldiers of the kingdom, each wielding sharp weapons, numbering in the thousands. Leading them was a carriage, within which sat an elderly man, a figure well known among the kingdom's populace, a nobleman and one of the kingdom's ministers. Is this the place? The old lairman in the carriage inquired. Indeed, replied the guard. Charge into the village, destroy it, and capture the one who killed my son. I shall personally execute him. The guard nodded and asked, Sir, there are many civilians gathered around. Should we disperse them? Lairman raised the goblet of wine poured by his maid and drank deeply, a sinister smile curling his lips. Isn't it better this way? Let these commoners witness the fate of those who oppose nobility, to make an example of them. The presence of the monkeys only serves to enhance the spectacle. The guard received his orders, unsheathed his blade, and the soldiers immediately surged into the village. Many civilians who had followed stood at a distance, quietly watching, only to be suddenly startled as the soldiers stormed into Bell Tower Village. Inside the village, 2 villagers were caught off guard, only to be met with a dark wave of soldiers. Just as they opened their mouths to scream, they were pierced by long spears. Their thick blood mingling with the rain, staining the ground crimson. Chaos erupted in Bell Tower Village. "Let us go," Dawn exclaimed, witnessing the soldiers invade the village. She swiftly drew her firearm, loading the sole bullet she possessed. "Dawn, we want to join you." The trio of Digmouse, 80, and Dammy, who had arrived unbeknownst to her, stood ready, with Digmouse's youthful voice ringing out. Luanqing hesitated for a moment and said, "You are too young. Go back." "No, we want to fight," 80 declared. Clutching a short stick often used by Dawn, his eyes reflecting an unusual calmness for one of his age. "Return." Dawn's voice was low, yet it bore an overwhelming weight to 80 and Digmouse, revealing the terrifying presence she commanded. They realized, in that moment, just how formidable Dawn was. Even a simple command could send shivers down their spines. "No, we are men of Bell Tower Village," 80 insisted, staring defiantly at Dawn, his youthful voice resonating with fervor. "If one is a man, one must fight. I refuse to be a coward, nor a slave to the nobility." Those few words rang loudly, echoing in the ears of the villagers, a bitter irony indeed. If one is a man, one must fight, how eloquently put. Dawn stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, which were far from his deliberate design. He had not anticipated that the two children, the gopher and 80, possessed such audacity and valor. At that moment, concealed in the shadows and clad in a deep green coat, Dorag was equally astonished. He had traversed the seas and roamed countless islands, having encountered many brave youths, yet few dared to confront the specter of life and death with such courage. Judging by their stature and features, they appeared to be merely around 10 years of age, yet they embodied the spirit of true bravery. The audacity displayed by these youths mirrored that of the young man named Dawn. Not only him, but also the youth named Bladder and the one called Luanqing. All exhibited this remarkable spirit of defiance. Was it all due to him? Reinhardt Dawn Porginderag silently pondered a name in his heart. At dawn, Fushu proclaimed, "Indeed. It is the nature of men to engage in battle. However, your current mission is not to fight, but to assist the villagers in their escape. A task far more arduous than combat." Upon Fushao's call, the villagers of Zhonglo swiftly evacuated, with 2 young men and a young woman aiding in their departure. At dawn, Fushao and Luanqing charged towards the soldiers. "Luanqing, do not hold back." Fushao plunged into the throng of soldiers, his right hand drawing his sword and cleaving through the air, resulting in the immediate demise of 3 soldiers. "Valdo Luanqing, you kill for justice." For the brethren of Bell Tower Village, Luanqing silently affirmed within his heart. His powerful right fist struck a soldier with tremendous force, shattering the ribs upon impact. It was his first time striking with the intent to kill, yet he felt an unexpected tranquility, devoid of the resistance he had previously known. As the dawn broke, he wielded a blade in his right hand and a command sword in his left, hacking and slashing through the throng of soldiers. A numbing sensation crept in. Yet the soldiers surged forward relentlessly. He now comprehended the sheer terror of Rob Lucci's feat in the original story, single-handedly cutting down 800 soldiers. Even butchering swine required 800 strokes of the blade. "My lord, the 2 commoners who murdered the young master are just ahead." A guard rapped on the carriage window. Old Lairman peered out, but the rain-soaked masses obscured his vision. He could only vaguely discern soldiers collapsing in droves. "Which 2? Old Lairman inquired in a somber tone, his voice laced with indifference. Old Lairman caught a glimpse of 2 indistinct figures locked in combat with the soldiers. His gaze hardened with bitter animosity as he commanded, "Seize them and bring them to me. I shall personally execute them." He toyed with a flintlock pistol, loading a bullet into the chamber. The guard glanced at Old Lairman, and upon receiving a nod, prepared to depart. However, Old Lairman's voice, as frigid as the winter winds, echoed once more. "I desire that no commoner shall remain standing after tonight." The guard recoiled slightly, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. Such is the fate of those who defy the aristocracy. Bang! The flintlock flashed in the rain, tearing through a villager's chest. A torrent of blood mingled with the downpour as the villager succumbed to the earth. Old Lairman raised the pistol, blew smoke from the muzzle, and erupted in a savage, derisive laugh. "Behold, commoners, this is the consequence of rebelling against the nobility." The guard unsheathed his long sword and charged toward the fray, intent on subduing Fushao and Luanqing and delivering them to Old Lairman for execution. As Dawn's blade weaved through the rain, it collides with the slightly curved longsword of the guard, sending droplets soaring like a turbulent stream. The prowess displayed is commendable. Upon first contact, a surge of confidence fills Dawn's heart. With a swift pull of the sword, he leaps through the downpour, the rain splintering into mist upon meeting the blade, only to coalesce once more into flowing water. This strike, seemingly straightforward, carries the sound of slicing air as it thrusts forward. The middle-aged man meets it with his own blade, yet is suddenly struck by an overwhelming force that sends a tremor through his arm, causing him to stagger back 3 steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. In that fleeting moment of contact, an uncanny sensation of numbness envelopes him, akin to an electric shock. He struggles to comprehend such a vast disparity in skill. Resolute, he brings his sword down to parry, the clash of blades ringing out sharply as it meets the back of Dawn's cold crow blade, dispersing the rain in a fine spray. The guard's longsword vibrates violently in his grip, transmitting an unprecedented power from his palm to his shoulder, leaving him astounded. Could there truly be such a skilled individual among the common folk? Yet, fear does not grip him, even if outmatched. He knows that with nearly 1,000 soldiers at his side, they could ultimately wear him down. A swordsman? The guard scoffs, questioning with a hint of disdain. At dawn. He scoffed. Is one merely a swordsman for wielding a sword? Implicit in his words was the notion of a frog in a well. Lowly commoners, then let them perish. The guard responded with a sinister laugh, readjusting his grip on the blade as he swung it down. At dawn, he regarded him with a chilling calmness. In the fleeting moment when the long blade swung towards him, he bent his body to evade, deftly parrying with the cold raven in his right hand. With a swift motion, he elevated the commanding sword in his left, and the razor-sharp blade flashed through the air, leaving a deep wound upon his chest, blood mingling with the pouring rain. What did you just call me? He asked with an icy gaze, his narrow brows seemingly harboring an abundance of lethal intent. The guard, witnessing the sanguine wound, was consumed by rage. You, lowly peasant, I shall cleave you into 4 pieces. Yet, within Fu Zhao's heart, an unprecedented tranquility prevailed. Despite the cacophony of wails surrounding him, his focus remained solely on his adversary. His heart thudded violently beneath the rain, akin to the beat of a drum. He sheathed the commanding sword into the scabbard at his left waist and similarly returned the cold raven to its sheath, then repositioned the cold raven to his right waist. With a distance of less than 5 meters between them, he firmly grasped the hilts of his weapons, calmly observing his opponent. The guard, bemused by this sudden and peculiar behavior, let out a derisive snicker, yet refrained from charging forth recklessly. Instead, he gestured for a dozen soldiers to encircle him. He understood well that, based on their earlier encounter, he stood no chance of overcoming Fu Zhao, yet their numerical superiority offered a glimmer of hope. Eventually, his stamina would wane. Breathing deeply, Fu Zhao inhaled as he surveyed the soldiers closing in from all directions. Memories of his inherited swordsmanship surged within him. The mastery forged over a decade of relentless training, the techniques of drawing and slicing had become an intrinsic part of his being. Whether employing a single blade or dual blades, they felt like extensions of his very essence. In a flash of lightning and thunder, Fu Zhao moved. The peculiar posture of his hands grasping the blades flickered past in an instant, a speed so swift that it eluded perception. The soldiers could scarcely discern when the blades were drawn. Suddenly, the guard felt a disorienting shift in the rain before him, followed by the distinct sound of blades sheathing behind him. Dual blade Iajutsu, ocean current cross. In that heartbeat, the guard from the Lairman household was overtaken by a piercing agony that surged through his mind. As he lowered his gaze, his pupils constricted in horror. A cross-shaped wound had grotesquely manifested upon his chest, blood gushing forth. Not only that, but his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The relentless power of the blades cut wreaking havoc within him. His thoughts raced, instinctively fearing that his body might tear asunder, and in an instant, he witnessed his form being grotesquely divided into 4 parts, his limbs cascading before the advancing soldiers, who halted in their tracks, staring at Fu Zhao in terror. With labored breath, Xiao Xiao rose to his feet, the preceding maneuver having severely depleted his stamina. The tidal current cross was an impromptu technique derived from the inherited bat jutsu, an upgrade from a single blade to a dual blade style, achievable only through his innate swordsmanship talent. Remarkably, wielding dual blades felt natural, allowing him to seamlessly integrate the power honed within the tidal currents, amplified by the pervasive rain, culminating in this formidable dual blade killing technique. The tidal current cross, more than a mere slash, was a dual blade bat jutsu, leaving a cross-shaped wound upon the victim's chest, imbued with an inexhaustible, tidal-like force, ultimately rending the body into 4 pieces with wind-like precision. Had he mastered the art of subduing the 1,000 soldiers would have been less arduous. A dozen soldiers watched in trepidation, deterred by Xiao Xiao's murderous aura, creating a palpable void around him. The villagers had suffered grievous losses, their anguished cries echoing through the scene. Rinchen, ascertain whether that imbecile Harvey has arrived, Xiao Xiao commanded, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Should Harvey fail to appear, the entire scheme risked utter failure. Without the villagers of Clock Tower Village, there would be no riot. The riot was not merely about slaying nobles, but about igniting a sense of shared grievance among the kingdom's commoners. Rinchen wiped the rain from his brow, grappling with the moral implications of sacrificing so many villagers for a mere plan. I will not forgive him if the plan fails, Xiao Xiao growled, slaying a soldier and rescuing a villager. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Harvey watched gleefully, biding his time. Shall we intervene, sir? His subordinate inquired. As Harvey's men dispersed a multitude of refugees, many disguised as kingdom civilians, Harvey shook his head. Not yet. On the other side, within the noble's carriage, Old Lairman's musket fell silent. With his most formidable guard slain, Old Lairman staggered out of the carriage, brushing off the servants who rushed to assist him. He's truly dead. The guard, a stalwart of the Lairman family, possessed considerable strength within Polkaya Royal City. Never had he imagined that Xiao Xiao would dispatch the guard with a single blow. Old Lairman, seized by a sudden wave of dizziness, bellowed at the surrounding soldiers. Kill that peasant. Kill him. A fiery flash erupted amidst the rain. As Xiao Xiao felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, where a thumb-sized wound bled freely, Old Lairman, sneering, raised his musket once more. You decrepit old fool. At dawn. A furious roar erupted as he unleashed a torrent of curses, drawing from his bosom a solitary bullet for his firearm. With a swift motion, he aimed it at the elderly layerman. The gun discharged with a resounding bang, however, due to the imprecision of its craftsmanship. The trigger emitted a creaking noise at the moment it was pulled. Yet, the bullet veered off inexplicably, rendering it utterly incapable of striking its intended target. Disappointed, Don flung the flintlock pistol from his grasp, sending it spiraling through the rain to strike old Layerman squarely on the head. The nobleman cried out, blood streaming down his face as he collapsed. Don's marksmanship was abysmal, worse than a child's. Brat and her Incan would have mocked his impotent rage. Many villagers were slain outright by the soldiers' spears, while the fortunate ones surrendered, hoping to preserve their lives. As Harvey's refugee group remained absent, Don charged into the fray, attempting to impede the soldiers' advance and save more villagers. Scum, scum, scum. Layerman, supported by his guards, his face streaked with rain-washed blood, spat out the epithet. Kill all the scum, every last one. He prepared to raise his gun again, but a low, intense hum filled the air. Notorio, water dragon chant. Layerman's eyes widened as he seemed to see two azure dragons swirling in the rain, followed by the sensation of a raging torrent washing over him. The compressed rain exploded in the air, transforming into two razor-sharp streams that carved through the soldiers like blades, leaving a trail of carnage resembling a peacock's plumage. Dozens of soldiers fell, each bearing a grievous wound. However, the attack was ultimately blunted by their numbers, failing to reach Layerman. To emulate an actual strike in such a manner, Dorag murmured from the shadows. Despite being covered in blood, Don displayed no fear, his eyes burning with even greater determination. Dorag felt a surge of admiration. If there were more young men like him in this world, perhaps it would be different. As Don began to falter, Dorag prepared to intervene, but he was stopped by the sight of our Incan rushing towards them, shouting Don's name, his heart ablaze with unprecedented fury. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Don froze. It was Layerman. Our Incan's body crumpled. Don's heart lurched. Our Incan felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a chilling coldness washed over him. He saw a terrifying murderous intent in Don's eyes, the likes of which he had never seen before. An inexplicable sense of catharsis washed over him. Perhaps these beasts should all be slaughtered. With that vengeful thought, our Incan fell into the mud. Bang! 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 Frenzied roars accompanied the gunshots. Ha ha ha! Die, you scum! Die, all of you! Layerman shrieked, seemingly deranged. A young boy darted towards the village entrance, but was restrained by another. What are you doing? Are you courting death? That's my father. The boy, his face stained with tears and rain, cried out, I have to save them. Shaking off his father's grip, he charged into the village, yelling, Dawn. I'm coming to help you. The middle-aged man stood frozen. A dozen villagers, hidden in the shadows, stared in disbelief, as did the wounded. The boy ran forward but suddenly stopped, rooted to the spot. He looked up in bewilderment. At that moment, a lightning bolt tore through the sky, cleaving the world like a sword, illuminating the village. Arinkin. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. The roar shattered the rain, and a tangible wave of energy surged outwards, as if freezing the world. An eerie silence descended, drowning out all other sounds. The rain twisted and distorted, finally shattering into nothingness. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Dawn swept outwards. Soldiers and villagers alike were paralyzed, then succumbed to dizziness and collapsed. Conqueror's Haki. Dorag whispered in disbelief. To the soldiers and villagers, it was a soul-shaking force that paralyzed their minds. But Dorag sensed more than mere dominance. A subtle layer of emotion permeated the aura. It was indeed Conqueror's Haki, a power possessed only by those with the potential to rule. How is it possible? In this remote village in the North Sea, a clever and courageous young man, attempting to lead his people against the tyranny of the nobility, had awakened Conqueror's Haki at the brink of his friend's demise. A born leader, Dorag reflected on Dawn's actions and personality, realizing that his composure, strategic acumen, leadership, and charisma had only now been fully revealed. This is truly remarkable. Dorag smiled, a rare sight for his comrades. He gazed at Dawn for a long time, his dark cloak billowing in the wind. The torrential rain seemed to avoid him entirely. Conqueror's Haki, a power granted to 1 in a million, has manifested in a youth from a remote village in the North Sea, having witnessed the entirety of the celestial gold incident in Dawn's actions. Dorag could not help but exclaim, the tides of destiny are turning. Dawn's actions had provided invaluable guidance and expanded the horizons for the revolutionary army. In the New World, individuals with Conqueror's Haki were commonplace, but above them all reigned the Pirate King. To my astonishment, I found myself to be one among the multitude, akin to a fish crossing a river. As this realization dawned upon me, Dawn broke into a smile, and my breath became increasingly labored. Under the influence of the Conqueror's Haki, my stamina dwindled perilously low. This regal aura is difficult to ascertain, whether it is an innate trait of this body's original owner or an essence embedded within Dawn's soul, or perhaps a harmonious blend of both. The elation of acquiring such formidable Haki is ineffable. It serves as a testament to my eligibility to contend with the notorious pirates of this world and to ascend to the pinnacle of this era's tumultuous tides. With these thoughts, I tightened my grip on the sword, my body swaying erratically with each labored breath. Most of the soldiers around me lay unconscious, having succumbed to the overwhelming aura. Old Lailman, struck by the energy surge, felt an intense chill creeping from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. All present, including countless civilians and refugees lurking in the shadows, were bewildered by this bizarre spectacle. Only Dorag comprehended the true nature of this phenomenon. It was the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, a pathway to the zenith of power. As thunder clapped and lightning illuminated the sky, the world, previously frozen in time, sprang to life in an instant. I raised my sword high, directing it towards the heavens, and began to roar with righteous fury. Open your eyes and behold the nature of this world. The gathered civilians and refugees trembled at my thunderous proclamation. In Dorag's eyes, a myriad of colors began to emerge. The thoughts that had long plagued him were gradually becoming clearer. He began to harbor a sense of anticipation, for perhaps this young man would soon astonish the entire world. The Dawn's gaze swept over Luanxian, then turned towards the fainted Gufu, lingering for a while before abruptly pivoting away. The curtain of rain obscured his vision, yet it could not muffle the roar rising from the depths of his heart. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the dazed villagers. Behold, you and I have always been mere slaves under the yoke of the nobility. They oppress, burn, and plunder. While we have never dared to resist, they stand exalted, wielding the power of life and death, while we languish in degradation, clinging to existence. If we are destined to await death in silence, I would rather perish in battle. This world knows no events that transform without initiative, nor does it allow the delegation of the power over life and death to others without them seizing control of one's life. Furthermore, the notion that freedom is a privilege bestowed by the nobility is a fallacy. The Dawn's voice was gentle, unremarkable, and unpretentious, yet imbued with an unprecedented determination. His gaze was as cold and unyielding as ice, sweeping over the common folk surrounding him. Those commoners began to stir, shaking off their stupor, fear, and numbness. At that moment, the Dawn erupted into a roar. Regardless of life or death, our existence is certainly not to be manipulated by the nobility. Freedom is by no means a gift bestowed by the aristocracy. Laws, rules, and rights, these exalted entities exist solely because of us. The bellow of the Dawn, piercing the rain like gold cleaving stone, echoed as the longsword was raised high. Now, it declared, let us show this aristocracy who truly commands this nation. A thunderous roar accompanied the lightning, and the Dawn, akin to a celestial being, etched an unforgettable mark upon the hearts of the common folk. A groundswell of fervor rippled through the masses, igniting a prairie fire of sentiment. Our fates are ours to decide, it proclaimed. Life and death are yours to choose. Those unwilling to endure oppression, seize arms and slay the nobles. Let those lofty lords understand who truly holds dominion over this land. His voice, like the fiery tongue of a conflagration, ignited the hearts of the commoners. Let the craven remain slaves. I will banish these shackles from our flesh. I will eradicate poverty. And I will shatter tyranny, oppression, and the chains of law. With this righteous fury, challenge the world. The thunderous roar was unleashed without restraint. Challenge the world. Challenge the world. In the depths of Dorag's eyes, a tempest raged. Was this not the very path he and his comrades had sought, yet never clearly defined? He never imagined that across lands and ages, the same world could foster such unified ideals. This was the dream of the age they sought. The words of Dawn broadened Dorag's perspective, allowing thoughts that had previously been in their nascent stage to break free from the soil and question the world. Is this not the very essence of our unity from the beginning to the end? Dorag's initial curiosity upon their first encounter gradually transformed into profound interest, eventually leading to sheer astonishment. Reinhardt Dawn Polkin, he whispered this name softly. Brother Dawn, I am eager to follow you. The youth, gazing at Dawn amidst the rain like a celestial being descending from the heavens, summoned all his strength to express the most primal yearning of his youthful heart. He sprinted towards Dawn with all his might, prompting a hearty laugh from Dawn. Excellent, that is the spirit of a true man. In the wake of this young man, the surrounding commoners began to respond. The nobility may kill me, but I shall also slay the nobility. Nobles are human too. They will perish just as we do. We shall no longer endure oppression. Even in death, we shall drag the nobles down with us. We have no other recourse. Toppling the nobility's rule is our sole path to survival. Gradually, a multitude of commoners surged forth like a tide. And soon the entire Bell Tower village was thronged with people. With each proclamation from Dawn, the commoners responded like a torrent. Dorag observed this scene, marveling at Dawn's formidable charisma and his ability to incite fervor, an essential quality for a revolutionary seeking to harness boundless strength from the sea of humanity. It was evident to him that Dawn's influence stemmed entirely from his personal magnetism and his exemplary stance against the nobility, which was why his impassioned cries resonated so deeply with the common folk. At dawn, the atmosphere was charged with satisfaction as the common folk began to stir with fervor. Now, seize the weapons from the underground, and slay them to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to us. With a single pointed gesture of his sword, his voice resonated with a chilling intensity, akin to flames raging fiercely. Eliminate them. Reclaim all that is ours. A voice emerged from the throng. It was Harvey, the leader of the refugees. He surged forth from the multitude, brandishing his blade to sever the head of the unconscious Lord Lyman. The glint of the blade leapt through the dim curtain of rain, a flash of cold brilliance, as blood gushed forth, and Lord Lyman's head tumbled to the ground. Finally, the noble who had tormented the commoners was slain before countless witnesses. The assembled masses let out a primal roar, a cathartic release of the grievances they had borne for years under the oppressive yoke of the aristocracy. At dawn, the cold gaze of Fushio fell upon Harvey, who had nearly jeopardized a significant event. However, this misstep provided Fushio with ample opportunity to exhibit his prowess, ultimately awakening the Conqueror's Haki within him, allowing Dorag to recognize a capacity to harness boundless power upon the seas. Eliminate them, Fushio commanded as his sword ascended, dispatching soldiers with lethal precision. Civilians seized weapons, joining the fray. The ensuing battle was a one-sided massacre, yet Fushio remained unsatisfied. After vanquishing the soldiers of the kingdom, he led the civilians toward the royal city, where throngs of ordinary people rallied behind him, igniting what could very well be the largest uprising since the founding of Pokaya. The tide of an era had commenced. Dorag moved amidst the crowd, perceiving the waves of change coalescing around Fushio and glimpsing an ambition to transform the world and overturn the existing order. The name Reinhard Fushio Polken may soon resonate across the globe. Today, the deluge over Pokaya was unprecedented, with blood and rain merging as they flowed toward the sea. At dawn, the forefront was led, with her Incan joining the ranks after a simple bandaging. The civilians and refugees, amidst the tumult, possessed few weapons, mostly seizing whatever they could find. Under the guidance of Dawn and Harvey, they surged towards the royal city. The 3,000 refugees brought by Harvey constituted the true fighting force. Dawn merely exploits the common folk to amplify its momentum. It is utterly unrealistic to enlist them in battle, not solely due to their lack of combat prowess, but primarily because they have never encountered bloodshed. As they passed through the town of city defense, Brad had deliberately dismissed dozens of guard soldiers and sought out any iron implements that could serve as weapons. The number of commoners joining along the way increased, many harboring profound animosity towards the nobility. Today, Pokaya was destined for upheaval. In the royal palace of Pokaya, a soldier approached a 50-year-old man and whispered, "My lord, the commoners in the southern village of Bell Tower have suddenly revolted." He was Totok, a 53-year-old prince of the supreme royal lineage of Pokaya, the king's own brother, wielding immense power within the kingdom. Although Totok's beard had begun to gray, his spirit remained vigorous. He replied nonchalantly, "I see. It was you who entrusted the matter to Old Lairman." The soldier continued. Old Lairman led the soldiers from the royal city. Totok squinted, reminiscent of an elderly hibernating bear, as he recalled Old Lairman's recent mention of the rabble from the southern coast, who not only refused to pay their tributes but also incited unrest. He had consented to the withdrawal of soldiers, as Old Lairman's family supplied substantial funds to support his various expenditures. The soldier nodded, indeed. Both Old Lairman and his son fell to the hands of the commoners, who were now advancing towards the royal city. After a moment's contemplation, the soldier recounted the entirety of the unfolding situation to Totok. "How many are involved in the insurrection?" Totok inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Unknown, but their numbers are swelling." Along with the refugees from Wild Cave Town, Totok could no longer remain seated. He swiftly rose from his comfortable armchair, his expression grave. The convergence of numerous commoners alongside the refugees posed an unprecedented insurrection for the Polkaic kingdom. If not suppressed immediately, the repercussions would be incalculable. Moreover, it could jeopardize his forthcoming grand designs. He intended to usurp the throne and could not allow the kingdom to be overturned beforehand. "Your Highness," at that moment, an armored soldier entered, bowing respectfully before Totok. "Mobilize 2,000 soldiers from the royal city. We must quell the uprising of the commoners." Totok handed over his insignia to the armored soldier. "Whether through coercion or bloodshed, resolve this matter today. I cannot afford any disruptions to my long-prepared schemes." The grand scheme he alluded to was the seizure of the king's throne, a matter both were acutely aware of. He understood the gravity and urgency of the situation. Upon receiving the insignia, the soldier departed promptly. Totok pondered briefly before rising and striding towards the royal hall alongside Shaven. The king, over 60 years of age and frail, had entrusted many royal affairs to his brother, yet the refugee uprising was a matter of great significance that necessitated a report to the monarch. "Your Majesty, the commoners in the southern region have revolted," Totok announced upon entering the king's chamber. "Oh, handle it as you wish. You are no stranger to such matters." The king's indifferent voice echoed from within. Totok felt no surprise. His elder brother had grown frail and had been bedridden for the past 2 years, with Totok managing the kingdom's affairs. However, he did not wish to remain merely an interim ruler. The time for a change of leadership in this kingdom was imminent. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Totok's face as he departed. Just as Totok exited, another figure entered the king's chamber, a striking woman with golden hair and azure eyes, standing nearly 6 feet tall. She wore a sky-blue fitted bodice, complemented by a black, form-fitting skirt, and tall crimson boots adorned with cross patterns. A slender rapier, approximately 1 meters in length, hung at her left waist, emphasizing her prowess as a swordswoman. "Father," the woman called out, her voice melodious and resonant. "You have arrived," the king replied softly, his tone unchanged, betraying no emotion. Your kingdom is in utter chaos. I'm aware, the king replied slowly. I have dispatched your uncle Totok to address the situation. You may leave, he commanded abruptly. The woman hesitated, wishing to speak further, but restrained herself upon hearing the king's order, and thus exited the royal chamber with measured steps. Meanwhile, Totok, having received his orders, proceeded to another grand hall where several royal officials awaited him. Lord Totok, has the king provided explicit instructions regarding the refugee uprising? One of the officials inquired. Totok nodded. My brother's directive is to deploy troops to quell the insurrection and execute the rebels. Without further ado, he turned and departed. The throng of insurgents had amassed significantly. Despite their numbers, they were merely unarmed commoners. Confronted by the trained elite soldiers of the kingdom, they would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught. However, Dawn did not expect these commoners to prevail against the soldiers. Merely amplifying the clamor was sufficient to achieve his aim. To sweep the struggle across every corner of the Palkaya kingdom was his true objective. Conflict need not equate to war. It was far more intricate. As they approached the royal city, nearly 1,000 soldiers suddenly surged forth, led by a cavalryman, charging towards the crowd of commoners. The Royal City Defense Squad. Many commoners gasped, recognizing the insignia emblazoned on the soldiers' shoulders, the emblem of the Palkaya City Defense. Do not panic, charge. At dawn, with a resounding shout, Jija wielded his sword and charged ahead, closely followed by Lu and Qian. The refugees, led by Harvey, surged forward simultaneously, their approach lacking any semblance of order, relying solely on sheer numbers. At dawn, the onslaught surged into the throngs of soldiers, cleaving and slashing with ruthless efficiency. In a mere 30 seconds, over 30 soldiers had perished. Yet, the toll on the refugees was far more devastating. Kill. Slay the nobles without mercy. Let them experience the taste of death. The mingled wails and roars of the refugees surged forth, undeterred by the specter of death. The ability of Dawn to rally such a multitude of commoners was, on one hand, a consequence of the prolonged oppression by the Pokaya, and on the other, a result of that morning's report, which served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. More critically, it was the presence of a formidable leader, unflinching in the face of peril, that galvanized this collective force. The carnage persisted as the rain-soaked world became awash in blood, stretching from the southern edge of the royal city to its very foot. At this moment, Harvey's prowess was fully manifested, wielding his blade with frenetic intensity. It seemed as though he sought to repay all the grievances he had suffered at the hands of the nobility over the years. At dawn, there were numerous wounds upon his body, yet as the battle intensified with increasing ferocity, those injuries had long since become numb. He resolutely wielded his sword amidst the kingdom's soldiers, drenched in blood, resembling a demon from the abyss. The very essence of bloodshed ignited the primal urge to kill that resided deep within his heart. At dawn, he raised his arm and roared towards the heavens. The nobility shall fall before us. Let us storm the royal city, slay every noble, and seize their wealth and women. His voice resonated like the herald of a new era, stirring the tides of monumental change. It seemed as if madness had gripped all, for Dorag discovered, amidst the oppressive despair, the unexpected ferocity with which the commoners erupted. Although the main force comprised refugees, the civilians behind them surged forward with unwavering momentum, relentlessly assaulting the royal city. Boom, boom, boom. Before them loomed a mass of soldiers armed with swords and shields, a sight that threatened to ignite the already precarious rebellion into chaos. Dorag realized that if this formation of soldiers charged, their faction would likely falter. He understood the necessity of hoping that the opposing commander was a fool, yet he knew such optimism was unrealistic. With a cold gaze sweeping the battlefield, he drew his blade and bellowed like thunder, slay them all. This was the regular army of the Palkaya kingdom, renowned for its formidable combat prowess. As the soldiers approached with increasing urgency, a sense of dread crept over Dorag. If this initial wave of assault was not repelled, the insurrection would be extinguished. The majority of the insurgents were commoners, and a retreat in the face of the first clash would likely extinguish their resolve to continue resisting. Therefore, this first stand was of paramount importance. Failure was not an option. Harvey, Dorag called out, halting his steps as he dispatched the advancing soldiers. He observed the approaching phalanx of swords and shields drawing nearer. Harvey wiped the rain from his face, awaiting further instructions. Now is your moment to atone for past errors, Dorag said, his voice low. He scanned the crowd behind him before continuing. Join me, and rally your armed refugees to hold back the soldiers' initial onslaught. This is our sole opportunity. We must use the fearless bodies of the refugees to withstand the first wave if we are to have any chance of victory. Harvey was no fool. He understood that this uprising could only advance, not retreat. They had to vanquish every soldier in the royal city to succeed. For the greater good of the future, he nodded resolutely and turned to the refugees, calling out loudly, "Brothers equipped with weapons, form the first line of defense with us." The first to respond were the 200 armed refugees that Dorag had strategically prepared for this very moment. The group of refugees quickly coalesced, joined by dozens of civilians who spontaneously armed themselves. Dorag beamed with satisfaction at this scene, raising his left hand high with the commanding sword, while his right hand struck it lightly, producing a resounding chime. He then roared skyward, "Destroy them! Crush the royal city! Reclaim all that belongs to us. Destroy them. Crush the royal city. The throng of rebels echoed his rallying cry, their voices rising like a tsunami. Under Dorag's leadership, the refugee force surged forward. 200 armed refugees and dozens of armed civilians surged ahead, followed by countless commoners, a formidable wave of fervor. As they charged, the opposing soldiers braced themselves. Shields raised to their chests, spears thrusting forward. Dorag's heart sank with an ominous premonition, yet in the next breath, he sensed a tempestuous whirlwind sweeping through. The whirlwind, could it be? It was Monkey D. Dorag. At dawn, it was unexpected that he not only remained in Polkaya but also joined the ranks of the rebellious civilians, aiding them at a crucial moment. The howling hurricane swept through, its sound reminiscent of sharp blades slicing through the air, as steel shields were effortlessly cleaved in two. The formation among the soldiers was thrown into disarray, with swords and shields clattering to the ground, while the first wave of refugees surged into the ranks of soldiers, completely scattering them. The commander, Gao, sat atop his steed, astonished by this enigmatic and bizarre tempest. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The hurricane severed steel as if it were mere tofu. He, taken aback, urgently commanded, "Do not panic. Arm yourselves and reform the ranks." However, the soldiers had already been dispersed, and reorganization was no longer feasible. The elite soldiers of the royal city, if properly assembled, could quell the uprising with a single wave. Yet, once their formation was disrupted, the prospect of victory faded, for they were now confronted by nearly 10,000 civilians. Dual-wielding, cross-wave, silver stream. In the moment when the dawn sword clashed in the air, countless raindrops coalesced, forming a cross-shaped wave. With all his strength, he struck fiercely. The nearly 10-meter-long cross-shaped torrent roared and trembled, transforming into a furious beast of silver light, surging towards the most densely packed ranks of soldiers. The crosswave exploded like a laser among the soldiers, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. The soldiers retreated in disarray, and seeing the imminent collapse of their ranks, the commander decisively ordered a retreat. Faced with such a formidable and savage throng of refugees, he felt not the slightest inclination to engage, for they were undaunted by death. This onslaught resulted in the demise of at least half of the enemy's soldiers, while the remainder fled the battlefield in a disheveled manner, following their commander. Witnessing this scene, the agitated civilians were further emboldened, for it demonstrated that the kingdom's soldiers were indeed conquerable. The uprising populace pursued relentlessly, finally arriving at the foot of the royal city, where the great gates stood firmly shut, and numerous soldiers lined the walls, gazing down at the dark mass of rebels below. The civilians, thwarted by the city gates, could not breach the walls of the royal city. Therefore, at Dawn's command, they encircled the gates and their surroundings tightly, while also cutting off the water and food supplies within the city. He intended to employ a siege strategy to compel the nobles into submission. At dawn, the prospect of toppling the Polkaya kingdom's regime at this juncture had not crossed his mind, as it seemed rather impractical. Firstly, his own armed forces lacked the strength to execute such a revolutionary plan. Reflecting on the original narrative from his previous life, it was evident that Doflamingo's successful overthrow of Dressrosa was not solely reliant on the diverse abilities derived from various devil fruits. Rather, it was the formidable cadre of his powerful family that facilitated the usurpation of power. He currently did not possess such strength. A forced takeover would inevitably lead to failure and expose him to the peril of being stabbed in the back by Harvey. The second reason lay in the fact that the opportune moment had yet to arrive. He needed to establish his roots within this nation, diligently managing affairs for several years, before simultaneously launching an assault from both the internal factions and the common populace to seize the Polkaya kingdom. These notions pertained to the future. At present, his primary objective was to compel the nobility to reach a compromise during the ongoing uprising, securing sufficient benefits for subsequent developments, while also buying time to rise swiftly before the advent of a new era. He harbored no fears that the nobility would truly engage in a mutual destruction scenario, for it was common knowledge that Totok harbored ambitions toward the throne, a sentiment echoed in the adage from his past life. Akin to the proverbial Sima Zhao's heart, is known to all. He placed his bets on Totok's reluctance to squander excessive military resources at such a critical moment, particularly with Prince Clovis also vying for power. He believed that Totok would not allow chaos to engulf the kingdom, as it would significantly impede his aspirations to claim the kingship. As for whether Totok would retaliate against the leaders of this insurrection after seizing the throne, he was certain that he would, yet such matters belonged to a time beyond the present. By the time Totok could divert his attention to confront him, it was conceivable that his own influence would have already begun to flourish. The Dawn would not succumb to subjugation. Within the royal palace, a distraught captain of the guard hastily entered Clock's office. Clock, taken aback by his disheveled appearance, questioned him. The captain urgently reported, "Your Excellency, the populace has risen in such great numbers that our meager forces are unable to contain them. We have suffered grievous losses, and the entire royal capital is now besieged by these commoners. Water and provisions have been cut off." Besieged, Clock roared, slamming his fist on the table, causing it to tremble. The captain, terrified, pleaded, "Your Excellency, grant me 5,000 royal soldiers, and I shall assuredly slay every last one of those wretches in return with the heads of their ringleaders." 5,000. Clock bellowed in rage. The entire royal capital possesses but 5,000 soldiers. Would you have me expend the lives of 5,000 soldiers for the sake of those rabble? Idiot. Imbecile. Incompetent fool. How did you assure me this would go? Clock, consumed by fury, ranted incoherently for some time before gradually regaining his composure. The captain, trembling, remained prostrate on the floor, fearing that Clock would lose all reason and execute him. Your Excellency, you must remain calm. A young man emerged from the shadows. His features were unremarkable, save for a prominent aquiline nose and eyes that exuded an air of nonchalant indifference. This was Shaven, a swordsman of the Polka Kingdom, Clock's trusted advisor and bodyguard. Shaven approached Clock and quietly said, Your Excellency, matters of utmost importance are at hand. With a wave of his hand, the city defense captain scurried away, still trembling. How shall we resolve this situation? Clock asked, deflated, as he slumped into his chair. Ah, yes, the Doflamingo family. We shall seek aid from the Doflamingo family. Clock's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had conceived a brilliant plan. Shaven, however, calmly objected, Your Excellency. We do not possess a sufficient quantity of devil fruits to pique Doflamingo's interest. Furthermore, quelling a rebellion is simply out of the question. We absolutely cannot allow the Doflamingo family's executives to intervene. Upon hearing this, Clock immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. I was too hasty. Entrusting the suppression of the rebellion to outsiders would be akin to inviting wolves into the fold. Regardless of Doflamingo's interest in Polka, he would be hard-pressed to refuse an opportunity to seize power without expending too much effort. Soliciting the Doflamingo family's assistance in quelling the rebellion would entail far too great a risk. Your Excellency, there is no need to fret. We shall dispatch envoys to negotiate. Once this uprising is quelled and you ascend to the throne, Your Excellency, you may then deal with those commoners at your leisure. Shaven, with remarkable composure, continued. What we require now is time. After all, the old king of Polka still lives, as do the princess and prince. As long as they remain, your actions will be subject to excessive constraints. Are you suggesting? Clock inquired, partially comprehending but still uncertain. Shaven chuckled softly. Inform the old king that he should entrust this matter to the prince or princess to hone their future governing abilities. You may then extricate yourself from the situation and await developments. In any event, this kingdom shall eventually be yours, Your Excellency. There is no need for undue haste. Excellent. Clock replied after a moment of contemplation, a smile spreading across his face. You are indeed one of the most intellectually gifted individuals in the North Sea. And the most formidable swordsman, he added. Delegating the matter to the prince or princess would inevitably entail relinquishing authority, a temporary concession that Clock was willing to make. After all, within the Polka royal palace, nobles, knights, royal ministers, and even the king's personal guards were all in his employ. Once this matter was resolved, he could easily reclaim his authority. That night, nearly 1,000 rebellious commoners were encamped at the foot of the royal capital. They had plundered countless cattle, sheep, and other livestock, as well as vast quantities of grain. In addition, they deployed large numbers of commoners to surround the city gates on all sides. Dawn understood that the common folk, gathered from all corners of the kingdom, were merely acting upon an emotional impulse. If the capital could not be breached in the near future, it was highly likely that this collective spirit would dissipate. No one would be willing to risk their lives for a cause that held no promise. As Dawn wrestled with this troubling thought, he suddenly looked up to see a man cloaked in deep blue approaching. Mr. Dorag, he called softly. Beside him, Luncheon promptly stood up, offering his limited seat to Dorag. Thank you, Dorag expressed gratefully. At dawn, the stolen wine and meat were handed to Dorag, who chuckled, I never expected you, Mr. Dorag, to still be in Pokaya. Dorag accepted the provisions, replying, I too did not foresee that you would stir such great upheaval in this country. Dawn smiled faintly, remaining silent as she indulged in her drink. What should they do next? Should they storm the royal city? At that moment, Dorag was particularly eager to hear Dawn's forthcoming strategy, and thus he inquired. At dawn, Fu Xiao shook his head and said, Now we simply await the arrival of the nobles. They will surely come to negotiate with us tomorrow morning. Oh, are you so certain? Dorag asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Kritok is eager to absorb this nation into his grasp, and he would not expend tremendous resources to quell a rebellion at this juncture. He will compromise to meet our demands, and once he ascends the throne, he will settle the score with us, Fu Xiao stated slowly, as if he had already foreseen Krutok's plans. What do you desire? Dorag gazed at him, seemingly unable to fathom the thoughts of the young man before him. It should be what they wish for. Fu Xiao pointed towards the multitude of commoners in the distance. Dorag surveyed the populace outside the door, muttering to himself, then inquired, Have you ever contemplated slipping away to the outside world? The outside world. Fu Xiao paused, nodding slightly. I have thought about it, but the time has not yet come. What are you waiting for? Dorag pressed on. I await the surging tides of an era to engulf the entire world. Fu Xiao chuckled, and as Dorag looked on in astonishment, he continued, the inheritance of history. The aspirations of humanity, the waves of time, the pursuit of freedom's answers, and the ambition to question the world. All of it will converge into a torrent, submerging the dominion of the gods. Once he had finished speaking, Dorag stood frozen, then suddenly rose with a gleam of determination in his eyes, fixating on Fu Xiao. You The words Fu Xiao spoke had completely opened the doors of Dolag's mind, imparting a sense of clarity. The young man before him was indeed remarkable. Join us. Dolag extended an invitation to him. He was certain that this youth was the companion they had long sought, a shared ambition, composed thinking, formidable operational acumen, and meticulous planning capabilities. Someone who could pave the way for the revolutionary army's grand and intricate future. From the moment he first encountered Fu Xiao in the tavern and witnessed him severing the arm of a thug, Dolag sensed an extraordinary quality within him, a fearlessness that only heroes and men of great inner strength possess. Through continuous observation over the days, Dolag not only recognized the kingly qualities within Fu Xiao but also discovered his calm demeanor, survival strategies, exceptional leadership abilities, and innate insight into the situation. Initially uncertain, Dolag abruptly realized after Fu Xiao's declaration that their serendipitous meeting might very well be a twist of fate. This position rightfully belonged to him. Despite being merely 20 years of age, he exhibited a maturity far surpassing that of a typical 40-year-old. Under the astonished gaze of Luan Xin, Dolag extended a broad, sturdy hand towards Fu Xiao, offering him a sincere invitation. This was an invitation from Dolag, the most notorious of criminals, as well as the recognition from Dolag, the revolutionary stirring the tides of this era. At dawn, it was impossible for the heart to remain tranquil. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in astonishment at Dolag, never having anticipated that Dolag would extend an olive branch to him. Luan Xin, equally taken aback, blurted out his surprise. He was uncertain of Dolag's true identity before him. Yet, Luan Xin felt a deep concern that Dawn might accept his invitation. For many years, he and Brad had grown accustomed to all the plans orchestrated by Dawn. If Dawn were to depart unexpectedly, they would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the uncertainties of the future. Dawn remained silent for a moment, as Dolag seemed to be awaiting his response. Brother? Luan Xin looked at Dawn, bewildered, and called out softly. I apologize, Mr. Dolag. Under Dolag's incredulous gaze, Dawn slowly articulated. I wish to run our own enterprise in Pokaya with my companions. Upon hearing his words, Dolag, though initially disheartened, soon comprehended the situation. After all, Dawn was the sole individual he had fervently invited to join him over the years, only to be met with immediate rejection. However, with a moment's reflection, he understood that the other party knew nothing of him, and given Dawn's royal caliber, it was hardly surprising that he would not accept an invitation so readily. Dolag managed to smile, remaining unperturbed. It's all right, no rush. Late into the night, Dawn organized the guards to maintain vigilance around the city gates. But considering the current unrest among the agitated populace, he resolved to venture out for a patrol. Brother, Luan Xin also stepped out alongside him. At dawn, a hint of perplexity crossed Fu Xiao's face as he observed the gravity of his companion's expression. What is troubling you? He inquired. It seemed that Harvey might be entangled in some predicaments. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to voice his concerns. Harvey appears to have had dealings with the nobles within the city. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao began to grasp the situation. He had never placed his trust in Harvey. Yet he was taken aback to discover that within mere days, Harvey seemed poised to betray him from the shadows. The 3,000 refugees he led were of paramount importance. Currently, Fu Xiao could not mobilize that group of refugees, and the primary combat strength required to engage the soldiers of the royal city depended heavily on them. After a moment's reflection, Fu Xiao inquired further, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The guard replied, "I have been informed that Harvey may have clandestine meetings with the nobles tonight." At that moment, Luan Xin approached and lowered his voice. At dawn, a moment of clarity struck. Do you mean to suggest that he may have reached some form of agreement with the nobility in advance? One that could be detrimental to me? If you, my elder brother, were to perish tonight, the insurrection would undoubtedly be quelled. In comparison to your hollow promises, the nobility can offer him far more. Luan Xin continued, asserting that whether in tangible benefits or potential future gains, he certainly pales in comparison to what the nobility can provide. All he can currently offer is a deposit of over 20 million Bailey and subsequent assurances, which the nobility could easily fulfill to Harvey. While they are capable of offering him so much more, something Dawn cannot match. Will he come to kill me tonight? Dawn seemed to have unraveled the thread of thought. In recent days, he had been so engrossed in orchestrating the rebellion that he had little capacity to contemplate additional risks. Death is the most effective solution to problems. Once Dawn is gone, everything will crumble into oblivion, never to rise again. At dawn, the gaze was tranquil. Tonight, I shall observe whether Harvey will indeed come to take my life. At dawn, he initially intended to spare him a few more days of life. But it became evident that keeping him alive posed a constant threat. By eliminating the Dawn, one could present his severed head to the nobility, reaping immense rewards. Even if the nobility were to retract their support, there would be no cause for concern, at worst. He could continue to lead the refugees in negotiations with the nobles of the royal city, perhaps even allowing the uprising to gather further momentum. After all, the common people's fervor had already been ignited, and the principal force behind the insurrection comprised the 3,000 refugees under his command. It seemed an undeniable advantage for Harvey. However, the moment Dawn became aware of the impending danger, a sense of vigilance took root in his eyes, awaiting Harvey's approach. He knew he must not allow himself to be thrown into disarray. What course of action shall we take next? Ronkin could not fathom the thoughts of the dawn, merely encircling the city of Pokaya, but it was likely that this siege would not endure for long. At dawn, the heart is well aware that the upheavals and rebellions in this world differ significantly from those chronicled in the annals of history. They are not destined for success merely through the participation of numerous civilians in battle. This is a realm where strength reigns supreme. It is individual prowess that fundamentally dictates the outcome of all matters. Harvey's choices may be inconsequential, and the shifting loyalties among the nobility within the royal city may also hold little weight, for these individuals lack the power to vanquish him. His foremost concern lies with the Don Quixote family of the North Sea and the malevolent army of Jierma 66. Should the nobility of Pokaya forge an alliance? Defeat for Don would be inevitable. Beyond Don Quixote da Flamingo, who bears the title of warlord of the sea, the Don Quixote family boasts the formidable 4 executives, alongside several other powerful subordinates, any one of whom would be more than capable of overpowering Don, who is currently unable to wield slashes or comprehend the realm of cutting through iron. After much contemplation, Don uttered a single word, leaving Luncheon somewhat astonished. Was it truly just wait? Before planning this uprising, Don had conducted a meticulous analysis, setting aside whether the nobles within the royal city could establish contact with the kingdom of Jierma 66, even if they succeeded in inviting Jierma 66 to quell the insurrection. There was no guarantee of their interest. What cost would be required for such a small nation to intervene in a mere uprising? Moreover, this was not a war but a rebellion. Klotok had no intention of expending excessive financial and military resources at such a critical juncture. He certainly would not consider inviting Jierma 66 to engage in battle at any cost, for that would not be a judicious transaction. Considering that Don Quixote da Flamingo was an ambitious and ruthless figure, Klotok, with his intelligence, would undoubtedly recognize that enlisting him to suppress the rebellion would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold, thus heightening the danger. After all, everything Klotok had prepared was aimed at usurping the throne from King Morley I and establishing himself as the true ruler of the kingdom. If he squandered too many resources here, it would grant the already weakened Prince Clovis an opportunity to reclaim power. Based on Harvey's peculiar behavior, Don surmised that Harvey might attempt an assassination tonight. If successful, the rebellion would resolve itself effortlessly. Conversely, should the assassination fail, it was highly probable that Klotok would send envoys the following day to negotiate, temporarily quelling the uprising and buying time for his ascension to kingship. After tonight, everything would become clear. Don gazed up at the inky night sky. At midnight, he lay within a hastily constructed shelter. Though devoid of light, he remained awake, seated cross-legged with his weapons by his side, quietly restoring his energy. The faint sound of footsteps echoed, and with his heightened senses, he discerned that there were more than 10 individuals outside the door. A subtle smile crept across his face as he grasped his weapons and rose. Outside, Harvey felt a twinge of anxiety. He had witnessed the entire upheaval unfold and was acutely aware that Don's strength far surpassed his own. If not for the element of surprise, he would have no chance of striking him down. The nobles within the royal city had promised immense benefits, compelling him to act. He had thoughtfully concluded that it was entirely feasible, even if the nobles reneged on their promises. He could fabricate a scene of Don being assassinated by them the following day and continue to lead the insurrection against the royal city. Both scenarios would serve his interests well. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and this risk was worth taking. Wait outside, and once there's any movement, rush in. Harvey instructed in a hushed tone, and his 10 subordinates nodded, weapons in hand. After a while, Harvey stealthily approached Don's dwelling under the cover of darkness. As he creaked the door open, darkness enveloped him. He took a cautious step forward, sensing a fierce aura emanating from within, akin to being engulfed by waves at sea. A shiver coursed through him as he instinctively reached for his weapon, but the room suddenly illuminated, revealing flames that had been ignited unbeknownst to him. Harvey! A deep, furious voice reverberated, causing the candlelight to flicker erratically. Harvey, startled, stammered as he looked at Don, while the hidden subordinates outside exchanged bewildered glances before stealthily making their way towards the room. Bulkin, Don observed the cold-faced youth across from him, feeling a twinge of unease due to his guilty conscience, as if Bulkin had been anticipating his arrival all along. The atmosphere grew tense. Harvey, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? After a moment of silence, Don finally broke the stillness. At dawn, her countenance returned to its usual composure, betraying not a hint of anger. Yet, what chilled Harvey to the bone was that her left hand rested ominously upon the hilt of her sword at her waist, leaving him to wonder if she might suddenly strike him down. I have matters to discuss with you, Harvey stammered, his voice faltering. As Don's advance came to an abrupt halt, it seemed as though it were keenly interested in hearing his explanation. Oh, is there something you wish to discuss with me at this hour? Such evasive remarks were not lost on Don. Harvey was acutely aware that the prospect of eliminating him this night was utterly impossible, and thus he was prepared to divulge the lucrative details promised by the aristocracy. At that moment, the half-open door was suddenly flung wide, and a group of refugees burst in, calling out to Harvey, "Boss." Upon entering, the refugees were momentarily taken aback. sensing a palpable aura of oppression that bore down upon them, a sensation more acutely felt by those of lesser strength, who were invariably more affected. Before the old refugee could finish his sentence, Dawn let out a cold laugh. Is this how you seek to discuss matters with me, Harvey? Such a grand display. Misunderstanding ensued. Harvey's eyes darted around, and with a feigned smile, he scolded his subordinates. Fools, why don't you return and adhere to some semblance of order? As the refugees prepared to flee, Dawn spoke again, his tone indifferent. Since you are here, let me demonstrate the sword techniques I have recently devised. With a swift motion, blades were drawn, and Dawn lunged forward, raising his weapons in a decisive arc, cutting through the air with alarming speed. The surface of the blade seemed to resonate with an overwhelming force, causing Harvey's pupils to constrict, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though the blades appeared ordinary, the aura emanating from them was akin to that of a ferocious beast. Dual-wielding technique, Spring Thunder. In a moment of confusion, it seemed as if thunder was rumbling in the distance. Despite the stillness of the surroundings, the candle flames danced wildly, yet remained lit. While Dawn's presence felt like an inescapable vortex of pressure, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Harvey's mind screamed in panic, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet his body remained paralyzed. He yearned to flee, his thoughts clear, but his limbs would not obey, leaving him rooted in place. Overwhelmed by the stark reality of impending death, Harvey's 10 subordinates felt this dread even more acutely, as if enchanted by a malevolent curse. Their minds consumed by terror as they collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. A sensation akin to a gust of wind coursed through their bodies. Yet they understood it was no mere breeze. It was a manifestation of an overwhelming and bizarre force. With a swift motion, the blades were sheathed, and the oppressive weight that bore down on Harvey vanished, leaving him crumpled on the ground. We are saved. This uncanny scene left Harvey and his companions in a state of shock, only to witness the smile that flickered across Dawn's face, as if he were surveying them from a lofty perch. What do you think of my sword technique? Dawn asked, casting a condescending glance at Harvey. Satisfied with his own display, the so-called Spring Thunder was inspired by the legendary swordsman Roronoa Zaro's technique, the Great Shock, which he had used to vanquish Monet. Though this iteration fell short of Zaro's prowess, it was nonetheless a remarkable feat to instill fear in someone of Harvey's caliber. This technique could be regarded as a rudimentary version of the Great Shock. Moreover, this technique subtly incorporated the Conqueror's Haki. After inadvertently awakening this power, Dawn sought ways to subdue others without combat. Lacking formal training in its application, he infused the technique with his own emotions, unexpectedly achieving success. In that fleeting moment of execution, he sensed the constraints of his swordsmanship gradually loosening. The strike was imminent. As dawn breaks, a profound realization dawns upon me. I am on the verge of entering the realm of the sword master. The principle of the slash, if interpreted through the lens of 21st century thought, may be articulated in various ways. It could be perceived as a powerful wind pressure attack generated by the gathering of a formidable blade, or as an airflow assault created by the blade tearing through the air. Nevertheless, irrespective of the interpretation, the slash harnesses the weapon to exert tremendous force upon the external world, creating diverse air currents to strike at the target. Much like the water dragon's chant, it relies on external forces to mount an attack. However, the latter can only be employed in the rain or near water sources, while true slashing bears no such constraints. Utilizing this approach to intimidate Harvey proves far more effective than subduing him through brute force. Harvey, gasping heavily on the ground, snaps back to reality upon hearing my mocking voice, staring at me with a dazed expression. You are quite domineering, madam. Instinctively, he responds with a few words, prompting an uproarious laugh from me. With such insight, you possess ample qualification to associate with me. A flicker of joy ignites within Harvey, yet it swiftly dissipates as my subsequent words provoke his concern. However, for the disloyal, I shall not merely allow them to experience panic. My expression shifts abruptly, as my cold gaze fixes upon one of the Kala. Dawn shook her head slowly, uttering, a single act of betrayal is utterly unforgivable. Even the mere contemplation of treachery is inexcusable. Harvey is doomed. Our Incan's gaze faltered momentarily, his mind already having sealed Harvey's fate. The royal city of Polkaya stood 10 meters tall, its gates crafted from timber nearly a meter in thickness. The rioting mob, with their current weaponry, were essentially incapable of breaching the city gates through conventional means. However, should they employ fire, they could incinerate the wooden barrier. Nevertheless, Dawn harbored no immediate intention of storming the gates, instead aiming to sow further discord externally and sever the royal city's supply of water and provisions. The city's resources required daily replenishment, and the victor would be determined by whichever side could endure the longest. By afternoon, soldiers from the royal city finally appeared to parley, signaling to Dawn that the nobles within could no longer bear the situation. However, their proposition stipulated that the rioting commoners must withdraw beyond a mile before negotiations could commence. Behold, ye valiant champions of the rebellion against the aristocracy, the nobility is yielded. I pledge to you henceforth that no one shall ever again impose the celestial gold upon you. At the forefront of a throng of nearly 10,000 rioters, Dawn proclaimed loudly, eliciting resounding cheers from the crowd. He continued, I assure you, after this, The noble class of the kingdom will no longer dare to slay us at will or seize our possessions as they please. Reinhardt Don Bolkin, our hero. Suddenly, a clarion call rang out among the masses, and soon the multitude began to chant his name, hailing the hero who would deliver them. Under Don's stirring influence, the riotous assembly withdrew a mile away. Rakan chose not to linger. He followed the tumultuous crowd with a contingent of 20 guards to maintain order. Harvey accompanied Don down to the city foot. I hope you will fulfill the promise you made to me. At this moment, Harvey's thoughts were singularly focused. Yet he remained haunted by Don's prior commitments. Upon witnessing the arrival of noble envoys for negotiations, he cautiously interjected, wary of provoking Don's ire. For the events of the previous night had been truly harrowing. At dawn, she smiled and gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, rest assured, I would never mistreat my own. Harvey nodded calmly, choosing not to speak further as the two of them awaited quietly at the city gate. After a considerable time had passed, the grand gate finally creaked open, revealing a nobleman accompanied by a retinue of 20 soldiers. At dawn, a fleeting glance revealed a familiar visage, Holt Baron. It is good to see you again, Lord Baron, smiled Dawn as she regarded him. A look of astonishment spread across Baron's handsome countenance. For he had never anticipated that the leader of this uprising would be her. Did you incite this rebellion? Baron inquired with a hint of indifference. Dawn shook his head in response, stating, this is not a riot. It is a struggle against the oppression of the nobility. Baron dismissed the 20 soldiers behind him, retaining only one guard, a familiar face he recognized as Phaeton. He spoke, I come on behalf of Lord Clovis to discuss terms of reconciliation. If it is reconciliation we seek, then let us demonstrate our sincerity. However, Harvey interjected from the side, causing Baron to pause momentarily. Although he did not know Harvey, the man's menacing bald visage instilled a sense of unease within him. Who is this? Baron inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. Dawn replied calmly, my assistant, Harvey. Baron found this rather peculiar, sensing an air of mystery about Dawn, who always seemed to attract extraordinary allies. After a moment of contemplation, Baron stated, speak of your demands. And as long as they are reasonable, I shall have full authority to grant them. At dawn, a gentle smile graced her lips as she spoke, in truth. My actions are born of necessity. Your people have consistently ravaged my village. Should I remain passive, I would surely meet my demise. Noticing his expression remained indifferent, she inquired once more, are you truly capable of making all the decisions? Baron nodded in affirmation. As long as the requests are reasonable, I hold the authority to decide, provided that you agree to cease the uprising immediately. At dawn, it was unexpected that the prince took the initiative to quell the situation. Under normal circumstances, this would be quite reasonable, especially given the king's grave illness and the prince's temporary assumption of state affairs. However, Palkaya is unlike any ordinary kingdom. The authority of the king's brother, Totok, has woven itself into every corner of the realm. During the king's 2 years of illness, Totok has effectively wielded substantial power. Such matters should, in theory, be attended to by Totok's representatives, regardless of whether it be for negotiation or suppression. It would be imprudent to relinquish power to the prince at such a critical juncture. After a moment of contemplation, Dawn spoke. Firstly, the crimes committed by the Lehman family must be publicly announced in the Palkaya News, alongside a substantial monetary compensation for the civilians slain by Lehman Gofu. This first point was a well-considered decision by Dawn. It is imperative for the nobility to acknowledge their transgressions in order to quell the fury of the majority of the aggrieved populace. That is agreeable, Baron nodded. The Lehman family has essentially been forsaken by Totok, and the funds will naturally be sourced from the current Lehman estate. Secondly, all territories of the defense town and wilderness town should be allocated to the refugees, with a generous provision of 15 billion burley for their resettlement. That is impossible, Baron replied, momentarily taken aback. Wilderness town can be offered to the refugees for their resettlement, but defense town cannot. It is a vital seaport for Palkaya. Wilderness town is merely a neglected heap that the nobility has never cared for, so its allocation is trivial. But defense town is crucial and cannot be relinquished for refugee housing. Moreover, your proposed figure of 15 billion burley is excessive. At most, it should be 5 billion. Dawn chuckled softly. The negotiation was your initiative. If it were up to me, I'd storm the royal capital and eradicate the aristocracy, a far more expedient solution. Balan's face darkened upon hearing this, recalling the pirates' methods from that night, realizing Dawn was indeed capable of such actions. 700 million is the maximum I can authorize. If you lack the authority, fetch someone who possesses it. Dawn rose abruptly and turned to leave. Harvey attempted to dissuade him, but the cold, unyielding look in Dawn's eyes silenced him. Hold on, Balan urged, desperate. Chloe had instructed him to stabilize the rebellious commoners outside the city at all costs. Balan was acutely aware that as a noble aligned with the prince, the court was on the precipice of a cataclysmic conflict between the prince and Chloe. He couldn't fathom why the prince had taken on this arduous and thankless task from Chloe. Seeing Dawn continue to walk away, he heard a voice from behind. 1 billion berries. Balan spat out the words with gritted teeth. He loathed Dawn, who had shrewdly calculated his bottom line from the start, rendering him so fearless. Now you're talking. Dawn laughed heartily, turning back to Balan as if they were old comrades. Balan, my good man, You must understand my position. Leading such a large force in this perilous endeavor demands adequate compensation. Wouldn't you agree? Balon glared at Dawn, his face ashen. Come now, let's proceed. Compose yourself, Balon. Once Balon had regained his composure, Dawn continued, I can forego the fortress town, but you must delineate a surrounding area for me. Balon nodded without hesitation. Aside from the ocean, the fortress town was bordered by inland rivers and rocky terrain. Agreeing to this was inconsequential. My final condition, abolish the annual celestial tribute for the common populace. This was his true aim. His chance to elevate his reputation to unprecedented heights rested on this single condition, the elimination of the celestial tribute for all commoners. The total annual celestial tribute from the commoners of Pokaya was no trifling sum. In addition to exorbitant taxes, the commoners of Pokaya were subject to an annual celestial tribute, the amount of which was subject to the whims of the aristocracy. The commoners were perpetually employed by the nobility, and the combined burden of taxes, the celestial tribute, and the nobility's exploitative practices left them with virtually no wealth at the end of the year. Many struggled to even subsist, hence the prevalence of refugees. Thus, the annual celestial tribute collection had a devastating impact. Balon knew that Dawn would inevitably make this demand, and that his struggle was not solely for the celestial tribute. However, he could neither acquiesce nor deny it immediately. He inhaled deeply and said slowly, I cannot answer you now. I must confer with His Highness. Understood. However, if I receive no reply by 6 o'clock this evening, I shall interpret it as a rejection of negotiations. Dawn spoke deliberately, his tone turning cold. I shall then set fire to the city gates and slaughter every noble within the royal capital. He emphasized the word noble. The city gates were wooden. Dawn had at least 3 methods to breach the royal capital. He intended to compel the nobility to yield and then seize enormous profits. He sought both fame and fortune. Balon scrutinized him for a moment before nodding gravely. Rest assured, if His Highness desires to quell this matter, you shall receive a response. Await my news with patience. Balon turned to leave, his anger more intense than ever before. Dawn was insatiably greedy, and his grasp of the nobility's vulnerabilities was uncanny. The thought of the other man's unshakable confidence inflamed Balon's ire. One moment, Dawn called out. Hearing the voice, Balon paused and looked at Dawn, perplexed. We are not finished. Why are you leaving? Dawn chuckled, and under Balon's fiery gaze, continued, Now that official matters are concluded, let us discuss private affairs. Balon hesitated, then recalled his promise from that day, understanding the private affairs to which Dawn alluded. He never imagined that Dawn would demand its fulfillment at this juncture. Speak your mind. But do not be excessive. That was a debt of life. There is no room for bargaining. Dawn guffawed. Be excessive? What could possibly qualify as excessive? Balon ignored him, waiting for him to state his terms. I require a personally authorized grant from His Highness, bestowing upon me the rights to manufacture and trade goods. These rights were traditionally the exclusive domain of the aristocracy. Without specific authorization from a noble, no commoner possessed the right to manufacture goods or engage in trade. Unauthorized domestic manufacturing or large-scale trade would inevitably be punished by the nobility. What did he want this for? The rights to manufacture and trade goods would likely be unattainable if Balon were asked for them under normal circumstances. However, including them in these negotiations might significantly increase the likelihood of success. Your request is beyond my power, Balon said with a mirthless laugh. He was unable to fulfill this promise, so he need not worry about breaking his word. This is a private matter. But I hope that Balon will report it to His Highness. Just as he suspected, Balon thought to himself, convinced that Dawn would do exactly that. At dawn, he observed the silence before speaking again. Assist me in securing these 2 rights, and consider it a fulfillment of your promise. Very well, came the reply. But I must inquire as to the purpose behind your desire for the rights to manufacture and trade goods. It was evident that the prince was aware that such rights would naturally facilitate product sales. However, he was profoundly curious about the nature of the products this individual intended to create, if they were of a rare variety. Perhaps the prince could also partake in the profits, having already witnessed the man's cunning and capabilities. Baron hoped to leverage the Dawn's efforts to help the prince acquire greater benefits. First, help me accomplish this task, and afterward, I shall reveal to you the potential profits from these products. Benefits beyond your wildest imagination, the Dawn remarked with a smile. He spoke the truth. If the techniques for brewing and blending spirits were perfected, they could undoubtedly ignite a tremendous frenzy in this world. The crux of the matter lay in monopolizing production and utilizing this product to create similar offerings. The pirate realm consumed an unfathomable quantity of spirits daily, and white liquor represented an enormous untapped market. The ambition of the Dawn was directly proportional to the future profits he envisioned. Initially, he considered a modest scale of operations, but upon reflection, he deemed that approach too sluggish. Instead, he resolved to relinquish some profits to entice a broader array of talents and resources, thus accelerating progress and rapidly accumulating initial capital. He had already identified his key ally, the nobleman Holt Baron, who was ideally suited for this endeavor. The magnitude of potential profits was staggering, yet Baron appeared unfazed by the enormity of it all. In an ideal scenario, this product could achieve global acclaim. What foolishness! Baron thought, unable to believe such prospects. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his skepticism and committed to assisting in the acquisition of this right, if only to repay the life-saving favor owed. I shall do my utmost to help you secure this right. The two engaged in conversation for some time, negotiating further details, including provisions for refugees to cultivate land and receive seeds. Baron understood that the only way to permanently resolve such issues was to ensure the refugees were well fed. He was among the few astute nobles in Pokaya. After a while, Baron turned to leave. One of his guards finally spoke. My lord, from our first meeting, this man's ambition has been impossible to overlook. Are you truly willing to assist him in securing this right? Fade in, Baron replied. Pokaya cannot endure further turmoil. Shaking his head, he continued, though I vehemently resist his demands, we both know that the prince will undoubtedly acquiesce to them. Indeed, Fade in sighed. The prince and Totok might clash at any moment, and who would dare allocate excess resources and troops to quell such a trivial uprising? The timing of this maneuver was impeccable. Had it been a year earlier or later, neither side would have yielded an inch. The nobility would never permit the commoners to act with impunity. No, this is merely temporary, regardless of whether it is the prince or Totok who ascends to the throne. That fellow Reinhardt will ultimately face dire consequences, Baron chuckled. The kingdom has never set a precedent of compromising with the common folk, especially not under such unfavorable circumstances. How long will this take? Fade-in pondered, sensing that the Don harbored similar ambitions, exploiting every available resource to bolster his own power. All parties were racing against time. The true state of affairs within Pokaya was known only to the nobility, yet Fade-in felt that the Don possessed a keen understanding of the court's dynamics. It was this insight that enabled him to weave connections and ultimately forge a formidable movement. The collective will of the common people had never before been envisioned as a force so unstoppable by either class. It was this very reason that emboldened the Don to take such audacious risks, including the pursuit of manufacturing and trade rights, which at this juncture, the prince might just be inclined to bestow upon a commoner. Regardless, the plan continued to unfold as envisioned. Don quietly awaited the noble's final response, possessing ample leverage to compel the prince to acquiesce to his demands. However, he did not overreach, although his requests were excessive by noble standards. Don was acutely aware of the prince's current circumstances and had calculated the limits he could bear. Harvey, do you think they will agree? Don inquired, directing his question to the burly bald man standing beside him. Harvey shook his head, hesitatingly suggesting, perhaps we should consider taking a step back? As Don broke, the dark brows of the one known as Don arched slightly as he turned to look at him. What, are you afraid? Harvey's eyes darted around, unable to believe that the prince would so readily acquiesce to his demands. However, if the task assigned to him by the nobles had been accomplished last night, he might have already secured a place of honor in Quechuac. This thought deepened his resentment towards Don. Not only had this individual thwarted his promising prospects, but there was also a looming possibility that he would exacerbate the situation. He feared that Don's requests to the nobles were solely for his own benefit. Or are you concerned that I might not fulfill my promises? Don inquired again. Noticing Harvey's silence, he added with a smile, rest assured. The ownership of Wild Cave Town will henceforth be yours. You can cultivate the land alongside 3,000 refugees. Wild Cave Town holds vast potential. Don's words were earnest and sincere, yet upon hearing them, Harvey's expression turned ashen. He had no desire to engage in mere agriculture. His ambition lay in the billion Bailey compensation. Even a mere 30% would amount to 300 million, sufficient to scale and industrialize the lucrative enterprises of drugs, gambling, and vice in Wild Cave Town. Yet, Don deliberately refrained from mentioning any monetary matters. Following the fright he experienced last night, Harvey dared not inquire further, resigning himself to a reluctant nod in response. At dawn, it was evident what his intentions were. Those promises were nothing more than empty pledges. Furthermore, the nobles have now compromised, rendering those commitments void. The premise of such promises was to utilize the current turmoil to gain control over the nation. Yet it is clear that such control is unrealistic at this juncture. Thus, when the nobles within the royal city approached him yesterday to conspire in the assassination of Don, he did not hesitate for a moment. Today, he has come to realize that Don never intended to overthrow the regime of this nation. And the strength exhibited thus far is insufficient to besiege the royal city. Those hollow promises are utterly unfulfillable. Planting seeds? Damn it. Harvey cursed inwardly, yet maintained a smile on his face in response. After approximately 2 hours, the gates of the royal city finally swung open once more. However, it was a different unfamiliar nobleman who approached. Judging by his attire, it was not difficult to ascertain his noble status. He advanced to within 5 meters of Don, raising his head imperiously and declaring, "Who is Reinhardt?" Having encountered noble arrogance before, Don chose to prioritize negotiation and paid little heed to the disdain, walking forward. "I am." The noble regarded him with a condescending gaze for a moment before stating, "His Highness the Prince requests your presence for a detailed discussion within the city." "Let your foolish prince come out to discuss." Don retorted coldly. The noble bristled. "You dare insult His Highness." He reached for the pistol concealed within his cloak, only to be met with a swift glint of cold steel slicing through the air, prompting him to cry out, "Do not make a move. Are you truly here on behalf of His Highness?" "Where's Holt, Baron?" Don inquired, the cold blade poised at the noble's throat. I truly am. Baron is conferring with His Highness regarding your requests. Upon hearing of your exploits from Baron, His Highness holds you in great admiration. Believing that although you have committed grave offenses by leading the refugee uprising, your intentions were noble, aimed at alleviating the plight of the common people. Thus, he does not wish to pursue the matter further and is prepared to invite you to the court to discuss your requests and seek your counsel on certain matters. The noble spoke in rapid succession, awaiting Dawn's response. Do you think I would believe you? Dawn scoffed, fixing the noble with a piercing gaze that conveyed an unyielding threat. Should there be even a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, the blade would descend without hesitation. I fear you might not believe me. This is Baron S' token of trust, which you should recognize. He produced a unique emblem of the Palkarian nobility, one that Dawn had observed on both Baron and Goff. Similar in size yet distinct in design. Upon holding the Dawn in my hand for a moment, I realized it bore an exact resemblance to the noble crest of Baron that I had observed that night. It was indeed intriguing that the prince had invited me to the city for a detailed discussion. Suddenly, Dawn replayed the entire situation in my mind. Yet I could not discern the causal relationship. I merely nodded and replied, "Please wait for me here." I felt an inkling that this venture into the city could prove to be a tremendous opportunity. Returning to Harvey, I conveyed a few instructions before accompanying him to the gathering place of the riotous crowd, situated a mile away. In hushed tones, I advised Luncheon to remain vigilant regarding Harvey's movements. After calming the emotions of the crowd, I made my way back to the gates of the royal city. I tightened the grip on the command sword hanging from my left hip and the cold crow, placing my left hand upon the command sword. Under the gaze of the nobles, I uttered, "Let us proceed." The city gates slowly opened, and it was then that I comprehended the urgency of the nobles to negotiate. The residents within, including the aristocracy, were in a state of acute panic, particularly due to the scarcity of water and food, which had led to considerable chaos within the royal city. If this situation persisted, there would be no need for me to storm the royal cities. The noble lords might very well reach their breaking point. Cutting off the water and food supply to the royal city was akin to severing their lifeline. Witnessing this scenario invigorated my resolve. After navigating several alleyways, I finally entered a vast corridor, which was rather deep. After a while, I emerged from the corridor to behold a magnificent and flourishing architectural complex. The style of the buildings bore a striking resemblance to the royal architecture of medieval Europe from my previous life. This was the royal court of Polkaya, the Clovis courtyard, aptly named after the prince. At dawn, the light swept through the countless courtyards within the royal palace, each measuring approximately 300 to 500 square meters. These courtyards interlinked, forming a labyrinthine structure, elegantly divided by arches adorned with splendid tiles that shimmered like curtains laid across the sky, radiating a golden glow. It is no wonder that this grand edifice is referred to as the Clovis Courtyard Palace, for it is indeed a composition of innumerable opulent courtyards. The sheer luxury was astonishing. Even having witnessed various renowned architectures in a previous life, Dawn found herself momentarily taken aback. This was merely a small nation within the Four Seas region. One could only imagine the extravagance of the 50 monarchies capable of attending world conferences. These were merely embellishments. As Dawn continued to walk alongside the nobles, suddenly she paused, sensing an almost imperceptible breath of air, yet instinctively aware of the formidable hostility it bore. Startled, she instinctively lowered her head. A barely noticeable streak of light swiftly passed through, slicing her hair in two, while a sharp pain inexplicably pierced her face. Did the prince intend to kill me? The thought flickered in Dawn's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. She could not believe the prince would be so foolish as to forge such a formidable enemy for no reason. Who else could be responsible if not the prince? As the streak of light cut through the golden wall, rendering it in fragments, the noble beside her was momentarily stunned before approaching with urgency, exclaiming, "This was not the work of His Highness the Prince." He was concerned that Dawn might attribute the incident to the prince, unaware that His Highness would face no fewer than 5 assassination attempts in a single year. A strike? Dawn uttered, recognizing the almost invisible gleam of light. It was indeed a strike, yet the nature of the attack, its form, and the sound of the wind slicing through the air indicated that the assailant had only just grasped the technique. Otherwise, the force would not be so lacking. In a typical strike, had she been any closer at that moment, the intense pressure produced by the surrounding air would have torn her asunder. How else could she remain unscathed, standing here in one piece? At dawn, the figure shook his head, concentrating intently on the fluctuations of the surrounding air currents. Suddenly, he was taken aback and let out a thunderous shout, "Show yourself." In an instant, the commanding sword was drawn, tracing a swift arc before sweeping through the air. With a resounding clash, 2 weapons collided. The opponent finally revealed his true form. The nobleman accompanying Dawn was momentarily stunned, gazing upward at a towering man wielding a katana who had seemingly materialized from thin air. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Shaywin." The entity referred to as Shaywin eerily emerged from the atmosphere. Dawn furrowed his brow. This phenomenon appeared to be, indeed, it was the ability of a devil fruit. Shaywin stood nearly 3 meters tall, donned in noble attire, and appeared to be no older than 30. His golden hair lending him an exceptionally handsome visage. As Shaywin regarded Dawn, a smile suddenly broke across his face, as if he understood the source of Dawn's surprise. He raised his hand, and in a fleeting moment, a katana measuring 1.5 meters materialized in Shaywin's grip. The transparent fruit. At dawn. Fu Xiao could not help but exclaim in surprise, for he never anticipated that the transparent fruit would manifest before him in the form of a tall man. In the original tale, the transparent fruit first appeared on the crew member Absalom of Moonlight Moria. However, after Moria's complete defeat, Absalom leveraged the powers of the transparent fruit to become a world-renowned freelance writer. Tragically, he later summoned disaster, leading to the transfer of the transparent fruit's abilities to Rain Stream by Blackbeard. It seemed you were already aware of this. Xiaowen gazed at Fu Xiao with a sly smile, suddenly noticing the sword hanging at his waist. Are you also a swordsman? Did Kektok send you to kill me? Fu Xiao did not respond, but instead posed a question of his own. He then withdrew his commanding sword with his left hand while simultaneously placing his right hand upon the cold crow at his left waist. He turned to the noble beside him and said, You should leave first and inform the prince. If I have the chance to meet him, I hope his sincerity does not disappoint me. The noble nodded solemnly before quickly retreating toward the palace. Xiaowen observed this scene without interference, contemplating Fu Xiao's confidence. Enough with the chatter, let us continue the fight. Fu Xiao swiftly flicked his commanding sword with his left hand, taking a step forward. Bang! The commanding sword clashed with Xiaowen's katana, producing a faint spark as the surrounding air trembled. Xiaowen suddenly felt a powerful force coursing through his arm. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, countering with a swift motion to slice upward from beneath Fu Xiao's armpit. The strike missed as Fu Xiao sidestepped, and the cold crow finally came unsheathed, slashing at Xiaowen from an unexpectedly sharp angle. The scene transformed as if time had accelerated. The two swords clashed at breakneck speed, their movements a blur. The swordsmanship was exquisite and rapid, yet the force seemed insufficient, despite the capability for striking blows. It appeared that within the entire kingdom of Pokaya, Xiaowen was among the most formidable individuals. This was Fu Xiao's assessment of Xiaowen. And given his role as Kektok's guard, such prowess was not surprising. Reinhardt, Xiaowen suddenly called out, his tone grave. I have investigated you. You arrived in Pokaya 5 years ago and have remained rather unassuming since. What, then, is the purpose of your sudden commotion? Since you have investigated me, you must know that my intentions this time are solely to advocate for the commoners who cannot pay the heavenly tribute, Fu Xiao replied calmly. Xiaowen was not swayed by such claims. After 5 years of lurking, there surely lay vast ambitions beneath. Tales of heroic exploits and profound thoughts had circulated among the common folk of Bell Tower Village, all stemming from the words of this peculiar young man. He found it hard to believe that this uprising was merely a simple act of championing the commoners. My lord Kektok instructed me not to expend too much energy on you, yet I find myself in disagreement with that counsel, Xiaowen remarked suddenly. At dawn, a moment of bewilderment ensued, prompting one to ponder the purpose of such self-reflection. Yet, one must consider, you are undoubtedly a far more formidable adversary than that self-righteous fool Prince Crovy. Thus, I personally advocate for your immediate demise to prevent any future repercussions. With a cold, mocking smile, Shaven charged towards Dawn. As Shaven leapt into the air, Dawn prepared to counter the assault, only to witness Shaven vanish entirely, his form and weapon dissolving into the very atmosphere. At dawn, he swiftly retreated to create distance. This was the ability of the transparent fruit, which allowed its user to become invisible and render anything or anyone in contact with their body equally transparent. A sharp whoosh of wind sliced through the air as a blade of cold light, identical in size to the previous one, flew towards him. He sidestepped to evade it. But the strike was too swift, barely grazing past his shoulder and inflicting a gruesome wound. Yet, this was not the end. A faint sound of a blade scraping against the air suddenly pierced his awareness. By the time he realized, the katana loomed before his chest. In shock, he threw himself backward with all his might, causing his uncontrolled body to tumble through the air. Even so, the katana still grazed the surface of his chest, leaving a gash as wide as a thumb. Blood stained his old shirt, and a splash of it marked his face as he fell to the ground. Before he could gather his thoughts, the elusive katana struck again. He found himself momentarily overwhelmed. For an extended period, he had been evading with all his strength. And apart from the initial wounds on his chest and shoulder, fine cuts appeared on his arms, thighs, and face. The combination of the sword's slashing momentum and the transparent fruit's power was indeed formidable. No wonder that in the original tale, the River of Rain sought to seize this devil fruit. He gasped for breath, his heart racing, yet there was no sign of Shaven. However, he knew that Shaven was not far from him, cloaked in invisibility, not out of mercy to spare his life, but to dismantle his psychological defenses. Only by shattering these defenses could he be defeated. Standing still with the sword planted on the ground, he breathed calmly. Suddenly, under Shaven's astonished gaze, he closed his eyes and began to murmur incomprehensible words. At dawn, he contemplated the properties of the translucent fruit, only to realize at that moment that it could render itself and the objects it touched transparent, yet it could not completely obliterate sound. Just as in the beginning, he distinctly felt the friction of air against the slash he had unleashed. At this instant, he closed his eyes and tightened all his thoughts. Employing a meditative technique from his past to eliminate all external distractions, his breathing was remarkably clear, and at that moment, his mind was exceptionally sharp. His senses seemed to extend outward, as if he could perceive the gentle whisper of the wind. It was a sound that ordinary people could never truly experience. Akin to the breath of life itself, the instinctual essence emanating from all living beings. How pretentious. Shawan scoffed inwardly and swung his katana in a decisive arc. But the events that unfolded in the next moment took him by surprise. As Dawn wielded his sword with precision, he successfully blocked the attack. Shaven was taken aback. The transparent fruit had been his trump card for years, enabling him to traverse Palkaya with impunity, even against foes far stronger than himself. He could eliminate them without a trace. Yet, the individual before him, despite appearing slightly weaker, had managed to accurately deflect his seemingly inescapable strike. It must be a coincidence. Shaven mused, and once more he swung his blade at Dawn. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the katana was thwarted again. Impossible. Shaven could hardly believe it, but instead of rushing to attack, he maintained his distance, calmly observing the closed-eyed Dawn. How was he achieving this? Shaven pondered in disbelief, scrutinizing Dawn's movements. The transparent fruit allowed the user to become invisible and to render objects they touched transparent, though sound and scent remained unaffected. Suddenly, Dawn spoke, increasing Shaven's astonishment. The capabilities of the transparent fruit were known to only a handful within the kingdom, and he alone understood its precise functions. Yet, since he began using the fruit, it seemed this young swordsman had seen through its powers with uncanny accuracy. How could he possibly know? Shaven felt an unsettling fear. This young warrior might indeed become Lord Totok's greatest adversary. What can you do with that knowledge? Shaven scoffed, his voice drifting from the side, asserting. You still cannot perceive the trajectory of my strikes. Despite his bravado, uncertainty gnawed at him, for his previous attempts had all been thwarted. Is that so? Dawn chuckled, casting a dismissive glance towards the invisible Shaven. While he could not see Shaven's form, he could subtly sense his presence, the sound of his blade slicing through the air, the rhythm of his breath, and the cadence of his footsteps. For him, Shaven's invisibility made little difference. No difference? The transparent fruit is indeed too weak. Shaven muttered to himself in despair, only to hear Dawn's mocking voice reach him. It appears you have yet to fully harness the true abilities of the transparent fruit. The true abilities? Isn't invisibility its essence? Shaven was momentarily taken aback. Was the fruit's name synonymous with transparency? He instinctively inquired. What? Do you wish to learn? Before his question could settle, Dawn's eyes widened, and he leapt into action, crossing his legs and springing forth. With a resonant cry, Dawn raised his sword high and swung it forward. Shaven was astonished and then elated. Dawn had not truly perceived the trajectory of his attack. Otherwise, he would not have employed such a tactic to distract him. Clang. The sharp sound of steel meeting steel resonated as Shaven felt a tingling in his arm gripping the katana, the force of the impact causing his hands to tremble, blood seeping from the cracks in his palms. His position had been revealed through sound, yet although the strike had landed, Shaven successfully parried it, heightening his alertness. After observing for some time, Dawn quietly attuned himself to the faint currents of the air. Are you truly Totok's guardian? At dawn, a statement was uttered into the air, causing the concealed Shaven to pause momentarily, lost in contemplation of its meaning. However, he resolved to remain silent, intent on seeking an opportunity to strike a fatal blow against Dawn. In their previous encounters, Dawn had successfully thwarted Shaven's assault routes, relying on his heightened sensitivity gained through meditation. Without delving further into these thoughts, Dawn employed the same tactics once more. Soon, he heard a faint, barely audible hum near his ear, but in the next instant, he was taken aback as the sound began to intensify, akin to the distant roar of an approaching aircraft. In that fleeting moment, his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch were enveloped by the thunderous resonance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was an extraordinarily exquisite sensation, as though every nuance of his physical being had been amplified infinitely. His visual range expanded instantaneously, while his auditory perception became so acute that he could discern the flutter of a mosquito's wings. He could even detect the scent of dust upon Shaven's katana and feel the swift currents of air swirling around him. His senses were enhanced 100-fold, 1,000-fold, as if he could perceive Shaven's every movement and attack trajectory with his eyes closed. At dawn, with an instinctive grip on the commanding sword, the protagonist moved in harmony with the innate swordsmanship coursing through their veins, deftly launching a feigned attack. In an instant, the right hand unsheathed the raven's blade. The samurai's katana of Shaven clashed first against the 3-finger-wide commanding sword, producing a faint glimmer as the two met in the air. His katana successfully parried the upward thrust of the commanding sword. However, Shaven was seized by an ominous premonition. He instinctively sought to withdraw his blade, only to be confronted by a piercing ray of cold light that followed swiftly. Danger! The strike was as swift as lightning, the slicing wind carrying a chilling aura that left little room for reaction. Though Shaven was also a master swordsman, he instinctively lowered his shoulders to evade the attack, yet still found himself grievously wounded. In that fleeting moment, the invisibility conferred by his transparent fruit ability faded, revealing his form. With a swift thrust, a blade over a meter long pierced through his flesh, puncturing beneath his armpit with a brutal precision, the edge glimmering crimson on his back. An icy wave of pain surged through Shaven as he beheld the blood trickling down the blade from his shoulder. Straining against the agony, he attempted to voice his outrage. But before he could finish, he saw the commanding sword in the left hand of Dawn swing toward him once more. With a sharp sound, Shaven gripped the raven's blade tightly, forcefully withdrawing the blade that had pierced his shoulder, leaving a deep gash in his palm from the exertion. Realizing he could no longer continue the fight, and that even his formidable swordsmanship could not prevail, much less his strongest transparent fruit ability, Shaven turned and leapt, his form gradually fading into invisibility midair. At dawn, Fu Xiao found himself breathless, his swiftly diminishing stamina unable to sustain a pursuit of Shaowen. Thus, he paused momentarily to regain his composure. He reflected on the extraordinary sensations he experienced during his recent state of meditation. The electric clarity with which he discerned Shaowen's attack trajectory and stealth. Could this be an indication of the awakening of observation Haki? Observation Haki. One of the three forms of Haki in the world of pirates is one of the two that can be cultivated and strengthened through practice. This form of Haki possesses various branches, sharpening one's five senses, allowing one to perceive the presence and emotional fluctuations of nearby beings, predict and evade danger, and even glimpse fragments of the future. In the Sky Islands, it is referred to as the Heart Net. In the original narrative, Zoro's ability to hear the breath of steel also exemplifies a form of awakened observation Haki. However, whether Fu Xiao's sensations of breath through his five senses mark the beginning of his own awakening remains uncertain. Initially, he managed to withstand several of Shaowen's attacks by relying on the sounds of his breathing, the friction between the sword and the air, and the subtle noises of his footsteps on the ground, rather than the breath of the objects themselves. That fleeting moment of incredible insight seemed akin to the precursors of awakening observation Haki. Otherwise, how could he have perceived Shaowen's hidden attack routes so clearly? The invisibility afforded by the transparent fruit is not easily penetrable. His earlier ability to fend off several of Shaowen's strikes stemmed from two factors. Firstly, Shaowen's inherent weakness, as a swordsman incapable of concealing his footsteps and breath, and secondly, Fu Xiao's years of meditative training, which heightened his perceptive abilities to an extraordinary level. As for observation Haki, how could a mere guard from the remote corners of the North Sea, like Pokaya, comprehend it? If Shaowen were to hear this, he would likely dismiss it as sheer nonsense. Fu Xiao observed a group of soldiers approaching from a distance, led by Holt Baron. "Doctor," Baron called out, and a physician appeared from behind, bearing a medical kit. The doctor began to treat his wounds. After a brief application of ointment and bandaging, the doctor wished to provide further treatment, but Fu Xiao shook his head in refusal. "Baron, take me to see the prince. The negotiation with the prince is of utmost importance." Baron nodded, speaking as they walked. "The one who attempted to kill you is Shaowen, the strongest subordinate of Krotok." Fu Xiao, glancing at Baron, inquired, "Is he truly Krotok's subordinate?" Baron paused, astonished. Of course, over the years, he has assisted Krotok in eliminating many individuals. Even the prince has faced assassination attempts. After approximately 10 minutes, the two arrived before a grander gate, halting in front of a golden palace 50 meters ahead, which served as the residence of Krovi. Before them lay an expansive emerald lawn, beneath an infinitely lofty azure sky, with rolling grassy slopes on either side, and a wide, tidy pathway leading directly to the golden palace. This was the abode of His Highness the Prince, Caporero Krovi, the sole prince of the kingdom of Pokaya, approximately 25 years of age. Fu Xiao had only encountered the name of His Highness in Polkaya's newspapers, aware that he was the kingdom's only heir. Yet he had never seen the prince's likeness. Upon entering Krovi's residence, he was greeted by the opulent and grand decorations that adorned every corner. Even a single item from this collection would be worth more than 3 years' income for an ordinary family. "Your Highness," Baron knelt as they entered. Dawn came to a halt, his gaze scrutinizing the figure of Capello Clovi ahead. The prince stood nearly 2 meters tall, with golden hair cascading down his shoulders. He was dressed in an elegant black suit, adorned with golden patterns along the sides and at the cuffs, while a necktie resembling a bouquet of lilies graced his chest. His lower attire consisted of black trousers, complemented by sturdy boots, and at his left waist hung a magnificent longsword. The prince, too, was assessing the disheveled figure of Dawn below. Dawn's appearance was woeful. His upper garment was an old shirt riddled with numerous holes, while his shorts were tattered and frayed. His sandals were nearly worn out, and at his waist swung a noble command sword alongside a katana. Observing the bandaged wounds encircling Dawn's body, Clovey spoke with an impassive countenance. "Are you the rebel leader, Reinhardt?" The rebel leader, Dawn, remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Baron, seemingly issuing a warning. "Your Highness, this individual is indeed the valiant Reinhardt," Baron hastily interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Why does this prince not perform the act of kneeling?" Clovey's somewhat haughty expression provoked a chill in Dawn's demeanor. "Why should I kneel?" Baron, visibly anxious at the tense exchange, called out rapidly to the prince. "Your Highness." Clovey raised a hand to halt him, his gaze descending upon Dawn, who had his left hand poised on the hilt of his command sword. "It seems you two are a swordsman. I have trained in swordsmanship for many years. Let us see the extent of your prowess. Are we to engage in battle right away? Is there truly a prince so devoid of reason?" Dawn finds Clovis's actions somewhat inscrutable. "Excellent." Dawn gazed quietly at Clovis. Clovis drew his sword, its blade a mere 2 fingers in width, comparable in length to that of a commander's sword, yet devoid of any curvature. The hilt was fashioned in a cross shape. This cross sword, though ornate, primarily emphasized thrusting techniques, and its single-handed grip necessitated a high level of skill and swordsmanship, which Clovis evidently struggled to master. Bang! At dawn, the commander's sword, still sheathed in his left hand, was raised to instantly intercept Clovis's advance. Clovis felt a tingling sensation in his palm as his long sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Why not draw your sword? Clovis pondered momentarily. Very well, Dawn replied. As Clovis resumed his combat stance, thrusting his long sword from the left, a flash of cold light illuminated the grand hall as. In the instant the commander's sword was unsheathed, it appeared before Clovis's eyes. Alarmed, Clovis quickly drew his sword back into a guard position. Yet he found that the tip of the commander's blade showed no signs of retreating, continuing its lethal trajectory toward his head. Your Highness, do you wish to continue? Dawn inquired with a smile, the tip of his sword resting lightly upon Clovis's forehead. Clovis felt a chill emanating from the blade, astonished by the opponent's formidable swordsmanship. Enough. Clovis sighed, shaking his head as he sheathed his long sword at his waist. Then, with a sudden grin, he remarked, I had my doubts when Baron spoke of Sir Reinhardt's exceptional sword skills. At dawn, Fu Xiao glanced at Holt Baron, who nodded with a smile and said, Your Highness, we should first discuss the matter at hand. Oh, right, Clovis immediately replied, and then summoned the maidservants to bring food, tea, and clothing. Fu Xiao cast a glance and said, Let us attend to business first. What is your Highness's response to the requests I have put forth? Noticing the respect Clovis showed him at that moment, he spoke candidly. The requests are reasonable and pose no problem, Clovis responded with a smile. But Fu Xiao was taken aback. Was it truly that simple to acquiesce? However, may I inquire if you understand the purpose behind your demand for manufacturing and trading rights? Clovis queried. It is solely for survival. I lead the commoners in this significant endeavor to ensure they have enough to eat, Fu Xiao answered after a moment's reflection. Not anticipating Clovis would pose such a question. Enough to eat? Are the commoners in our kingdom truly lacking food? Clovis appeared unaware that Pokaya had sunk to such depths where even the common folk could not fill their stomachs. Hearing this, Fu Xiao scoffed. If it were not for the hunger, do you think those commoners would risk their lives following me? Very well, Clovis sighed, turning to Baron. What is the current state of the kingdom's finances? The finances are sufficient. However, what of Lord Totok? Baron expressed his concerns. Though the authority to quell the rebellion had been entrusted to Clovis, the kingdom's financial power remained firmly in Totok's hands. 1 billion Bailey was hardly a substantial sum for Polkea's finances, yet Totok would certainly not make it easy for him to accomplish this task. Fear not. I shall personally negotiate with Uncle Totok, Clovis said with a smile. Your Highness's invitation to the palace must not be so simple, correct? Fu Xiao raised the cup of tea that had long been brewed and took a sip as he inquired. Clovis looked at him oddly, his gaze harboring an unusual depth. After a moment of silence, he continued, Through our earlier contest, I have come to realize that your swordsmanship surpasses all in Pokaya. Speak plainly. Very well, how refreshing. Clovis chuckled. I wish to invite Mr. Reinhardt to be my swordsmanship instructor. As a prince, your Highness should have no shortage of swordsmanship teachers. Fu Xiao discerned that Clovis's so-called instructor was likely merely a faade. Alas, all the swordsmanship instructors my uncle arranged for me are utterly incompetent. They neither teach well nor practice effectively. Were it not for what Baron has conveyed, I would not believe Pokaya possessed a swordsman as formidable as you, Clovis sighed. Lowering his posture. I have loved swordsmanship since childhood. I began training at 10 and have put forth great effort, yet my skills remain mediocre. Your Highness, Fu Xiao interjected. Swordsmanship is a matter of talent. Those with high aptitude can surpass others in a year, while those with lesser talent may remain unremarkable even after 15 years. As is the case with His Majesty. You ought to abandon your swordsmanship practice. Fu Xiao's words were devoid of mercy. They were entirely accurate. Had he not inherited the swordsmanship talent of the former owner of this body, he would not have embarked on the path of the sword. Even so, his future path in swordsmanship would undoubtedly be tainted. Even if he ascended to the realm of a sword master, it would not be a pure path of the sword. Your words are remarkably unrelenting, Clovis chuckled helplessly. He was well aware of his lack of talent after practicing for 15 years. His true intent was not merely to seek instruction in swordsmanship. I will personally contribute an additional 300 million Bailey as your remuneration. You need only agree to be my swordsmanship instructor, and the funds will be immediately available. Clovis raised the stakes. Very well, Fu Xiao did not hesitate. Trading his instruction in swordsmanship for 300 million Bailey was a deal worth pursuing. The prince's motives may be impure, but his own were hardly pure either. Entering the palace might indeed be the most prudent choice. Despite the considerable risks involved, the potential rewards rendered the risk worthwhile. Seeing Fu Xiao's swift agreement, Clovis smiled and added, However, before we proceed, there is another matter we must resolve to ensure success. Speak. My request for you to become my swordsmanship instructor will undoubtedly face opposition from Uncle Totok. At that juncture, I will summon Father to preside over the matter. You need only to defeat Totok's swordsmanship expert in front of the king using your sword skills. Clovis stated. Remember, your technique must utterly overwhelm your opponent. A grand swordsmanship competition in front of the palace? What a melodramatic turn of events. After their discussion, they ultimately settled on the terms of their negotiation. First, the Pokai News would publicly announce the crimes committed by the Lehrman family and provide substantial monetary compensation for the civilians slain by Lehrman Gofu. Second, the town of Yeku would be designated for refugee resettlement, with provisions for agricultural seed supplies and expert guidance, alongside reparations amounting to 1 billion Bailey. Third, the annual tax burden imposed on all civilian classes in Pokaya would be permanently abolished. As for Fu Zhao's requests for manufacturing and trading rights, as well as the additional 300 million Bailey, these would be privately settled and delivered to Fu Zhao by Baron once all matters were concluded. At dawn, sitting within the carriage, Dawn was followed by 3 carts laden with wealth. She instructed Luanqing to lead a contingent to escort the 3 carts to the city defense town, while Brat was tasked with ensuring their vigilant guard day and night. Having completed these duties, Dawn approached the throng of nearly 10,000 rebels and proclaimed, "We have triumphed. From this moment forth, the nobility shall no longer extract a single coin of heavenly gold from us commoners." Upon uttering these words, a fervent eruption of cheers resonated through the crowd, all chanting the illustrious name of Reinhardt. "This is your victory. From now on, we shall no longer be oppressed, and every individual shall attain freedom. Henceforth, all shall have their fill of sustenance." At dawn, a series of words illuminated the commoners, conveying that all their sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. News spread swiftly. Within mere minutes after the riotous assembly was disbanded, every citizen of Pokai received the joyous tidings of their exemption from the heavenly gold tax. Elation erupted as they fervently chanted the name of Reinhardt. For those who had abstained from the tumult, this was equally monumental news. The annual collection of heavenly gold had long been a source of discontent among the kingdom's lower classes. Now, having successfully alleviated this burdensome levy, their lives promised to improve significantly in the days to come. At dawn, a meticulous count began of those who perished in the recent insurrection, tallying approximately 1,000 souls, equivalent to 1/6 of the insurgents. Ultimately, he allocated 200 million burley for compensation. However, given that the majority of the deceased were refugees, predominantly solitary men lacking relatives, the actual disbursement of this sum proved modest, amounting to less than 100 million burley. Next, the 3,000 surviving civilians each received a stipend of 100,000 burley before dispersing. Most of these civilians were men, many of whom had families, thus rendering the compensation a significant boon. In the end, only the 2,000 refugees led by Harvey remained, although they had joined the rebellion rather late. The primary combat strength stemmed from these refugees, with the majority of casualties being among their ranks. Consequently, Harvey believed that he deserved at least half of the remaining 600 million burley, given the immense price paid. Acquiring 300 million burley did not seem a worthy transaction to him, and the certainty of whether Dawn would successfully deliver the funds remained in question. That evening, Dawn summoned Harvey to the town of City Defense for drinks, intending to discuss matters concerning the upcoming plans for Wild Cave Town. "Harvey, I have a proposal. Would you care to listen?" Dawn inquired. Startled from his brooding drink, Harvey paused. "Speak." "I envision transforming Wild Cave Town into an agricultural hub, ensuring that the remaining 2,000 refugees need not fret about survival." The notion of an agricultural base was indeed novel. Your gambling houses, narcotics, and vice cannot withstand scrutiny, nor can they remedy the plight of the refugees. Harvey grasped the implication. His sustained dominance in Wild Cave Town had been reliant on the control exerted over countless refugees through gambling, drugs, and vice, harnessing their desperation into formidable combat prowess. If these avenues were extinguished, would he still reign as the Lord of Wild Cave Town? A cynical smirk crossed Harvey's mind. Elucidate your plan. He recognized that Dawn was currently the favored choice of the people. To provoke him would yield no benefits, only potential backlash. "I shall not forget my promises. You will remain the leader of Wild Cave Town. Adhere to my vision and transform it entirely, cultivating crops as per my specifications," Dawn articulated slowly. Observing a glimmer of belief in Harvey's eyes, he continued, "Rest assured, the first batch of seeds has been graciously provided by the prince at no cost. And for 2 years, all taxes will be waived, with me taking only 30% of the profits. Moreover, the prince would not only supply seeds but also provide numerous agricultural experts who would offer cultivation guidance to Wild Cave Town free of charge for a year." Upon hearing this, Harvey's spirits soared. The previous enterprises became trivial in comparison. With the establishment of an agricultural base in Wild Cave Town, he could potentially emerge as the largest landowner in Palkaya. In a world where ordinary professions for commoners were scarce, farming stood as the most prevalent and esteemed occupation. The remaining 2,000 refugees represented the primary labor force. To squander their potential on warfare or idle pursuits would be a gross misallocation. "And what of the initial funding?" Harvey inquired, exhibiting a hint of hesitation. With a chuckle, Dawn affirmed, "Rest assured, you'll receive the initial batch of agricultural seeds gratis. As the vanguard in this uprising, the remaining 2,000 refugees rightfully merit recompense, especially considering that even the civilians who merely postured from safety each received 100,000 berries. Beyond bestowing upon each refugee 100,000 berries, I am also extending employment opportunities, ensuring that their diligence will be rewarded. Such a prospect, where hard work begets commensurate returns, is a distant dream in Pokaya. The commoners toil for the nobles year after year, only to receive barely enough to sustain their families. And even then, they often face the capricious wrath of the aristocracy, risking death for the slightest offense. Following a conclusive verbal agreement with Harvey, Dawn personally distributed 100,000 berries to each refugee, accompanied by a discourse outlining the forthcoming plans. Naturally, the refugees were elated, no longer destined to endure a hand-to-mouth existence. Of the 1 billion berries, 100 million were allocated for the bereaved families of the deceased, 300 million for the commoners, 200 million for the refugees, and 100 million as compensation for Harvey, as initially promised. This left a surplus of 300 million berries. Harvey surmised that these remaining 300 million berries were beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, securing 100 million berries was not a loss, especially given the immense potential benefits. Once the initial harvest of agricultural products was complete, all investments would be recouped, yielding long-term profits. Yet, a sense of unease lingered. He doubted that Dawn, after such extensive planning, would settle for a mere 300 million berries. Something remained concealed from him. With these arrangements finalized, Dawn finally found respite to convene with Bladder and the others to deliberate the subsequent course of action. That evening, the rebuilt seaside tavern, though closed to the public, radiated light. Inside, a grand circular table was laden with steaming dishes and copious amounts of libations. Seated around the table were Dawn, Bladder, Rentgen, Moser, Eddie, Gopher, and Demi, the current proprietor of the tavern. A toast to us all. Under the radiant glow, Dawn raised his glass, clinking it against the others. Draining it in one gulp, he exclaimed with a smile, "May we soon find ourselves within the royal hall." Imbibing this very toast, the others responded with laughter and a chorus of toasts. Years later, the Pokaya Uprising, the Dorag invitations, and the Reinhardt Haki awakening would be collectively known as the genesis of a legend. This humble yet cohesive moment would be remembered as the rendezvous before the dawn. See calendar 1509, March, the day following the suppression of the Commoner Revolt. The clock tower village of Pokaya was bathed in clear skies and the boundless azure of the ocean. From inception to culmination, the uprising spanned less than a week. Yet, the entire kingdom of Pokaya, from the nobility to the commoners, underwent profound transformations, albeit superficial and temporary. While the celestial tribute had been abolished for the commoners, Dawn, as a reincarnated soul, recognized that, based on the historical trajectory of humanity, the tribute would inevitably return, perhaps within a year, and likely with even greater severity. Unless a complete regime change occurred, whether Prince Krove or Chancellor Tak gained absolute control of the nation, they would reinstate the celestial tribute and intensify the exploitation of the commoners, as was the norm in most kingdoms of the pirate world. Ultimately, they remained bound by the constraints of the era. To enact fundamental reform, they had to overturn the divinely ordained system. Merely overthrowing the celestial dragons would only lead to a repetition of history. Seaside Tavern. Gazing at the astonished expression on Dorag's face, Dawn couldn't help but smile. Even Dorag, the revolutionary, found Dawn's words perplexing. Fundamental reform? Dorag, eyeing the empty glass before him, refilled Dawn's cup and inquired in a deep voice, "Could you elaborate?" "Where should I begin?" Dawn mused, realizing he had created a predicament for himself. He himself struggled to comprehend the societal systems of the 21st century, let alone elucidate them to Dorag. Overthrow the existing order, establish a legal foundation for the nation, and create a standardized, procedural, and rule of law-based system of civilization. Rule of law entails governance based on laws that reflect the will of the people and the laws of social development, rather than governance based on individual will. It demands that the nation's political and economic operations, as well as all aspects of society, adhere to the law, free from the interference, obstruction, or destruction of any individual's will. Incomprehensible? Dorag nodded, taking another sip of wine. As expected, he doesn't understand, Dawn thought. He was referring to the renowned principle of governing the nation by law from his past life. He knew that a transition from a slave society to a 21st century modern civilization was virtually impossible. However, given Dorag's keen interest, he decided to proceed. "Let me provide an illustration," Dawn continued. "For instance, we could establish a legal system that stipulates equality between commoners and nobles. The state would be governed by the nobility, but power would reside with the commoners and be subject to their oversight." "Hold on," Dorag interjected. "When you speak of equality between commoners and nobles, to what specific aspects are you referring?" At Dawn, Fu Xiao shook his head and smiled, saying it does not pertain to any specific aspect, but rather encompasses all. The king is as accountable as the commoner. Dorag was rendered speechless by this astonishing assertion. Although he had never considered the king to be significantly more noble than the common people, it was his first encounter with such an incredible notion. "Never mind. Discussing this is futile. Let us indulge in our libations," Fu Xiao chuckled, raising his cup and draining its contents. "No, perhaps such a day may indeed arrive. The harmonious, free, and egalitarian world, brimming with dreams that Dorag had envisioned in his mind, might be the very social structure that the youth had described." After a moment of silence, filled with uncertainty, he inquired, "Have you truly witnessed all of this?" "Indeed, I have," Fu Xiao replied. Dorag's expression faltered, revealing incredulity. perceiving the disbelief in Dorag's eyes. Fu Xiao pointed to his head with a grin, adding, "In my dreams." Only then did Dorag genuinely comprehend that the aspirations he had once shared with his companions, that a revolutionary could forge a harmonious, free, and dream-filled world, was precisely the world articulated by the youth. He was about to pose another question when Fu Xiao's next words caught him off guard. "That is a world of dreams, one that is forever unattainable in this realm," Fu Xiao asserted resolutely. "The will of the common people is the will of the state. Yet the state's will is not necessarily reflective of the people's desires. In a world of pirates, where strength reigns supreme, the civilization of the 21st century can never be achieved. Power is a manifestation of the common people's will, and in this world, those at the admiral level completely transcend all rules and systems. To speak of equality among all is to speak vainly of the rule of law." Dorag's astonishment grew with each word, and his thoughts became increasingly muddled. He found himself at a loss for words. He then heard Fu Xiao sigh and say, "Mr. Dorag, please consider my words as mere musings. Do not delve too deeply into them, as it would bear no benefit for you or the future of the Revolutionary Army. Let it be regarded as drunken rambling." "You already know," Dorag remarked, casting a glance at him, sensing that he possessed an uncanny insight. "Haha," Fu Xiao laughed, casually placing an old newspaper before Dorag. "Take a look. The World Economic Journal reports on this every few days. If I still cannot deduce the truth, that would make me a fool." The newspaper detailed the criminal history of Monkey D. Dorag, accompanied by a blurred image depicting only his silhouette. A dark blue cloak sketched in black ink, tall in stature. Though lacking a frontal profile, who else could it possibly be but Dorag? "Could you enlighten me as to why you refuse?" Dorag suddenly asked. "The reason for declining their invitation?" At dawn, he nodded and remarked, "I have resided in Palkaya for 5 years, during which I have attentively observed the global landscape and the current affairs of Palkaya." Dorag continued to sip his drink, waiting for him to elaborate further. "Although I have not engaged in any substantial actions during my time in Palkaya, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of the kingdom's situation and its intricacies. Thus, the most pressing endeavor for me over the past 3 years has been to overthrow the regime of Palkaya." "To overthrow the regime of Palkaya," Dorag murmured, gazing into the depths of Dawn's eyes, where a glimmer of icy blue brilliance sparkled like radiant light. An indescribable admiration filled his heart. The world speaks of grand aspirations but seldom acts upon them. Dawn's ability to commence with the minutiae often overlooked, gradually influencing the will of the common people throughout the kingdom, undeniably reflects a profound commitment to significant undertakings. The position of Chief of Staff for the Revolutionary Army remains vacant, and you are the perfect candidate I have sought for this role over the years," Dorag finally exhaled, articulating his thoughts. At dawn, Fu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Dorag would promise him the position of Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army in an attempt to entice him to join. This clearly underscored the significance Dorag placed on his potential involvement. The aspirations of the Revolutionary Army were commendable and, to a certain extent, aligned with Fu Xiao's envisioned future. Dorag's hopeful gaze seemed to brighten, yet upon hearing Fu Xiao's subsequent words, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. "Nevertheless, I cannot join the Revolutionary Army," Fu Xiao stated solemnly. "While I may not become a member, there is a possibility for collaboration in the future." "Collaboration?" Dorag expressed a tinge of regret upon receiving the rejection, but he was not overly disheartened. Intrigued by the prospect of future cooperation, he inquired, "In what specific aspects do you envision this collaboration?" "Your Revolutionary Army must have substantial demands for resources and weaponry, correct? We could provide you with a considerable supply in the future." Fu Xiao replied with a smile. These were indeed the urgent necessities for the Revolutionary Army, which required abundant support in materials and weaponry, not to mention an ample supply of Bailey. "What do you require?" Dorag asked, his gaze fixed on Fu Xiao. "I need a natural-type devil fruit," Fu Xiao asserted. His current team was lacking in both numbers and strength, and a powerful devil fruit was essential to establish a solid foundation for their capabilities. With a natural-type devil fruit, the chances of asserting dominance in the North Sea would significantly increase, marking a crucial step in his future plans for supremacy there. Fu Xiao and Dorag engaged in lengthy discussions, ultimately departing from Palkaya in silence. No one knew whether Reinhard Fushi-Bolken had indeed joined the Revolutionary Army, nor were they aware of the nature of the agreement reached between Dorag and Fu Xiao. However, Fu Xiao's few remaining companions understood that they might now be irrevocably entangled with the Revolutionary Army, but that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, in the royal city of Palkaya, within the Clovey mansion, Prince Clovey and several nobles appeared to be deliberating over some matter, one of whom was the young noble Holt Balin. Holt Balin, the legitimate heir of the Holt family, was 26 years old and held the title of knight. He also served as an aide to the prince, yet due to Palkaya's laws of succession, he could not assume any significant royal position until he inherited leadership of the Holt family, leaving him with only a vague noble status. Despite this, he ultimately aligned himself with the prince, and the Holt family had no choice but to stand alongside him, becoming one of the adversaries produced by Totok. After a while, the other nobles withdrew, leaving only Holt Balin. He voiced his concern. "Your Highness, are you truly considering making that individual your swordsmanship instructor?" Fade-In had warned him multiple times that Reinhardt harbored considerable ambition. Appointing him as the prince's swordsmanship teacher would be akin to having a ticking time bomb at his side. Even if it could not be prevented, they could not allow the situation to unfold so seamlessly. While the prince remained oblivious, and Balin harbored doubts about Fu Xiao's true intentions. Fade-In understood that a man who had endured for years could not be motivated solely by a mere few billion gold coins. The purported rights to manufacture and trade could very well be a facade. Gaining entry into the royal palace might be his true objective. Of course, these thoughts were mere conjecture, not something he could share with Balin. Balin too was skeptical of Fu Xiao's genuine motives, but once Clovey had made up his mind, no one could thwart his resolve. Clovey nodded calmly. Indeed, Reinhardt possesses formidable strength and exceptional swordsmanship, which is sufficient to ensure my safety. He desperately needed Reinhardt's formidable prowess to safeguard against the next assassination attempt on Totok. The title of swordsmanship instructor was merely a facade to justify Fu Xiao's presence in the royal palace. Clovey had no genuine talent for swordsmanship, and his training was little more than play. The ornate longsword he carried was merely an accessory. Clovey casually tossed aside the longsword at his waist. Swordsmanship? Huh. Are you not concerned about his intentions? Balin's unfinished sentence conveyed his apprehension, yet the prince understood the implication behind his words. Dawn is not a fool. Rather, she is exceptionally astute. Even upon entering the royal palace, she would not easily fall under the control of others. Aside from Reinhardt, I currently find no master capable of resisting Chavin. Clovis nodded, acknowledging the situation. Chavin is not only elusive but his swordsmanship is exceedingly peculiar, often resulting in fatalities when one is least prepared. This time, Dawn not only managed to escape unscathed but also inflicted injury upon her adversary. It must be said that her prowess is sufficient to safeguard Clovis and Polkaya. Please expedite the arrangements for the commitments made to her, Clovis instructed. Then recalled another matter. Regarding the factory you mentioned last time, if possible, I would like to be involved as a gesture of my sincerity. Yes, Your Highness, Baron replied. Meanwhile, after organizing matters in Wild Cave Town, Dawn established certain regulations and enlisted agricultural experts dispatched by the nobility to instruct the refugees in farming. The seeds selected primarily consisted of several materials essential for winemaking, focusing on 5 key crops: sorghum, corn, rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes, complemented by a selection of fruit varieties. Upon completing these tasks, she gathered her current entourage. First on the agenda was personnel arrangement. The young duo, Digger and Eddie, would assist Dammy in managing the seaside tavern. She envisioned transforming the tavern into a modern hotel integrated with various amenities, initially expanding its reach throughout the southern territories of the kingdom. The strategy would shift from singular operation to diversified development, encompassing dining, beverage counters, lodging, and more, targeting nobles, merchants, and pirates alike. These are the operational principles of the 21st century, necessitating special training for Dammy and her companions. Next, for the 6 pirate members led by Mosul, Dawn assigned significant responsibilities. In addition to seeking news of pirates in the North Sea, they would also be tasked with promoting white liquor in the future. It can be said that among seafarers, particularly pirates, the promotion of white liquor is most direct. However, the immediate priority is to procure the first batch of raw materials. Due to the previous planning of a civilian uprising, their current focus is on sourcing these essential materials, primarily corn, rice, barley, sorghum, sweet potatoes, and honey. Subsequently, she provided Mosul with a detailed list of required materials. Luanqian's role involves leading a 20-member guard squad, comprised of civilians from the earlier uprising, to excavate fermentation pits and oversee subsequent brewing processes. Additionally, Dawn assigned him another task along with a corresponding list, which included purchasing oak barrels, wine bottles, pipes, and a range of materials necessary for constructing distillation equipment. Since large-scale distillation equipment must be crafted by skilled artisans, she instructed Luanqian to procure the manufacturing materials and to keep an eye out for craftsmen within the kingdom, ensuring that everything is organized and streamlined. Lastly, there is Bladder, whose sole responsibility is to maintain law and order within the town's defenses. Bladder's position was elevated from the captain of the town's guard to the town's constable, a deliberate decision made by Baron. This advancement certainly posed no detriment to Dawn, for within the jurisdiction of the town, they would now hold the reins of authority. With the arrival of 300 million Bellion funds and the formal authorization for the production and trade of goods, Dawn began to methodically organize affairs, immersing everyone, including himself, in a brisk and industrious pace, until the procurement of raw materials and the excavation of fermentation tanks were completed. His sole focus was to further refine the blending techniques, enhancing the quality of the heroic white series. As for Cloy's swordsmanship instruction, it was merely a temporary postponement. Once the initial construction of the distillery was finalized, he would take up the role of swordsmanship instructor at the Royal Cloy Academy. In the world of pirates, neither maritime trade nor overland commerce had established a large-scale, systematic process, resulting in a rather lackluster commercial atmosphere. In this realm where individual prowess reigned supreme, trade regulations were unnecessary, and the notion of equitable trade was largely disregarded. However, to maximize and sustain future benefits, Dawn must establish corresponding trade rules in the near future, which would necessitate formidable strength as support. For now, these were the arrangements he could make. Dawn began the initial blending of 30 pounds of wine that had been brewed earlier. The purpose of blending was to stabilize the wine quality, standardize it, harmonize the aromas, accentuate the style, and mitigate any harshness, thereby aligning it with the general palate of this world. While such tasks may seem straightforward, they proved to be quite challenging. Dawn augmented the blending materials with a variety of components, including the commonly used alcohol of this world, homemade yeast, cane molasses, and spring water sourced from the mountains behind the town. He commenced experiments following the previously documented blending procedures. For an entire 10 days, Dawn remained sequestered within his abode, plunging into the depths of knowledge surrounding the blending of white liquor. After numerous failures and nearly exhausting the 30 pounds of white liquor, he finally managed to create a variant that was barely suitable for the pirate world's taste. He named it Heroic White. In the future, Heroic White would merely be one of the products produced by his distillery. Besides white, he also planned to brew Heroic Red, Heroic Blue, and other flavors within the Heroic series. The final product of the White series, though delicate in aroma, possessed an almost negligible harshness. While it lacked the core intensity characteristic of traditional white liquor, it was imbued with a hint of sweetness. The flavor was sweet and light, and after tasting it, Blatt and others deemed it suitable for large-scale production. Simultaneously, the excavation of fermentation tanks was completed, allowing for the commencement of the initial fermentation process. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. After completing the blending of the white liquor, Dawn made a brief visit to Wild Cave Town to reiterate some important matters. The majority of the waste accumulation in Wild Cave Town had been thoroughly cleared, and after several days of continuous cultivation and irrigation, the soil finally met the basic requirements for planting. Wild Cave Town had once been a vast agricultural expanse, but following the execution of its previous owner by the nobility, the farm fell into disrepair and was subsequently occupied by refugees, turning it into a town overrun with garbage. With proper cultivation, there would be no concern regarding the quality of the products grown. The seeds provided by the nobility had been planted under expert guidance. As the saying goes, spring brings forth life, summer nurtures growth, autumn yields harvests, and winter stores the bounty. In March, Pokaya is a time when all things flourish, making it the perfect season for sowing. The first batch of seeds planted included the 5 essential grains required for Dawn's brewing: sorghum, corn, rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. By the end of 1509, they would be ready for use. Until then, these raw materials would need to be procured externally. After exchanging a few words with Harvey, Dawn set off towards the town. Several days prior, Cloy had completed the necessary authorizations, and through Baron, he learned that the liquor he was brewing was a rare commodity, prompting him to seek a share as well. Coupled with the agreement made with Dorag before his departure, Dawn proposed a profit-sharing arrangement based on equity. The concept of equity was unfamiliar to the people of this world, yet it was not difficult to grasp. After signing an equity agreement and a series of related rights with Dorag and Cloy, the transaction was preliminarily complete. Dorag would provide a natural-type devil fruit in exchange for 10% of the shares in Dawn's distillery. This transaction would only take effect if the distillery achieved profits exceeding 1 billion belly within a year. Dorag, a revolutionary, had no interest in trivial profits. For a natural-type devil fruit could fetch tens of billions of belly at an underground auction. Cloy was allotted 5% of the shares, initially. He sought to exchange money for shares, but Dawn declined, as he was not in need of funds. Cloy's payment of 1 billion belly still left 300 million. And with an additional 300 million from Cloy, 600 million belly would suffice as the initial capital for constructing the distillery. Once the liquor hit the market, the capital could be revitalized, and by year-end, after harvesting the self-cultivated brewing materials, the business could be significantly expanded. At Dawn, financial concerns were temporarily absent, prompting the suggestion to Clovey. Initially met with vehement opposition from both Clovey and Holt Baron, the proposition ultimately garnered approval under the allure of the envisioned factory blueprint presented by Dawn. Clovey offered 100 flintlock firearms, 200 Pokaya refined sabers, and 40 specially crafted blades. These weapons were intended not only to arm the private guard organized during the uprising and the pirates led by Mosul, but also to facilitate future expansion of the ranks. The adage "a gun in hand grants a calm heart" holds universal truth. In the town of Fortification, within Brat's residence, Dawn toyed with an exquisite firearm, a flintlock pistol bestowed by Clovey. Although it was also a flintlock, this piece was significantly superior to the one Dawn had previously seized from Gofu. The hammer was enhanced with flint and a resilient spring, allowing for a remarkable 3-trigger pull capability, thus rendering it a 3-round flintlock. The firearm bore a traditional sniper's appearance, measuring 48 centimeters in length with a barrel diameter of approximately 2.8 centimeters. Its grip was crafted from jet black iron, wrapped in animal hide, while its body comprised steel components encased in wood, adorned with the noble crest of Pokaya. Given Dawn's marksmanship, the likelihood of hitting a target was virtually non-existent, whether for 3 shots or even 30, especially with such a sniper rifle. Dawn shook his head imperceptibly, only to find Mosul gazing at him with gleaming eyes. "What is it?" I'd like to try my hand," Mosul stammered, somewhat dazed. "Take it," Don chuckled, casually tossing the finely crafted firearm to Mosul. Observing Mosul's expression of excitement, he added with a smile, "If you fancy it, it's yours." "Really, brother?" "Nonsense, I've no use for this trinket. In my hands. I couldn't kill a chicken with it," Don affirmed with a nod. "Come, let us venture out and put it to the test." At dawn, Fu Xiao, Luan Xian, Bulate, and Moze made their way to the excavated fermentation pool. Located 5 miles southeast of Chifeng town, the fermentation pool was set against a vast, open plain. Though modest in size, it was ideally suited for constructing a brewery, as it was in proximity to a natural spring. Fu Xiao had previously studied this cool, uniquely sweet spring water and discovered that within the island's interior, this was the only location possessing such exceptional water quality. This revelation represented a tremendous fortune. For the essence of brewing lies predominantly in the quality of water. Not only is superior water essential during fermentation, but even more stringent standards apply during distillation and blending. This was one of the reasons he envisioned establishing the factory here. After approximately half an hour, the group finally arrived at the site, where hundreds of workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Upon noticing Fu Xiao's approach, a young man respectfully addressed him, saying, "Boss, the fermentation pool has been excavated, and the warehouse has been constructed." At dawn, with a nod of approval, he first arrived at the newly constructed warehouse, where dozens of workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. He then proceeded to the front of the excavated fermentation pits, which varied in depth 5, 8, 10, and 15 meters. The rationale behind creating these pits of differing depths lay in the fact that the fermentation of brewing materials underground would yield distinct flavors due to the varying subterranean temperatures. He aimed to experiment with these various depths to discover the optimal temperature for fermentation. "Well done, Anyabai," he exclaimed, smiling in admiration. To which Anyabai responded with a pleased nod. At just 22 years of age, Anyabai stood nearly 2 meters tall, sporting a mane of explosive hair. He was one of the 20 members of the guard unit formed by him during the tumultuous uprising. Due to his unwavering combat spirit, he was promoted to the position of captain of the guard. Anyabai proved himself to be a source of pride, as he took charge of all matters in this region. Luanqin managed everything adeptly, and he also had the ability to nurture talents like Anyabai. It was evident that Anyabai was a promising individual worthy of investment. Clearly, it was a wise decision to have Luanqin lead the armed contingent of 20. Luanqin remained calm and composed in the face of challenges, possessing a keen analytical mind. While he might not yet match the broader vision of his leader, his meticulous attention to detail ensured that no significant errors arose from oversight. In his heart, he valued Luanqin even more than Bladder. He envisioned a future where Luanqin's importance within the team would be second only to his own. Anyabai, naturally, was also elated. Hailing from the southern region of the Polkaya kingdom, he had joined the rebel forces without hesitation after his family perished due to noble conflicts. His exceptional combat performance had drawn the attention of his leader, resulting in his elevation to captain of the guard. Following him not only promised a life of abundance but also facilitated rapid personal growth, within a mere few weeks of joining the guard. Under the deliberate mentorship of either him or Luanqin, Anyabai's physical prowess advanced remarkably, a transformation shared by all 20 members of the guard. At daybreak, the selection of these youths was meticulous, with a primary focus on their individual combat resolve. Unlike swordsmanship, physical prowess doesn't hinge on exceptional innate talent. Rather, it necessitates a robust fighting spirit and the capacity to endure immense pain and duress for rapid advancement. Indeed, this cohort of young individuals possessed such qualities. He envisioned, upon the factory's completion and the inaugural brewing, dedicating time to personally guide the training of these 20 individuals. Just then, a resounding thud echoed nearby. As a worker was felled by a cleaver, blood seeping onto the ground. "Summon your leader. How dare you excavate tunnels on my turf?" A thug bellowed. Brandishing the cleaver at another worker, the blade finding purchase with a sickening sound, the worker collapsing with a cry of agony. "The scoundrel! I'll carve him up." Moser, drawing his bespoke bulky yet military saber, advanced menacingly toward the group. Among the thugs was one whom Daybreak had previously dismembered at the seaside tavern, accompanied by other notorious ruffians from the vicinity of the town garrison. "Let us investigate. We cannot allow such insolence on our grounds," Daybreak declared, leading several others toward the miscreants. One of the thugs blanched upon spotting Daybreak, breaking into a cold sweat. Catching sight of the youths flanking Daybreak, he turned to flee, only to be halted by Daybreak's icy voice. "Attempt to escape, and I shall sever your remaining limb." The hulking man froze, turning to Daybreak with palpable dread. His cohorts, oblivious to the situation, were swiftly dispatched by Moser's blade. "Scum!" Moser spat, venting his rage, before turning his gaze upon the dismembered thug. "Do you recall me?" Moser grinned, brandishing the black axe that had previously intimidated him. The thug's axe trembled in his grasp, and he nodded fearfully. "I cannot rest until you are maimed," Moser snarled, raising his military saber to strike. The memory of cowering before the thug's axe, a stark contrast to his aspirations of becoming a great pirate, fueled his desire for vengeance. Moser, Daybreak's placid voice cut through the tension, the implicit command causing Moser to halt his blade, the force of the movement causing it to tremble above the thug's brow. The thug, ashen-faced, quivered uncontrollably, fixated on the blade above him, collapsing in relief upon realizing Moser's hesitation. The workers parted, forming a path for Daybreak. "Enough," Daybreak said, patting Moser's shoulder with a smile. Moser nodded, sheathing his saber, though his gaze remained fixed on the thug, unnerving him further. "What brings you here?" Daybreak inquired. The thug stammered. "My boss sent me." He had inadvertently betrayed his leader. "What is your leader's name?" Before the large man could respond, a compatriot interjected, identifying him as the one who had harmed the workers. But before he could finish, he was met with an icy glare, chilling him to the core. "I did not ask you." Daybreak said softly, "I despise those who betray their comrades." Brat, understanding Daybreak's intent, drew his sword to intervene. When Anubis interjected, "Let me handle this, Brat. Such vermin are not worthy of your attention." Anubis, astute as ever, understood the implicit message, as well as the message to everyone present. Betrayal warrants death. He understood, and acted accordingly, seeking to distinguish himself. Everyone desires advancement, to achieve renown. Either as a hero or a villain, anything but a life of mediocrity. This was his opportunity. Within Reinhardt's group, there were fighters like Reinhardt himself, the ruthless Moser, the meticulous Art Enkin, and the politically connected Brat. He needed to find his indispensable role within the group, as Reinhardt did not tolerate idlers or fools. A lesson he had learned. Anubis, having swiftly assessed the situation, dragged the thug into the shadows, the sounds of torment echoing before Anubis returned, bloodstained. He was Reinhardt's blade. Unerring and unhesitating. At dawn, Fu Xiao cast a glance towards Anubai, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes, before turning to inquire, "Who is your boss? Why has he sent you to trouble me?" The thug, bewildered by Fu Xiao's intent, recalled the fate of his companion who had barely uttered their leader's name before being slain, indicating an extreme aversion to traitors. "Go ahead and kill me. I will never betray my boss," shouted the one-armed thug defiantly. Suddenly, Fu Xiao erupted into laughter, a disconcerting sound that only deepened the thug's dread. With just a few words, Fu Xiao had successfully dismantled the thug's psychological defenses. "What are you laughing at?" the thug asked, glancing at his barely alive companions, bewildered. "Do not worry. My previous words were merely a jest. I despise the feeling of betrayal directed at myself. Yet I harbor no disdain for enemies betraying their own comrades," Fu Xiao replied. "Forget it. Just lead me directly." Fu Xiao abruptly changed his mind. The thug paused momentarily, but complied. After a while, they halted before a disordered street. "This is Black Street," Anubai remarked. "The boss here is Guys. He is a member of the Male Inn." Fu Xiao was aware of the Male Inn, one of the notorious gangs of Beihai, primarily engaged in drug and arms trafficking. Indeed, Black Street was a faction of the Male Inn. In contemporary terms, it was merely a branch of the Male Inn, implying that the leader of the Male Inn on this island was likely Guys' immediate superior. "Brother, this situation is complex," Luan Qian remarked as he walked beside Fu Xiao. "What do you mean?" Fu Xiao inquired. Luan Qian nodded. "Given your current stature within the kingdom and your negotiations with the noble class, it is unlikely they would provoke you. Furthermore, Guys, as the leader of the Male Inn on Black Street, would certainly be aware of your identity. The gang is not that foolish. He knows who you are. And considering his fear of you, he would not dare to invite trouble." The guy Luan Qian referred to was, of course, the thug whose arm he had previously severed. Even if the Male Inn had instructed him to act, what benefit would it serve the Male Inn? The Male Inn is a renowned gang in Beihai, and it would be contrary to their modus operandi to randomly establish an enemy. Thus, the nobles would not act, the commoners could not, and the Male Inn or other gangs would not arbitrarily create adversaries. There remained only one possibility. After much contemplation, Luan Qian seemed to arrive at a conclusion. "The Navy," Fu Xiao stated calmly. "The Navy is directing the boss of Black Street, or perhaps they are manipulating the Male Inn's leader on this island. In this era, the Navy's branches throughout the seas are notorious for exploiting civilians or colluding with pirates to eliminate rivals, so Fu Xi was not surprised. However, Luan Qian's ability to deduce so much from mere fragments of information astounded him. It was evident that from the moment Anubai had committed murder, Fu Xiao had already surmised that these events might be orchestrated by the Navy's Beihai branch. At the naval base on Kadong Island, known for its greed and significant power, who else could it be but Colonel Ulma? "Brother, what are you talking about? What Navy?" "I do not understand," Bladder inquired, perplexed. "The Kadong branch of the Navy might be seeking trouble with us, but further confirmation is necessary," Fu Xiao responded. Bladder nodded, asserting, "If they dare to cause us trouble, we shall eliminate them." "Do you really dare to kill the Navy?" Fu Xiao asked with a smile. Unfazed, Bladder retorted fiercely, "Anyone who stands in our way, be they celestial dragons, will meet the same fate." Indeed, Vito Bladder was a fearless individual. The ferocity and murderous intent he displayed startled those around him. This was truly a group of lawless and fearsome youth. In just a few short days since joining, Anubai had keenly sensed the distinct difference between this group and others. They were organized, strategic, and possessed the audacity and resolve that set them apart. With this realization, Anubai's determination only grew stronger. Dawn smiled gently, continuing to scrutinize the shadows of figures swirling along the darkened street. This street, a cacophony of vice and deception, was a realm where chaos reigned supreme. Flanking either side were establishments of ill repute, clothing boutiques, taverns, general stores, casinos, and brothels, all coalescing into an atmosphere thick with temptation. The pavement was uneven, riddled with potholes, as thugs brandished their weapons, loitering in the murky twilight. Here, the air was heavy with the stench of drugs, gambling, prostitution, and vendettas. Each day, lives were extinguished for such reasons. Our leader resides here, remarked the one-armed thug. Dawn surveyed the surroundings for a moment, her gaze turning indifferent. Take me there. You all may return, she commanded, waving her hand dismissively. She then added, Anyubai, stay behind. The place was rife with chaos, not suitable for an excessive number of people. And besides, Luanxian, Bladder, and the others had pressing matters to attend to. The group nodded in agreement before turning to leave. Anyubai called out to the one-armed thug. Lead the way ahead. Take us to meet your boss. As the twilight hues painted the horizon, daybreak trailed behind the ruffian, venturing into the labyrinthine depths of the Black Market district. Upon penetrating its core, a palpable shift occurred. The denizens, both commoners and thugs alike, cast furtive glances, scrutinizing daybreak and Anubis with undisguised curiosity. Before long, a cluster of antiquated edifices emerged in the distance, marking their destination. The ruffian, raising his voice, announced, I brought the individual the boss seeks. The sentinels stationed at the entrance exchanged cursory glances before one nodded in acknowledgement, scurrying inside to deliver the message. Moments later, a figure draped in a somber, obsidian overcoat, a cigarette clenched firmly between his teeth, emerged, flanked by a retinue of a dozen hardened thugs. The man, towering at nearly 2 meters in height, possessed a visage of menacing severity, exuding an aura of formidable presence. So, you're the one who severed my subordinate's arm? The speaker, presumably their leader, Gus, appeared to be in his mid-30s, his face marred by a jagged scar, a menacing axe dangling from his hip. At dawn, Fu Xiao cast a glance, already knowing the answer to his question. You sought someone to injure my worker, did you not wish to find me? Tension filled the air, with both parties on edge. Yet, Guise chuckled, discarding his cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, locking eyes with Fu Xiao. It is my boss, Abayo, who is seeking you. The name of the notorious gang leader, Mylin Abayo, momentarily stunned Fu Xiao. He had heard of this figure. One of Mylin's lieutenants in Gaddon, and also the head of their operations on Gaddon Island. Guise nodded affirmatively, beckoning Fu Xiao and Anu to enter the room. Guise scrutinized Fu Xiao, recognizing him as a man audacious enough to challenge nobility and besiege the royal city. He leaned in to whisper a few words to his subordinate, who then exited the premises. Guise waved his hand, signaling his ruffians to disperse, and then remarked with a smile, Mr. Reinhardt, Boss Abayo should arrive shortly. As dawn approached, a subtle nod signified a quiet anticipation. The leader of the Mail-In gang, a notable power, seemed to have reasonable grounds for collaboration with Colonel Ulma of the Navy. It appeared that rumors of the distillery had circulated, leaving one to ponder whether the Navy sought to leverage Abayo for a share of the profits or aimed to seize the factory itself. Dawn found himself uncertain. Despite the Navy's audacity, they remained a formidable force, often treating civilians with little regard. Given his current status, however, it would be imprudent for Dawn to openly stir trouble. Thus, he contemplated using Malin's influence to compel a compromise. Such thoughts were mere speculation. Malin was one of the 3 notorious mafia families in the Northern Sea. Although their numbers barely exceeded 1,000, each member was an elite in their own right. To rise to the rank of one of Malin's chief figures was a testament to exceptional prowess. This Abayo, ahead of the Malin, seemed to possess considerable depth. After over an hour, with Dawn and Anyubai having consumed several cups of tea, the messenger finally returned. Leaning in close to Guise, the messenger whispered, and Dawn caught snippets of words like Navy Colonel, Abayo, and Malin gang. Mr. Reinhardt, please hold on. The boss will be here shortly, Guise informed Dawn as he rose. Dawn smiled lightly, dismissing the matter as he gathered the knives and swords from the table and casually secured them at his waist. In about 5 minutes, a procession of footsteps echoed from outside, signaling the arrival of at least a dozen individuals. Did you seek me? Inquired a towering man who entered, standing over 3 meters tall. His glossy, dark hair was impeccably styled, and he donned a light blue coat over a black suit, a 20-centimeter pistol and a longsword strapped to his waist. Upon entering, his gaze fell directly upon Dawn, accompanied by a smile. He recognized the young man before him as Reinhardt. Anyubai was the first to rise, casting his gaze over Abayo and then spotting a middle-aged man of shorter stature standing beside him. A Navy man? The man, clad in a naval coat with a cigar in his mouth, scrutinized Dawn and Anyubai from Abayo's side. Have you not been seeking me for some time? Dawn stood, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Abayo and the Navy officer. This was Ulma, the Navy colonel of the Kadang branch in the Northern Sea. A man whose avarice was matched only by his willingness to collaborate with the underworld for profit. Actually, it's Colonel Ulma who has been looking for you. Abayo remarked with a grin as he stepped forward to greet Guise. I've heard from Harvey that you are constructing a distillery. Colonel Ulma wishes to propose a business venture. Dawn remained silent, Indeed, he was acquainted with Harvey, although the winery had not divulged any information to Harvey with his intellect. Coupled with the ongoing extensive construction in the town, digging cellars and erecting warehouses, along with the bottle of wine that Dawn had previously gifted him, it was only natural for Harvey to piece together some clues regarding the winery. Dawn was unsurprised. These matters were never truly shrouded in secrecy. Though the genuine intentions of Alma remained elusive, Alma had earned a notorious reputation in the Northern Sea, infamous for his oppression of the common folk. Marked by insatiable greed and cunning, amassing wealth through nefarious means, he was entangled with various nobles, gangs, and pirates from several kingdoms of the Northern Sea, embodying the epitome of a corrupt naval officer. Was it merely trade or outright plunder? Dawn took a seat while Anubai stood vigilantly by his side, surveying their surroundings. Alma, in his 40s, possessed slanted eyes that sparkled with unmasked avarice when he smiled. He regarded Dawn but refrained from providing a direct answer. Reinhardt, the recently celebrated hero of Palkaya, is surprisingly youthful. Indeed, one must seize fame while young, Dawn replied with a bland smile. Our naval branch seeks to partake in the profits from your distillery. Alma fixed his gaze upon him, revealing a set of teeth yellowed from cigars. Very well. Dawn nodded and continued, however, since this is a transaction, the commander must present something of equivalent value in exchange, correct? Is that so? Alma chuckled, suddenly slamming the table and coldly retorting, I have been in the Northern Sea for a decade and have never engaged in a transaction of equal value. His laughter echoed, filled with derision. Dawn chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on the silent gang leader, Abeo. It seems the Navy of Beihai has grown accustomed to coercive dealings, to the extent that they have forgotten their true identities. There is nothing in Beihai that I cannot accomplish. Alma sneered coldly, as 10 Navy officers behind him drew their muskets, aiming them menacingly at Dawn. Anubai immediately positioned himself in front of her, ready for combat. Are you planning to eliminate me? Dawn inquired, observing the 10 ominous gun barrels. By doing so, will you seize the factory? Colonel Alma, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, displayed impatience with a grunt, raising his hand to signal. The 10 Navy officers reluctantly lowered their weapons. I hear His Highness the Prince has a stake in this matter. Colonel Alma and I likewise wish to partake, Abeo stated. Noticing the atmosphere had significantly improved, Anubai resumed his position behind Dawn. After Abeo finished speaking, Dawn nonchalantly nodded, no problem. Since this is business, we must exchange treasures of equal value. Although Abeo was the head of the Milan gang, he had always regarded himself as a businessman, well aware that successful commerce hinges on mutual benefit. He understood that the previous coercive tactics would not work on this young individual before him. Despite Mylene's formidable power, he had no intention of fostering a formidable enemy without cause. Speak, what do you desire? Alma inquired. Kluovi exchanged manufacturing and trade rights along with 300 million Bailey for a 50% stake. Stake? Both Alma and Abeo, unfamiliar with the concept, questioned further. At dawn, a gentle nod indicated that shares represent a fractional ownership of the factory, with profits distributed annually according to ownership proportions. However, possessing shares merely entitles one to a share of the profits, without the authority to interfere in the factory's operations. Abao appeared to grasp this. Yet his curiosity lingered. What if poor management leads to significant losses? This is the risk you must undertake, Dawn replied slowly, observing the fluctuating expressions of Abao and Uma. It is akin to an initial investment. If successful, it yields substantial returns, but if unsuccessful, you must naturally bear the loss of your initial capital. Dawn continued. If even I, overseeing the brewery personally, cannot achieve remarkable returns, then surely no one within the 4 seas could do better than I. Are you that confident? Uma scoffed. Otherwise, you wouldn't seek my collaboration, would you? Dawn chuckled lightly. Both Uma and Abao were motivated by profit, as the brewing technique resided in Dawn's hands. If he could indeed guarantee a significant annual dividend, this venture would undoubtedly prove lucrative. Let us discuss the details, Abao suggested. At dawn, Fu Xiao meticulously arranged the wine glasses on the table and poured a jug of wine into the first large cup. Subsequently, he filled the next 5 cups of varying sizes, observing that half of the jug remained. With a smile, he remarked, this remaining jug of wine is undoubtedly mine. Holding the jug, which still contained half its contents, he gently shook it. 1 cup, constituting 1/10 of the jug, was designated for Clovis. Fu Xiao set aside the slightly larger cup of wine. The remaining cups accounted for 1/20 of the jug. Abeo and Oma understood that Fu Xiao's actions were intended to clarify which cup belonged to them. Is it also half? Abeo stared at the wine cup Fu Xiao pushed toward him, his tone somewhat indifferent. Reinhardt, do the Navy and Malin only deserve half? Do not intimidate me with tales of the Navy and Malin. Fu Xiao replied coolly, to put it bluntly, I have no desire to negotiate even for half. If you agree, listen to my subsequent proposals. If not, let the Navy fire. With a forceful thud, Fu Xiao slammed the wine jug onto the table, shattering the glass into shards. Upon hearing this, Anubai immediately gripped his finely crafted military knife with his left hand and steadied his flintlock with his right, stepping slightly to the side. Should the Navy fire, he would shield Fu Xiao. Are you threatening me? Alma's face turned ashen as he met Fu Xiao's gaze, which flickered with a chilling intensity, startling him. The eyes of this man resembled those of a beast. Abeo, locking eyes with Fu Xiao, sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, reminiscent of the intimidating aura exuded by Mei Lin's godfather. Commander, it is you who should be threatening me. You belong to the Navy, while I am merely a civilian. Fu Xiao cast a glance at him, and Alma felt a shiver run down his spine. Eliminate him. Alma immediately gestured, and 10 Navy men raised their firearms in unison. In an instant, a gleaming blade flashed forth, already poised at Alma's throat before anyone could react. Everyone, including Abeo, felt a brief flicker of light as Fu Xiao's katana had unsheathed, resting against Alma's neck. Stop, stop! Alma cried out in panic, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, trembling with the fear of death. As he met Fu Xiao's frigid gaze, he fully believed the other could strike him down in an instant. I will kill you. Even if you hide in the Navy base, you shall meet your end. Fu Xiao leaned closer to Alma. Dawn's tone was somewhat frosty. Brother Abeo, it is this naval colonel who lacks decorum. How dare he refer to himself as us in my presence? With a murderous glare, Dawn fixed his eyes on Alma. Such audacity. Alma, with a knife pressed against his throat, could only grimace in silence, too intimidated to resist. You previously sent your men to injure my workers, and I refrained from holding you accountable. I have shown you sufficient respect in our meeting. But if you continue to be ungrateful, it could cost you your life, Dawn remarked, observing Ainu's collection of naval weaponry before addressing Abeo slowly. Abeo had merely followed Alma's prior instructions to test Dawn's limits, sending his subordinates to disrupt operations at the factory. He did not expect Dawn to confront him directly, leaving Abeo uncertain about the man's intentions. Forming an unnecessary enmity with Reinhardt did not align with the style of the Malin, yet Alma, as a naval colonel, felt emboldened by the backing of the Navy. Although the naval branch in Gaddon had intricate ties with Malin, the latter was a significant underworld force, and the leader of Malin might not necessarily heed Alma's demands. Therefore, in his quest to seize Dawn's factory, Alma sought to collaborate with Abeo, hoping to employ the mob's methods to coerce Dawn into submission. He had studied Reinhardt and understood the entirety of the civilian uprising he led, thus recognizing him as a formidable adversary. Despite Alma's avarice, he was not a fool. He realized that to defeat an enemy, one must first comprehend their principles. Arrogant and greedy, Alma would not take foolish risks with matters of life and death, which is why he had brought 10 of the Navy's most elite Marines with him. Are you not afraid of offending both the Navy and us, Malin? Abeo threatened. You are merely one of the leaders of Malin, Dawn replied with a chuckle, glancing at the naval insignia on Alma's shoulder. Can a naval colonel truly represent the Navy? Although Alma held the rank of colonel, his greedy and cowardly nature prevented him from resisting at that moment. He could only endure the humiliation, acquiescing to Dawn's words. Can we sit down and discuss matters properly? Dawn inquired, his gaze steady upon Alma. Feeling a faint hint of murderous intent, Alma nodded. Dawn then turned to Abeo, awaiting his response. Abeo remained composed throughout, knowing that even if Dawn were to kill Alma before him, he must maintain his calm, for he was the leader of Malin on Gaddon Island, prioritizing the interests of Malin above all. I came here to conduct business, Abeo said, lifting a glass containing merely a fraction of the decanter's wine and taking a sip. With no objections from any party, Dawn withdrew the crow in his right hand. Smiling at Alma, you want to hold it against me for having a knife at your throat, will you, Colonel? Alma scoffed and sat down. Rest assured, as long as we remain in partnership, the Navy will not trouble you. His implication was clear. Should their collaboration cease, he would not hesitate to act against Dawn. Dawn paid little heed to the Northern Sea Navy, which had never been a matter of concern for him, were it not for the necessity of initial capital accumulation. The Northern Sea Navy and Malin would lack the qualifications to collaborate with him, let alone with minor figures such as naval colonels or gang leaders. As for whether they or Clover could turn the tables on him regarding the control of the distillery, Dawn had indeed analyzed this meticulously. There were risks, but they were manageable. Ultimately, no matter how detailed the written agreement regarding shareholding was or how commendable the promises made, once significant divergences arose, the resolution would invariably resort to brute force. As long as Dawn's armed forces were sufficiently formidable, or if he were to ascend to the status of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the ownership of those shares would ultimately hinge on a mere declaration. The essence of business and collaboration is firmly rooted in the foundation of immense strength, allowing for tranquility in dealings. In the world of piracy, the implementation of a shareholding system is fundamentally unnecessary. No one would genuinely adhere to such a contract. The establishment of this agreement was merely to convey a stance to collaborators and present a tangible glimpse of future benefits. Those who partnered with him likely did not regard the supposed shareholding agreement as particularly significant. Their collaboration with Dawn would not diminish their entitled benefits in the absence of this document. All 3 parties were acutely aware of this reality. In other words, cooperation hinges on trust. Dawn never begrudged the profits he allocated. While monetary gain held importance, in his mind, it paled in comparison to talent and strength. All right. Let me share my thoughts, Dawn began. The Navy and Malin shall each hold a 5 stake in the distillery and participate in the year-end dividends. But they shall not interfere with the factory's operations. We, Malin, have no objections, Abeo responded first. His sole desire was monetary gain. Furthermore, Their primary dealings revolved around drugs and arms trafficking. Was it not for the sake of wealth? Besides, they had no intention of managing a factory. The Navy has no issues either, Ulma nodded. Our duty is to capture pirates, not to run a factory. As Don clapped his hands, he stated his simple request, requiring no financial contribution from them. Under the puzzled gazes of Abeo and Ulma, he continued, once the factory is established, the products will naturally need to be sold externally. The Northern Sea represents a vast market, however, due to the rampant piracy of this era. My trade fleet requires the Navy to provide specialized escorts or to conduct trade directly with naval vessels. Colonel, should you be willing, I am prepared to offer you an additional share in the factory. Don understood that his request for naval assistance and trade might not be readily accepted. Thus he sweetened the deal by enticing Ulma with an extra share. Ulma paused, his avarice peaked. How could he forsake such a monumental benefit? Yet, the image of his cold-hearted superior sent shivers down his spine. He had initially believed that leveraging the influence of the naval colonel and the chief of the Northern Sea Gadden Navy branch would compel this young man to yield. Although he was reckless, there were still naval officers in the Northern Sea capable of curbing his excesses. Should the upper echelons discover that naval vessels were being utilized to assist in trade, it could jeopardize his position. Colonel, this endeavor is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. You must not perceive it as an illicit transaction. Rather, boldly present it to your superiors. Observing Ulma's increasingly bewildered expression, Don continued with a smile. In truth, it is a significant achievement, Colonel. While the Navy is a military force, tasked primarily with combating piracy, it should also uphold the foundational security of the region. Nevertheless, the Navy's expenditures are undoubtedly substantial. By engaging in this initiative, you would not only enhance the Navy's operations without compromising its primary duties but also generate considerable revenue for the naval base. This would alleviate the financial strains on the Gadden Island branch and set a commendable example for officers across the naval divisions. In recent years, the Navy has expanded its recruitment, and with the escalation of piracy, those on the front lines combating these threats ought to receive enhanced income and benefits. Once the factory begins to yield substantial profits, I shall allocate a portion of the earnings annually to support the Navy, contributing to their efforts in eradicating piracy. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be a monumental achievement, and the naval headquarters would surely commend and promote you. At dawn, a flurry of words spilled forth, followed by the clinking of glasses. Inside the room, Abeo and Ulma stood in astonishment, taken aback by the absurdity of his peculiar analyses. Yet there was an undeniable thread of truth woven through his words. Consider, if every naval branch could operate with the ingenuity of a colonel. Just imagine the additional revenue the Navy could generate, which could be allocated to the fundamental welfare, salaries, and recruitment campaigns for Marines. This would undoubtedly strike a tremendous blow against the ever-growing pirate menace. The world's government bears a significant burden with naval expenditures. Annual military budgets soar into astronomical figures, encompassing not only the salaries and benefits of countless Marines, but also the costs of weaponry, uniforms, ships, medical supplies, and the hefty bounties paid to pirate hunters, all of which constitute substantial military expenditures. However, these remarks were merely a spur-of-the-moment ploy by Don to sway Ulma. If the Navy were to pursue revenue generation, the pirates would run rampant. Yet, Ulma appeared to be swayed. The quarterly allocation of belly from the Navy was woefully insufficient to cover the expenses of the Gadden Island branch. Although a considerable amount found its way into his own pockets, upon reflection, he reasoned that having collaborated with pirates and gangs before, what harm could come from partnering with Reinhardt? After all, he had the final say over the naval base at Gadden. Whether it involved escorting his merchant vessels or transporting goods directly, as long as there were not illicit drugs or arms, there was nothing to worry about. After much contemplation, Ulma seemed to have reached a conclusion. If the plans conceived by Don were to materialize, the potential profits involved would far exceed 1 billion belly. Even with his mere 5 stake, he could expect dividends exceeding 10 billion belly annually. It was a gamble worth taking, even if the anticipated profits fell short. It would not significantly impact him, for as long as he remained at the Gadden branch, he could terminate this arrangement at any time. After a lengthy deliberation, Ulma nodded, lifted his glass from the table, clinked it with Don S., and smiled, saying, to a fruitful collaboration, Mr. Reinhardt. As for Mr. Abeo, what can you offer me? After finishing his drink, Don inquired. Abeo, towering nearly 3 meters, was visibly larger than Don. He fell silent for a moment, clearly realizing that money was not particularly what Don sought. Thus, the only remaining option was to barter with a part of the Malin business. We at Malin are preparing to launch a new drug operation in Polkaya. Shall I count you in? At dawn, he shook his head, expressing his disinterest in engaging in the drug trade. The detrimental effects of drugs, gambling, and vice are profound. He would not partake in such matters, for the profits from legitimate businesses are far greater. As for arms, at dawn, he awaited these words, for they represented the most advantageous avenue for his involvement in arms trading and acquisition. The arms business of Milan permeated the entire underground market of the North Sea. He aspired to engage in arms transactions, partly to equip his own forces in the future, and partly to forge enduring partnerships in arms trade, preparing for future dealings with the Revolutionary Army, which possessed numerous items he coveted. This was not limited to the natural-type devil fruit promised by Dorag. It also included Dorag's cultivation methods of the dragon's claw, fishman karate, and the mastery of observation and armament haki, skills he desperately needed for the future. Arms. He nodded. A smile gracing his face as he continued. I require a substantial quantity of weapons. I hope to establish a long-term collaboration with Milan, as I will need a large supply in the future. Can Mr. Obeo accommodate this? In truth, Dorag was the ideal collaborator for arms trading, yet at this moment, he lacked the strength to partner with Dorag. It was not merely the possibility of rejection he feared, but rather the concern of being overwhelmed by Dorag's power. As a looming intermediary of the Dark World, known by the alias Joker, Dorag would not easily ally with the weak. Obeo was naturally agreeable in the North Sea. Besides the Jierma 66 in the Dorag family, Milan's arms trade was the most significant. No problem, I will provide whatever quantity you require. The first batch will be supplied at no cost, in exchange for shares in the distillery. 500 flintlock guns and 500 swords and spears. Obeo calculated the approximate value in his mind, nodding after a moment. This deal was worth pursuing, and he was empowered to make such decisions. As the head of Milan and Gadon Island, he was fully capable of making these choices. Absolutely, Obeo replied calmly after a moment of consideration. At dawn. According to the format of the share certificates drafted for Dorag and Clovey, a separate certificate was prepared for both Obeo and Ulma. It is noteworthy that the names inscribed on the certificates were those of Obeo and Ulma personally, rather than that of Milan or the Beihai branch. Obeo was not particularly concerned. He represented Milan, and the profits garnered through trading naturally belonged to Milan, merely passing through his hands as a procedural formality. As for whether he would siphon off any of those profits, that was a matter internal to Milan. Ulma held a fondness for wealth. Yet he would be even more delighted if this could lead to a promotion. The higher the position, the greater the prospect of plundered riches. After completing these arrangements, Obeo felt a slight sense of relief. Setting aside the arms provided by Milan, the protection offered by the naval branch for his future merchant vessels was an immense advantage. At sea, the greatest fear for merchant ships is piracy, and throughout the North Sea, there were scarcely any pirates bold enough to attack naval vessels. This could be seen as a form of legitimate plundering, and he believed that as long as he did not overstep, Ulma would likely turn a blind eye, fostering a beneficial relationship with the Navy that would prove advantageous in the future. He need not worry about maritime trade for the time being, and as for land trade, it was unlikely anyone in the entirety of Pokaya would dare to obstruct him. Guys, Obeo called out. Guys, standing nearby, quickly responded, Boss. From now on, you will be in charge of the arms dealings with Mr. Reinhardt. Guys was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Having risen from the ranks of street thugs to become the leader of the underworld for 5 years, his tenure had primarily involved managing drug operations and his own ventures in vice and gambling. Although he had lived a life of relative ease, it felt somewhat unfulfilling. An ambitious young man, he did not wish to remain entrenched in the underworld forever, which led him to join Milan as Obeo's subordinate. Obeo had entrusted him with the management of the underworld for 5 years, and throughout that time, there had been no significant issues. The monthly dues of Belly had never diminished. As the leader of the underworld, he was wholly competent. Yes, boss, Guys replied, suppressing his excitement and responding calmly. At dawn, Fu Xiao conveyed to Anubai that he would henceforth be responsible for coordinating arms deals with Geis. Anubai nodded in acknowledgement, in addition to overseeing the arms transactions. He commanded the armed escort team, a clear testament to Fu Xiao's trust in him. Anubai understood this well and resolved to execute his duties with utmost finesse. Come, let us raise a toast to our fruitful collaboration. The Navy, the gang, and the civilian heroes of Pokaya reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. No one could have anticipated the depth of collaboration between the Navy and the gang, nor could anyone foresee the rise of Reinhardt, the great hero leading the civilian uprising in Pokaya, emerging from a state of utter destitution. The journey was fraught with complexity and peril. However, looking back at the intricately interwoven plans, it was nothing short of a masterful manipulation of fortunes. The dealings in the distillery, the supply trade, the armed team, the underground forces, and the agreement with the Navy all came together in a remarkably brief period. What remained was merely the establishment of the pirate crew. The three shared knowing smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. At dawn, Fu Xiao and Abao, along with Jierma, engaged in discussions regarding the forthcoming details of their venture. Unbeknownst to them, night had already fallen. Under Abao's deliberate hospitality, Fu Xiao and Anubai returned to the city defense town only in the dead of night. Anubai continued to oversee the construction plans for the brewery, while Fu Xiao made his way back to Bell Tower Village alone. 3 days later, adhering to the recorded procedures, he slightly altered his approach to the fermentation materials. He combined 5 primary ingredients, corn, rice, barley, sorghum, and sweet potato, gradually grinding them together in precise proportions and storing them in barrels towering to a man's height. He then added molasses to the mixture, which was subsequently cooked, gelatinized, cooled, and, after the addition of yeast, sealed and placed in the pre-dug cellar for fermentation. The first batch of fermentation materials totaled 50 tons. With the procurement of corn, rice, barley, and the other primary ingredients costing a staggering 40 million Bailey, including the expenses incurred during the fermentation process, as well as the costs associated with excavating the fermentation pool and purchasing fermentation barrels. The total expenditure amounted to 50 million Bailey. The 50 tons of materials are expected to yield approximately 10 tons of raw liquor, and after blending, it is conservatively estimated that over 100 tons of finished product will be achieved. Before dawn, a thorough investigation of the market prices of various spirits was conducted. Typically, ordinary rum is priced around 1,500 to 2,000 burley per pound, while slightly superior varieties can fetch between 4,000 and 5,000 burley. These prices are accessible to the common folk. In contrast, the nobility primarily indulges in fine wines, with each bottle costing tens of thousands or even over 100,000 burley. Consequently, after discussions with the community, a preliminary market price of 3,000 burley per pound was established for the spirits. As for the merchant representation of the Hero White series, the price will naturally be lower. Plans are underway to recruit a large number of distributors in the Northern Sea, aiming to establish initial sales channels through a distribution model. Calculating based on market prices, 100 tons of finished wine would equate to a staggering 600 million burley. Setting the price too high could potentially stifle purchasing power, especially since the Hero White series must first penetrate the market in Pokaya, where the common populace has limited financial means. Pricing must also not be excessively low, as the Hero White is positioned by Dawn as an exquisite wine affordable to any commoner, distinctly different in flavor from the rums and wines available in the market. Although it adopts a lower-end approach, the price cannot be too low, as it may adversely affect the perception of other Hero series wines in the future. The Hero White series primarily targets the common people, pirates, and soldiers, while wines tailored for merchants and nobility will be introduced later by Dawn. Having accomplished this, Luanxian finally gathered the few skilled artisans of Pokaya. The large distillation equipment required craftsmen who understood the blueprints. Dawn drew dozens of simple blueprints and, alongside a dozen artisans, tirelessly researched for a week. Through Dawn's repeated and somewhat impatient explanations, one artisan eventually grasped the operational principles of the distillation equipment, ultimately leading to its successful creation. This artisan, having comprehended the workings of the distillation apparatus, was appointed as the chief craftsman by Dawn, tasked with the development and improvement of the distillation equipment. Simultaneously, he signed employment agreements with the other artisans, each guaranteed an annual income of at least 1 million burley, along with varying profit shares. Distillation is a thermodynamic separation process, and understanding its principles necessitates a solid grasp of thermodynamics, liquid mixtures, solids, and boiling points. Dawn's comprehension stemmed not from a background in thermodynamics, but from having witnessed every step of the distillation apparatus disassembly in a previous life. Fully aware of the components required for its operation, the artisan who deciphered the distillation equipment became the most renowned craftsman in Pokaya. Without the assistance of Prince Clovey, Dawn would have found it challenging to fabricate such large distillation apparatus. Following the successful creation of the distillation equipment, Dawn and the artisans swiftly turned their attention to the research of blending and cooling equipment, which proved to be significantly simpler. Within just 2 days, the artisans had thoroughly understood the underlying principles. As the selection of the winemaker had yet to be finalized, the initial batch of brewing was solely undertaken by Dawn. The entire fermentation process lasted 15 days, during which the factory's assembly line was also completed. By late April of the year 1509 in the Sea Circle calendar, Dawn, along with Brat and Luanxian, stood at the factory entrance marveling at the immense structure, which encompassed the warehouse and fermentation tanks. The distillery sprawled over approximately 10,000 square meters, standing 10 meters tall, featuring 8 entrances. The factory was divided into fermentation, distillation, cooling, flavoring, blending, bottling, finished product storage, as well as offices and laboratories. It was a comprehensive facility equipped with an assembly line, with all sections and supporting facilities fully assembled. Furthermore, Dawn had shared some management concepts from a past life, providing extensive training to the team. The foundational training for the workers was completed before the factory's inauguration, and upon its grand opening, brewing operations could commence. More than 2 weeks prior, Dawn had enlisted Ceci to promote the distillery vigorously and with Prince Clovey's backing. Coupled with Dawn's reputation as a savior of countless common refugees, news of the distillery spread rapidly. It became well known not only among the people of Pokaya but also in the neighboring Maple Country in Wutan, where the establishment of the Reinhardt Brewing Company was also discussed. Form ranks. A booming voice resonated through the throngs of onlookers, prompting the gathered civilians to part, creating a pathway. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as a 100-strong naval contingent approached. Leading the formation was Navy Colonel Olma, clad in a white coat emblazoned with the word justice. A cigar perched in his mouth. Upon spotting Dawn, he burst into laughter. "Reinhardt, my brother. With the distillery's opening, I have no grand gifts to offer but a salute of cannon fire to celebrate your launch." With a grand gesture, Olma commanded the naval troops to line up before the podium, each soldier raising their rifle skyward, awaiting Olma's command. "Thank you, Colonel," Dawn replied with a smile, then leaned in to whisper, "Luanxian, fetch 20 million burley to return the favor to the naval officers. Upon hearing this, Ulma's smile widened. For he had given Dawn ample face, and Dawn could not afford to appear ungrateful. The surrounding civilians were astonished by the naval presence. Not only the commoners, but also Baron on the other side, who was taken aback by how, in just over a month, this individual had managed to forge such a connection with the Gadden branch, indicating a relationship with Ulma that was indeed extraordinary. At dawn, an invitation was extended to Ulma to tour the distillery. Accompanying the host, aside from her companions, were Navy Colonel Ulma, the noble Holt Baron of the kingdom, the now farmer Harvey, and the steward dispatched by Totok. Due to Abeo's position as the chief of the Marin, he found it inappropriate to attend the cutting ceremony in person and thus sent a subordinate to convey his congratulations. Upon entering the grand gates, over 100 workers, organized by Anubai, stood in neat rows. As the group led by Dawn entered the factory, they collectively exclaimed, "A warm welcome to esteemed leaders from all sectors." Witnessing this unprecedented and imaginative reception, both Ulma and the nobles were amused. Within the main hall of the distillery, various notices and the company's regulations were prominently displayed. The proprietor, bearing the surname Reinhard, openly identified the establishment as the Reinhard Brewing Company. However, internally, and in dealings with various entities including the Navy, gangs, and revolutionary forces, it was referred to as the Reinhard Workshop. At dawn, the crowd was led through the distillery for a tour before returning to the podium at the entrance, ready to commence the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Firecrackers, drums, a band, and a naval firing squad stood at the ready. Dawn, accompanied by Luanxian and Bladder, ascended the podium, subsequently inviting Ulma, Holt Baron, and the steward of Totok to join them. Below, thousands of common folk gathered, fixated on Dawn at the podium. "Is that Reinhard?" One of the onlookers murmured. "The hero of Polkaya, Reinhard," another echoed. It was said that just a month or two prior, Reinhard was as destitute as the rest of us, a jobless wanderer. Who would have thought he could amass such a vast enterprise in such a short span? Incredible. Someone remarked with envy. Otherwise, how could he be called a hero? We shall no longer have to pay heavenly gold, and we owe it all to this young man. Indeed, I hear he is merely 20 years old, having reached the pinnacle of life at such an age. Here I am at 30, yet to achieve anything, another lamented. Do not fret. By 40, you may still find yourself unaccomplished, came a sarcastic retort. Whispers of awe and admiration rippled through the crowd. Suddenly, a charismatic voice resonated through the loudspeaker, igniting a wave of excitement among the people, who rushed to bask in the hero's magnificent presence. The Reinhardt Brewing Company is officially established, Dawn declared, clearing his throat and speaking in a composed tone. Before continuing, raise the sign. A grand plaque inscribed with Reinhardt Brewing Company began to ascend at the factory's main entrance. Observing the glimmering letters, Dawn felt a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, this was a monumental beginning, a towering edifice rising from the ground. As the horn sounded, a clear note echoed far and wide, followed by a resounding explosion. Bang, bang. The three successive gunshots reverberated like waves crashing against rocky shores, producing a sharp, yet heavy sensation. The gunfire and fireworks erupted like blossoms bursting forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the town, lingering in the air. The 100-strong naval contingent led by Ulma, after executing 3 volleys, rested their weapons on their shoulders, awaiting orders. "Colonel, the volley is complete," reported a sailor, saluting Ulma. "Remain at the ready and ensure public order," Ulma instructed with a smile. It was evident that a multitude of civilians had gathered, and some nefarious individuals might be lurking among them. The factory must not be vandalized from the outset, especially since Ulma held a share in the enterprise. "Understood," replied the sailor, retreating to the front of the naval ranks and dispatching several sailors to patrol the vicinity. After a brief speech, with a grand flourish of his hand, Dawn officially commenced operations at the factory. The workers, already poised for action, sprang into motion upon receiving Dawn's command. As production began, Dawn knew he must be at the forefront of the workshop. The core brewing tasks required his direct involvement. Although he had provided specialized training to the factory workers and outlined the brewing process with precise formulas, he had yet to find a qualified brewmaster, thus necessitating his personal oversight of the distillation and blending tasks. A few reporters, hailing from Polkaya in the native island of Gadden, gathered nearby, ready to capture the moment. At dawn, the local reporters were beckoned into the factory, after which he approached Ulma. Elated, Ulma patted Dawn on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, once we brew the first batch of our fine liquor, I shall summon the riflemen for another round of synchronized fire." At dawn, Su Shao smiled and nodded, beckoning Ulma to enter the factory, while instructing Bladder, Luncheon, and Moser to continue attending to several distinguished guests, potential future clients. "Brother, the reporter from the World Economic News has arrived at the Beihai branch," Bladder said as he approached Su Shao. The reporter from the World Economic News was someone Su Shao had previously asked Bladder to locate, primarily to leverage the newspaper's influence for promoting the winery, a task that had required considerable expenditure of belly. Following Bladder's gaze, Su Shao turned to see a woman, strikingly tall, appearing only slightly shorter than himself. She stood apart from the crowd, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly charm. As he approached her, Su Xiao could discern her features more clearly. She wore a sky blue hat that complemented her short, golden hair, and her exquisite facial features were accentuated by dangling red earrings, lending her an air of intensity. Clad in a light blue dress that gracefully fell to just above her thighs, a pale shawl fluttering gently in the breeze, and adorned with black high heels, she embodied a quintessentially British elegance, both commanding and intellectual. World Economic News? Su Xiao inquired, appraising her with a keen eye. Beihai Branch, Kitala. She responded, her enchanting voice carrying a hint of allure that created a striking contrast, enhancing Kitala's charm. You must be Reinhardt? She asked, tucking a strand of her golden hair behind her ear. Having observed Su Xiao for some time, she, as a member of the World Economic News, had occasionally heard of the name Reinhardt. Initially indifferent, she had come to Pokaya at her editor's behest, only to be taken aback by Su Xiao's recent endeavors. Her purpose for this visit extended beyond the editor's request for an interview. She sought to understand the man behind the name. His seemingly ordinary yet bright eyes, coupled with his poised demeanor, radiated an undeniable personal charisma. At merely 20 years old, he is not much younger than I, Kittle mused, recognizing the exceptional qualities of this young man, only to be met with Su Xiao's warm smile. The prominent reporter from World Economic News. I had only heard of your name and never seen you in person. I did not expect such beauty, she remarked with a subtle smile, extending her hand in greeting. Su Xiao took her hand, feeling the pleasant warmth of her touch. Our editor has instructed us to fully support Mr. Reinhardt's promotional efforts, she continued. As a young man who had rarely encountered such captivating women due to his rigorous training in a past life, Su Xiao couldn't help but feel a flutter of emotions. It seemed the investment was worthwhile, he thought, and replied with a smile. It will be a simple interview aimed at promoting our Hero White Series wines, emphasizing their quality. Certainly, provide the ideas, and I will refine them. Kittle nodded in agreement. At dawn, a substantial sum was spent to secure the editor-in-chief of the Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal, and even more was invested to commandeer the newspaper's front-page headlines for an entire month. He intended to orchestrate a comprehensive bombardment of news regarding the Reinhardt Brewing Company in Beihai. Newspaper advertisements represent one of the finest methods of promotion. Miss Chitala. This way, please, Blatt beckoned, inviting Chitala and her assistant into an independent office within the brewery. Her assistant, burdened with photographic equipment and holding a camera, followed suit. However, Chitala opted not to remain in the office. Instead, she expressed a desire to witness the brewing process firsthand. Dawn, having no objections, escorted Chitala to the distillation area of the brewery. The distillation zone occupies a quarter of the entire factory, comprising 4 distinct brewing workshops. The workshops were already bustling with workers, all poised and ready for dawn's commencement. Chitala, intrigued, gazed towards the colossal distillation apparatus. Typically, the workshops are enclosed. Yet as today marked the inaugural operation, Dawn permitted the workers to temporarily open the workshops, allowing journalists and select guests to observe up close. Upon entering the workshop, Dawn's attention was drawn to the towering distillation equipment, nearly 5 meters tall, crafted from a fusion of steel, glass, plastic, and wood. The base consisted of a steel barrel for heating, while the central section housed wooden barrels containing the fermented materials, enveloped by the iron barrel below. Within the wooden barrel lay a large, homemade wine cone, covered with gauze, and at the pinnacle sat the condenser, with plastic water pipes extending in various directions. Add water, Dawn commanded, as the workers began to gradually pour the fermented materials into the wooden barrel housing the wine cone. Subsequently, they positioned the condenser atop and filled the surrounding area with clear water to ensure absolute sealing. At dawn, the process was meticulously inspected several times before water was continuously poured into the water pipes of the condenser. Only when water flowed from the other end of the plastic tubing did the pouring cease. Heating commenced, and the camera clicked rhythmically, igniting curiosity among the onlookers, who simultaneously harbored skepticism. Could such a method truly yield wine? Olma gazed intently at the distillation apparatus for a considerable time, unable to fathom how such a rudimentary machine could produce such exquisite liquor. Had it not been for the earlier tasting arranged by Dawn, he would have remained incredulous. After a while, an indescribable fragrance wafted through the air, causing a collective shiver among the crowd. The aroma was simply intoxicating. The liquid trickling from the drip tube began to quicken, transitioning from a sporadic dripping to a steady flow, cascading into the pre-prepared, massive glass vessel. Success. As the flow of the distillate intensified, Dawn approached, inhaling gently before observing the velocity of the liquid, the temperature of the heat, and the evolving bouquet of the spirit. The spectators in the distillation area displayed expressions of astonishment. It was time to switch containers. The distillate had nearly run its course, and what followed would be the essence of the spirit. The workers replaced it with another glass vessel. The fragrance emanating at this juncture was exponentially richer than that of the previous liquid. It was then transported to the cooling zone, a designated area equipped with several cooling devices calibrated to varying temperatures. The first cup of the blended spirit was completed as night approached. Although the aroma was relatively subtle, it retained the potency characteristic of white liquor while harmonizing the sweetness from the sweet potatoes and molasses, imparting a lingering aftertaste that was simply enchanting. Dawn found herself reasonably satisfied with the first batch of white wine crafted, although it had yet to reach the standard she envisioned. Visitors surrounding her eagerly poured themselves a glass for tasting, and upon sipping, they unanimously revealed expressions of lingering delight. That evening, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Reinhardt Brewing Company was successfully concluded, marking the triumph of the inaugural batch of wine. In the town of Fortress, Dawn hosted a banquet to honor the esteemed guests who had arrived. After a sumptuous feast, the hour had already progressed to 10 o'clock at night. Dawn and Kitara's interview is scheduled for tomorrow. After settling the accounts for the meal, they, along with Bladder, proceeded towards the garrison town residence. As the gentle sea breeze caressed him, Dawn felt a slight dizziness. Reflecting on his recent experiences filled him with pride. He then remarked to Bladder, "The security in the garrison town must continue to be reinforced." Bladder, now the town security officer, possessed the authority to recruit soldiers and the legal right to arm them. The distance from the seaside garrison town's dock to the distillery was less than 10 miles, and the port was often frequented by pirates. If they were to be targeted, trouble could ensue. Bladder nodded affirmatively, saying, "Rest assured, brother, I will ensure that the garrison town becomes as fortified as an ironclad port." The following morning, after completing his daily routine of sea current training, Dawn welcomed Kitara for her interview in the factory's office. "Have you been waiting long?" Dawn could not help but steal glances at the woman before him. Kitara's attire today differed from the previous day. She had exchanged her sky-blue shawled gown for a sleek, dark one, accentuating her fair complexion. Her clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, and lips as luscious as blooming roses lent her an air of quiet mystery. It seemed she had enhanced her appearance, as her earrings were now silver. And she straightened her chest with a playful glance at Dawn, lightly laughing. "No, I just arrived." With her striking appearance, Kitara spoke with an alluring charm that captivated Dawn, compelling him to admire her further. "You are even more beautiful than yesterday," he remarked casually, eliciting a subtle smirk from the male assistant beside him. "Humph, was I not beautiful yesterday?" Kitara retorted with a composed smile, playfully tousling her loose hair. Dawn chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Kitara's curiosity about him deepened. The young man before her was merely in his 20s, yet his demeanor and actions were anything but juvenile. His decisiveness and sharpness in approach were particularly striking. At dawn, arrangements for the factory were made, and the interview with Kitala commenced. "May I inquire about anything?" Kitala asked with a smile, producing paper and pen. At dawn, a subtle nod was given, of course, but the focus remains on the factory's promotion. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Nor is it a matter of any clandestine nature. Dawn has no intention of concealing anything. Naturally, one knows what should be said and what ought to be withheld. With a click, Chitala's assistant captured a photograph. "I would prefer not to have my picture taken," Dawn interjected suddenly, directing her gaze towards Chitala's assistant. "Mr. Reinhardt." A photograph is essential for the interview. Before Chitala could respond, the male assistant replied. At dawn, there was silence as the gaze shifted towards Kitala, who unconsciously furrowed her brow. "The eldest sister?" The assistant inquired softly, only to hear Kitala reply in a hushed tone, "Clean the negatives." The assistant grimaced, seemingly displeased, yet complied with Kitala's request. Observing the relaxation of Dawn's brow, Kitala experienced a fleeting sense of unease. The previous scene had felt faintly oppressive. During the interview, Kitala deliberately sidestepped the topic of Dawn leading the civilian uprising, focusing instead on inquiries about the establishment of the winery. She also sought insights into the future aspirations of the winery and cultivation bases. In truth, she harbored a keen interest in the process of the refugee uprising, but was acutely aware that this was an exceptionally sensitive time. Even if she gleaned some details, it would be impossible to publish the events of the uprising in the Northern Sea section of the World Economic Journal. Besides the promotion of the winery and her personal interview, Dawn emphasized the upcoming Wine Masters Gala scheduled for 2 months hence. This gala, a grand drinking event, would feature a prize of 50 million Bailey for the champion. After discussing the relevant promotional details and direction, 3 hours had elapsed. As Dawn escorted them out, it was already noon. Before their departure, Dawn waved to Anyabai, who approached holding a brocade box. Kitala signaled for her assistant to leave first. The assistant nodded, glanced at Dawn, and departed. At dawn, a palm-sized metallic box was presented to Chitala. "Miss Chitala, a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." "What is this?" Chitala inquired as she opened the box to reveal a delicate silver bracelet adorned with maple leaf-shaped diamonds, exuding an air of exquisite value. Subsequently, another box, measuring half a meter in length, was handed to Chitala. "This is a personal gift for your editor. I hope you will take this promotional endeavor to heart, and I shall expedite the subsequent payments." Inside the box lay gold, a gesture of goodwill, for although a substantial sum had already been allocated for advertising, fostering a cordial relationship with the editor of the Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal was always prudent. He never hesitated to invest in such matters. Regarding the gift for Chitala, his aim was not only to encourage her to refine the written content, but also to cultivate a rapport that might lead to future collaborations. Chitala accepted without hesitation, for such exchanges were commonplace in her journalistic career. The entire news community of Beihai turned a blind eye to such practices, deeming them inconsequential. No problem, she replied, taking the box without opening it. Your gift is beautiful, and even if it is solely for this bracelet, I shall do my utmost to ensure the promotional review process is favorable. A spark seemed to ignite in Chidila's eyes. The so-called Drunken Masters contest is a drinking competition that determines who can consume the most alcohol. In the world of pirates, drinking is a common pastime across all social strata, and this event could undoubtedly thrive in such a realm. Participation in the contest is open to all, be they commoners, refugees, nobles, kings, navy personnel, or pirates. Even revolutionaries are welcome. The champion of the Drunken Masters contest is awarded 50 million berries, along with a title denoting their expertise in wine tasting. Dawn's promotional strategy unfolds in 2 phases. The initial phase involves a significant financial investment to secure exclusive rights to the headline section of the World Economic Journal's Beihai edition. The subsequent phase entails organizing a grand event known as the Wine Connoisseurs Gathering. The success of a distillery's products does not solely hinge on the quality of the white series of wines. It is equally contingent upon effective marketing strategies, an undeniable truth in the 21st century where advertising and exhibitions reign supreme. The front-page advertisement in the World Economic Journal employs an overwhelming bombardment approach, ensuring that readers, upon picking up the newspaper each morning for an entire month, are met with the same advertisement, leaving them with no option to overlook it. This relentless promotion guarantees that the brand remains etched in memory for a lifetime. The use of newspaper advertisements for product promotion is, at least from the perspective of the editor of the Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal, a rather surprising and novel concept. Initially poised to decline the offer, Dawn presented an astonishing sum of money to secure the front page for a month. A proposition that even the editor could not dismiss, as no one turns away from financial gain, regardless of their position. The Wine Connoisseurs Gathering serves as a type of exhibition, designed not only to stimulate sales and enhance brand visibility, but also to showcase products and technologies while expanding sales channels. In a world brimming with wine enthusiasts, there exists a confidence in the ability to craft a diverse array of flavors, alongside acquiring wines from nations across the globe. The amalgamation of the world's most distinctive wines would create a remarkable spectacle for any aficionado. The Wine Connoisseurs Gathering must not only be grand, but also distinctive, attracting connoisseurs from every corner of the world to Beihai's Pokaya. At such a time, the economies of Pokaya and even Gadon Island would thrive, with industries such as dining, accommodation, entertainment, tourism, and shopping blossoming into a multifaceted and interlinked ecosystem, forming a comprehensive industrial cluster. These intricate details were not disclosed to Chidila, even if they had been. She would likely perceive them as fanciful. Dawn merely informed her of plans to organize a large-scale drinking competition, scheduled for approximately 2 months hence, coinciding with the mass-market launch of the first batch of wines from the distillery. This competition would be dubbed the Wine Connoisseurs Gathering, with the victor bestowed with the esteemed title of Wine Connoisseur. At dawn, an individual of decisive action, once committed to a course, promptly commenced the drafting of the plan for the Wine Masters Association. Simultaneously, the front page of the Beihai section of the World Economic Journal had begun its promotional campaign. It was evident that Chidila had invested considerable effort into this endeavor, as the text and images within the newspaper harmoniously complemented one another. The front page of the Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal featured 3 distinct segments. The first segment encompassed a personal interview with Dawn, alongside a foundational introduction. The second segment focused on the promotion of the Reinhardt Brewery, primarily highlighting the characteristics and pricing of the Hero White series, along with the anticipated launch date and a call for sales agents. The third segment was dedicated to the Wine Masters Association, providing detailed information about the event, including a champion's prize of 50 million Bailey, the title of the Wine Master, and the registration process along with eligibility criteria. Naturally, registration incurred a fee of 500 Bailey per participant, granting entry to the preliminary selection, although the varieties of wine tasted in each round remained consistent. Their alcoholic strengths varied. Dawn did not anticipate generating revenue from the registration fees, as substantial losses from this event were deemed inevitable. In recent days, Dawn had directed Anubai to concentrate efforts on the brewery, knowing that once the advertisement was released, many would be drawn to the event, and there was a possibility of disruptions from unscrupulous individuals. To address this concern, Dawn relayed his apprehensions to Ulma, who, citing the imperative to safeguard the burgeoning local industry, promptly deployed 50 elite Marines to patrol the vicinity of the factory day and night, while also intensifying patrols at the port of the city defense town. The dawn was shrouded in heavy vigilance, a reflection of both inherent disposition and the chaotic state of the world, where one could not afford the slightest sense of complacency. Within a mere week, several attempts to sabotage the factory were encountered, perpetrated by both domestic merchants and pirates. Fortunately, the Marine soldiers dispatched by Ulma rendered considerable assistance, simultaneously deterring further threats against the factory. Thus, the turmoil surrounding the factory gradually subsided. At dawn this week, the plans for the Wine Connoisseur Society were finally completed. Thus, he summoned Luanqian and Bladder to discuss the details of the society's agenda. Each day, Dawn found him overwhelmingly busy, not only with fundamental physical training in swordsmanship but also with the brewing operations at the factory, which required his personal oversight. Additionally, he devoted 7 consecutive days to drafting the plan. Registration for the Wine Connoisseur Society had commenced on the day the advertisement was published in the World Economic Journal, with Moser leading a team of 6 subordinates to handle this task. As of today, after 7 days, over 200 individuals had expressed their intention to participate. The organization of the Wine Connoisseur Society is now in your capable hands. I have no time to spare, he said, fatigued, observing Luanxian and Bladder's bewildered expressions. He proceeded to meticulously explain the society's intricacies once more. While he had elucidated the details thoroughly, Bladder still appeared somewhat confused. Fortunately, Luanxian had grasped the essentials and began reviewing the plan. Proceed with the organization as outlined in the document. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire, he instructed. The plan was exceedingly detailed, encompassing venue selection, expected participant numbers, competition formats, budgetary allocations, estimates for various alcohol strengths, and meticulous schedules for event management and guest coordination. The budget section alone was a dense array of figures, causing Luanxian to feel overwhelmed. There are some figures that require recalibration. My calculations are not precise, he added, acknowledging his lack of numerical acuity. You may consult Barn for assistance in this regard. They were all novices in this field. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialty, and it is unrealistic for even the brightest individuals to excel across disparate industries. Understood, Luanxian nodded, and after an afternoon of training with Dawn, he departed following dinner. That night, Dawn returned to the brewery, where the production of the White Series had been ongoing for over a week. The machinery had not ceased operation, with workers alternating in shifts. Dawn effectively resided in the factory office, not only brewing but also supervising the entire process. The unyielding effort of the past week bore fruit. The cooling room was nearly filled with wine. Consequently, in the upcoming week, he would slow the production of the base spirit, focusing primarily on blending and adjusting flavors. This batch would not only be destined for market sale but would also include a variety with entirely different alcohol content for consumption at the Wine Connoisseur Society competition. In May of the year 1509 in the Haiyuan calendar, a mere fortnight after the establishment of the Reinhardt Brewery, Dawn successfully completed the blending and flavoring of the inaugural batch of the White Series. In addition to the brewery's regular operations, the arms deal with Milan Abayo had also been successfully concluded, with 1,000 weapons stored in an underground warehouse in the city's defense town. A transaction conducted with utmost secrecy, known only to a select few. The advertisement in the World Economic Journal had yielded excellent results, attracting numerous liquor merchants from various islands in the North Sea, eager to represent the White Series. After several visits from merchants, Dawn instructed Bladder to post a notice at the city defense town dock, informing eligible merchants that discussions would be held post-competition. The Wine Connoisseur Society had become the primary focus, and as the number of registrations soared, Luanxian was compelled to reconsider the venue, relocating to Sunset Square on King S Avenue. Hosting the society would inevitably incur substantial financial losses. However, the potential benefits were immense. It presented an opportunity to firmly establish the quality of the White Series among connoisseurs, surpassing even the promotional effects of the World Economic Journal. He aspired for the wines produced by the Reinhardt Brewery to become the epitome of excellence in the hearts of all wine enthusiasts. Preparations for the society were progressing smoothly. Initially, Luanxian had many uncertainties, but with the assistance of Barnes' dispatched aide, he became familiar with the procedures involved in organizing the event. After consulting with Dawn several times regarding unclear sections of the plan, he was finally able to manage the orchestration of a large-scale gathering independently. That evening, after completing a day of blending work, Dawn arrived at the tavern located at the city defense town dock. This tavern, facing the sea, towered 10 meters high. With 3 levels, it was adorned with numerous colorful lights, easily accessible from all directions. Inside, the main hall was brilliantly illuminated, featuring a white stone-paved floor and 10 tables of varying sizes. Further inside lay the bar, constructed from stone and approximately 8 meters long, with a cabinet on its left side containing 10 compartments of differing sizes. Named the Seaside Tavern, this establishment was straightforward and catchy, built with the assistance of Dawn for Dammy. A considerable sum of Bailey had been invested to renovate the tavern after shutting down the one in Clock Tower Village, restoring it to its former style. Although the tavern belonged to Dammy, Dawn held a stake in it, as did Luanxian, Bladder, and others to varying extents. Currently, the tavern was being managed by a hired professional, with Dammy assisting. She was still a bit young, but in 2 years, Dawn planned to transfer the management rights to her. Brother, the upstairs is all set, Dammy said with a smile, her eyes narrowed. Haha. Little Dammy truly resembles a lady boss, Bladder laughed, following Dawn up to the 2nd floor, which housed private rooms, while the 3rd floor was reserved for accommodation. Dammy, with her pigtails, sneaked a glance at Dawn and exclaimed, Bladder, hurry up and fetch the wine. We haven't had a drink in ages. Quickly, quickly, shouted a voice from the side, and Luanxian smiled as he and Moser carried 2 crates of wine up the stairs. These crates contained the finished white product, eagerly awaited by everyone. As the crates were opened, A refreshing aroma wafted through the air. Delicious, delicious. Moser laughed heartily, taking another sip from his cup, only to be met with a wave of dizziness, a state of being neither fully intoxicated nor completely sober, achieved after just 2 cups. Surprised, he noted that even he, a seasoned drinker accustomed to consuming tin gin without issue, was affected. As everyone continued to drink, a loud crash resonated from the hall below, followed by a boisterous voice shouting, "Where's the damn owner? Get out here." Upon hearing the commotion, Don paused mid-sip and frowned. "Let us go see what is happening," he instructed. Anu nodded and promptly exited the private room. The tavern's official owner was a professional manager hired at a high price, a middle-aged man named Paul. In his 40s, Paul surveyed the hall, which was in disarray with broken tables and chairs, noting that many guests had left, presumably to avoid trouble with the rowdy group. "I am the owner." Paul calmly approached the man, asking, "Is there something you find unsatisfactory?" Aware that this group was intent on causing disruption, Paul prepared to resolve the matter amicably. "What is unsatisfactory?" The menacing man bellowed back. "You should be asking what we find satisfactory. If you leave immediately, we can forget this ever happened." Unperturbed by the escalating situation, Paul maintained his composure. "Ha ha ha, fellows, this guy dares to threaten us." The man laughed arrogantly. "Tell this fool who we are." "Of course, we are the crew of the Aubrey pirates. The great Captain Aubrey's subordinate." The next sentence was added by a man. Paul was slightly taken aback, for he was well aware of the Aubrey pirate crew's ferocity, known for frequently plundering the merchant ships of nobles and the possessions of commoners. Each naval crackdown had ended in failure, and now they were coming to raid the town's defenses? But hadn't they just struck 2 months prior? What was the true worth of the Aubrey pirate crew? Suddenly, a cold voice resonated, and the more than 20 pirates in the room glanced at Anyubai, who was descending the stairs. Those who dared to cause trouble here would not live to see the sun rise again. Anyubai approached Paul and said, "You should leave. I will handle this." Paul breathed a sigh of relief and departed. This group of pirates had committed numerous acts of murder and robbery, and remaining here could cost him his life. Anyubai had been by Don's side for over 2 months, witnessing many thrilling events. Thus, he felt no anxiety in the face of these petty pirates. His right hand subtly rested on his military knife, poised to strike at any moment. He understood some of Don's character traits and knew that one must strike decisively against such characters to instill fear. "Apologize to me now, and I may grant you mercy," the man said, pointing at Anyubai, his eyes filled with malice. In response to the outstretched finger, Anyubai smirked disdainfully. His military knife flashed with a sudden gleam as it sliced toward the man's arm, severing it in an instant. "If you wish to kill, then do so. If you wish to maim, then do it. Is there really so much needless chatter in piracy?" Anyubai shook his head. Don had once told him that if one intended to kill, they must not reveal any desire or intention beforehand. One must strike without affording the victim any chance to react, delivering a single, fatal blow. "I wanted to kill him outright, yet I merely severed an arm," Anyubai mused, gazing with cold, unfeeling eyes at the pirate writhing on the floor. "Finish him." The pirate, still struggling on the ground, managed to emit a desperate roar toward his companions. The more than 20 pirates in the tavern immediately seized their weapons, vowing to dismember this intruder. Anyubai displayed remarkable bravery, remaining remarkably composed in the face of such ruthless pirates. He stood tall, gripping his military knife with one hand, prepared to charge. The cacophony of the pirates' roars intertwined, their weapons reflecting blinding light, and the entire tavern was thick with the scent of impending violence. Though Anyubai felt a twinge of anxiety, after all, it was his first encounter with such savage pirates, he ultimately suppressed his fear. As a key member of the Reinhardt workgroup, how could he cower before such minor foes? He stepped forward, but then felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, stunned by a piercing sound that sent a shiver through him. In the next moment, he sensed a powerful wave of air rushing by, akin to thunder rolling through the clouds, deep and oppressive. It felt as though a colossal weight had been placed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. The rushing pirates suddenly froze, their eyes filled with terror. One sword-style, floating boat. A nearly 10-meter-long transparent ripple sliced through the air from the second floor, accompanied by the thunderous sound of tearing air, crashing into the group of pirates, followed by a shower of blood and severed limbs. Slice. One of the fortunate few who had narrowly escaped death muttered to himself. Surveying the scene, every pirate around him was either missing limbs or, in some cases, cleaved in half by that attack. He could hardly believe that within this small tavern in the North Sea, there was a swordsman capable of such lethal strikes. Anyubai was momentarily taken aback as he comprehended the source of the attack. He had not anticipated that a ripple so clear and sharp as spring water could annihilate so many formidable pirates. "Do you know where this place is?" Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from the second floor. Anyubai turned sharply to see Reinhardt, his expression indifferent, his gaze shimmering like stars in the night, radiating an unsettling light. Several figures stood on the second floor, coldly observing the pirates. The lone survivor crumpled to the ground in terror, unable to meet Don's gaze. The moment their eyes met, he felt an icy chill envelop him. "Answer me." The chilling voice echoed once more. I don't know," the pirate stammered, his fear almost bringing him to tears. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed down the staircase as Don, Luanqin, and Blatt descended, with Dawn holding the raven in his right hand, slowly approaching the crumpled pirate. The pirate pleaded in terror, Don't come any closer. Please, don't kill me. The Aubrey pirate crew, is it? Upon reaching the pirate, Dawn looked down at him with an air of superiority. Noticing the pirate's nod, he continued, I have yet to settle scores with your captain. And yet you come to me. The pirate was filled with dread and astonishment. It seemed that this fearsome figure bore a grudge against Captain Aubrey. Yet revealing Aubrey's whereabouts would likely lead to his own execution. Speak. Where is Aubrey? Dawn inquired, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the scattered corpses. The transparent, irregularly shaped attack that had just occurred was a newly comprehended technique, utilizing immense power to gather the air currents through the blade, ultimately resulting in a sharp ripple that tore through the air. The strike not only embodied the will and sharpness to sever all, but also possessed a force akin to turbulent currents, like a small vessel tossed upon tempestuous waves. This was the only technique he had mastered thus far. The moment he unleashed the strike, the transparent ripple formed, reminiscent of ocean currents crashing, with the sheer force of the airflow exerting immense pressure on those nearby, capable of shattering even the hardest bones. Over the past 2 months, he had made significant strides in his swordsmanship, coupled with the chaos of civilian uprisings, slaying pirates, and engaging in battles against Shaven. He had honed his skills considerably. The use of this technique was merely a natural result of his accumulated experience in swordsmanship. His innate talent for swordplay was remarkably high. Although he had not devoted much time to training over the past 5 years, the imprint of years spent wielding a sword remained, with the enhancement of his natural aptitude. Comprehending the strike in just over 2 months was not particularly surprising. Mastering the strike signified his advancement toward the realm of sword masters, demonstrating that he possessed the potential to become a formidable swordsman. A true swordmaster could unleash powerful strikes. But not every swordsman capable of executing such strikes was a master. A swordmaster, in addition to possessing great strength, was also a figure of renown in the New World. Blatt and his subordinates began clearing away the bodies within the tavern, while the collapsed pirate remained silent. At dawn, a sigh escaped her lips. It appears you are reluctant to speak. No, let me tell you, do not take my life, the pirate responded. At dawn, she shook her head and replied, it's quite all right not to say. Beihai is not vast, and I shall surely find him. At dawn, there are 2 compelling reasons for seeking out Aubrey. Firstly, Baron Holt had previously enlisted his assistance to eradicate the Aubrey pirate crew. The motivation behind Holt's desire to eliminate this band of pirates is straightforward. The Aubrey crew has repeatedly pillaged the villages and towns of Pokayath, capturing nobles on several occasions to demand exorbitant ransoms. However, even after the kingdom's nobles paid the ransom, Aubrey callously tore up the contracts, inciting not only the wrath of Clovis, but also the ire of Clotok, who has repeatedly expended vast sums to recruit the navy for their destruction, only to return empty-handed each time. Should the Aubrey pirate crew be vanquished, Dawn would reap greater rewards from Clovis. The second impetus compelling Dawn to annihilate Aubrey stems from the establishment of the distillery, which has become widely known throughout the North Sea. Naturally, Aubrey would be aware of it as well. Given Aubrey's nature, there is no reason to believe he would not attempt to seize such a lucrative opportunity. He is a pirate who has returned from the Grand Line, and although he suffered a complete defeat in a mere half-day in the North Sea, as long as he does not provoke those formidable figures, he can navigate freely. Rather than allowing him to come knocking in the future, it is wiser to strike preemptively, which would also serve as a test of the current combat capabilities of the Reinhardt Work Society. The leader is on Golden Island. Dawn was taken aback, and then her gaze turned even colder. Anubis, eliminate him. Anubis dragged the pirate away, who struggled and bellowed. No, I'm not deceiving you. I am genuinely not deceiving you. The boss is truly on Crimson Isle, preparing to join the Don Quixote family. Dawn paid no heed, and after a while, the tavern finally fell into silence. Brother, did he lie? Luan Xian inquired with confusion. Initially, he suspected that the pirate was deceiving them. Yet the expression of agony and struggle on the pirate's face in his final moments made it difficult to believe that he was fabricating his words. At dawn, she shook her head. No, he did not lie. It was Aubrey who deceived him. Dressrosa is the territory of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Upon hearing this, Renqing was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of profound doubt, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. For someone so utterly defeated, the notion of joining Doflamingo's realm was nothing short of a delusion. Dawn spoke coldly, stating that in the original narrative, Bellamy, endowed with the spring fruit, commanded a bounty nearing 200 million berries. However, it took considerable time for him to gain Doflamingo's approval to utilize the 7 Warlords title, allowing Bellamy to sail the seas under Doflamingo's name. In stark contrast, Aubrey's meager bounty of 50 million berries rendered him a complete failure in the Grand Line. Doflamingo would scarcely spare him a glance, dismissing him with a mere 2 words, trash. At dawn, a pair of eyes swept back and forth through the darkness, as the brilliant stars in the night sky twinkled with astonishing luminosity, just as an unusual sensation began to stir within him. Akin to the sudden elevation of something deep within his heart, this feeling abruptly ceased at that very moment, eluding any further capture. The familiar trance-like state emerged. Reminiscent of a certain breath he had sensed on that day, was it the perception of color? At dawn, a sense of astonishment enveloped him as he murmured to himself. It had been 2 months since the day he successfully repelled the marauding invaders. He initially believed that his ability to harness the senses of hearing and touch to vanquish the foes was merely a stroke of fortune that triggered the awakening of his observation haki. However, it was only after experiencing the recent tactile sensation that he began to comprehend that perhaps this was a means of honing his observation haki. He was perplexed and unable to fully grasp the intricacies of it, intending to delve deeper into this fleeting tactile awareness. Just then, a slightly anxious voice reached his ears from behind. "Brother, a band of pirates has arrived at the port." At dawn, a moment of surprise washed over him as he instinctively grasped the cold crow perched in his right hand, turning his gaze towards the harbor cloaked in darkness. He stood atop the tavern, the distant port illuminated by glimmering lights, while the sea lay in an abyss of blackness. The beacon's glow reflected upon the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing ripple that seemed to expand, rendering his vision increasingly indistinct. With unwavering focus, he concentrated on the harbor's waters, and in that moment, his eyes transformed into a dynamic scope, the once blurred image crystallizing into clarity. Before him appeared a colossal black sailboat, its sails adorned with a sprawling skull motif. This grim emblem, characterized by intricate black patterns, was further embellished with a cross of red and blue harpoons. It was the Aubrey pirates. The tavern was situated at least a kilometer from the docks, making such clarity of sight impossible under normal circumstances. Yet, after traversing through a haze, his vision sharpened to the extent that he could discern the intricate details of the pirate insignia. Is this the power of observation haki? He mused subconsciously. However, with a mere blink, his sight reverted to its prior state, revealing only the faint, indistinct lights of the harbor. "The Aubrey pirates," he murmured. A moment of silence enveloping him before he spoke decisively, pressing his hands firmly against his weapons as he turned to descend the staircase. "Gather all the brothers. Prepare for battle." He was acutely aware of the pirates' insignia, for as an aspiring warlord intent on establishing dominion in the North Sea, he could not afford ignorance regarding potential adversaries. In addition to formidable figures such as Doflamingo, Jierma 66, Red Flag Drake, Hawkins, and Law from the original narrative, his earliest studies had been devoted to the notorious Aubrey. Blatt was cognizant of the Aubrey pirates' formidable might and understood the grave implications of their impending arrival. Yet, witnessing Fuxiao's composure instilled no sense of urgency in him. Thus, he hastened down the stairs to rally their forces while simultaneously preparing to contact Clovis and the Navy. At dawn, I hurried alone towards the port, arriving to find a gruesome scene. A dozen bloodied corpses strewn across the ground. The fallen soldiers of the city guard tasked with safeguarding this area. Gazing at the scattered remains, a chill ran through me as I suddenly realized the impending danger. That group was heading towards the factory. Currently, aside from 50 naval personnel, there were also 20 members of the guard led by Anubai stationed at the factory. Given the size of the pirate ship I had just witnessed, it was clear that there were at least 100 pirates aboard, and Anubai, along with the Navy, would likely not be able to withstand the assault. In fact, it was certain they would not be able to hold their ground. As Brat and his soldiers rushed towards the dock, I called out to him, "Brat, the factory." They were headed for the factory. With that, I sprinted away, while Brat, accompanied by his contingent of city guard soldiers, followed suit towards the factory. The naval reinforcements I had contacted showed no intention of assisting, and reaching Clovey at this late hour proved to be an arduous task. Ultimately, it was up to me. The distillery must not be destroyed, for it is the foundation of my future. If the factory were to be ruined, it would take at least 6 months to rebuild, and time was of the essence. More importantly, the events at the Pokia court would be profoundly affected. Without the factory operating autonomously, I would be unable to leave and become Clovey's swordsmanship instructor, thus undermining my plans to maneuver within the Pokia power structure. I fervently prayed that the distillery would remain unscathed, hoping desperately that Anubai and the Navy would do everything in their power to hold off the pirates, for failure would mean disaster. At 10 o'clock at night, at the Reinhardt distillery, although the surroundings were brightly lit, the sounds of machinery within had ceased. At the entrance, Anubai, covered in blood and wielding a distinctive Pokia military sword, stood defiantly against a towering, menacing pirate. Many had perished around him, guard members, naval personnel, and pirates alike. "As long as I, Anubai, stand, you shall not set foot in the factory," he declared, wiping the blood from his face. The grip on his sword trembled slightly. He was utterly exhausted, holding on by sheer willpower. Perhaps soon, he would meet his demise beneath the enemy's blade. Yet, in that moment, thoughts of surrender or retreat never crossed his mind. To do so would be to betray, not only because of the ruthless treatment of traitors by Dawn, but also due to his resolute determination to follow Dawn into the awe-inspiring world that lay ahead. "Storm the factory and seize control," commanded the pirate brute with a single-handed grip on his sword, prompting the gathered pirates to surge forward, clashing with the remaining 10 members of the guard. Damn it. The North Sea Cadam branch of the Navy is utterly useless, claiming to be elite, Anubai cursed in frustration. Initially, the Navy managed to organize a defense against the pirate assault, But under the ferocious onslaught of over 100 pirates, they quickly suffered losses, with more than 10 of their ranks falling, ultimately fleeing in terror. It was a disgrace to the navy. As he witnessed his comrades fall around him, Anyubi's heart grew colder, igniting a fierce rage within him. With determined resolve, he struck down several pirates with his blade and charged toward the pirate wielding a katana. Clash. Their blades met, and Anyubi felt a sharp pain as his palm split open, blood flowing freely. He was sent flying several meters away. Yet, seeing Anyubi rise again, disregarding his injuries, the pirate's demeanor shifted from mocking to earnest respect. Soldier, your tenacity in battle has earned my recognition. You have the right to know my name. I have no interest in your name. Go die, Anyubi retorted, charging once more with a death wish in his heart. A sharp light flickered across the night sky, morphing into a wave of cutting energy that tore through the ground, leaving deep gashes in its wake. The strike. Anyubi paused, recalling the slashing technique he had witnessed from Dawn at close range. This luminescent attack was a testament to the strength of a swordsman. As the strike approached him, it bizarrely split into two, converging on him from different angles. Am I to die? Is this truly the end? Anyubi thought, his body trembling violently. Yearning to wield a sword, yet he felt paralyzed. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his eardrums, more intense than before. He sensed a formidable force akin to a raging current, imbued with an indomitable will. In that instant, his voice seemed to vanish, rendering him deaf to the world around him. Yet his eyes widened in astonishment at a translucent wave of energy approaching from behind, filled with the familiar cutting power. Boss, Anyubi exclaimed, elated. In that moment, he felt a resurgence of strength, enabling him to evade the impending strikes. Boom. The clash of energies erupted as the two strikes collided. The pirate's attack being largely diminished by the transparent wave emitted by Dawn, resulting in a massive explosion that transformed the ground into a crater. Who, pray tell, has the right to know your name? Dawn stepped forth from the dim light, gripping his sword tightly, his cold gaze fixed upon the pirate swordsman. Dawn was accompanied by Bladder, Luncheon, Moser, and dozens of soldiers from the town's defense. Are you also a swordsman? The pirate swordsman, meeting Dawn's gaze, felt a surprising sensation within. There was a disquieting glimmer in this fellow's eyes. As dawn broke, the cold crow on the right raised its wings once more, striking fiercely towards the densest cluster of pirates. A slash, measuring over 10 meters in length and half a meter in width, surged forth with a resounding whoosh. In its wake, all pirates perished. This single attack claimed the lives of over 30 crew members. Whether or not I am a swordsman does not hinder my ability to eliminate you. As the surrounding pirates halted in terror, gazing at him with wide eyes, the figure of Dawn turned to face the pirate wielding a katana. The pirate swordsman was momentarily taken aback. The slash he had just witnessed was far more potent than any he had previously encountered. The force embedded within it seemed beyond his own capabilities. A manifestation of overwhelming willpower coupled with a vigorous current reminiscent of crashing waves. Are you Reinhardt? The pirate swordsman finally inquired softly, as recognition dawned upon him. For one who had traversed the Grand Line, a mere powerful slash would not incite fear, yet the unique aura exuded by the young man before him was truly astonishing. At dawn, Lingdao remarked, haven't you all been searching for me? He commanded to eliminate them and seize control of the factory. The pirate swordsman seemed reluctant to continue speaking, once again issuing orders. The halted pirates charged forward, but at that moment, Luanxian, Blazer, Moser, and several dozen city defense soldiers joined the fray, ensuring that the battle was no longer one-sided. Go check on Anyubi and immediately send him to the doctor for treatment, Dawn whispered to Luanxian. Anyubi bore 7 or 8 sword wounds, all inflicted by the pirate swordsman before them. Given Anyubi's current strength, he stood no chance against swordsmen capable of delivering lethal strikes. Had it not been for the pirate swordsman's initial arrogance, he would not have been able to endure for so long. Nevertheless, Anyubi had risked his life to buy time for Dawn. Furthermore, Dawn had entrusted him with all future arms dealings with Milan, as well as the safety of the distillery. Anyubi was acutely aware of this trust and understood that he could not let Dawn down. Even if it meant death, he had to protect the factory. Dawn recognized Anyubi's resolute character, which is why he designated Anyubi as one of the principal members of the Reinhardt Work Society. However, Anyubi lacked any remarkable talent in swordsmanship, and thus his combat skills did not progress as anticipated. Perhaps a focus on physical training would yield different results. Dawn mused as he observed Anyubi in a state of unconsciousness. Brat, leave no pirate alive aside from this one, Dawn declared, drawing his command sword with his left hand and pointing the blade menacingly at the pirate swordsman before him. His voice, deep and imbued with a palpable aura of menace, seemed to emanate from the depths of his being. With resolve, Dawn gripped his sword tightly and charged towards the pirate swordsman. At dawn, the speed of the sprint was astonishing, propelling him 3 meters ahead of the pirate swordsman in an instant. Subsequently, the blades in his hands were sheathed once more, only to be drawn in a heartbeat just before nearing his opponent, glinting with a faint chill under the cover of night. The dual-wielded Iato technique, silent entry into the curtain, manifested as 2 breathtaking beams of cold light flashed through the darkness, utterly devoid of sound. At the dawn's break, The moment the blade was unsheathed, it swiftly traversed past the pirate swordsman, arriving at his rear. The pirate swordsman was momentarily taken aback, and as Dawn passed him, he instinctively grasped his katana to block. He felt nothing, not even the faintest whisper of the blade slicing through the air. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he eerily heard the soft sound of the sword returning to its sheath, with a sudden, searing pain that felt like a powerful rending. He realized that after the blade was sheathed, the sensation intensified, culminating in several deep gashes erupting from his chest and shoulders. He let out a faint whimper. Yet he did not collapse, nor did he exhibit the demeanor of a dying man. This silent maneuver, known as the dual sword draw, utilized the formidable inertia at the moment of unsheathing to deliver 5 or 6 swift strikes to the target, only completing the technique once both blades were returned to their sheaths. The silence of the attack left the victim utterly unaware, and by the time realization dawned, they were already riddled with fatal wounds. However, this technique seemed to have been executed flawlessly, yet the opponent appeared unscathed. "Boss, that's the swordsman a devil fruit user," Eugene called out to Dawn from a distance. One of the 3 combat members of the Aubrey pirates, his was indeed a swordsman capable of delivering devastating slashes. And yet he showed no signs of succumbing to his grievous injuries. What could be the nature of this devil fruit power? Dawn pondered, only to see swordsman bellowing furiously at Eugene. "You traitor, Eugene, die." His raised a sword, unleashing a slash even more powerful than before. Propelled by an unbridled fury towards Eugene, the immense strike, akin to a thunderclap, left Eugene momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend the danger, the energy of the slash descended ominously, threatening to cleave him in two. He swiftly attempted to evade, just managing to shift his body out of the strike's intended path. However, to his astonishment, the strike bizarrely split into 2, transforming into 2 equally formidable slashes hurtling towards him from different directions. His looked on with satisfaction at his divided attack, a signature move of his. As a swordsman, delivering slashes was a fundamental skill. But he possessed the unique ability to bifurcate his strikes mid-flight, creating 2 or more. Eugene had been fortunate enough to witness his employ this technique during his time with the arch-pirates, and he understood the extent of his prowess. Even Captain Aubrey would hesitate to claim a definitive victory over his, and as for Captain Arch, he likely lacked the strength to withstand even a single strike from his. Initially, Dawn didn't pay much heed to Hitz's executed slashes. However, upon witnessing the cleaving strike, he was utterly astonished. Such a cut, manifesting from a swordsman's sheer will, was unheard of, even to a reincarnated soul who had scoured the original texts without finding a single swordsman capable of this technique. This peculiar strike was exceptionally bizarre, rendering it almost impossible to defend against. Recollecting himself from his scattered thoughts, Dawn realized that Eugene was now under his command, and he couldn't idly watch him perish. With swiftness, Dawn brandished his blades, gripping them tightly. Just as the 2 slashes were about to reach Eugene, Dawn intervened, raising his left sword and right blade to parry the incoming attacks. Clang, clang. The right slash struck first, colliding with the crow's beak's edge, the skull pattern reflecting vividly. The immense force and cutting power compelled Dawn to exert more strength in his right hand to withstand it. As the left slash met the commander's sword, a series of cracking sounds echoed along the blade. Dawn felt the vibrations in the sword's hilt growing increasingly subtle, yet more frequent. With a forceful flick, he launched the commander's sword into the night sky, diverting the massive energy of the slash. A thunderous boom resonated as the energy erupted in a grand spectacle of light. Crack, crack. Inspecting the commander's sword, Dawn noticed rhythmic fractures appearing, soon spreading from the tip to the edge. Discarding the remaining hilt, he examined the crow's beak. Both slashes possessed similar power, yet the crow's beak remained unscathed, while the commander's sword couldn't endure the onslaught. This suggested that the crow's beak was at least of the quality of a skillful grade blade. "Leave this to me," Dawn called out to the still-stunned Eugene. Jolted back to reality, Eugene nodded fervently, replying, "He's Hitz, the combat commander of the Aubrey pirates, and a devil fruit user. His sword wounds heal slowly, it seems." Dawn noted, his gaze fixed on Hitz. What devil fruit did he consume? Unknown. Only Captain Aubrey is privy to that information, Eugene responded, adding, "Only he and the captain are devil fruit users in the crew." Dawn pondered this, prompting Eugene to join the ranks of Brath City defense soldiers, engaging in the battle against the pirates. A devil fruit user, a complicating factor. Dawn mused. The Aubrey pirates have 2 devil fruit users. I know Aubrey's abilities from his bounty, but Hitz's remain a mystery. Is it a healing fruit? If so, this is dire. A swordsman with healing powers is a significant threat. Judging from Hitz's resilience, the slow healing didn't seem to hinder his performance, as he could still unleash powerful slashes. No, it can't be a healing fruit, Dawn abruptly concluded. The healing is too slow. Mancheri's healing fruit in the original series could heal the wounded with just a few tears. His wounds are still visible, merely patched up. Dawn's disdain for Hitz intensified, and for Aubrey as well. Despite a bounty of 50 million berries, he had retreated from the Grand Line in less than a day. Even with newfound devil fruit powers, they were still inept failures. Dawn, observing the fiery rage in Hitz's eyes, spoke softly, his words dripping with mockery. Utter failures, through and through. Hits, enraged by Dawn's taunts, was about to charge when he noticed Eugene joining the fray. A realization struck him, and he roared at Dawn. Did you kill Archie? For 2 months. Captain Aubrey had been seeking news of Archie. Seeing Eugene now, Hits deduced that Dawn was responsible. Given Dawn's rapid rise and demonstrated power, it was plausible that he could have killed Archie several times over. Even Hits himself, without the devil fruit, might not have stood a chance. Archie? Dawn paused, recalling the battle on the pirate ship 2 months prior. At dawn, he coldly remarked, "Are you referring to that fool wielding an iron hook?" There is no need for further confirmation. With a sharp exclamation, he added, "Soon you shall discover who the true fool is. Your captain seeks to seize the factory without inquiring about the identity of Reinhardt." He drew his blade, raising it high, his countenance exceedingly stern. The gleaming edge of the sword reflected a chilling light beneath the moon, while the crow skull emblem appeared as if shrouded in a layer of black ink, almost animated. "Reinhardt, ah ha ha ha," he scoffed. Is also sneered coldly, "In this North Sea, you are but an ignorant young pup. Once I eliminate you, I shall take the factory." His charge forward, brandishing a katana that was approximately 30 centimeters longer than Dawn's weapon, appearing to be of a swift blade caliber. This time, he opted not for a slicing blow, but rather to engage directly in combat, for he was aware of Dawn's remarkable speed. A slash might not connect and could instead expose his own vulnerabilities. Bang, bang, bang. At dawn, a lone figure wielding a sword boldly clashed against his katana, resulting in a spectacular explosion of sparks as the blades met. His felt the katana tremble in his grip, as an immense force surged through the blade, reopening the nearly healed wound on his shoulder. He was astounded to discover the overwhelming power that accompanied the strike of the Dawn's blade. For a fleeting moment, his trembling hand seemed incapable of holding onto the katana. Dawn had been intently observing the wounds on his body. When the injury on his shoulder reopened due to the force he had inflicted, Dawn felt a modicum of relief. This at least confirmed that the devil fruit his had consumed was not a healing fruit, but rather one that could only slowly mend wounds. As he watched his wildly swing his katana, Dawn continued to respond in kind, unleashing all his power in a single, sweeping strike. His heard the oppressive shriek of the air, and amidst his confusion, he finally discerned the source of the sound, yet the katana in his hand had already been swung, leaving him no time to retract. The suffocating wail was the result of Dawn exerting his full strength, causing the blade to cleave through the air and produce a sonic boom, hinting at the formidable might behind it. This was the culmination of 5 years of training amidst the currents, a power rivaled only by the innate divine strength possessed by Brat. A tremendous metallic clang resonated in all directions, the sound sharp and piercing. When the two weapons clashed once more, his expression finally shifted. A fissure suddenly appeared in his katana, which began to widen incrementally. Perhaps this raven, named Arch, was intended as a gift for his by a pirate, only to be intercepted by his own hand. Dawn could not help but ponder this, but was abruptly taken aback as the crack in his katana halted and began to close, the entirety of the blade's surface miraculously repairing itself. Is the blade self-repairing? Quite astonishing indeed. He suddenly lifted his head, revealing a pair of mocking eyes. He bared his teeth and emitted an incredibly sharp laughter, a sinister mirth that, coupled with his grimacing expression, appeared exceedingly terrifying. At dawn, a moment of surprise overtook him as he exclaimed, "Restorative ability. Ha 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 ha. I am the one who has consumed the Superman-type devil fruit, the fruit of restoration." His, observing the astonishment in Dawn's eyes, once again raised his katana, as if the serene light of the moon cascaded down upon them. The sword shimmered with a radiant gleam, appearing as pristine as ever, unmarred by any injury. "Watch as I cleave you down," he declared. With a tremor of his blade, a piercing, luminous cold light descended upon Dawn's head. Momentarily distracted, Dawn found himself at a disadvantage, yet his reflexes were swift, allowing him to evade by sidestepping. In that fleeting instant, as Dawn retreated to the side, his katana executed an uncanny arc, its blade intercepting his escape route. In the midst of this heart-stopping moment, as Dawn beheld the glimmering blade approaching with sinister intent, his heart remained unperturbed. He merely adjusted the grip of his sword, seamlessly transitioning from a standard grip to an inverted hold, meeting the trajectory of the katana head-on. The metallic clang of their weapons echoed once more, and from the inverted grip of his blade, an explosive force surged forth, slicing through the air in a crescent shape. Crescent moon, light sandstring. This was a technique he had devised on the spur of the moment to counter his bizarre blade maneuver. The energy emitted from the crescent-like slash was deceptively close range, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Though only 50 centimeters long, this ethereal cut possessed the potency to sever a person in twain. His eyes widened in alarm, his body bristling with instinctual dread as he sensed the imminent threat. Yet, it was too late to withdraw his blade in defense. The transparent crescent blade was aimed directly at his neck, where a hit would surely be fatal. In a split second, with no time for contemplation, he raised his head with all his might, arching his body backward in a desperate maneuver. A sickening sound echoed as the crescent blade pierced through, accompanied by the visceral sound of skin being sliced. His could no longer suppress the excruciating pain. Letting out a wretched wail, he gazed down at his chest, which had been grievously sliced open in his attempt to evade the attack. The left side of his torso lay exposed, blood gushing forth. He should have felt fortunate, had he not been significantly taller than Dawn, even with his evasive actions. He would have been unable to escape the ferocious light string. Although the left half of his chest was laid bare, he found solace in the fact that his heart remained unscathed. Otherwise, no matter how potent his restorative abilities, he could not mend a shattered heart. Restorative entanglement. After his anguished cry, his activated the restorative power of his devil fruit, leaping backward. At that moment, Dawn witnessed the wound on his chest miraculously staunching its flow of blood, the crimson liquid coagulating rapidly into a scar. I cannot allow him to escape. At dawn, the protagonist swiftly reacted, observing his suspended in midair, and immediately drew his sword to strike. One sword style, floating boat. With a sharp sound, a 15-meter-long transparent ripple surged upwards, accompanied by a thunderous roar that tore through the air, hurtling towards his. Startled and dismayed, he felt an excruciating pain in his chest. And unable to evade due to his airborne state, he raised his katana, enduring the immense agony to deliver a counterstrike. His slash, much like before, suddenly bifurcated into two strikes. One collided with the attack aimed at him, while the other rushed towards the protagonist. Upon impact, the surrounding air surged with wild winds, and the strike directed at the protagonist was deftly extinguished by his own blade. Do not let him escape, the protagonist shouted to Brad ahead, who comprehended the urgency and drew his sword to engage. The clash resonated with a resounding thud as their blades met once more. His, however, was filled with dread. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Even Reinhardt's subordinates wielded such extraordinary power? Doubt clouded his mind, yet he dared not linger in this place any longer. The over 100 pirates left behind were of no concern to him. Their demise was inconsequential. His own escape was paramount. Brat's gaze turned cold, sending chills down his spine. In that moment, his summoned a surge of strength to block Brat's military blade once again. The impact resonated, yet in that instant, Brat was taken aback. His blade began to splinter and shattered, leaving only the hilt. By the time he regained his senses, his had already distanced himself. Brother, he got away, Brat said. A hint of embarrassment in his voice as he watched the protagonist rush past. The protagonist shook his head. It is not your fault. Time to change blades again. Brat murmured, seemingly dissatisfied with himself. He followed the protagonist into the throng of pirates, and within mere minutes, the remaining pirates surrendered. Find them, and interrogate them overnight. We must ascertain the whereabouts of Aubrey. Tomorrow, we will hand them over to Colonel Olma, the protagonist stated coldly, his gaze sweeping over the group of pirates, who froze in trepidation as they sensed the potent scent of blood. After delivering his orders, the protagonist walked indifferently towards the factory. Upon reaching the office, he activated the telephone bug on the desk, dialing the number and waiting in silence. Reinhardt, is there something urgent at this late hour? The voice on the other end, though tinged with annoyance, refrained from erupting in anger. At dawn, the protagonist disregarded the displeasure emanating from the other end of the transponder snail and spoke in a calm voice. Baron, the crew of the Aubrey pirates you have been searching for is here with me. The Aubrey pirates? Indeed, it is the very group you have relentlessly sought. Dawn continued. I shall deliver them to the naval branch tomorrow. You must extract the whereabouts of Aubrey. Baron fell silent for a moment, lowering his voice before he resumed. I will report to the prince. Their battle commander, has fled. Holding the transponder snail, Dawn reflected for a moment. However, he should still be within the kingdom's borders. I will instruct the soldiers to conduct an overnight search. Describe his appearance to me. I shall commission an artist to render a likeness that can be posted throughout the kingdom tomorrow. He stands at 2 meters 8, clad in a black trench coat, with a black katana hanging at his waist, approximately 1 meter 6 in length, and bears a scar on his face. As Dawn recalled his features, he continued. I will search the defensive town here. You focus on the boundary with the kingdom of Yuten. Ensure he does not escape into the territories of the other two nations. Baron summoned an artist to hastily create his portrait and exchanged a few more words with him. Dawn then added, rest assured, come to the factory tomorrow morning. There are matters to discuss. With that, he terminated the call. Baron understood the implications of Dawn's invitation to talk, and a sense of delight filled him at the prospect. For otherwise, it was uncertain whether Dawn would genuinely aid them in eradicating the Aubrey pirates. Oh, Aubrey, of all the people to provoke. Why must you stir the ire of Reinhardt? Baron mused, unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought. At dawn, Fu Xiao terminated the call with the phone worm and immersed himself in contemplation within the confines of his office. His mind incessantly replayed the events of his battle against the formidable captain of the Aubrey pirate crew. His, without a doubt, possessed considerable strength. However, his defeat this evening stemmed from two factors. Firstly, Fu Xiao, being a swordsman himself, was not significantly weaker than his. Secondly, his had underestimated Fu Xiao's capabilities, failing to anticipate that this swordsman could wield such formidable power and speed, executing unexpected slashes in close combat that caught him completely off guard. His fruit, the repair fruit, harbored immense potential, yet he lacked the knowledge to fully harness its abilities. If developed properly, it could offer near immortality, a far cry from the predicament he now found himself in. It was no wonder that he had been forced to retreat from the Grand Line within merely half a day. Such a character was destined to roam the secluded corners of the North Sea. Nonetheless, for Fu Xiao's current crew, this presented a noteworthy challenge. Beyond his, there was also his captain, Aubrey, who possessed a devil fruit ability that was at least on par, if not superior, to his. While his strength was commendable, Fu Xiao remained unfazed. His daily progress was swift, and he did not regard his as a significant threat. However, his ability to execute splitting slashes piqued his interest. Brother, they have confessed. Blad entered at that moment. At dawn, he nodded and instructed you to immediately lead a team to the port, conducting a thorough search throughout the night, primarily focusing on the surrounding villages near Chengfang Town and Zhongluo Village. At dawn, it was surmised that his was virtually incapable of venturing out to sea. The sailboats in the harbor were beyond the control of a single individual, and as a wielder of a devil fruit ability, it was unlikely that his would foolishly attempt to escape by rowing a small boat. A mere encounter with the slightest turbulence could lead to a perilous fate beneath the waves, for those who possess the powers of a devil fruit are unable to swim. A fact his was undoubtedly aware of. Very well, I shall proceed. Blart nodded and turned to exit the office, only to find Renqian entering at that moment. At dawn, seeing the fatigued expression on Renqian's face, I couldn't help but inquire with a hint of concern. How is Anyubai? He has sustained severe injuries, but fortunately, he has managed to pull through. Upon hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This incident marks the first significant setback for the Reinhardt Work Society since its inception, nearly resulting in the loss of a key member. Thankfully, we have navigated through this perilous period unscathed. This time, without a doubt, I shall not rest until the Aubrey pirate crew is eradicated. It is imperative that we employ drastic measures to ensure their obliteration. Otherwise, we risk being incessantly harassed by countless audacious pirates in the future. Eliminating the Aubrey pirate crew would not only serve to deter nefarious pirates in the North Sea, but also strengthen our collaboration with the Navy, particularly with Ulma. In the face of capturing a pirate like Aubrey, who carries a bounty of 50 million berry, they would undoubtedly be eager to assist. For Aubrey, who is keen on advancement, this would indeed be a monumental achievement. It is estimated that a recuperation period of at least a month will be required. Luotian exhaled a deep breath, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. The events that have transpired in this brief span of just over 2 months felt almost surreal, as if they were merely a dream. At dawn, with a slight nod, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Go and offer more financial assistance to the doctor treating Anyubai, and hire additional caregivers to attend him day and night." This had already been accomplished. Luotian nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us go and see those individuals." With a fierce exhale, Dawn exhibited a glimmer of lethal intent in his eyes before turning and exiting the office, making his way to the factory hall. The hall was illuminated, and after a period of initial terror, the workers gradually regained their composure. Under Bladder's reassurance, they resumed their brewing activities. The sole stroke of fortune in this instance was that his had not succeeded in breaching the factory. Otherwise, both the loss of workers and the damage to the factory would have been burdens too great for him to bear at this juncture. "Eugene, have all the inquiries been made?" Dawn approached Eugene and inquired. Upon hearing the somewhat indifferent tone and catching a glimpse of Dawn's apathetic expression, Eugene felt a shiver run through him and hastily replied, "Boss, we have gathered all the information." The Aubrey pirate crew divided into 3 factions and headed to 3 different towns to commit robbery. As Dawn listened quietly, Eugene, noticing that she did not interrupt him, cleared his throat and continued. After a while, Dawn finally grasped the intentions of the Aubrey pirates. It turned out that the Aubrey pirates sought to leverage the title of Warlord of the Sea bestowed by the Don Quixote family, allowing them to operate with impunity in the North Sea. Thus, Don Quixote informed him that a tribute of 1 billion berries was required to join his pirate crew. In pursuit of this sum, Aubrey resorted to pillaging multiple towns, yet even with such efforts, amassing 1 billion berries proved exceedingly challenging. Consequently, they conspired to seize Reinhardt's factory and other poorly defended towns, unaware of Reinhardt's formidable strength. Fools are indeed fools. How could one trust a cunning character like Don Quixote? It seemed that even if the billion berries were paid, they would likely lose their lives before ever becoming a pirate crew under the warlord's banner. At dawn, he could not help but let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping across a group of pirates. However, a sudden chill pierced through him. Since the Aubrey pirates were aware of the distillery's affairs, it was certain that Don Quixote da Flamingo would also be informed. Would he lead his family's subordinates to seize the factory? The crux lay in whether he recognized the exceptional nature of this product. If he did not, he might lack sufficient interest in the factory. If he did, the outcome was all too apparent. Despite any attempts to dismiss this hypothesis, it ultimately amounted to mere self-deception. Da Flamingo was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and perhaps true trouble was on the horizon. An intense sense of urgency compelled him to quicken his pace. The North Sea was fraught with danger, not only from Da Flamingo but also from the legendary army of evil, Jierma 66, which posed an equally formidable threat as the Da Flamingo family. At dawn, it remains unclear precisely when Don Quixote da Flamingo set sail for the New World, specifically the Dressrosa Kingdom. However, By examining the timeline of the original narrative alongside the period during which Doflamingo ascended to the position of a warlord of the sea, one can deduce that it must have occurred within the last couple of years. The North Sea serves as the current stronghold of the Don Quixote family, establishing a solid foundation. Thus, even if Doflamingo were to lead his family members to the New World, he would not forsake the business in the North Sea. For Reinhardt, this unresolved matter poses a lingering threat. Resorting to force seems impossible at this juncture, prompting Don to ponder the situation while reclining in his office chair. He adjusted his tiger-striped hat to obscure the office's illumination, enveloping his surroundings in darkness, though his eyes remained open, glimmering with an unusual intensity. After a brief period, the phone bug erupted into a cacophony, disrupting his contemplation. Don lifted the tiger hat and answered the phone bug. "Brother, the pirate ship at the port is still there," came Blatt's voice. Don straightened his posture and replied with a smile, "Have someone modify the pirate ship overnight. It will serve as a transport vessel from now on." With this addition, Don now possessed 2 pirate ships converted into merchant vessels, thus fulfilling the preliminary requirements for maritime operations. After issuing a few straightforward directives, Don concluded the call. The pressing concern remained that the original plan must not be derailed, especially during such critical moments. The more chaotic the situation, the more one must exercise patience. Acting hastily could lead to erroneous decisions, and rectifying such mistakes would be nearly impossible. With this in mind, Don adjusted his tiger hat and reattached the cold crow, which he had set aside, to his left hip. The previously broken command sword had been discarded, and finding another weapon of comparable caliber within a short time frame would be challenging. Although the command sword had served him well, it paled in comparison to the cold crow. As a dual-wielding swordsman, even the slightest detail could impact his combat effectiveness, a sentiment shared by Blatt, whose formidable strength was hindered by his lack of familiarity with the polka-yet quality saber, resulting in frequent breakage during battles. Weapons posed one dilemma. While the specialized training regimen he had designed for Anubis's 20 bodyguards had to be temporarily shelved following Anubis's severe injuries, the brewing operations at the distillery necessitated his daily presence at the factory, as he was responsible for the brewing formula and blending processes for the esteemed White Series, which required his personal touch. After exiting the factory's main hall, Don made his way toward the blending area. The initial brewing and blending tasks had been completed, leaving only the crucial aspect of flavoring. Although the blending process constituted a relatively small portion of the overall product, it remained vital to the quality of the beverage. Poor flavoring would render the White Series unappealing. After numerous blending attempts, the White Series had approached an alcohol content of nearly 10 degrees, which adequately met the pirates' expectations. Yet further flavor experiments were necessary. At dawn, a solitary figure busied themselves in the fragrance area, intermittently traversing between the office, laboratory, and distillation zone, all the while guiding the workers in their fermentation and brewing tasks. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, they dragged their weary form into the office, only to find Bladder already waiting inside. "Brother, have you once again gone without sleep for an entire night?" Bladder inquired with a hint of concern. Since the inception of the factory, the individual had immersed themselves in this extraordinarily intense work regimen, laboring for no less than 18 hours each day. At dawn, with a slight nod, I acknowledged the gravity of the moment, realizing that I could not afford the slightest pause. "Shall I come over to assist you?" Bladder proposed, only to be met with a shake of my head in refusal. "That won't do. Setting aside your unfamiliarity with the operations of the factory and brewing processes, you are responsible for maintaining order in the town of city defense. You cannot afford to be distracted in the least. This is paramount. The town of city defense is destined to be our territory, and we must spare no effort to seize it completely. Hence, the burden upon your shoulders is no lighter than mine." Meanwhile, the work of the Wine Connoisseur Society under Luanqian was progressing smoothly. Our immediate priority was to establish the society effectively, ensuring that the first batch of distinguished figures could firmly establish their reputation in Beihai. Once I concluded my remarks, Luanqian entered the office, saying, "Brother, the planning for the Wine Connoisseur Society is underway and should be completed within the anticipated time frame." At dawn, the contented Shufeng nodded. With Moser's assistance, his task should prove relatively effortless. The official members of the Reinhardt Work Society currently comprised Shufeng, Luanqian, Blatt, Moser, and Yabai, alongside 3 provisional members, Eddie, Dick, and Dammy. Each individual had distinct responsibilities. Shufeng oversaw the overall operations and presided over the brewing endeavors. Blatt managed the town's defense and public order, while Luanqian not only organized the wine enthusiast gathering, but also led 20 bodyguards under Anyabai's command, guiding their training. Moser was tasked with intelligence gathering, constantly monitoring the movements of notorious pirates in the North Sea. Dammy was learning the tavern management from Paul, with assistance from Eddie and Dick. Moreover, Blatt temporarily replaced Anyabai in overseeing factory security, while also managing arms dealings with Mylin, which had been put on hold due to Anyabai's serious injuries. Each member's duties were distinctly defined, allowing for a steady progression of affairs. After a moment's contemplation, Shufeng resolved to personally visit Colonel Ulma, According to the information relayed by Moser, the surrounding waters had seen an increasing congregation of pirates. Not solely due to the wine enthusiasts gathering, but also because of Shufeng's brewing factory. Acquire 50 million berries for me, Shufeng mused before turning to Bladder. Join me in escorting these pirates to the Navy branch. These pirates were intended as a modest gift for Ulma, while the 50 million berries were earmarked as a bribe to bolster the crackdown on pirates in the vicinity of Gadden Island. Furthermore, Shufeng hoped to persuade Ulma to dispatch more elite naval forces for security during the upcoming gathering. Brother, we are out of money, Luanqin lamented, shaking his head. Shufeng was taken aback. Have we truly exhausted 600 million? Brother, you are oblivious to the numerous expenses, Luanqin replied, his face a picture of despair. Just the preparations for the wine enthusiast gathering alone consume nearly 100 million berries, not to mention factory expenses, bribes to the Navy, and other sundry costs. I've been meaning to tell you this, Luanqin said, raising his hands in exasperation. We are broke. Shufeng, observing Luanqin's helpless expression, chuckled, realizing the rapidity with which he had squandered their funds. Even the tea money dispensed to the Navy on the day of the factory's inauguration had amounted to 20 million berries. It appears one truly does not comprehend the value of money until one is in charge, Shufeng remarked, patting his hat with a grin. We must find a way to earn more. After much deliberation among the three, Shufeng ultimately decided to call Baron to borrow 400 million berries. A penny can thwart a hero. Without berries, one cannot proceed, he mused, aware that not only the brewing operations but also the gathering itself would be stalled without funds. Baron's response was swift. After making a call that very day, he delivered the money within the hour. Shufeng promptly withdrew 50 million berries and set off with dozens of pirates towards the Navy's Gadden Island branch. Reinhardt, what brings you here? Ulma inquired as he emerged from the naval base, eyeing the bound pirates with curiosity. He recognized their attire. They were unmistakably pirates. At dawn, Fu Xiao remarked, these individuals are members of the Aubrey pirate crew, and I have managed to capture a portion of them. Ulma chuckled heartily, giving a thumbs up. Well done, brother. He then waved his hand, ordering the pirates to be imprisoned. Every naval base is equipped with a prison specifically for detaining pirates. Since Ulma rarely led the Navy on missions to apprehend pirates, the prison had been devoid of them, making the capture of these several dozen pirates an ideal solution to fill the void. Moreover, Fu Xiao gestured toward a nearby cart. Upon approaching, Ulma's eyes sparkled with delight, yet his tone shifted. What are you doing, brother? This puts me in a difficult position. Despite his words, the greed in his gaze was unmistakable. Fu Xiao smiled gently. Pirates have been exceedingly rampant lately. Did I not mention that I would regularly donate funds to the branch for the purpose of combating piracy? Just last night, these ruffians brazenly attempted to wreak havoc at my factory. Had I not detected their presence in advance, my establishment would likely have been destroyed by them. Upon hearing Fu Xiao's account, Ulma's expression grew somewhat solemn. He turned to the sailors behind him and instructed, deploy additional sailors to guard the vicinity of the Reinhardt brewery. Our Navy holds a stake in that factory, and we cannot allow pirates to ruin it. After issuing his command, Ulma accepted the sum of 50 million berries. With the upcoming wine festival, he feared a recurrence of previous disturbances, especially with the increasing number of pirates in the waters around Cardan Island. Before Dawn could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Ulma's laughter. Brother, I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I will personally lead the team on that day to see which pirate dares to cause trouble. As for the pirates in the Kadana Sea area, you are somewhat misinformed. Oh, what about the Kadana Sea area? Dawn inquired. I am aware that pirates have been growing increasingly audacious lately, but this is an unavoidable circumstance. The manpower of the naval branch in Kadana is insufficient. I am planning to recruit some new sailors in the vicinity to bolster our ranks, specifically to combat the ever-expanding pirate presence in Kadana, Ulma cheerfully replied. It was evident that his claim of lacking naval personnel was merely a pretext. Ulma had rarely ventured out to pursue pirates. However, the mention of recruiting new sailors piqued Dawn's interest. Yet, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. After discussing for a while longer, Dawn departed from the naval base and made his way to the royal city, where he conferred with Baron about how to eradicate the Aubrey pirate crew. Their conversation extended into the evening, and just as Dawn was preparing to leave, Baron remarked, His Highness should be in touch with you soon. Regarding the swordsmanship instructors matter? Dawn asked, noticing Baron nodding in affirmation. Is there a specific time frame? Perhaps within this month, Baron replied. As Dawn pondered, he realized that not only would the wine connoisseur event be held at the end of the month, but the first batch of the renowned white wine would also be launched. Unable to extricate himself from his commitments, he remarked, Inform His Highness that it will not be feasible before the month's end. The factory's initial batch of wine is set for release, and the connoisseur event must proceed. Baron, in frustration, retorted that the prince had been waiting for quite some time. That is your concern. I have confidence in your capabilities, replied Dawn, turning to leave. In anger, Baron slammed the table, muttering about the insolence of the man, yet he devised a plan on how to approach the prince. As the month drew to a close, King Polkaya Avenue was abuzz with activity, with no fewer than 10,000 people congregating in Sunset Square. At the square's center loomed a massive projection screen showcasing the rules of the competition and the various prizes. in addition to the locals of Gadden Island. A significant number of visitors, including many pirates, had come, drawn by the event's renown. Suddenly, a thunderous cacophony of footsteps echoed from afar, heralding the arrival of the naval forces led by Emma, who had promised to provide security for the Connoisseur event. Only after the sailors intervened did order begin to restore itself in Sunset Square. Many were taken aback by the sight of soldiers armed with muskets, astonished that the event's organizer could enlist the Navy for protection, reflecting the stature of the winery's owner. Numerous journalists were present, primarily from various newspapers in the North Sea, eager to capture this rare spectacle and intrigued by the sudden rise of the young entrepreneur. Cameras flashed incessantly, and the event was broadcast live by the North Sea branch of the World Economic Journal. Beneath the main stage, hundreds of wooden barrels lined up, each adorned with distinctive labels indicating their alcohol content, ranging from 10 to 45 degrees. Moreover, Dawn had arranged for countless tables to be set up in Sunset Square, laden with the winery's white series of wines for attendees to sample, simultaneously showcasing the quality of these products. The captivating aroma of the wines enveloped the entire square, facilitating rapid dissemination of information about the event. Shatira, as anticipated, graced the occasion, her meticulous attire enhancing her beauty even further. However, she missed the chance to meet Dawn, as she was swept away by the excitement of the live broadcast. Soon, the competitors began to enter the arena. The proximity of Sunset Square to the defensive town was merely a distance of over 1,000 meters. However, the Connoisseur event was not held in the town itself, partly due to its inadequate space and partly out of concern that such a large gathering could disrupt the factory's operations. Brat, following Dawn's specific instructions, was patrolling near the factory with soldiers from the defensive town, hence his absence. Luncheon was busy managing the event behind the scenes, yet with Baroness' assistance, everything came together smoothly for the Connoisseur event to flourish. With the atmosphere resounding with chatter, Dawn, holding a wine glass, scanned the crowd of participants, only to be startled by a familiar figure emerging from the throng. Though still youthful and far from the towering presence he would become in a decade, the individual exuded a remarkable aura that made him instantly recognizable amidst the crowd. Dawn was taken aback by his presence, contemplating that being a native of the North Sea, it was not entirely surprising for him to return. Observing the indifferent expression on the man's face, Dawn hesitated, opting to quietly observe from a distance. The initial rounds of eliminations had concluded, leaving only 10 contestants to advance. Now, let us welcome the host of this Connoisseur event and the proprietor of Reinhardt Winery, Mr. Reinhardt, to oversee the forthcoming competition, announced the microphone-wielding host. Dawn momentarily froze, only to hear Luncheon calling his name from the side. As Dawn gracefully took the microphone from the host, she slowly approached the main stage. The vast audience of thousands fixated their gaze upon her. They had previously read her interviews in the Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal, yet none had ever beheld her in person. Upon this revelation, although Reinhardt's appearance was not particularly remarkable, his demeanor exuded an air of calm and poise. The emotions reflected in his eyes, while tranquil, bore a piercing intensity, as if capable of discerning the very essence of all that surrounded him. This individual was indeed the people's hero of Pokaya, a figure of extraordinary stature. A murmur of astonishment arose from the crowd, to which a nearby spectator remarked that even Colonel Olma shared an unusual rapport with him. Who could fathom what had shaped this extraordinary man? The disparities among individuals are indeed profound. The rapid clicking of cameras filled the air, while simultaneously, Dawn's image was projected onto the screens of the telephone bugs, disseminating her presence across various locales in Beihai. At Dawn, standing on the main stage, he cast a sweeping glance over the crowd below and proclaimed, "Next, each participant will receive a barrel of white liquor. The individual who consumes it at the swiftest pace shall be crowned the ultimate victor of this competition. Besides the grand prize of 50 million berries, the winner will also be bestowed with the esteemed title of wine connoisseur certified by the Reinhardt Distillery." No sooner had he uttered these words than the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Among the remaining 10 competitors, 8 were towering giants, each exceeding 3 meters in height, clearly formidable drinkers capable of downing several barrels. The other 2 included a short, elderly man adorned with a pointed hat, and a familiar face whom Dawn had encountered earlier. The Dawn's gaze swept over the diminutive figure of the elderly man before suddenly pausing. This individual was none other than Lao Ji, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, possessing the formidable skill of the ground elder fist. At Dawn, a jolt of surprise surged through. Could it be that Doflamingo has come to kill? Meanwhile, on the island of Red Gold in the North Sea, several tall figures stood within a grand hall, shortly after which, a sharp and peculiar laughter echoed throughout. He, Doflamingo, this fellow is Reinhardt. The speaker, cloaked in a blanket-like robe adorned with circular patterns, wielded a cane marked with a plum blossom emblem, donned small sunglasses, and sported a hairstyle with bangs on top and glue-like strands cascading down, perpetually dangling with a half-dry droplet. He was Torpole, a twisted old man and a cadre of the Doflamingo family. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo could not help but chuckle. His hair gleamed golden, shielded by sunglasses. Draped in a pink feathered coat, and clad in cropped trousers, with pointed shoes elevated on high heels. He let out his habitual hee-hee laughter. "Let Lao Ji test his strength," Doflamingo remarked, propping his head on his arm and gazing at Reinhardt's image projected on the phone bug screen. "His distillery is intriguing, and the Wine Connoisseur Club piques my interest. Master, allow me to go. The kingdom of Polkea's Totok has presented you with a Zoan-type devil fruit. Seeking our assistance to seize the kingdom's power," Diamante interjected with a smile, then added, "Shall I procure the kingdom's authority for you?" "No need," Doflamingo replied nonchalantly. "Polkea holds no value for us. Our world exists in Dressrosa. Prepare yourselves. Soon we shall venture to the new world. There, let Lao Ji create a stir. With his strength, coupled with my name, we shall reign supreme in the North Sea." As for Reinhardt, he gazed at the youthful figure on the screen. Merely a brat from the North Sea. Should he refuse to pledge allegiance to the Doflamingo family, let Lao Ji eliminate him. "The distillery and the Wine Connoisseur Club are mine." "Yes, master," Diamante nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. "Master, it's Kaido of the Beasts." Diamante presented the phone bug to Doflamingo. Everyone was taken aback. Although it was known that the master intended to collaborate with Kaido, the direct communication still incited concern. "Doflamingo?" A thunderous voice resonated from the phone, causing Doflamingo to tremble, as if sensing an overwhelming dominance emanating from the other side. This was one of the sovereigns of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts. Merely his presence was enough to instill thoughts of submission. "I am Doflamingo." Doflamingo inhaled deeply and calmly addressed the phone bug. "Huh, I hear you wish to collaborate, brat. Even if you've joined the 7 warlords of the sea, you are still a brat," Kaido bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the hall, prompting everyone to cover their ears. After a moment of silence, Doflamingo spoke again. "An ancient Zoan-type devil fruit. This is my gift for Lord Kaido." There was a pause on the other end, followed by the sounds of drinking. After a while, Kaido's tone softened considerably, seemingly intoxicated. "Quite interesting, brat. Speak." Doflamingo conversed at length with the phone bug before finally ending the call. Turning to his subordinates with a smile, "Contact Virgo and instruct him to seek information regarding M. Caesar Carrot." M. Caesar Carrot, once a member of the Navy's scientific unit alongside Vegapunk, disappeared after successfully escaping from a prison ship. Doflamingo had been utilizing channels within the Navy and the underground world to gather news about Caesar, yet for over a year, it seemed he had completely vanished. At dawn, standing at the podium, I gazed at the 10 contestants below, as the competition had commenced. For the final round, I had prepared a beverage with an alcohol content of 15 degrees, significantly lower than the nearly 30-degree custom white liquor served in the first 2 rounds, which aimed to eliminate a substantial number of participants. Approximately 5 minutes had passed, and 8 of the 10 contestants had already succumbed to inebriation, leaving only 2 individuals on stage, a seasoned man and a young boy. Rao Ji struck a G-shaped pose, murmuring under his breath. Observing the youth beside him still gulping down the liquor, he felt a twinge of impatience. Rao Ji, being considerably older, was at a disadvantage against the vigor of youth. However, he was not yet ready to concede. The prospect of 50 million berries did not weigh heavily on his mind, but the title of Drunken Master intrigued him, prompting him to lift another barrel of liquor and continue his indulgence. At dawn, the young man drinking heartily below the stage caught the attention of Fu Xiao, who found himself momentarily stunned. This fellow could indeed drink, having already consumed 2 barrels of liquor. Although the alcohol content was relatively low, at just under 15 degrees, the fact that he could down 2 barrels in succession was a testament to his extraordinary physical constitution. It was no wonder he could be counted among the 11 supernovas. Such audacity was truly impressive. The title of Drunken Master was on the verge of being claimed. Old Rao Ji could no longer bear the strain and abandoned his barrel. Upon witnessing Rao Ji's defeat, the young man slowly set down his own barrel, his youthful and handsome face flushed with color. Under the influence of alcohol, he felt slightly dizzy and turned his gaze toward the young man on the main stage. "Reinhardt," he murmured softly, though the young man was of similar age. He had already established significant accomplishments in the North Sea in a short time. Coupled with the relationship between Colonel Ulma of the North Sea and the unfolding events in Polkea, one could only wonder how deep this fellow's hidden depths ran. However, what did it matter to him? He was a Navy officer, and Reinhardt was merely a merchant. As long as he wasn't a pirate, it was none of his concern. The title of Drunken Master was awarded to Drake. Cheers erupted. The young man who had captured Fu Xiao's attention from the very beginning was none other than the future member of the Kaido Pirates Flying 6, Red Flag Drake, who was also a defector from the Navy, having consumed the mythical Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient species, Allosaurus form. However, Drake must have only recently joined the Navy. Observing Drake's somewhat dazed expression, Fu Xiao waved his hand. "Present the Drunken Master medal and certificate." Luncheon approached Drake, holding the medal and certificate, then handed him a golden card from the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. "Congratulations, Drunken Master Drake. This card contains a reward of 50 million berries." Drake received the medal and certificate, examining them. The medal was a circular piece crafted from pure gold, engraved with the character for Drunken on the front. surrounded by irregular patterns that felt exquisite to the touch. At the bottom, a line of text read, Reinhardt Workshop. The back bore no inscription, but featured a design. The logo of Reinhardt's workshop, with a beam of light rising from the center, surrounded by dark shadows, symbolizing the dawn. The certificate was straightforward, stating that X. Drake was awarded the title of Drunken Master as champion of the inaugural Reinhardt Drunken Masters gathering on a specified date. These were decisions Fu Xiao had pondered for quite some time. If he were to continue hosting the Drunken Master gathering, he had to elevate its prestige. That Drake could receive the title was something he had never anticipated, yet it was perfectly fitting and aligned with his innermost desires. After reviewing these accolades, Drake examined the golden card, recognizing the emblem of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, which contained 50 million berries. At that moment, reporters nearby turned their attention to Drake. Cameras clicking incessantly. Mr. Drake, I'm from Pokaya News. May I conduct a personal interview? One reporter quickly inquired. Another reporter interjected, we from the Gaddon Times arrived first. Mr. Drake should grant us the interview. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted among the reporters, leaving Drake exceedingly impatient. Just as he was about to lose his temper, a voice rang out from a distance. Get lost. Upon seeing the appearance of the newcomer, Drake recognized the attire and the coat draped over his shoulder. Quickly saluting, maybe Ensign X. Drake reporting for duty. Welcome, welcome, Alma beamed, extending his palm. The commander informed me that a young and capable individual would be arriving. I didn't expect you to claim Reinhardt's drunken fame so quickly. Well done. Alma expressed his satisfaction with a smile. Drake nodded toward Reinhardt on the distant stage. Commander, I wish to report back to base first. No rush, Alma waved his hand. And a sailor approached to take Drake's salute. I'll have someone assist you with registration at the branch. Drake then waited quietly. On stage, Fu Xiao was delivering concluding remarks, subsequently instructing luncheon to arrange accommodations for the 20 or so liquor merchants gathered from various parts of the North Sea at a seaside tavern, preparing for a detailed discussion later that night. After the Drunken Master gathering had concluded, Fu Xiao noticed Alma waiting for him. Colonel, I've booked a banquet at the seaside tavern. We can converse while dining, Fu Xiao said, then turned to Drake with a smile. Brother Drake, please. At that moment, although Drake was not yet the formidable figure he would become in 10 years, he appeared to be a skilled swordsman, always carrying a long sword and a dagger. As he looked at Fu Xiao's smile, he sensed a subtle yet palpable pressure, and suddenly noticed the raven on Fu Xiao's left waist. Are you also a swordsman? Drake couldn't help but ask, his gaze fixed intently on him. At dawn. A hearty laugh escaped my lips as I pondered. Why is it that every swordsman I encounter inquires, are you also a swordsman? From the earlier Chauvin to the recent his, and now the present Drake, all have posed this very question. If you are a swordsman, let us duel, Drake suddenly declared. Is this fellow mad? At dawn, the protagonist was taken aback. The usually stoic Drake from the original story seemed rather amusing in his youth. He immediately inquired if he was a swordsman, only to challenge him to a duel. It was difficult for him to reconcile this individual with the Drake who would later be known as Red Flag a decade hence. Enough, I'm starving. Let us eat first, he thought. Observing the determined glint in Drake's eyes, the protagonist helplessly turned to Alma, who whispered in his ear. This fellow is designated by the upper echelons of the Navy to come to the North Sea Gaddon branch. If he insists on a duel, it might be wise to concede a little. Even I cannot afford to offend him. Alma, unaware of the true strength of Drake, who would become a supernova in 10 years, continued. Upper echelons of the Navy? The protagonist nodded, glancing at Drake ahead, and inquired further. How high up are we talking? P.S. A vice admiral, a significant figure. My superior personally called to inform me about this matter. A vice admiral, he pondered. Are you suggesting this fellow is here for some kind of gilding? Gilding? Alma seemed perplexed. What do you mean by gilding? At dawn, with a light laugh, he led Emma into the tavern without further explanation. Meanwhile, Luanxian approached and said, Brother, the arrangements with the 20-odd wine merchants have been made. Please attend to them. Dawn nodded in acknowledgement, then advised, you are aware of the specifics of the negotiations. The primary concern is to ascertain how much they can consume. As the production capacity of the winery increased, he had to gauge the strength of this batch of merchants. Currently, the Reinhardt Work Agency lacked substantial power and relied on these merchants to distribute their products across the North Sea. In the future, as the agency's influence grew and the winery's output expanded, there would only be one distributor per region across the 4 seas to facilitate management and prevent chaos in the pricing of the white wine market. Regardless, it was essential to stabilize economic strength. The enhancement of military power would require a more gradual approach. At the table, besides Umma and Drake, were the noble baron from the kingdom and the journalist Chitala from the North Sea branch of the World Economic Journal. After several large cups of wine, Drake could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Dawn, do you know who that old man was who battled me to the end today? Do you know? Dawn feigned confusion, fully aware of the necessity to maintain an air of ignorance. The cadre from the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji, Drake nodded. His impression of the Don Quixote cadre was profound. They were a group of audacious pirates, especially after Don Quixote became a warlord. Their recklessness only intensified. What? Do you intend to capture him? Dawn inquired with a smile, though internally he pondered the old man's formidable strength. Despite Lao Ji's advanced age, his prowess in the Diong fist was a testament to the adage that age strengthens skill. Perhaps the phrase the older, the craftier aptly described Lao Ji. I am a Navy officer. Why wouldn't I capture pirates? Drake scoffed. It is indeed the duty of the Navy to apprehend pirates. Dawn merely smiled and shook his head, raising his glass to clink with the stunning Chitalus seated beside him, then drained it and continued, I am merely a merchant. It has nothing to do with me. Drake took a drink and, with a cold smirk, remarked, You, Reinhardt, are no ordinary merchant. I've heard that even the combat captain of the North Sea Aubrey pirate group was severely injured by your sword. This is not something an ordinary merchant could achieve. Drake fixated on him, hoping to catch a hint of weakness in his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. Alma felt overwhelmed. Drake was a Navy rookie specially assigned by superiors, and he couldn't be treated like an ordinary recruit. However, confronting Dawn directly raised his confusion, and more importantly, he harbored an unspoken worry about whether Drake would uncover his substantial financial dealings on Ket Island in the North Sea, and if such knowledge would be reported to higher authorities. Dawn could not fathom why Drake regarded him with such animosity upon their first encounter. Thus, he met Drake's frosty gaze and replied, A merchant seeking to expand his business must invariably possess a measure of power that instills fear in pirates. Otherwise, before the goods even set sail, they would be slaughtered and plundered by buccaneers. Drake paused, recognizing that this individual spoke with unerring precision, indicating he would be quite formidable. Upon their initial meeting, he was already struck by a sense of oppression, particularly when he pondered how this man had amassed such significant wealth in merely a few months. Drake surmised that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. A seemingly ordinary merchant, the people's hero of Pokaya, had formed such a close alliance with Oma, to the extent that even the security for the Wine Connoisseur Society was provided by the Navy. I am of the Navy, and I hope you will continue to be a law-abiding merchant, Drake remarked tersely, issuing a caution. Commander, are the new recruits in the Navy truly this formidable? Dawn jested, casting a playful smile at Oma, who awkwardly laughed and attempted to ease the tension. Come now, let's drink to this. We shall need to collaborate well in the future. Collaborate on what? Drake inquired suddenly, his vigilance directed at Dawn and Oma. Of course, to jointly combat pirates. You see, Mr. Reinhardt has generously provided substantial funding to the Gaddon branch for the purpose of fighting piracy, Oma explained. Is that so? Drake could not help but scrutinize Dawn more closely. He was taken aback to discover that, a decade later, Drake would rise to the rank of admiral, possessing such a fervent sense of justice in his youth. What events transpired to compel him to forsake the Navy so resolutely? I wish to challenge Mr. Reinhardt to a duel between swordsmen, Drake stated abruptly, intrigued to witness whether the man who had bested swordsman his was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Drake was earnest, not jesting in the least. That is agreeable. However, a duel is unnecessary. How about we engage in a little game instead, treating it as a duel? Dawn replied with a smile, looking at Drake. A game? Drake was puzzled as he observed Dawn retrieving a candle, 5 centimeters in diameter and 10 centimeters in length, which he then lit. Whoever can sever the candle with their sword without extinguishing the flame shall be declared the winner. What do you say? Dawn placed the lit candle on an empty table nearby. Drake chuckled. Is it truly that simple? He unsheathed his longsword and approached the candle. I haven't finished yet. Dawn interjected. The key is that the flame must not flicker. The flame must not flicker? Drake stared at him in disbelief. Are you jesting? The mere gust from the sword would be sufficient to extinguish it. At dawn, Fu Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Can't do it? Then you have lost. Come, let us continue to drink. Kitala gazed at Fu Xiao's cheerful expression with her beautiful eyes, and she burst into laughter, seemingly teasing Drake. It was quite amusing. Having known Fu Xiao for a while, she often found him uttering peculiar, yet intriguing remarks. He once mentioned his intention to serialize a story titled The Great Sage Equal to Heaven in the North Sea section of the World Economic Report. Although she did not promise him, she was nonetheless captivated by the tale he spoke of. Fu Xiao now resembled a gravitational force, drawing Kitala in. Wait. Drake shot Fu Xiao an angry glance. I cannot do it, but neither can you. Let us have an honorable duel instead of resorting to these petty tricks. Who says I cannot? Fu Xiao replied, wide-eyed at him. Seeing the confusion in Drake's gaze, he grinned. Young man, allow you to witness the unparalleled swordsmanship of the great Reinhardt. The onlookers at the table widened their eyes, fixated on the burning candle. Fu Xiao gently approached the candle, tightening his grip on the cold crow at his waist with his right hand, then adjusting the tiger-headed hat on his head. He then softly whistled, "Shh." Just as the sound echoed, Fu Xiao's right hand moved swiftly, and in a flash of light, the cold crow was sheathed, emitting a series of rustling sounds. The sheer speed of the draw astonished everyone present. Drake had been staring intently at the candle, yet throughout, the candle remained utterly still, and the flame flickered not in the slightest. However, he had distinctly heard the subtle sound of the blade being drawn, the flash of light being the reflection from the sword. What is this? Drake could not help but scoff, perceiving Fu Xiao as merely putting on a show. Go take a look, young man, Fu Xiao said, tilting his head confidently. Drake hesitated for a moment, then approached the candle, gently touching it with his finger. A smooth line appeared at the center of the candle, and as he pinched the upper half, the candle split effortlessly into two halves. Drake was astonished, as were the others present. How was this possible? At dawn, a sense of joy surged within him, for it was not he who had severed the candle. It was merely an illusion. He had preemptively sliced the candle and reattached it using a special method. However, Drake had failed to scrutinize the candle closely. And coupled with Dawn's remarkable talent for performance, no flaws were discernible, leading everyone to believe that he had indeed severed it with his blade. In Drake's eyes, cutting a candle without extinguishing its flame seemed a trivial feat yet. Achieving this without causing even the slightest flicker of the flame during the act was not merely a testament to swordsmanship. It required an extraordinary degree of control over the blade, reaching an almost imperceptible level of finesse. He could not fathom that Dawn possessed such swordsmanship. Yet the events unfolding before him suggested otherwise. You've won, Drake muttered in frustration as he returned to the table, lifting his glass to drink, choosing silence thereafter. Hey, you're not upset, are you? Dawn inquired playfully, observing Drake indulging in food and drink without uttering a word. Drake lifted his gaze, revealing a distinctly hooked nose. Glancing at Dawn without speaking. However, his eyes betrayed a sense of defiance, even if one could sever a candle while keeping its flame steady. It did not necessarily denote true strength. Dawn found herself somewhat speechless. The young man was rather prideful. This was none other than the renowned Drake of the Red Flag. How peculiar that he should exhibit such arrogance in his youth. Moreover, it was said that he had a penchant for beautiful women. Perhaps a lovely damsel could be enlisted to entice him? Shaking her head, Dawn chuckled and remarked, I shall grant you the opportunity to defeat me. No, I have lost interest, Drake replied, shaking his head as he continued to eat. After a while, having indulged in food and drink, Dawn personally saw off Olma and Drake. Following this, she engaged in discussions with Baron. After much insistence from Baron, she agreed that as soon as the matters concerning the wine merchants were resolved, she would immediately proceed to the palace. Finally, she conversed with Chitira to confirm some promotional plans for the Northern Sea section of the World Economic Journal. Just as she was about to send Chitira on her way, Chitira extended her right hand and smiled. Our editor-in-chief has long wished to meet you. I wonder if you have the time? At dawn, I reached out to grasp Chitira's hand, feeling the exquisite softness of her palm. My gaze then fell upon the delicate bracelet adorning her wrist, a gift I had previously bestowed upon her. I would also like to meet your editor. I shall rely on your assistance for our future collaborations, my lovely lady. I remarked with a smile. Our eyes met for a fleeting moment, and it seemed we had held hands for too long. Chitira's cheeks flushed a rosy hue before she gently withdrew her hand from mine. Goodbye, she said, turning away, only to wave her bracelet-clad arm in a playful farewell, flashing me a cheeky smile. This woman truly possessed a captivating allure, I mused, as I savored the lingering fragrance on my palm, my heart racing with thoughts of her. With a light-hearted hum, I vowed to claim this little white rabbit for myself in due time. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, I entered the second-floor private room of the Seaside Tavern. Upon pushing the door open, I found Luanqin engaged in lively conversation with over 20 merchants, indulging in drink and laughter. Apologies for my tardiness. I was accompanying Colonel Olma from the Jaden branch. I greeted the group with a smile. It's understandable. Given the busyness of Boss Reinhardt, they replied, their expressions warm and welcoming. Each merchant was shrewd, having read about the exceptional white in the newspaper. They were eager to seize the opportunity to taste it. If white lived up to its reputation, the journey would be worthwhile. If not, at least they could enjoy the spectacle of the wine competition. The various degrees of white sampled at the competition had astonished them, revealing a significant untapped market according to their seasoned expertise. Thus, as soon as the event concluded, they hurried to discuss this matter with me. Come, let me raise a toast to all of you for your patience in waiting for me, I declared, downing 3 glasses of wine before settling into a chair beside Luanqin. I trust my assistant has conveyed the specifics to you? I began unhurriedly. Mr. Luanqin has indeed informed us, replied one merchant, while another, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, interjected, Dear brother, your allocation may not suffice for over 20 individuals. Isn't 150 tons ample? I replied with a smile, my gaze fixed on the elder merchant. Regardless of your individual capacities, I will distribute this 150 tons of white evenly among you. As for your quarterly allocations, those will be contingent upon the sales performance of the preceding quarter. In simpler terms, the more you sell, the larger your share, the less you sell, the smaller your share. With each merchant possessing unique channels, I had neither the time nor inclination to scrutinize their market capabilities. Hence, I established a straightforward condition to stimulate sales. The merchants must endeavor to sell more white to receive a greater allocation from me. What about the pricing? One merchant inquired. At dawn, a voice softly declared, This time, the market price is uniformly set at 3,000 Bailey per pound, while I will supply you at a cost of 1,500 Bailey per pound. One proprietor, bewildered by the notion of a standardized market price, inquired, Why must it be priced this way? Cannot we set our own prices for sale? No, Don replied, shaking his head resolutely. He would not permit any disruption to the unified market price. the established price would remain unchanged, and they had no authority to determine pricing. With a profit margin of 1,500 Bailey per pound, as long as sales were robust, the profit potential remained substantial. Observing the hesitance among the 20 or so wine merchants, who appeared dissatisfied with the uniform market pricing, Don reiterated, "Ladies and gentlemen, the market price will not waver. I hope you will remember my words today." He paused momentarily, casting a beaming gaze over the crowd, which sent a chill through their hearts, enveloping them in an oppressive atmosphere. "I do not wish for any of you to sell wine at a price divergent from the market rate, nor do I desire for anyone to engage in clandestine blending for greater profit. Such circumstances must be avoided. To cultivate and expand the market, we must first protect it. Once prices become chaotic, the reputation of the Reinhardt distillery would suffer greatly. I do not wish to encounter such troubles at the outset, hence this warning." Whether the merchants heeded his words was another matter altogether. With the distillery in its infancy, challenges were inevitable. However, Don remained unperturbed, having prepared numerous contingency plans. Thus, he proceeded to discuss the allocation of shares with the more than 20 merchants. As for the distillery's output, it was currently capable of producing 10 tons of raw liquor per month, and with blending and flavoring, the monthly yield of finished wine exceeded 150 tons. Fortunately, through Prince Clovis's connections, he had found an excellent winemaker, who, after a few days of specialized training under Don, could manage the distillation process competently. Of course, this winemaker operated solely according to the formulas devised by Don, who needed only to visit the factory every 10 to 15 days for adjustments. The blending and flavoring tasks were also delegated to this winemaker. While these aspects posed no issues, the logistics of distribution would require significant funding, and the profit margin of 1,500 Bailey per pound seemed rather insufficient. One merchant remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. "I can allow a profit of no more than 200 Bailey. That is my utmost limit." Don, observing the merchants, continued, "I am not one for engaging in protracted price negotiations, nor do I possess the leisure for that. If you agree, we may proceed to discuss the subsequent maritime shipping matters." Seeing Don's unwavering stance, the merchants conferred quietly among themselves, ultimately choosing not to persist. And thus the conversation moved forward. After considerable time, the distribution agreement for the white brand was finally established, and the Reinhardt distillery was on the brink of receiving its first profitable batch. With the series of arrangements for the distillery finally in place, Anyabai's injuries had nearly healed. In addition to overseeing arms transactions with Malin, he dedicated ample time each day to training alongside Luanxing. Given Anyabai's lack of innate swordsmanship talent, he chose to focus primarily on physical techniques. At dawn, Don took the opportunity to visit the town of Wild Cave once more. Harvey had made commendable progress in the town. Aside from the newly reconstructed houses, the rest of the area had been thoroughly cultivated for agricultural purposes. Currently, Harvey had also trained several skilled workers specializing in farming. However, there was one matter that troubled Don. The old man, Rao Ji, whom he had encountered at the wine enthusiasts gathering, was certainly not an incidental presence in this locale. The members of the Doflamingo family were not known for idleness. After a brief analysis, he concluded that the outcome could be unfavorable for him. Nevertheless, he remained composed, as all aspects of work were proceeding methodically. The best strategy was to maintain stability in the face of change. He instructed Luanxian and Brat to pay particular attention to the movements of that old man. As for the swordsman his from the Aubrey pirates who had escaped that night, Don had searched extensively but to no avail. Although the Pokaya kingdom was not vast, locating an individual could prove challenging, particularly one as formidable as a pirate. Ultimately, Don had only asked Moser to keep a vigilant watch on maritime developments to ensure the swift gathering of information regarding the Aubrey pirates. Should his return to his crew, his character would undoubtedly lead the Aubrey pirates to retaliate with full force. After completing these tasks, Don returned to the factory to oversee the boxing of the first batch of finished product, Hero White, which was then loaded onto a sailing vessel. The merchants of the North Sea had efficiently divided the initial batch of 150 tons of finished wine, and after settling payments, the cargo was escorted to various islands by a naval warship. Following 2 months of diligent work, 10 tons of raw wine had been brewed in May. And after blending and flavoring, the alcohol content was reduced to 8 degrees, resulting in a final output of 158 tons of finished wine. At a price of 300 Baileys per pound, this yielded a revenue of 410 million Baileys. Of course, the initial investment costs, aside from the brewing materials, were substantial, covering equipment purchases, research and development, factory construction, and various arrangements, including the hosting of the wine enthusiast gathering. Don had already invested nearly 1 billion Baileys. Regarding the shares held by Dorag, Clovey, Milanabeo, and the Navy Zima, he did not intend to distribute profits at this time. He aimed to reinvest the limited funds into production and research at the factory. Scientific and technological advancement was the foremost productive force, particularly in the development of the new varieties of hero wine, which required significant financial commitment. He aimed to provide the brewers in the factory with some 21st century brewing concepts. But the core research and production would rely on the highly skilled brewers he had recruited at great expense. After arranging the detailed work at the winery, Don returned to his office and gathered the few members of the Reinhardt Working Society to discuss a series of upcoming plans. After addressing several critical matters, he noticed that by the time everyone had departed, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, prompting him to head into the royal city. Clovey had been urging him for some time. Don had initially hoped to resolve the potential threat posed by the Aubrey pirates before entering the palace. But news from Baron indicated that Totok had been displaying some unusual movements, suggesting he was unwilling to wait any longer. The safety of Prince Clovey was paramount. After all, if Clovey were to falter, the kingdom would lack a legitimate heir, and with the old king bedridden for the past 2 years, Totok would undoubtedly target Don next. Your Highness, he has arrived, Baron whispered near Clovey, who nodded and spotted Don approaching the residence from a distance. Prince, Don greeted as he stepped before Clovey. Join me tomorrow morning to meet the king, Clovey replied, casting a glance at him. Your recent affairs have stirred quite a commotion. He referred not only to the brewing factory and the wine enthusiasts gathering, but also to his from the Aubrey pirates. Clovey was astonished that in just over 2 months, the Reinhardt influence had expanded to such a degree. His greatest concern remained the peculiar relationship between Don and Uma, which seemed far from ordinary. How did you establish that connection with Uma? You even had a naval warship escorting your merchant vessels. Your Highness, I am a merchant, unlike yourself, Don smiled, emphasizing the pursuit of monetary gain. I have spent countless bailies to ensure naval protection for my merchant ships. In this world and era, merchants were synonymous with precariousness. Without power or influence, they were susceptible to being usurped. Don understood this well, hence his willingness to utilize every resource available to forge alliances and procure what he required. Although he was eager to enhance the overall strength of the Reinhardt Working Society, the current pace was already at its limit. After all, building from scratch necessitated a lengthy growth and development period. However, while he could deceive others with this narrative, he could not mislead Clovey. If Reinhardt were merely an ordinary merchant, many concerns would be alleviated. But Clovey was acutely aware that Don's actions during this time bore the hallmarks of a man with grand ambitions. Clovey nodded, then sighed, you do not understand. My situation is perilous. My uncle may dispatch Shaven to eliminate me any day now. Don perceived his concern. Eliminating Clovey would leave the kingdom devoid of a legitimate heir, especially with the old king incapacitated. What puzzled him was why Totok had not yet acted against Clovey. It was inconceivable that he would spare him out of familial affection. With Shaven's strength coupled with the capabilities of the transparent fruit, eliminating Clovey should be a trivial task. Though he was unable to comprehend this, Don refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he regarded Clovey's expression filled with determination and reassured him, Your Highness, rest assured. I shall do everything in my power to ensure your safety. Despite being preoccupied with factory matters, he had remained vigilant regarding the political climate within the royal city, which was now tense and fraught with danger. Tomorrow, in the palace, I shall demonstrate overwhelming strength before the king and defeat all the court swordsmen. At that point, Totok's opposition will be futile. Absolutely, Don replied, placing his left hand gently on the hilt of his sword, raising his head. That is precisely why I have come. A flicker of fervor passed through his eyes, unnoticed by Clovey. Very well, Clovey rose from his chair, grasping the long sword at his waist. If you protect my safety and eliminate Totok, I shall be the new king, and I will fulfill all your requests. Don pondered whether the court swordsmen were about to engage in the power struggle within Pokaya. After waiting so long and accomplishing so much, he had finally reached this pivotal moment. The next step would be to strengthen his armed forces amidst the conflict between Totok and Clovey. At your service, Your Highness. Don bowed his head solemnly. The scar over his left eye was deliberately concealed beneath his tiger head hat, and should it be revealed, it would be glaringly red. Baron. Clovey turned his gaze elsewhere, and Baron stepped forward to bow, Your Highness. How did the negotiations with the reefs go? They are unwilling to engage in the internal strife of the kingdom. At dawn, Clovis found himself momentarily taken aback. The Reef, one of the 3 major criminal syndicates in the North Sea, operated differently from the Malin. While Malin primarily engaged in drug and arms trafficking, the Reef's main enterprises revolved around assassination, mediation, and information trading. Although the Reef boasted numerous members, the majority comprised those involved in mediation and information sales, with only a select few specializing in assassination, each an elite within the syndicate. At 3 times the price, Clovis remained unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. Your Highness. Baroness' voice rose abruptly. It is unwise to engage too extensively with those from the Reef. Very well, Clovis replied, a hint of resignation in his tone, as if he had begun to perceive the pursuit of the Reef as a miscalculation. Baroness' gaze shifted, briefly scanning Don before he continued. Shaven may have been a member of the Reef for quite some time. Clovis felt a jolt of realization. He understood that he had indeed made a grievous error. A subtle yet ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Are you suggesting that our dealings with the Reef have already come to the attention of that old fool, Totok? Most likely, Baron nodded. What do you think, Reinhardt? Clovis suddenly inquired. Don raised his head to respond. The Reef may very well be one of Totok's trump cards. Their conversation unfolded openly before Don, who struggled to discern Clovis's true intentions. Yet Clovis, born into royalty and accustomed to perilous circumstances, could not possibly possess the naivete he seemed to exhibit. Otherwise, he would not have maintained such stability over the past 2 years. Pensive, Clovis contemplated his father's deteriorating health. Abruptly, he shifted the subject and returned to his seat, remarking, "Perhaps he will soon be in a coffin." Baron felt a tremor of apprehension. He understood that the delicate balance between Totok and Clovis was on the verge of collapse. The one who acted first to eliminate the other stood a chance of securing ultimate victory. "We cannot rely on the reef any longer," Baron stated gravely. Clovis then fixed his gaze on Dawn, abruptly asking, "Reinhard, if you were to undertake this, what would be the probability of success? Assassinating Totok? If that old fool were so easily dispatched, he would have been eliminated long ago, rather than still being present to this day." Dawn fell into a moment of silence. If successful, all would be well. If not, he might find himself sold out by Clovis on the spot, a certainty he could not ignore. Was this the reason he deliberately broached the subject of the hidden reefs? Should he refuse? He found himself caught in a dilemma. Clovis, as a prince, was no fool. Just as Dawn sought to utilize Clovis for his own ends, Clovis would undoubtedly seek to leverage Dawn to accomplish his own initiatives. Tasking him with the assassination of Totok was not merely a trial, but also a means to gauge his true capabilities. He was unwilling to become a pawn that could be discarded at any moment. With a furrowed brow, he replied solemnly, "Your Highness, I do not wish to partake in the court intrigues of the kingdom. I am here solely to ensure your safety." As Dawn raised her head, she fixed her gaze intently on the shifting expressions in Clovis's eyes and remarked, "Moreover, with the swordsman shaven by Krotok's side, no one can approach him." Clovis's demeanor fluctuated, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and contemplation. He scrutinized her for a moment before inquiring, "How does Shaven's strength compare to yours, considering you fought him last time?" "He possesses the transparent fruit, allowing him to become invisible at will. It would be exceedingly easy for him to eliminate someone." Dawn refrained from providing a direct answer, as she was well aware of the devil fruits, being a prince of the kingdom. "What if he intends to assassinate me?" Clovis suddenly posited. "Without my protection, your Highness would surely perish. With my presence, he would face a 50% chance of failure." Clovis was momentarily taken aback, descending into silence as the emotions in his gaze were adeptly concealed. Had Krotok previously dispatched Shaven to assassinate Clovis, it would likely have succeeded. Yet Clovis exhibited no trace of fear. Did he truly not fear death? He recalled the moment he first encountered Shaven, which had fortuitously occurred not far from Clovis's residence, a stronghold that had always been meticulously guarded. Logically, given Shaven's ability to become invisible due to the transparent fruit, infiltrating the premises should have been a trivial task. Was it not exceedingly simple for him to eliminate Clovis? What, then, was the reason for Krotok's persistent inaction? A peculiar sensation stirred within him, a sense that the situation was far from straightforward. "This is precisely why I summoned you. Your sole task is to ensure my safety until I ascend to the throne as the new king," Clovis responded, his eyes subtly shifting as he regarded Dawn. At Dawn, there were no objections. The duties of the court swordsman, aside from instructing the prince in the art of swordsmanship, included ensuring the prince's safety. The three of them conferred for a while, after which Dawn was assigned a room within the estate. As night fell, the palace was ablaze with light. After a sumptuous meal, Dawn decided to take a solitary stroll nearby. Within the Clovis courtyard, an array of distinct gardens interconnected, with draperies lining the walls that emitted a golden glow in the night. This golden luminescence illuminated much of the palace, rendering the surroundings bright as day even without the need for lamps. As he wandered for a while, he suddenly encountered a figure ahead. "Who are you?" The person spoke abruptly, their tone tinged with coldness and caution. At Dawn, one could finally discern the figure before them, a woman with golden hair and azure eyes. Although slightly shorter than oneself, she stood nearly 1 meter 80 tall. She wore a light blue, front-opening vest tied at the waist, adorned with a golden butterfly bow at her chest, beneath which was a pink blouse. Her lower attire consisted of a similarly colored fitted mini-skirt, and on her feet were crimson high-heeled boots embellished with floral patterns. Hanging from her left hip was a slender sword, approximately 1 meter in length, resembling a foil. She regarded the suddenly appeared Dawn with caution. Her golden hair and azure eyes framed a remarkably exquisite face, and her attire captivated one's gaze. "Pervert! What are you staring at?" The golden-haired maiden exclaimed, swiftly drawing her foil from her waist and lunging towards Dawn, exclaiming, "Behold my blade." Her voice rang clear and sweet, akin to the chime of a bell. Her countenance bore a blend of allure and aloofness, her gaze crystalline and devoid of impurities. Though she appeared youthful, her beauty was striking. As she unsheathed her gilded foil, it shimmered as it was raised before her and thrust toward Dawn. This foil bore resemblance to those used in 21st century fencing competitions, albeit slightly longer. The golden foil measured a total of 1.3 meters, with the blade itself approaching 1 meters. The handguard was not the typical rounded design of the past, but rather a smooth, inverted cone shape, indicating that this foil was intended solely for thrusting. From the oncoming tip of the sword, it seemed considerably heavier than the foils of the 21st century. suggesting that additional materials had been deliberately incorporated during its forging to enhance its rigidity. In his previous life, various schools of swordsmanship existed, yet for female practitioners. The emphasis remained on agility and adaptability. Regardless of the style, a solid foundational skill in swordplay was essential. Otherwise, one risked developing an indistinct technique. Having been a martial arts student in his past life, he had certainly studied the nuances of the foil. At dawn, I was slightly taken aback by the ferocity of the incoming strike, perceiving an almost imperceptible whisper of the wind. I then witnessed the flower-like sword thrusting towards my eyes with ruthless intensity. However, while the swordsmanship exuded sharpness, it lacked the subtlety of unpredictable variations, indicating a clear deviation from the proper path of training. At dawn, the character known as Fu Xiao slightly shifted his stance, raising his left hand to elegantly lift the sword sheath, which rested against the tip of the golden rapier. With a resounding clang, the thrust could advance no further. "My dear girl, you are rather ruthless," Fu Xiao remarked, observing the young lady's charmingly furious expression, unable to suppress a smile. With a subtle exertion of his fingers, the golden rapier slipped from the blonde girl's grasp. The lack of agile variability in her technique allowed him to easily deflect her attack. She had evidently not conserved the energy needed to manipulate the sword's movements. The young woman's eyes changed, sensing an overwhelming force. Even though the rapier had been dislodged, she could still feel a tremendous power coursing through her arm, causing her shoulder to ache. "Next time you aim for someone's eyes, you must refrain from uttering the words, 'Look at the sword.'" Fu Xiao laughed heartily as he gently raised his sword, bringing it before the girl's eyes. "That is how it should be." The girl, startled, perceived a flash of the blade before her, and from the still-sheathed sword emanated a sharp aura that filled her with trepidation. She held her breath, her anger unmasked, her ample bosom rising and falling, prompting Fu Xiao to glance a moment longer. This only intensified her ire, wishing to pierce his eyes with her sword, yet unable to strike or scold him. She turned her fair face away in a huff. Hey, Fu Xiao called, retracting his sword with a sigh, running his hand over his whimsical tiger hat. "A rapier is not wielded in such a manner." "You scoundrel," the girl retorted, noticing his lingering gaze upon her bosom. With a huff, she quickly retrieved the fallen rapier and lunged at Fu Xiao once more, this time silent in her approach. The thrust was far more ferocious than before, yet Fu Xiao discerned it through the sound of the wind, pivoting to block. However, the golden rapier exhibited an unexpected flicker in midair, its speed astonishing. She seemed to have grasped the essence of agility in the rapier. Though the alteration was simple, it appeared as if the sword had come alive in her hands, no longer mechanical and hollow. In that fleeting moment, Fu Xiao recognized that this young lady had indeed honed her swordsmanship with dedication. Clang. Despite the fierceness of her attack, it remained too elementary for Fu Xiao, who effortlessly parried her rapid succession of thrusts. Noticing the defiance in her eyes, he could not help but shake his head. "I told you, do not let your opponent discern your intentions when attacking. Such folly." With that, Fu Xiao swiftly unsheathed his sword, the glint of its cold light mingling with the golden glow, as the girl beheld a chilling radiance rushing toward her forehead. "Will you come again?" Fu Xiao asked nonchalantly. The golden-haired girl felt a shiver, her gaze fixed on the sword's tip poised at her brow, a sensation of cold dread enveloping her, though she was unwilling to yield. An irresistible force seemed to emanate from his words. Seizing the opportunity, she scrutinized him closely. He bore a tranquil countenance and clear eyes, his head adorned with a comical tiger hat, clad in a black coat and fitted trousers, with black boots completing the ensemble. An emblem emblazoned on his coat's breast depicted a golden beam ensconced in irregular shadows. He was a man of remarkable presence, albeit the absurdity of the tiger hat contrasted with his attire. "Who are you?" she inquired, her voice quivering, still shaken by the earlier encounter. "Who am I?" Fu Xiao responded, noticing her nearing tears, before sheathing his sword with a grin. "I am a lecher." "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed, nearly infuriated, before sprinting away with her rapier. "Ah, such fragility and temperament," Fu Xiao mused, shaking his head as he gazed at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. With no desire to linger, he secured his sword at his side and returned home. That night, Fu Xiao lay in bed, endeavoring to clarify his thoughts, particularly regarding his training. He had successfully executed slashing techniques, but lacked proficiency. To truly master swordsmanship, he recognized the necessity of amplifying the intensity of his strikes. If he could cleave through a 10-story building, he would then deem himself competent in that regard. He was particularly intrigued by his technique of split slashes, which he had been attempting to comprehend, but had yet to find a breakthrough. This pursuit was a primary motivation for wanting to confront his, as mastering such a technique would undoubtedly elevate his swordsmanship to new heights. Currently, he relied on slashing as his primary combat method, complemented by Iaido techniques and formidable martial arts honed in the sea's currents, sufficient to defeat foes stronger than himself. Yet, this was far from adequate. While he could navigate the dangers of Pokaya, the North Sea was merely a novice's realm, and the true dragons lurked beyond. Doflamingo, Jierma 66. Fu Xiao murmured these names softly. Though Jierma 66 was lost to the North Sea, given its status as a mobile kingdom, the absence of news was not surprising. They could strike at any moment. However, Doflamingo posed a substantial threat. Should Lao Ji attempt to seize the factory, he dared not contemplate the outcome. For the answer resided deep within his heart. At dawn, no one is allowed to meddle with the distillery, not even the formidable warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Yet, how to resolve this looming crisis remains a perplexing challenge for him. Since his rebirth, he has never encountered such a formidable conundrum. Perhaps enduring this period until the year 1510, when Doflamingo ventures to the New World, is the solution. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at the behest of Clovis, he entered a grand palace, resplendent in its opulence. Ascending the stairway towards the Iron Throne, he noticed a dozen nobles already assembled on either side. Upon seeing Clovis accompanied by Asha and Baron, the nobles instinctively bowed in unison, greeting, Your Highness. Clovis, his expression inscrutable, simply nodded. Baron leaned towards Asha and whispered, These ministers are all loyal to Clotak. As dawn broke, a resounding voice echoed from afar, announcing the arrival of His Majesty, King Caparello Marlet I. This marked the first encounter for Dawn with the aging monarch, whose pallid and emaciated visage bore the marks of time, resembling a creature on the brink of its last breath. He reclined in a grand chair, steadily carried by his guards into the great hall. This was the ruler who had dominion over Palkaya for decades. His life, a tapestry woven with youthful vigor and shrewdness, had transformed into one marked by tyranny in his twilight years. Now, he could only languish like a trapped beast upon the iron throne he had occupied for a lifetime. As the guards entered the hall, a figure following closely behind caught Dawn's attention. It was she, the golden-haired girl who had dazzled with her swordplay the previous night. Though she seemed to deliberately avert her gaze from him, Dawn could discern a flicker of resentment in her eyes. The hall, stretching 20 meters long, led to the exalted throne of Palkaya, where the guards advanced with deliberate slowness. Upon reaching the throne, one guard leaned in to whisper to Marlet, who then slowly opened his eyes. In that moment, a chilling aura swept through the hall, an echo of the pride and tyranny that had been cultivated over decades of his reign. Welcome, Your Majesty. The courtiers intoned in unison as Marlet's eyes fluttered open. Dawn joined the throng in their reverence. The old king's gaze was vacant and murky. Assist me in ascending, he commanded with apparent effort, speaking in a calm voice to the attendants, who helped him settle onto the throne. Krotok nodded, his expression a mixture of uncertainty. He could not fathom why the king, having not graced the royal hall for 2 years, would suddenly appear today. My son, the time for your coronation must be near, the old king murmured after a prolonged struggle to find comfort, leaning against the throne while fixing his gaze on Clovis. His words, though slow, were articulated with clarity, resonating with the weight of authority. As the sole legitimate heir to the kingdom, Clovis was to preside over the selection of royal retainers before assuming the crown. It will be at this time next year, Clovis replied respectfully, kneeling on the ground. Oh, the old king responded, his tone drawn out. His weary eyes scanned the assembly. Today is the day for selecting retainers, is it not? Are there any candidates? Father, I have 2 candidates, Clovis answered. Who are they? Young men from the royal city? One is Sir Baron, son of the Holt family. The other is of common birth. I wish to invite him as my swordsmanship instructor, Clovis stated, raising his gaze to meet the king's. Noticing Marlet's lack of strong emotion, he continued, I desire Sir Baron as my chief advisor, while the other shall be my swordsmanship teacher. Even should I become king, my martial skills must not languish. At that moment, both Baron and Dawn approached Clovis. Bowing to Marlet, long live the king. Marlet scrutinized them with a discerning eye. He was familiar with Sir Baron, the noble scion of the Holt family, who had been a childhood companion to Clovis. However, he had never heard of the young commoner, Dawn. What is your name? Marlet suddenly inquired, directing his question at Dawn. Dawn lowered its head, feigning a reluctance to meet his gaze. Reinhardt. Reinhardt Mallet softly enunciated these 4 characters, his eyes betraying an unusual chill. My son, have you made your decision? The old king shifted his gaze back to Prince Clovis, inquiring if he had chosen these 2 young individuals to serve as future vassals. Indeed. Clovis replied in a measured tone. Very well, as you wish, let us confer the heraldic insignia upon them. Mallet's decision came swiftly, and he readily acquiesced. Upon hearing the news, Fu Xiao was taken aback. He had not been aware that this was a selection ceremony for the king's vassals. Should he become one of Clovis's vassals, it would severely undermine his plans to overthrow the Palkaya kingdom. If a vassal were to betray him, he would undoubtedly face the resistance of everyone within the kingdom. Just as he found himself in this dilemma, the elder Totok finally spoke up. Your Majesty, the selection of vassals should not be conducted in such a hasty manner, Totok declared with a grave tone. Marrier cast a fleeting glance at his brother, who had overseen the kingdom's internal affairs for over 2 years, yet refrained from comment. Totok, inwardly mocking, met Marrier's gaze and addressed the assembly of ministers, esteemed ministers of the kingdom. What are your thoughts? Several ministers nodded in agreement, while others hesitated, their silence palpable. Fu Xiao observed this dynamic and understood it well. The rules for selecting the vassals of the royal heir are not unknown to you, I presume? The old king remarked calmly. Totok, sensing Marrier's unwavering composure, felt a faint tremor of fear stir within him. He suppressed his unease and fixed his gaze on Fu Xiao for a prolonged moment before declaring, Your Majesty, I have no objections to Sir Baron becoming a vassal to the prince, but this individual is entirely unacceptable. He previously led a peasant uprising and clearly poses a destabilizing threat. The assembly was taken aback. The name Reinhardt seemed familiar, and Totok's words triggered their recollection of the man who had previously encircled the royal city with a throng of commoners. Is this true? Marrier's voice turned suddenly frosty as he looked at Clovis. Clovis felt a jolt of anxiety and dared not conceal the truth. Indeed, father. Marrier's gaze lingered on Fu Xiao for a moment longer. If you are aware of this man's identity, why then would you choose him as a vassal? In what seemed to be a flicker of hope, Clovis responded. The uprising was a desperate response to the forced taxation imposed by Gifu, which led to the deaths of many commoners. Had Reinhardt not intervened, the resentment among the populace would have only intensified. Up until now, he has merely engaged in trade within the kingdom. Even so, he is absolutely unfit to become a prince's vassal, Totok reiterated, showing no signs of retreat. That is a valid point, Marrier concluded, decisively stating that the matter of making him a vassal should be dropped altogether. At dawn, a sense of joy filled my heart as I quietly expressed my gratitude to Totok. Clovis, though not insistent, conveyed to the aging king. I may choose not to include Reinhardt among my retainers, yet I wish to invite him to serve as my swordsmanship instructor. The title of swordsmanship instructor was merely a fade. Totok could easily perceive that Clovis was utterly inept in the art of the sword, possessing neither the skill nor the audacity to claim such a title. There existed numerous skilled swordsmen of royal lineage, ample for the prince's selection, yet he remained merely a young merchant, lacking the qualifications to act as the prince's swordsmanship mentor. Totok continued to counter this assertion, declaring, I am but a merchant. At dawn, silence was not present, yet he remained a swordsman. His countenance exhibited little alteration. Yet his gaze bore a hint of indifference as it quietly traversed the figure of Totok. You question my qualifications to be the prince's swordsmanship instructor? It is, of course, based on my skill with the sword. At dawn, he held the cold crow at his waist in his hand, allowing everyone to clearly see his identity as a swordsman. Let us commence a modest test. Maury spoke at that moment, his gaze remarkably calm, leaving Totok perplexed. He could not fathom why Maury, known for his unpredictable nature, would agree to become Reinhardt's swordsmanship instructor. Such a decision seemed utterly out of character for him. Had the 2 years of idleness truly muddled his mind? For over 2 years, he had entrusted the governance of this nation into his own hands. Yet why did he remain so resolute at this juncture? The golden-haired maiden beside the king also observed the dawn, having witnessed his swordsmanship the previous night. Yet she was eager to see how he would vanquish the formidable court swordsman. Totok clapped his hands, and 3 court swordsmen, each adorned with western swords, strode in from the grand hall. These were the most formidable swordsmen within the royal court. Choose one, Totok declared, his gaze fixed intently on the dawn. No need. You may all come at me together, the dawn replied, placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword, his eyes sweeping over the 3 towering swordsmen as he spoke with a sense of nonchalance. Even if you are powerful, there is no way you can overcome the 3 of us united, one of the swordsmen retorted, unfazed by the Dawn's audacity. Dawn chuckled coldly, remarking that a frog at the bottom of a well could hardly comprehend the vastness of the world. Enough of this idle chatter, I am pressed for time. The 3 court swordsmen exchanged fleeting glances, yet they did not persist. Their hands rested upon the western swords suspended at their waists. This subtle movement elicited a faint surprise from Dawn, for these 3 swordsmen were indeed extraordinary, likely the most formidable warriors in Totok's possession, second only to Chavin, and among the elite of the kingdom's swordsmen. At dawn, the gaze of the protagonist fixated intently on the 3 swordsmen, who reciprocated the scrutiny. The crowd in the hall parted, creating a spacious area. Come forth, the protagonist declared, stepping forward calmly to stand approximately 2 meters in front of the trio. The swordsman sensed a subtle yet pervasive aura of pressure emanating from him, a pressure that, though not sharp, carried an indomitable will. He is quite a formidable opponent. They each thought simultaneously, exchanging glances. The onlookers observed in hushed anticipation, while the golden-haired maiden beside the old king regarded the protagonist with curiosity, her heart tinged with concern about the impending outcome. Kretok, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a cold smirk, thinking that such arrogance would soon be met with consequences. Without hesitation, the 3 court swordsmen drew their blades and launched their attack. Having trained for several years, their synergy was remarkable. With graceful steps and swift movements, they advanced, their solid foundational swordsmanship evident in the fierce and sharp aura that accompanied their blades as they charged forth. At dawn, with a swift motion, he drew his blade, a radiant light glimmering as it grazed his skin, evoking a slight sting. He parried 3 western swords effortlessly, pushing them back with a flick of his wrist. With his sword now in hand, he advanced boldly, his footwork intricate as he charged straight ahead. The resonant vibrations echoed like a symphonic melody, as his right hand wielded the katana, striking against the blades of the 3 swordsmen with rhythmic thuds, crisp and clear like the sound of drums. In an instant, the 3 court swordsmen found themselves in a dire predicament, seemingly cornered by the formidable katana in his grasp, on the verge of defeat. Is there still a need to continue? he asked, reversing his grip on the katana, his gaze steady upon the three swordsmen. The sincerity in his eyes betrayed no hint of mockery. Rather, he held a certain respect for these skilled swordsmen, whose fundamental techniques were undeniably solid. Though they were unfortunate enough to encounter him. At that moment, Kreetak's expression was one of utter dismay, muttering the word fool repeatedly, while the surrounding nobility of the kingdom were left in shock, unable to fathom the sheer prowess of this individual's swordsmanship. The golden-haired maiden, Reinhardt, repeatedly whispered his name, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. How formidable could he be, having effortlessly vanquished the three most renowned court swordsmen of the royal family in the blink of an eye? Baron could not help but reflect on the words of Phaidon, who had cautioned him with grave seriousness. Do not allow this man into the royal family. Phaidon had warned him on more than one occasion about Reinhardt's considerable ambition. Witnessing this scene now, Baron felt increasingly convinced of Phaidon's warnings. With such immense power, how could joining the royal family not harbor ulterior motives? Fortunately, he had not been allowed to become a vassal to the prince, for the consequences would have been unthinkable. Resolving to inform the prince to keep a vigilant watch over Reinhardt once this matter was settled, Baron was lost in thought when an unsettling silence enveloped the hall. At that moment, one of the swordsmen broke the stillness, retrieving his fallen sword from the ground. We have not yet been defeated, he declared. The other two swordsmen rose immediately, their voices resolute, as all three turned their attention toward him. Very well, he responded, yet the three swordsmen inexplicably parted ways, each standing more than a meter apart, forming a half-arc formation directly in front of him. Once more, the three swordsmen charged, attacking from three different directions, their blades sealing off any escape routes available to him. The shimmering swords danced erratically, defying conventional swordplay, resembling a chaotic flurry of strikes. At dawn, his right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, observing the three blades approaching in succession. He perceived a faint sound slicing through the air, stirring a realization within him. The remarkable synergy displayed by the trio was evidently not forged in a day or two, but rather through dedicated practice of coordinated swordsmanship. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a counterattack. The raven took flight, deftly deflecting the first sword that lunged toward him. Subsequently, his katana shifted with grace, aligning itself against the second sword that advanced. The trajectories of these three blades were painstakingly defined, attacking in a sequential manner from varying distances, leaving him no respite to consider other possibilities, while his adversaries had ample time to discern his vulnerabilities. As dawn broke, the trajectory of the three warriors' synchronized swordplay became apparent, albeit rather belatedly. Just as the Dawn's katana met the second longsword, the third longsword surged forward from an unexpected angle with the swiftness of a lightning flash. This was a meticulously planned assault, executed by three seasoned court swordsmen who had undoubtedly rehearsed this combination countless times. Witnessing this scene, Klotok felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Should he manage to vanquish him with a single strike, it would be nothing short of perfection. The gleam of the sword was rapidly approaching Dawn's gaze. Caution! Suddenly, a clear voice echoed through the hall, belonging to the golden-haired maiden beside the king, who, taken aback by the unfolding drama, could not help but exclaim in alarm. At dawn, with unwavering focus, the protagonist could not possibly overlook the concealed third blade. However, this sharp sword was indeed somewhat unexpected. Upon hearing the girl's gasp, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and he slightly loosened his grip on the katana in his right hand, intending to adjust its trajectory. At that moment, the third sword, swift as lightning, surged before him. As he relaxed the katana resting against the second sword, he exerted a subtle force with his wrist, and suddenly, the second sword, which had been held in place by the katana, was inexplicably drawn towards him, colliding perfectly with the oncoming third sword. The court swordsman's pupils contracted slightly. Overwhelmed by the surreal nature of this swordplay, it was astonishing that such an imaginative approach could be executed so effortlessly. The clear sound of metal clashing resonated throughout the grand hall, leaving everyone, including the aged king, momentarily stunned. Those present, including Baron, who possessed a thorough understanding of the protagonist's prowess, believed he could not possibly evade this long-anticipated assault. Yet, in the end, all three swords were effortlessly neutralized by the protagonist, who, with a mere lean and a pull of his wrist, dismantled the combined attack with ease. Unbeknownst to others, the three court swordsmen engaged in the fray were struck with terror. Sensing that the katana in the protagonist's hand possessed an almost magical quality, its movements were neither hurried nor slow, but perfectly timed. The force emanating from the blades surged like ocean waves, leaving the three men feeling like small boats tossed about in a tumultuous sea. After the third sword was deflected, their astonishment deepened. How had he accomplished this? In that instant, the hall fell into profound silence, as if the faintest sound, like a needle dropping, could be distinctly heard. A subtle breath escaped, laden with a long-suppressed intensity, a release akin to the exhalation of some creature, echoing through every corner of the vast chamber. Suddenly, the katana, known as the Cold Crow, quivered in the protagonist's grasp, emitting a delicate sound reminiscent of seagulls gliding across the horizon, marking the first note of its call. The katana gripped tightly in his right hand vibrated violently, as an increasing hum filled the air. All present seemed to hear a soft chime, Witnessing the black katana leap forth, flashing through the horrified gazes of the three court swordsmen, tracing a swift, dark arc that intertwined densely. To the swordsman, the katana appeared to dissolve into countless phantoms, obscuring their vision. In a mere second, the scene before them faded, as if it were an illusion. Then, with a strange sound, the protagonist's katana sheathed itself. It felt as though an eternity had passed before everyone emerged from this dreamlike stupor. Regarding the katana sheathed before them with bewilderment, what was this? Reinhard Klotok could not suppress a cold laugh, questioning him. It is nothing, the protagonist replied, shaking his head. His cold gaze sweeping over the three court swordsmen. They're already dead. At that moment, three loud ripping sounds echoed, revealing smooth 30-centimeter slits across the chest of the three swordsmen's garments, all neatly sliced by the katana. Around the cuts, a faint airflow could still be felt. Witnessing this, the three swordsmen resigned themselves to their fate. The techniques employed by Dawn are not rigid sword maneuvers, rather. They represent a distinctive application of the fundamental swordsmanship, enhanced by a swift draw and accompanied by advanced techniques. However, such mastery necessitates immense strength and extraordinary sensory acuity. I have a formidable swordsman under my command. Only by vanquishing him can you aspire to become the prince's swordsmanship instructor, Klotok declared with palpable disdain, subsequently spitting at the three defeated court swordsmen. You three worthless fools, why do you not hurry and leave? Do you wish to linger here in disgrace? The three swordsmen, their faces pale, retreated while clutching their swords. A swordsman possesses his pride. Even in defeat, he cannot endure such humiliation. Enough. At this juncture, Marilet, seated upon the throne, finally broke his silence, casting a dispassionate gaze upon Klotok. A gentleman smiles upon the victors, that is true decorum. Klotok was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head in acknowledgement while casting a cold glance at Marilet and Dawn. So be it, Marilet said with a slight breath, summoning the guards. I am weary. Marilet's gaze meandered across those gathered in the grand hall, lingering for an unusual moment on Dawn, who felt a twinge of surprise. Was it merely an illusion? The look in Marilet's eyes seemed far from that of a gravely ill man. It was rare for him to display such an act. All of it must be a facade. The realization struck Dawn with a jolt. If this were indeed the case, then everyone had unwittingly fallen into his preordained trap. Long live the king. The crowd chorused in unison. As they departed, Dawn's eyes briefly met those of a golden-haired maiden, who revealed a hint of mischief in her gaze. Uncle Klotok, exclaimed Clovey, who had just prepared to leave, turning to meet Clovey's triumphant expression. Take care now, Clovey mockingly waved his right hand, inciting a surge of anger within Klotok. Yet, in the presence of so many royal ministers, Clovey remained a prince, and Klotok was still his uncle. Your Highness, do take care of your safety in the future. After all, one cannot ensure that unknown individuals nearby pose no threat, Klotok scoffed, before turning to leave. Come, let us celebrate. Clovey laughed heartily, and the group exited. That night, at Klotok's estate, flickering candles illuminated the darkness as Klotok sat in a tranquil office. My lord. A tall swordsman emerged from the shadows, as if conjured from thin air. You have arrived, shaven, Klotok replied, his tone light, reclining in his chair like a patient. This time, I refuse to wait any longer. We must eliminate that fellow Clovey. Klotok suddenly sat upright, speaking fiercely, his malevolence unmasked in his eyes, along with that Reinhardt. Eliminate them both. My lord, Shaven observed Klotok, who appeared somewhat unhinged, shaking his head in disapproval. This is a matter of great importance. We cannot act impulsively. Shaven. Klotok shouted suddenly, fixing his gaze intently on Shaven. For 2 years, you have consistently advised me to prioritize significant matters over impulsiveness. How many opportunities to eliminate Clovey have we squandered? I sometimes ponder which side you truly stand on. Shaven felt a tremor within but maintained an expression of calm, meeting Klotok's scrutinizing gaze with composure. If it is your decision, my lord, then let us proceed to eliminate Clovey. And Reinhardt as well. Excellent. Klotok clapped his hands in agreement, no longer doubting Shaven's loyalty. However, Shaven added solemnly, Reinhardt is not to be underestimated. We must prepare thoroughly and seek a decisive opportunity. I have waited 2 years. A few more days will not matter. Klotok chuckled with anticipation. That evening, Clovey had a guard deliver a sword and a set of clothing. The attire was the formal garb of the Palkaya court swordsman, a black ceremonial suit adorned with the emblem of the court swordsman on the shoulder. A sword was sheathed upon the outfit. Unlike the previously used noble's command sword, this blade featured a golden hilt with cross guards on either side. The blade tapered from its apex, becoming narrower towards the end, and was not much wider than a foil. The blade glimmered with a golden sheen. Its length comparable to that of the Crosong, though it was significantly heavier, yet it felt quite manageable in hand. This sword's quality, however, fell short of that of the Crosong. At dawn, Fu Xiao quietly examined the golden blade, then grasped the cross-shaped hilt with his left hand, gently swinging it through the air a few times. It felt far more comfortable than the noble command sword he had previously wielded. For a dual-wielding swordsman, the quality of one's weapon significantly impacts combat effectiveness. However, it was regrettable that the cross sword still fell short when compared to renowned blades. After a while, Fu Xiao picked up the telephone bug and dialed a number. Brat, Fu Xiao began, and on the other end, Brat replied, "Brother, there is news about the Aubrey pirates. They are not far from the Gadden Sea. Have Mosul continue to monitor them. What about the new naval recruits we discussed last time?" Fu Xiao pondered for a moment before issuing his command, then inquired further. "It should be early next month. Alma intends to have Drake oversee the recruitment and training of the new recruits." The decision to have Drake in charge took Fu Xiu by surprise. Yet he acknowledged that Drake's qualifications and prowess made him entirely fit for the task. At dawn, Fu Xiu continued to speak into the telephone bug. "I have an idea. I would appreciate your insights." Subsequently, Fu Xiu lowered his voice and conversed for an extended period, until finally, Bladder comprehended the matter, astonished. "Brother, the duration of this undertaking is excessively prolonged." "Indeed," Fu Xiao responded, falling into a contemplative silence. "The current predicament necessitates an individual of both wisdom and courage to accomplish this task." Fu Xiao sighed. Bladder chuckled. "In truth, you are the most suitable candidate, dear brother." "Yes, but I am also the one who cannot afford to leave," Fu Xiao replied, sharing a laugh that alleviated the earlier tension between them. "Brother," he noted as he perceived Bladder hesitating to speak. "Please, go ahead. You must already have someone in mind, do you not?" "Indeed," Fu Xiao answered, having long since arrived at a conclusion. He sighed again. "Let us convene a meeting at the end of the month to reach a decision." After imparting additional details concerning the factory and inquiring about the recent progress of others, Fu Xiao hung up the phone, assured that there was no cause for concern. During this period, he found himself unable to leave, as he needed to remain by the prince's side for protection. As time approached the end of May, Fu Xiao dedicated himself to following Clovey closely during the day, while Clovey was preoccupied with the power struggle against Totok, with tensions having escalated to the surface. "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." At dawn, within the palace, Clovis was engaged in his tasks when a guard approached and bowed respectfully. Clovis nodded in acknowledgement, and the guard withdrew. At dawn, the understanding of the princess's identity dawned upon the protagonist, who addressed Clovis, suggesting, "Your Highness, perhaps I should withdraw." Clovis, however, shook his head in refusal. Shortly thereafter, a golden-haired beauty emerged from outside the palace, the same girl who had previously lingered by the old king's side. She entered, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the protagonist, yet upon glimpsing the girl's visage, the protagonist felt a surge of astonishment. The girl's demeanor was strikingly contrary to that of their prior encounter, while the girl from that night bore a somewhat aloof expression. Her eyes still sparkled with the unique mischief and charm characteristic of youth. In stark contrast, the girl before them, though possessing an identical countenance, exuded an air of frigid indifference, much like a solitary plum blossom thriving in a winter wasteland. Her azure eyes glimmered like frostbitten ice flowers, and she walked past the protagonist as if they were strangers. Her attire had transformed as well. She donned a sky blue, front-opening, form-fitting bodice, complemented by a black, snug, knee-length skirt. On her feet were crimson, cross-patterned thigh-high boots, and at her left hip hung a slender sword, approximately 1 meters in length, lending her an aura of chilling elegance. Fiona Clovis spoke, her gaze notably detached. It was revealed that her name was Fiona. She stood a short distance from Clovis, maintaining her indifferent scrutiny. "What brings you here?" Clovis inquired, noticing Fiona's prolonged silence. "You have yet to fulfill your promise to me," Fiona finally spoke. Her voice crisp and icy, yet imbued with a peculiar magnetism, reminiscent of a flower blooming in a frozen cavern. "Once the matter regarding Uncle Totok is resolved," Clovis, growing impatient, delivered his response with a tone of dismissiveness. Fiona, perceptive as ever, discerned his lack of sincerity. "You mean to kill Totok, do you not?" Clovis was taken aback, rising from his chair in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Fiona. He felt an inexplicable dread towards his sister, stemming from an understanding of the underlying reasons. "I will assist you in eliminating him," Fiona stated, as if uttering the most mundane of phrases. "You must help me with that task. This is an exchange." Before Clovis could utter a reply, Fiona turned and exited. "Quickly, stop her," Clovis exclaimed, as a realization struck him, directing his urgency towards the protagonist. At dawn, Su Xiao hurriedly dashed out of the palace, calling after Fiona, "Princess, wait." Fiona halted her steps, her icy, flower-like pupils fixed upon Su Xiao, and coldly retorted, "Who are you?" Su Xiao, slightly bewildered, observed the expression in the girl's eyes, as if she had never seen him before. Had she forgotten so quickly? Su Xiao couldn't help but ponder, and thus lowered his voice, saying, "Totok cannot be killed." Upon hearing this, Fiona finally noticed the 2 weapons at Su Xiao's waist. "Step aside," she commanded, her gaze calm, yet her brow furrowing slightly. She then lowered her voice and addressed Su Xiao, her demeanor suggesting that he was not merely a single individual, or perhaps there were 2 princesses. "Step aside." As dawn came to her senses, she gazed into Fiona's icy, indifferent stare. Such a profound chill emanating from the depths of her heart could not possibly be a mere fade. Dawn remained motionless, still positioned in front of her. Suddenly, a sharp beam of golden light pierced through the air, catching Dawn by surprise. Instinctively, she tilted her head just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Yet the golden light seemed to possess a mind of its own, pursuing her every movement with relentless precision. This was Fiona's golden flower sword, sharp and merciless. Had she faltered even slightly, countless wounds would have marred Dawn's form. But this was not her. The sword in Fiona's grasp lacked such cold-heartedness. She struck without warning, offering no opportunity for response. This temperament could not possibly belong to the golden-haired maiden previously encountered. The delicate yet indifferent aura that had characterized the girl was utterly absent in the Fiona before her, who radiated an icy ruthlessness akin to frost. With resolve, Dawn drew her crossed sword and swung it against the advancing tip of the flower sword. A faint clash resonated through the air as the immense force caused Fiona's weapon to bend slightly. She instinctively retreated several steps, struggling to regain her balance. You cannot even defeat me. How do you intend to kill Talk? Dawn stepped forward, closing the distance to Fiona, and whispered in her ear. Fiona continued to regard her with a chilling gaze, yet her flower sword was poised once more. There was an inexplicable rhythm between her wrist and the sword. With each rise and fall of her wrist, the potency of the sword's thrust intensified. Each strike flowed seamlessly into the next, a testament to a level of swordsmanship that could not possibly belong to the golden-haired girl of that night. At dawn, Fu Zhao withdrew his crossed sword, positioning it horizontally across his chest. In that instant, all of Fiona's intricate sword forms vanished without a trace. The fierce display of her swordsmanship was effortlessly dismantled, leaving Fiona momentarily stunned, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality. Yet, ultimately, she departed, and Fu Zhao found himself powerless to impede her exit. Observing Fiona's retreating silhouette, he turned back to the residence and recounted the events to Clovey. Clovey shook his head, stating, "It is what it is. She has always been this way. Once she has made a decision, no one can alter it." At dawn, the protagonist felt a profound confusion and inquired, "Your Highness, do you have two sisters?" Clovis, taken aback, shook his head gently, replying, "I have but one sister. Her name is Fiona." Fiona seemed to embody a singular essence. Yet how could a person's demeanor transform so drastically in merely a few days? 3 nights later, the protagonist returned to the Golden Garden where she had previously encountered Fiona. Suddenly, the golden-haired princess appeared before her, prompting an involuntary exclamation. The girl's attire was identical to that of their first meeting. As she turned, her golden locks dancing in the air, she caught sight of the protagonist and revealed a mischievous smile. Reinhardt. This smile was remarkably infectious, leaving the protagonist in a state of bewilderment. How could someone once so cold and unfeeling now exude warmth? Observing the protagonist's dazed expression, the girl suddenly recalled something and, with a hint of anxiety, asked, "What did you just call me?" "Fiona." "I am not Fiona. I am Fiola," the girl hastily corrected, her eyes darting about before she quietly inquired, "Have you met her?" "Her?" "Yes, Fiona. That cold and unfeeling individual." Dawn seemed to comprehend that the golden-haired maiden before her was likely suffering from dissociative identity disorder. In the original text, there exists a character emblematic of this condition, known among the naval ranks as the Scythe of Rommel, Cavendish, who is also referred to as possessing a dual personality. Could it be that Fiona is similarly afflicted? "She launched an attack upon me." Dawn chuckled, for even though their appearances were entirely identical, there was no way to associate that enchanting, flower-like visage with the cold, detached demeanor of Fiona. The golden-haired girl covered her face and glanced around, then lowered her voice, asking, "Have you truly encountered her?" At dawn, she nodded and declared her intention to confront Totok. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Oh no, this is it for me. Why didn't you stop her?" she demanded, visibly upset. "I tried, but she nearly took me down," came the reply. Fiona, in a state of alarm, insisted, "You must go and prevent her." Amused by the girl's ire, Dawn couldn't help but chuckle, leaving the girl perplexed. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted to one of indifference. "What do I care?" he retorted. "Reinhardt, you scoundrel!" Fiona exclaimed, chasing after him. "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Dawn inquired, eyeing her. "Are you Clovey's brother's swordsmanship instructor? Please teach me now, when Fiona returns. I could enhance my chances of survival," the girl shouted. "What? Just because you learn it, she can too?" Dawn questioned, perplexed. Fiona nodded affirmatively. "Since childhood, whatever I learn, she learns too, but what she knows, I may not." This duality of personality, with Fiona as the dominant self and the secondary persona being particularly assertive, had led to this situation. "Well then, I suppose I have become Fiona's swordsmanship instructor," Dawn laughed. "I am Fiona. I told you I am Fiona." The girl seemed on the brink of frustration. "No problem, Fiona," he replied. The girl brandished her flower-patterned sword and lunged at him. Dawn laughed heartily, opting to evade rather than counterattack, and for quite some time, he remained still, not even moving his feet. Looking at the girl, he remarked, "Your movements must be fluid and continuous. They cannot be disjointed. If your sister can do it, why can't you?" At dawn, she snatched the rapier from his grasp and spoke in a low voice. "Pay attention." With a swift thrust, the blade shot forth like lightning. Yet it altered its course before striking the intended target, ricocheting in an opposite direction. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed an innumerable flurry of strikes, each one deviating from its original aim, adjusting its path and trajectory. Your adversary cannot remain static. You must adapt your swordsmanship according to their movements. whether to advance, retreat, thrust, or change course, never rigidly adhering to a single approach. This is what I conveyed to you upon our first meeting. Do not allow your opponent to discern your intentions. Do you comprehend? At dawn, the rapier was offered to the young maiden. She nodded in acknowledgement, only to swiftly shake her head in refusal. At dawn, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The golden-haired girl, Fiona, glared at him with a mixture of frustration and determination. Beneath the torrential downpour, he darted through the streets, his gaze flitting anxiously around him. The surrounding structures blurred past as rain drenched his form, and soon he beheld a grand edifice, swiftly leaping inside. In the courtyard, Fiona stood poised, surrounded by swaying cherry blossoms, droplets cascading onto her wind-tousled golden locks. Her expression remained as frosty as ever. "Your Highness, you should not be here," cautioned the samurai ahead, raising his katana through the curtain of rain, his voice tinged with a weary sigh. Silence enveloped the courtyard, broken only by the patter of raindrops and Fiona's quickened breaths. She offered no reply, her icy demeanor fixed on the warrior before her. Suddenly, she moved, tightening her grip on the flower sword and charging at him, the blade slicing through the rain, scattering droplets in its wake. The samurai's brow furrowed as he raised his katana, carelessly aiming a downward strike at the girl. The glint of the blade stung her eyes as it intercepted her flower sword. Blocked in her advance, Fiona hesitated, preparing to counterattack, only to see the blade twist unexpectedly, gliding across her shoulder with a sharp hiss. A wound appeared, fabric torn by 10 centimeters, blood trickling down. Panic surged within her, mingled with frustration. This strike should have been deflected. She began to retreat. "Shaven, take her down," barked Krotok from a distance, his voice cold and venomous, not anticipating that even Fiona could harbor intentions against him. Shaven nodded, gripping his katana tightly as he lunged towards Fiona. The clash of steel resounded like thunder, and Fiona felt the vibrations through her flower sword, struggling to maintain her hold. Yet her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to defeat Krotok. As Shaven's blade struck her left arm, she bore the agony and sprinted towards Krotok. Krotok was momentarily stunned, only to witness the flower sword thrust towards his chest. But instead of the anticipated sound of piercing flesh, a sharp clang echoed, reminiscent of a steel needle striking glass. "You," Fiona gasped, her sword halted mid-thrust, her heart sinking at the mocking glint in Krotok's eyes. "Did you not expect this?" Krotok chuckled, revealing a transparent shard of glass from his cloak. "I carry this with me always." With a derisive laugh, he tossed the glass aside. "Finish her off." Shaven hesitated briefly at the glass on the ground, but quickly obeyed Krotok's orders. He twirled his katana in the air, swinging it upwards with a fierce wind that made the rain dance. A 10-meter-long slash surged through the downpour, roaring towards Fiona's back. Krotok cackled at the sight. The strike was extraordinarily powerful, a serpent-like force amidst the rain, ready to engulf Fiona. Just then, the rain above trembled, and a similar 10-meter-long transparent wave surged forth. Its sound sharp as thunder, matching the ferocity of Shaven's attack. In the next moment, Fiona felt herself lifted, raising her head to behold deep, tranquil eyes, Reinhardt. Though they had met only once, his visage was indelibly etched in Fiona's mind. Her azure pupils blinked in astonishment, revealing emotions she had never displayed before. Her icy demeanor melted, giving way to vulnerability. One sword style, floating boat. A resounding crash echoed as Dawn wrapped his left arm around Fiona's waist, his right hand spinning the cold raven sword in a swift maneuver, parrying Shaven's attack just before they leapt out of the courtyard. "Go after them." Krotok roared furiously at Shaven and the soldiers, commanding them to ensure Fiona's demise. In that instant, Fiona had never been so close to any man, let alone in such an intimate embrace. She suddenly struggled free, standing amidst the rain, gazing at Dawn with an expression of bewilderment. "Go tend to your wounds," he instructed, not looking back, wiping the rain from his hair as he turned to face the oncoming soldiers. Fiona's delicate face paled, her eyes fixed on Dawn's resolute silhouette, clenching her teeth before finally departing. With a rustle, Dawn sensed Fiona had moved on without glancing back. He pressed his left hand against the cross sword at his waist, the blade and sheath emitting a sporadic, rhythmic sound. At dawn, he grasped the cross sword in his left hand and the cold crow in his right. Observing the throng of soldiers rushing toward him, he took a step forward with his right foot, bending it slightly, while his left foot anchored firmly to the ground, his back arching like a bow. At that moment, all his movements coalesced, and the weapons in his hands quivered ever so slightly. Dual-wielding, spiral vessel. With a powerful push from his left foot, the earth beneath him fractured visibly, and he harnessed this force with his right foot, propelling himself fiercely into the oncoming ranks of soldiers. His body spun violently like a propeller, drawing in the surrounding rainwater, which transformed into sharp spiral blades. The spiral blades tore through the crowd, creating a vast gash as he moved. Beneath his feet, embers flickered from the impact. Yet the merciless spiral blades had already shattered every defense of the soldiers. Thud, thud, thud. Any soldier who ventured too close at dawn. A faint sound of breathing reached my ears, followed by the sudden appearance of a translucent blade beside me. This was the result of Shaven utilizing his invisibility ability, manifesting only the slightest sound. Since his defeat at my hands last time, Shaven had immersed himself in the study of the capabilities of the transparency fruit. Now, he had further refined his invisibility skills, enabling him to conceal the presence of his blade during combat. Shaven's katana thrust forward with great force, and I immediately raised my sword to block it. Clang! The violent impact sent a jolt through my left hand, the energy expended in my previous move weighing heavily upon me. On one side lay a meticulously planned attack, while on the other, an instinctive and hasty defense. Creak! Shaven's assault did not waver. Though my block had thwarted the initial strike, his katana suddenly transformed its trajectory, rising upward before descending upon me once more. Clang, clang, clang. Shaven wildly swung his katana, a luminous aura enveloping me. Yet, no matter how cunningly he altered his attacks, each determined strike was met with my steadfast defense. After numerous unsuccessful offensives, Shaven appeared to lose confidence in his pursuit. Farewell. As dawn broke, in the fleeting moment when Shawen missed his strike, Fu Xiao retreated, mockingly waving at him. That night, Fu Xiao followed Clovis to Fiona's residence, where numerous soldiers stood guard at the entrance. How's the princess? Clovis inquired as he approached. The doctor, upon noticing Clovis, immediately abandoned his tasks and hurried over, bowing deeply. Your Highness, the princess's injuries are not severe, but she requires a period of rest. Clovis nodded and exchanged a few more words with the doctor, who soon excused himself after a brief flurry of activity. At last, Fiona awakened, her eyes fluttering open in confusion as she beheld Clovis and Fu Xiao. What happened? She asked, astonished, her body racked with pain. Her gaze swept over the bandaged wound on her shoulder, and realization dawned upon her. Lowering her head, she wept. It was that reckless Fiona again, engaging in some perilous escapade. Ever since she was 10, Fiona had frequently found herself in various dire predicaments, with the most harrowing instance nearly costing her life. That girl is always like this, she lamented, clutching her golden hair in a frenzy. Always like this. She unleashed a torrent of her grievances and fury, a tempest of emotion. Dong silently observed the golden-haired maiden venting her emotions, while Clovis did not intervene. The grievances and pressures she had endured over the years were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Please take a proper rest, Clovis remarked with a smile as he noticed Fiona gradually calming down. His attitude toward Fiona was starkly contrasting to that toward Fiorella. For the time being, you should refrain from going out. However, Fiona shook her head. Brother Clovis, she cannot be contained. Countless days and nights, not only Fiona herself but also Clovis, Marliot, and the court officials had devised numerous schemes, yet they were perpetually thwarted by Fiorella's cleverness. Fiona was a formidable swordswoman, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers and guards. Were they to confine her within a prison cell? Marliot had indeed attempted such a course of action, but Fiona was innocent. Tell her to refrain from causing disturbances, Clovis said coldly. After all, she was his sister. Despite sharing only one parent, Clovis could not bring himself to imprison her. Otherwise, I shall confine her to prison for eternity, Clovis uttered coldly before departing. At dawn, he stood quietly by, listening intently, observing Clovis depart. He too prepared to take his leave. Reinhardt. At dawn, she paused, gazing at Fiona with a look of perplexity. Stay with me, she implored. Clutching the small teddy bear on the bed, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she looked at Dawn. At dawn, he sighed, gazing at the weeping girl who was sobbing pitifully. He had little in the way of comforting words. You must grow strong. Do not always allow her to take the lead. I understand, Fiona replied, but I can never seem to control myself. I fear she may lose her mind. Lose her mind? Dawn paused momentarily, astonished that such a cold individual could indeed succumb to madness. Noticing her hesitation to speak further, he refrained from probing, disinterested in delving into the privacy of others. Instead, he smiled at Fiona and said, take care of your injuries. With that, he ignored her distressed expression and departed. Following Chloe, Dawn remained troubled by the enigma of Fiona and her alter ego, who, although independent, posed a significant danger due to her extreme behavior. He could not fathom the source of Fiona's obsession. The events she had recounted to Chloe had compelled her to risk her life in pursuit of eliminating Totok. Although Chloe had promised that if Totok were killed, it would be granted, this was merely Fiona's unilateral decision. Isn't it surprising? Chloe halted, turning to Dawn as he continued. Fiona's dissociative identity disorder. Dawn shook his head. The phenomenon of dual personalities is not particularly novel. However, it is exceedingly rare to encounter a secondary persona, like Fiona, that possesses a fully independent identity. Even in Cavendish's somnambulism, the alternate persona is fraught with significant deficiencies, rendering it uncontrollable upon awakening. In stark contrast, Fiona, upon her personality's emergence, exhibits not only the full spectrum of human behavior and intellect, but also an extraordinary calmness and innate talent that is seldom found among ordinary individuals. Truly remarkable. Just as he contemplated sharing this revelation with Clovis, a sudden flash of light flickered before him. Be cautious. The Clovis courtyard at night shimmered as brightly as day. Yet the opulent glow allowed Dawn to perceive a fleeting glimmer. Instinctively, his left hand drew forth the cross-sword while his right tugged Clovis away. A katana, materializing from thin air, carved a brilliant arc in the golden radiance. narrowly grazing Dawn's crossed sword with astonishing swiftness, emitting a heavy thud as it penetrated flesh. Clovis was struck in the chest. The katana was swiftly withdrawn, leaving a considerable pool of blood in its wake. Soldiers behind Clovis surged forward, catching his severely injured form. Immediately summon a physician. Dawn commanded swiftly, glancing at the large pool of blood on the ground, uncertain if Clovis had sustained a critical injury. He unsheathed the raven, his right hand poised, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. He recognized the assailant, an individual with cloaking abilities and a swordsman's identity, none other than Chavin. The air resonated with the distinct sound of metal as Dawn retreated alongside the soldiers, keeping a watchful eye on the environment. A faint rustle echoed through the air, and with a sudden leap, the raven clashed with Chavin's katana. Dawn momentarily hesitated, as Chavin's blade curiously adhered to the edge of the raven, and then, with a swift surge of power, sliced through the air, directly past Dawn's right hand. As Dawn approached, a faint pain emanated from the back of his hand, revealing a deep gash from which blood flowed, trickling from the hilt of the cold blade down to its icy edge. The sound of dripping blood resonated in the stillness. Yet he paid it no heed, concentrating all his energy on the invisible Chavin. Chavin's strength had notably increased, not merely due to an enhancement in swordsmanship, but rather through a profound mastery of the transparent fruit's abilities. It seemed that after their initial confrontation, he had delved deeply into the nuances of the transparent fruit's capabilities. Suddenly, a violent sound erupted, and as he beheld a 10-meter-long slash hurtling towards him, he too swung his blade. In that instant, Chavin's katana lunged from the side, striking his shoulder with a sickening thud, the flesh emitting a dull, tearing sound. Upon witnessing Chavin fully reveal himself, he scoffed derisively. "Is that all you've got?" Chavin's gaze faltered, astonished as he beheld the weapon in the left hand of his opponent. The cross-shaped sword transformed angles in midair, its tip quivering ominously before it pierced through the air with a piercing shriek. The crossed sword executed its thrust with exquisite precision, each thrust an evolution of the floral sword technique, appearing almost sentient in his grasp. Each thrust was poised and fluid, leaving Chavin unable to discern the real from the feigned. In an instant, Chavin had no time to conceal himself at dawn. He observed the scene with a calm demeanor, refraining from pursuit. He secured his crossed sword and katana at his left waist, then stripped off his garments to perform a hasty bandaging before hastening towards Clovis. Upon arriving at Clovis' residence, he encountered a throng of individuals anxiously and busily attending to Clovis' injuries. "How is His Highness faring?" he inquired, grasping the physician's arm. The doctor glanced at him, noting the blood that stained his own body, and replied, "His Highness has sustained only minor injuries." Dawn accompanied the physician during the treatment. To Dawn's surprise, the wound inflicted by Chavin was merely a superficial one. A lethal strike under those circumstances should have been fatal, or at least more severe than a minor injury. Elsewhere, within Todok's mansion, Todok observed Chavin with a countenance of shifting emotions. Chavin, also bearing considerable injuries, had sought an audience with Todok after receiving rudimentary medical attention. Observing Todok's prolonged silence, Chavin awaited his superior's address. "Are you certain that Chloe, even if not deceased, has sustained grievous injuries?" Todok inquired. "Affirmative," Chavin affirmed with a nod. "My blade pierced his chest. Even if he survives, his injuries are severe and will impede his recovery for a considerable period." Upon receiving Chavin's definitive confirmation, Todok relinquished his aloof demeanor. Although the assassination of Chloe had not transpired as anticipated, the objective of inflicting severe harm had been achieved. "And what of Reinhardt?" Todok continued. Chavin, gesturing towards the wounds adorning his chest, shoulder, and ribs, responded, "These injuries are a testament to his prowess." "Is he truly of such formidable strength?" Todok expressed astonishment. He was cognizant of Chavin's mastery of the transparent fruit, rendering him virtually unmatched within the kingdom. Moreover, Chavin's expertise in assassination was rivaled by few in the North Sea. Yet, he had been bested by Reinhardt on multiple occasions. "He is at least my equal, if not superior," Chavin replied, his voice strained. Even in retrospect, he felt a lingering trepidation. The cleaving blow that had lacerated his ribs would have been fatal had it deviated by the slightest margin. Todok maintained a protracted silence, his gaze darting about. "I am disinclined to further delay. Tonight may present the optimal opportunity." "Sire, Reinhardt has yet to be eliminated," Chavin interjected, his apprehension regarding Dawn remaining palpable. "Reinhardt is of no concern to you. Await me at the entrance," Todok instructed, his expression devoid of emotion. He approached his desk, but Chavin remained stationary. Todok furrowed his brow. "Is there something else?" Chavin shook his head, sensing a diminution in Todok's trust. He then departed from the mansion. Todok retrieved a den mushi and initiated a call. "Gulu gulu gulu." The den mushi connected, and a time-worn, guttural voice emanated from the receiver. Who is this?" "Esteemed Mr. G, greetings. I am Todok of the Polka Kingdom," Todok responded deferentially. "The transaction we arranged previously requires fulfillment at this juncture." "Speak." "I happen to be in Polka at this very moment," the voice replied. After a considerable interval, Todok emerged from his study, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Accompanied by Chavin, he hastened towards the royal palace, intending to mobilize all of the kingdom's soldiers and seize control of the palace. The following day, at Chloe's residence, the physicians had departed, leaving only a dozen guards in attendance. Suddenly, Balon burst into the chamber, exclaiming to Chloe in a state of agitation, "Your Highness, Dorag has mobilized all of the kingdom's soldiers and has besieged the royal court." Chloe recoiled in alarm, disregarding the pain emanating from his chest as he rose to his feet. A sudden surge of agony elicited a gasp of pain. "Your Highness," Balon exclaimed with concern. However, Chloe waved him off, enduring the pain as he retrieved a sigil from a nearby cabinet. Dispatch this immediately to summon the royal guard. Dorag held dominion over the kingdom's soldiers, while Chloe commanded only a few hundred members of the royal guard. The disparity in military strength was significant, but at this juncture, there was no alternative. Balon accepted the sigil and prepared to depart, when the prince added, "Remember, haste is paramount." Balon nodded and promptly exited the residence. "Your Highness, we cannot remain here," Don urged, stepping forward to support the unsteady Chloe. Chloe then regained his composure. Indeed, Dorag will undoubtedly dispatch soldiers to assault this location. Accompanied by a dozen guards, he and Don swiftly departed from the residence. Over the course of the night, Dorag had consolidated his control over the kingdom's capital, amassing 3,000 soldiers to march upon the royal palace. Along the way, the kingdom's denizens observed the spectacle with astonishment. As dawn broke, he stepped out of the mansion, swiftly surveying his surroundings. After taking just a few steps, he heard an aged and gravelly voice inquire, "In such a hurry, are we?" At dawn, a tremor reverberated, halting their advance. A dozen vigilant guards fixed their gaze upon the elderly figure that had suddenly emerged before them. Seizing their weapons in preparation for combat to obstruct his passage, Clovis called out to the guards. At dawn, he shook his head but halted the guards. "Do not march to your demise." He gazed at the diminutive and aged figure ahead, then turned to Clovis, saying, "Your Highness, even if your guards were tenfold in number, they would still be insufficient to withstand a mere finger from this man." An astute young lad, the old man opposite chuckled. Directing his gaze towards Don, Clovis was taken aback, a sudden sense of despair enveloping him. He had never encountered such formidable prowess. Had it not been for Reinhardt's counsel, he would have presumed the old man before him to be an ordinary individual. "What shall we do, Reinhardt?" Clovis inquired nervously, for he had never faced such a dire predicament in his life. At dawn, the gaze swept over the old man ahead, and then turned to Clovis. "Your Highness, leave this to me. You should proceed to meet Baron. Reinhardt, you have saved me once more. When I ascend to the throne, I shall bestow upon you the title of Count." Clovis, filled with excitement, cast a last fearful glance at the old man before hastily departing with his guards. "A count?" Don revealed a barely perceptible smile. "For I desire not the hollow title of Count. Let us depart swiftly. After all, we all must face death in the end." The old man's voice suddenly grew thunderous. Upon hearing these words, Clovis hesitated momentarily but ultimately continued on his way. At dawn, the left hand rested firmly on the hilt of the cross-shaped sword, while the right hand similarly grasped the crow perched upon the left waist. Yet the gaze remained intently fixed upon the diminutive elder across the way, every muscle in the body taut with tension. Ordinary individuals may remain oblivious to the terror emanating from the old man, yet in the depths of his heart, Don understood more than anyone else the true nature of the threat. The elder was an official of the Doflamingo family, Rao Ji, a master of the formidable earthquake fist, whose potency only intensified with age. Displaying commendable courage, Rao Ji regarded the vigilant expression of Don with admiration, and then, without a trace, vanished from sight. At dawn, a frenzied howling filled the air, a manifestation of the Rao Ji, Dion's martial prowess. Suddenly, my senses heightened, and I finally beheld the figure of Rao Ji. With both hands exerting their force simultaneously, a sharp sound echoed as swords and blades were drawn, clashing against Rao Ji's G-type fist strike. The collision of these two formidable forces produced a thunderous roar, sending the surrounding air currents into a chaotic frenzy. At dawn, Fu Xiao felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his hands to tremble slightly. He was somewhat astonished, for throughout the years, he had never encountered anyone capable of making him retreat even a fraction in terms of strength. Not even the inherently powerful brat could compare. As his prowess paled in comparison to the strength Fu Xiao had honed through years of training amidst the ocean currents. Indeed, the legendary Earth Elder, Rao Ji, proved that with age, one's strikes became increasingly formidable. With a resounding clap, the encounter unfolded. As dawn broke, the crossed sword firmly gripped in the left hand of the protagonist suddenly shattered, only to be met by the heavy fist of Lao Ji. At this moment, Lao Ji's strength was considerably diminished compared to a decade later, yet it was still far beyond what the protagonist could withstand at this stage. Nevertheless, even if it meant sacrificing his life, the protagonist harbored not a shred of mercy. Unlike Blackbeard, he would never kneel in supplication. Although he was equally willing to employ any means necessary to ascend to the pinnacle, such an act of begging was beyond his character. The wind from the punch howled as it barreled toward his chest, and he could distinctly sense the terrifying power concealed within Lao Ji's fist. Abandoning the hilt of his sword, he clasped the blade known as Cold Crow with both hands, angling it defensively before his chest. A primal roar erupted from his lips as Lao Ji's fist collided with Cold Crow, which, despite its formidable hardness, began to tremble uncontrollably and bend under the onslaught. In that instant, the protagonist felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade into his arms, like a thunderclap, causing blood to spill from his mouth while his chest felt as if it had been struck by a colossal hammer. Cracks began to form on the once impenetrable surface of Cold Crow, and soon after, the protagonist was sent sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Lao Ji, equally astonished, could hardly believe that this young swordsman possessed a power nearly equal to his own. Were it not for the immense strength accumulated within him, due to the characteristics of the Earth King fist, he might not have been able to overpower the youth at all. In the moment the protagonist was flung away, Lao Ji caught sight of a 10-meter hurtling toward him, moving with such speed that he could scarcely react. The strike resembled a massive serpent slicing through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. With a determined stance, Lao Ji aligned his body into a G shape, preparing to meet the approaching slash head-on. The air filled with a faint cry, followed by a colossal explosion as the two forces collided. Lao Ji felt the immense power of the strike, an unrelenting force akin to being caught in a turbulent current, causing his arms to tremble slightly. With a fierce roar, he tossed his head back and shouted, "G." The elongated cry reverberated throughout the Clovey Academy, followed by a cacophony of sound erupting in the sky. Breathing heavily, Lao Ji's gaze swept over the protagonist, revealing a cold smile. "You, young one, truly astonish me." G. He struck a comical pose, combining his limbs with his waist to form the G shape, a sight both ridiculous and fierce. The protagonist understood all too well the magnitude of Lao Ji's anger and the strength it could unleash. "To honor this battle, I shall unleash my full power to vanquish you," Lao Ji declared, halting a short distance before the protagonist. At dawn, silence enveloped him. He understood the formidable prowess of the elderly man before him. The declaration of unleashing his full strength undoubtedly signified his entry into the ultimate secret technique of the Earth Elder Fist, the Battle Preservation Fist. This technique, unique to the Earth Elder Fist, is a form of energy manipulation designed to enable combat even in times of illness, injury, or old age, allowing the accumulation of strength from one's youth to be preserved within. Although this technique might appear weaker compared to the Battle Preservation Fist of 12 years hence, the essence of the Earth Elder Fist lies in its ability to grow stronger with age. For him, this presented an extraordinary challenge that transcended the limits of possibility. And it seemed the battle was destined to conclude with failure and perhaps even death. Yet, within him, a fierce resolve ignited, even in the face of demise. There existed an undeniable reason to fight. The dreams of once reaching the pinnacle, the ambition to become a dominator of the world, and the fiery declarations to challenge the powerful of the original tale were not mere idle words. Throughout the annals of history, the world's strongest, be it Pirate King Roger, Shanks the red-haired, revolutionary Dracula, or the likes of Kizu, Akiji, Akainu, Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and Kaido, none have evaded the trials of surpassing their own limits in battle. To aspire to be strong is not a trivial pursuit. It demands a reckless fervor and an unwavering tenacity. With this thought, the tremors that had gripped his body subsided. And though his injured arm throbbed with excruciating pain, he resolutely grasped the cold crow, inhaled deeply, and lifted it gently into the air with his right hand. The blade of the crow grazed the air's surface, and it felt as though the winds howled in response, liberating the oppressive emotions that had weighed heavily upon his heart. Cascading forth like a waterfall, the situation had shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Lao Ji felt a domineering aura enveloping him, a presence strikingly akin to that of the young master. He sensed a profound transformation in the young man before him, as a tremendous, tempestuous force began to surge forth. Lao Ji was momentarily taken aback. Observing the youth who now resembled a tranquil yet powerful tide, the overwhelming energy rapidly coalescing. Determined not to wait any longer, Lao Ji felt his physique and muscles expand explosively. His fists clenched tightly, causing the surrounding air to still, before he unleashed a thunderous roar. "Brat, perish." His voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating through the atmosphere, and as he took a step forward, the ground shattered beneath him, his figure vanishing from sight. At dawn, an unprecedented gravity enveloped his expression as an inexhaustible force surged within him, converging into his arm. The katana, raised high, seemed to emit a fierce howl and a frenzied, impatient sound echoed in his ears. His bent waist straightened in an instant, and an infinite power surged beneath his feet, propelling him into the air. The blade traced an invisible circle with a diameter of 2 meters as he leaped with grace. In the next moment, the circular energy erupted violently. Ultimate technique, circular wave annihilation gun. A tempest swirled, and the air danced chaotically, while a thunderous roar resonated above, akin to a dragon's cry. Then, at the very moment the roar ceased, a torrent of turbulent energy exploded from him, centered around Dawn. As the transparent energy unleashed by the katana manifested in a colossal wave, measuring 2 meters in width. Kill everything. At the break of dawn, a circular energy measuring several meters in length surged forth, resembling a formidable strike, a transparent yet robust laser hurtling towards Lao Ji with ferocity. Even before the wave made contact, Rao Ji could perceive within this energy not only an unwavering will that pierced through all, but also an overwhelming force akin to a tsunami's impact. The sheer gust generated by this colossal power stung his face painfully. In the midst of battle, Rao Ji, fully embracing his complete Ji form, roared, "You brat!" Faced the mightiest technique of old, the mark of Ji. The collision of the two forces was imminent. The transparent circular energy was entirely absorbed by Rao Ji, who felt as though he was engulfed in the most tempestuous waters of the North Sea, where the relentless, cascading strength resembled the violent currents of the deep ocean. Boom. At dawn, the circular waves struck by the cold crows represent a pure form of slicing. Although it diverges from traditional slicing techniques, it embodies all the inherent characteristics of such assaults. The circular wave obliteration gun possesses formidable power, despite its mere length of several meters. It is capable of cleaving a massive pirate ship in two. However, when it struck Rao Ji, it did not inflict the anticipated severe injury. The tremendous slicing energy erupted with a thunderous roar, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding radiance. Fortunately, it neutralized Rao Ji's Ji mark, the ultimate secret technique of the Earth Elder Fist, which, if he were to endure even a single blow, could potentially lead to his downfall, given his current strength. Dawn descended heavily from the heavens, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. His right hand trembled violently, devoid of any strength. And even the slightest movement of his fingers seemed an insurmountable task. Upon his outstretched palm lay the cold crow, its blade marred by numerous fine cracks. Initially, these fissures had formed under the formidable force of Lao Ji, and further damage ensued from the concentrated strike he had just unleashed. Although the cold crow was a swift blade, its resilience could not withstand the energy unleashed by the round wave annihilation gun. The moment he executed that decisive slash, Dawn sensed within his heart that the blade's interior had suffered grave damage, a form of injury exceedingly difficult to mend. At dawn, he lay exhausted on the ground, seemingly awaiting the final blow from Rao Ji. Rao Ji stood silently for a moment, still feeling a surge of power coursing through his palms. His body trembled with astonishment. Throughout the decades, he had encountered countless formidable figures, yet never had he witnessed someone wielding power with such finesse. This was undoubtedly a remarkable skill, rivaling even the ultimate techniques of the Earthmaster Fist. What captivated Rao Ji the most was the unrelenting force of impact, akin to ocean currents, layering upon one another, growing stronger with the passage of time. He caught his breath for a moment. The previous encounter had been perilous. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might have succumbed to the might of Dawn's attack. However, the ultimate technique of the Earthmaster Fist, the Battle Preservation Fist, thrived on such head-on confrontations. Of course, Rao Ji's victory was also attributed to Dawn's relatively diminished strength at that moment. Reinhardt Rao Ji slowly approached Dawn, regarding him with admiration. "I shall remember your name." Dawn couldn't help but smile broadly. "It is indeed an honor, Mr. Rao Ji." Rao Ji paused, taken aback. "How do you know my name?" He quickly recalled. "It is no surprise. I registered at the Wine Connoisseurs Association, and you are the proprietor of the Reinhardt Distillery. Indeed, the Earthmaster Fist is formidable. It is quite enviable that a venerable elder like yourself possesses such extraordinary strength." Dawn lay on the ground, breathing softly, his gaze assessing Rao Ji, hoping to buy some time with conversation to regain his strength. "Young man, do you know who I am?" Rao Ji asked, his demeanor cool as he sat cross-legged. He was unconcerned about Dawn escaping. Having exerted such an immense technique, recovery would not come swiftly. "You are a cadre of the Don Quixote family, a practitioner of the Earthmaster Fist. Your reputation precedes you in the North Sea." Dawn chuckled, and their exchange seemed less like a confrontation and more akin to a meeting of old friends. "How could I not be aware of you, Reinhardt?" Rao Ji continued, still incredulous. "Just over 2 months ago, you were a mere nobody. Yet now you have amassed such wealth and even become the swordsmanship instructor to the prince of this nation." Dawn laughed heartily, meeting Rao Ji's calm gaze. "What you see is merely the surface. In truth, I have been striving for this moment since 5 years ago." "That explains it." Rao Ji nodded, intrigued. "But I am curious, how did you cultivate that unending power?" Dawn was momentarily taken aback by Rao Ji's question, but quickly understood. He smirked. "Do you wish to learn?" This left Rao Ji slightly flustered, though he was not angered. "On what grounds would you teach me? Have you heard the saying, in learning, there is no hierarchy. The accomplished may teach?" Dawn continued, observing Rao Ji. "What does that mean?" Rao Ji asked, confused, clearly unable to grasp the concept. "It means that in the pursuit of martial arts, there is no distinction of seniority. Anyone who has mastered the skill may become your teacher," Dawn explained with a smile. "Nonsense," Rao Ji replied coldly, casting a casual glance as if to conclude their brief conversation. "Youngster, it is time to move on." As Dawn trembled, I observed Rao Ji rising and approaching us. "What do you think of exchanging my mastery of power manipulation for your secret technique of the earth-returning fist?" However, Rao Ji regarded him with a peculiar expression. "You are on the brink of death. What use are these trivialities? Who knows? Perhaps in the depths below, someone may appreciate such things," I replied. Rao Ji gazed at the composed and serene smile of Dawn, feeling a deep admiration. It had been long since he encountered a young man possessing such poise. Were it not for prior dealings, I would certainly wish to learn from you about physical techniques. Raoji mused, shaking his head in self-reflection. With a heavy sigh, he clenched his fist, producing a cracking sound, preparing to deliver a final, lethal blow to dawn. At dawn, Fu Zhao observed Raoji approaching and suddenly inquired, "Did you bring the Den Den Mushi?" Raoji paused momentarily, responding, "What use is it to have such things when death looms near?" Before his demise, he expressed a curiosity to witness the young master, the legendary Don Quixote da Flamingo, and to discern what manner of person he truly was. Fu Zhao replied, "There is no need for that." Raoji, adopting a tone of pity for his imminent end, insisted, "Fulfill this request of a dying man, and after you end my life, proceed to the Reinhardt distillery to acquire the skills you seek." Fu Zhao spoke slowly. Raoji, unaware of Fu Zhao's underlying intentions, found himself intrigued by the techniques Fu Zhao employed. This exchange posed no detriment to him, at worst. He would only face a reprimand from the young master upon his return. Thus, Raoji retrieved a small Den Den Mushi from an unknown place. Upon its emergence, the creature trembled, appearing lethargic, but at Raoji's commanding shout, it regained its vigor. Raoji dialed the Den Den Mushi. The line rang, and after a while, it was answered with a haughty laugh. "Raoji, have you accomplished your task? This is Reinhardt." Fu Zhao addressed the Den Den Mushi, but a brief silence ensued, followed by a chilling and astonished voice. "You little brat, you are still alive?" "I am as long-lived as a tortoise," Fu Zhao replied, displaying no fear in the presence of Doflamingo's murderous intent. Raoji, sensing an ominous foreboding, stepped closer to the Den Den Mushi and declared, "Young master, I shall dispose of him immediately." As he finished speaking, Fu Zhao met Raoji's furious gaze and remarked to the Den Den Mushi, "Mr. Night Demon, to kill me is merely to eliminate an inconsequential figure in your eyes. So what?" Doflamingo's voice remained icy. "I have never allowed those I wish to kill to survive." Upon hearing this, Raoji hesitated, pausing his actions as if awaiting further instructions from Doflamingo. Dawn inhaled deeply, feeling the domineering pressure of Doflamingo even through the Den Den Mushi. "If you spare me, the benefits you'll reap will be unimaginable." "A brewery?" Doflamingo's voice echoed. "I can acquire that even if I eliminate you. You're astute, and I'm no fool. The brewing recipe resides within my mind. Eliminate me, and Hero White will vanish from this world." Dawn stated calmly. As long as Doflamingo remained intrigued by Hero White, Dawn held a chance of survival, which was why he didn't fear Laoji. Silence stretched on the other end of the line, eventually broken by Doflamingo's somewhat manic laughter. "Fuff, you're a truly troublesome brat." Turning serious, he commanded, "Laoji, if this whelp's next words displease me, terminate him immediately. Understood?" "Yes, young master," Laoji replied. "I know you're soon to venture into the New World, so I intend to grant you the exclusive rights to Hero White in that territory. Nay, I desire you to establish a factory in the New World under the Doflamingo family's banner." Doflamingo promptly rejected Dawn's proposal, but offered an alternative that stunned Dawn. Laoji was equally astonished. The young master proposing to use the Doflamingo family's name essentially extended an invitation to this young man, an invitation to join the Doflamingo family. He couldn't help but be amazed. Over the years, Doflamingo had never personally invited anyone to join the family, highlighting the immense value of the Reinhardt brewery. However, Dawn's resolute words that followed left Laoji even more flabbergasted. "I decline. This guy's insane," Laoji thought, hastily retorting, "Boy, the young master is personally inviting you to join the family, and you refuse?" "Indeed, I refuse." Dawn's stance was unwavering, showing no compromise. "I will not partake in matters that do not serve my interests. If you insist on this course, then kill me. The Reinhardt brewery can only exist in the town of Castle, Polka Kingdom, located in the North Bluesgaden Island. Establishing a factory anywhere else is out of the question, even if it means my demise." The silence from the Den Den Mushi was even more prolonged than before. Seeing this, Laoji unleashed a punch towards Dawn. "This old man will obliterate you, you little brat." Bang! The heavy blow struck his already injured shoulder, sending him flying several meters. Blood soaked his clothes. Just as Laoji approached to finish him off, an undeniable voice echoed from the Den Den Mushi. "Laoji, desist." Laoji froze instantly, halting his advance, and carried the Den Den Mushi a dozen meters away to where Dawn lay. Cough, cough, cough. At dawn, a few coughs expelled the stagnant blood from his throat, bringing a sense of relief to his entire being. "How is it, Mr. Night Demon?" he inquired, smiling at the telephone bug, though the laughter carried a tinge of sorrow. "I admire your spirit, young one." The response from the other end, Don Quixote da Flamingo, was somewhat unexpected for him. Indeed, such audacity was the hallmark of a great pirate. "Recover from your injuries before I head to the New World. Let us converse on Dressrosa." Doflamingo's voice resonated once more. "I wish to see if you can truly impress me." "No problem. The exclusive agency plan for the New World will surely have you leaping with excitement," he replied just before the telephone bug was disconnected. At that moment, within a building in a kingdom on Dressrosa, after hanging up, Doflamingo could not suppress his sinister chuckle. "Reinhardt, that name I shall remember." His subordinate, Diamante, was taken aback. Individuals capable of leaving an impression on Doflamingo in the North Sea were rare. And he was well aware that Reinhardt was the young man who had risen in Pokaya in just over 2 months. Doflamingo, why not simply eliminate that brat? He audaciously rejected your invitation, remarked Toribor, a sniveling figure who had always held disdain for that self-important youth. As the boy rightly stated, killing him does not align with our interests, Doflamingo laughed. To slay him would yield nothing. I aim to reclaim my nation in the New World, which necessitates substantial financial resources. Reinhardt can provide us with immense benefits. Doflamingo held a beautifully crafted bottle of liquor, its surface adorned with a logo, the family emblem of the Reinhardt Workshop. A beam of light encircled by shadows illuminated the inscription below, reading Reinhardt Workshop in English. The bottle bore a white label, inscribed with the word white in bold letters, while the characters for hero were artistically embedded within the glass, becoming visible when light struck just right. What a genius. Even the bottle is remarkably unique, Doflamingo mused, placing it in the sunlight to admire the gleaming letters. The family members surrounding him were astonished. It appeared the young master held a particular interest in the lad known as Reinhardt. Meanwhile, Raoji observed Fuxiao for a moment before stating, "Young one, you were truly impressive." At dawn, with a chuckle, I did not respond but struggled to rise. Adjusting my attire. Take me to your factory's office. Retrieve that secret technique of harnessing power. After a moment of contemplation, Raoji remained fixated on this matter. I was merely jesting, I exclaimed with hearty laughter. It's all stored within my mind. You little rascal, are you courting death? Even if the young master takes an interest in you, I assure you, I can dispose of you without consequence, Raoji seethed, glaring at me with malice. Believe me, I replied, raising my hands in a gesture of surrender, shaking my head with a smile. Do not be anxious. In the future, the Reinhardt family will engage in profound cooperation with the Don Quixote family. We will have ample time, and at that juncture, I shall exchange this technique of harnessing power for your earthly fist secret technique. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Raoji's demeanor softened considerably, and he nodded. I shall await your return. Watching him depart, I could not contain my mirth. There was no secret technique, merely the strength cultivated amidst the currents of shallow waters. At dawn, she removed her clothing and hastily wrapped herself, then picked up the phone bug that Raoji had discarded and dialed Brat. Brother, gather all personnel and proceed to the royal city, she said in a low voice, as Dawn ended the call with the insect. He reflected on the intense battle he had fought against Raoji. The Roundwave Annihilation Gun was his ultimate technique, a culmination of the move he had developed over 2 months prior, an evolved version of the initial Roundwave. However, the earlier form was merely a prototype, lacking the true essence of the slicing strike. Despite mastering numerous techniques, both in the form of slashes and close combat, he had always felt a void where a definitive ultimate technique should reside. From the moment he first executed the slicing strike, he dedicated himself to researching how to merge this technique with the power he had cultivated, ultimately unleashing it in the face of Raoji's formidable strength. With every battle he faced, his prowess ascended, from the brutal skirmishes during the uprising to consecutive encounters with Shaven, and finally to the sword duel against his of the Aubrey pirates. Each conflict brought significant advancement in his swordsmanship, physical combat, and overall capabilities. Yet, no prior battle could compare to the magnitude of the confrontation with Raoji. The overwhelming might of Raoji ignited every ounce of his fighting spirit. Confronted with such immense pressure, Dawn adopted a fatalistic mindset, his swordplay devoid of any distractions, focused solely on the will to annihilate all. Upon this realization, Dawn took a measured breath, sensing a slight recovery in his stamina. He grasped the cracked blade of the Cold Crow once more and sprinted toward the royal palace. After a lengthy run, he finally heard the cacophony of battle. Before the royal palace, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the royal guard led by Clovis, corpses littering the ground. Baron wielded his command sword, drenched in blood, as he fiercely protected Clovis, who seemed gravely injured and sheltered behind him, while the surrounding members of the guard valiantly defended their prince. The relentless assault from the Krotok soldiers had decimated the royal guard. And just as Clovis was on the brink of succumbing to the soldiers' blades, Dawn leapt forth, soaring through the air to deliver a decisive strike. A 10-meter-long transparent slash that intercepted all soldiers surrounding Clovis. Reinhardt Clovis, filled with elation, gasped as he pressed a hand to his wound, exclaiming breathlessly, "You have saved me once more. Protect the prince," Dawn commanded the royal guard, then unleashed another powerful slash that erupted through the ranks of soldiers, claiming the lives of dozens. Subsequently, he plunged into the fray, methodically harvesting the lives of his adversaries, his form soon drenched in a grotesque display of blood. The soldiers trembled in terror, paralyzed by fear. Clovis, equally astonished, could only watch as the bloody blade of Dawn glimmered ominously, his body shuddering with dread. Baron, having witnessed Dawn's ferocity before, remained astounded by this chilling spectacle, as if entrapped in an unending ecstasy of slaughter. At dawn, with a cold raven in hand, he took a bold step forward, while the remaining 100 soldiers faltered in fear. He cast a fierce gaze upon them, declaring, "Traitors, lay down your arms, and the prince shall spare your lives." After a moment of hesitation, the soldiers gradually began to relinquish their weapons. Clovis and Baron looked on in astonishment at the ease with which he had dismantled the soldiers' psychological defenses in mere minutes. Reinhardt hastened to rescue the king. Clovis suddenly recalled something vital, spitting blood in his urgency. Take the guard with you. Clovis entrusted the emblem to him, fully aware of the remaining forces under Krotok, who encircled the royal chambers with the intent to eradicate the last lingering threat once and for all. At dawn, the figure nodded and declared with fervor, I am Reinhardt. Follow me to rescue the king. The members of the guard responded with a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the Dawn left several members to escort Clovis for medical attention. After Baron Clovis departed, the Dawn called out to Baron, instructing him to gather men to open the gates of the royal city and allow Blatt to enter. Baron, suddenly taken aback, hesitated, but was jolted by the furious command of the Dawn. Why do you linger? Stricken by a moment of fear, he nearly dropped his weapon. And upon catching sight of the unyielding coldness in the Dawn's gaze, he promptly led his men toward the royal city gates. At dawn, the leader advanced ahead, followed by a mere 100 members of the royal guard, making their way towards the king's chamber. Upon arriving at the entrance of the king's residence, the two factions of soldiers had already descended into a fierce and heated battle. The leader, accompanied by the royal guard, swiftly plunged into the fray. Reinhardt. At dawn, a clear and crisp shout pierced the air. Turning his gaze, he beheld a golden-haired maiden, Fiona, engaged in combat with a rapier in hand. Cautioning her, he observed her distracted demeanor. Just then, a long knife lunged toward her from behind. He shouted loudly, and with a swift motion of his hand, the raven blade in his grasp cleaved through the air, delivering a lethal strike to the assailant. The soldiers of Krotok were numerous, bolstered by a firing squad, overwhelming their adversaries in sheer force. At that moment, the king was carried out of his chamber by the guards, prompting Krotok to raise his hand, signaling the surrounding soldiers to cease their assault. A temporary silence enveloped the scene. The elder king, Krotok's brother, spoke slowly, his gaze gentle as it fell upon Krotok. Taken aback, Krotok's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness, followed by a dismissive huff. It has been many years since you last called me brother. Regardless of what I may call you, you shall forever remain Mauriette's brother. The king coughed several times, his emotions visibly stirred. Enough, Krotok bellowed in fury. Today, I demand your throne. Will you yield it to me? Observing the king's silence, Krotok's demeanor grew increasingly frantic. You, the eternally foolish Mauriette. Do you have any idea how deeply I loathe you? At dawn, Fu Xiao stood beside Fiona, quietly observing Tok Tok. Suddenly, Totok turned to face them, his voice dripping with venom. Fiona, you wretched creature, do you even know how your mother met her demise? It was at the hands of your father, Marley, who ordered her execution. And yet, you dare to attempt my assassination? Totok's countenance darkened as he vented his pent-up rage. Upon hearing these words, Fiona was visibly shaken, as if she could no longer bear the weight of the revelation, and began to collapse. Fu Xiao instinctively caught her, noticing the disbelief that filled her eyes, an expression of utter despair, as though her entire world had crumbled. She repeatedly cried out for her mother before fainting. Totok took a deep breath, seemingly having vented his fury, and cast a cruel smile towards Marley, calmly issuing his next command. Shaywin, eliminate the king. Shaywin materialized fully from the air, advancing towards Marley. As he passed by Totok, a sudden flash of cold steel sliced through the air. Everyone froze. But the incapacitated king revealed a barely perceptible smirk. The glint of cold steel was aimed at Totok, and Shaywin wore a triumphant grin. However, in the next moment, Shaywin did not hear the sound of his blade piercing flesh. With a resonant clang, the katana struck Totok's neck, leaving Shaywin bewildered, while Marley was equally astonished. The surrounding soldiers were still trying to comprehend the situation when they heard Totok's mocking laughter. Fool. A brilliant light suddenly refracted before him, and Fu Xiao finally discerned that a mirror, barely an inch thick, had intercepted the katana. A glass man? Fu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, his voice soft yet audible to Totok. Ha 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 indeed. Totok cackled madly. I am the glass man, who has consumed the glass fruit of the Superman type. Glass blade. He commanded a blade fashioned from glass to lunge at Shaywin. Shaywin attempted to block with his katana, but was sent flying. Did you think I possessed only one devil fruit? Fool. He coldly taunted Shaywin, the fate of betraying me is death. A massive sheet of transparent glass crashed down upon Shaywin, who immediately turned invisible after the blow. Realizing he could not subdue Shaywin, Totok turned his gaze back to Marley. Do you really believe that placing this imbecile, Shaywin, by my side would lead to my demise? Despite his bravado, he was still shaken by Shaywin's sudden betrayal. Had he not consumed the devil fruit beforehand, that strike would have been fatal. As this thought settled in, his expression grew increasingly grim. Shaywin, return. The king sighed, witnessing the unfolding chaos, and Shaywin reappeared at his side. He actually mistook the barrier fruit for mere glass. What a fool, Fu Xiao mused inwardly. As Shaywin stood beside the king, the long-standing question that had troubled him finally found clarity. Suddenly, the phone bug on Fu Xiao's person began to ring. Upon answering, Brat's voice crackled through. Brother, we have entered the city. Good, Fu Xiao replied briefly, to the king's chamber. After ending the call, he entrusted the unconscious Fiona to a nearby guard and turned to Totok with a cold smile. Shall we continue? Kill them all, Totok commanded. And without hesitation, the soldiers surged forward. Simultaneously, Totok's gunmen opened fire, resulting in heavy casualties among the guards. At dawn, the chilling crow was violently swung through the air, and a colossal strike soared from the crowd, crashing directly into Totok's barrier. With a resounding bang, the barrier trembled violently, and fissures began to appear, rapidly expanding until it shattered completely. Totok was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He never expected that his most formidable defense would be utterly inadequate against Reinhardt. A frog at the bottom of a well, even with the power of a formidable devil fruit, he remained a weakling. The barrier fruit in Totok's hands had not been developed to any degree of potency, proving to be as fragile as glass, a sheer display of incompetence. Reinhardt, go and slay him, the king commanded, while Chavin and the guard team stood by his side, tirelessly fending off the advancing soldiers. Upon hearing this command, Dawn revealed a cold smile and suddenly halted under the king's astonished gaze. Are you commanding me, Reinhardt? The old king bellowed, seemingly incredulous that Dawn had defied his orders. Kill him, and I will elevate you to nobility. After this declaration, Fiona slowly regained consciousness. She observed the scene before her with mild astonishment. Yet her expression remained as frigid as ever, clearly indicating that Fiona had returned. Noting Dawn's indifference, the king's demeanor shifted to one of panic. And he then heard a voice, laced with mockery yet cold. Father, you may lose your throne. The king looked at Fiona, his eyes a tempest of emotions. Reinhardt, once I ascend to the throne, I too can make you the most powerful noble in Palkaya. At this moment, Totok, despite holding an absolute advantage in the situation, felt an unsettling premonition in the face of Dawn's calm and composed gaze. He was astonished that the Doflamingo family had not dealt with Reinhardt. Regret flooded Totok's mind. He lamented not having taken Chavin's advice to eliminate Reinhardt when he was still weak. Though Chavin's betrayal had enraged him, looking back, it was evident that Chavin had indeed been acting in his best interest. Just then, Chavin began to weave through the crowd, his katana slicing through the air. Dispatching several soldiers before directing his attack towards Totok, Chavin understood that as long as Totok remained alive, the soldiers would not relent. A strike collided with the transparent barrier but was firmly repelled. Chavin was taken aback. His strike was not feeble, yet it had failed to leave a mark on that glass-like surface. How had Reinhardt managed to shatter Totok's strongest defense with a single blow? Without time for further contemplation, Chavin dashed forward, preparing for close combat. With Chavin moving away from the king, Totok felt a surge of satisfaction. At this moment, aside from the guards, no one else could stand against him. Glass impact. Totok roared, seizing the opportunity to unleash a 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide transparent barrier, which he directed forcefully towards the king's position. Chavin, caught mid-stride, was alarmed but had no time to retreat. He watched as the glass reflected the immense sunlight, hurtling towards the guard members, and was about to collide with the king. At that moment, a series of sharp sounds erupted, the result of Fiona's flower sword striking the barrier. You wretched fool! Totok shouted in fury upon witnessing Fiona's actions, his demeanor frenzied, disregarding the distinction between friend and foe, as the barrier crushed everything in its path. Fiona's flower sword ultimately halted against the surface of the barrier, amid the clash of forces. The sword bent grotesquely but managed to slightly alter the trajectory of the impending impact, thus saving King Mariette. However, Fiona was pushed backward by the force, on the verge of colliding with the wall behind her. Fiona! Mariette finally cried out, despite having viewed Fiona as a monster throughout her life. In this moment, familial bonds prevailed. Fiona paused slightly. This was the first time in over a decade that Mariette had uttered her name. Yet, she could only scoff inwardly. Were it not for the futile struggle of that foolish dominant personality in her head, she would not have risked herself to save this old man, whom she harbored endless animosity towards. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated, heavy footsteps cracking the cobblestone beneath them. A figure wielding a katana stepped through the crowd and stood before the tumultuous barrier. Clenching his left fist, the crisp sound of cracking bones echoed. And then his left arm swung horizontally towards the oncoming impact. Bang! His arm struck the transparent barrier like a hammer, sending ripples akin to waves across its surface. The speed of the barrier's advance slowed, and after merely a second of pause, cracks began to form across its surface, gradually widening until, under a continuous surge of power, the barrier shattered dramatically. Fiona was momentarily stunned, gazing at the scattered shards of glass, her heart racing with astonishment. The previously formidable impact had been obliterated by a single punch. What immense strength was required for such a feat? Fiona lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with disbelief, and turned to Reinhardt, whose confidence and poise left a profound impression on her mind. Blonde girl, I have saved you once again. A teasing voice reached Fiona's ears, drawing her attention to Reinhardt's crystalline eyes. In that instant, she found herself captivated abruptly. A particularly jarring and acute gunshot reverberated through the air. In the wake of the shot, a crimson effluence erupted from the brow of one of Tok's subordinate captains, resulting in his immediate demise. Following this initial report, A fusillade of approximately a dozen more shots echoed in rapid succession, creating a cacophony of explosions. Tok soldiers suffered immediate casualties and pandemonium ensued within their ranks. All present were taken aback by the origin of the gunfire, and subsequently, they turned their gaze toward the source of the disturbance. A formidable contingent of individuals advanced in their direction, brandishing firearms and blades. Leading the procession were two towering youths, followed by another pair of young men. One of the latter wielded an exquisitely crafted and imposing long rifle, from which the initial shot had been discharged, while the other stood barehanded alongside him. Trailing behind these four individuals were 20 figures adorned in attire bearing the inscription Reinhard Workshop. This group, consisting of over 20 individuals, comprised the members of the Reinhard Workshop, Brat, Rentgen, Moser, Anubis, all official members, accompanied by 20 members of the Reinhard Armed Guard. These individuals surged into the fray, engaging in fierce combat. At dawn, he caught sight of the scene. He abandoned Fiona at his side and charged toward Totok, who was shielded by soldiers. The crows flailed wildly, driving the soldiers back in disarray, and in no time, they reached Totok's side. The sound of blades clashing against the barriers around Totok erupted, sparking brilliantly. Within mere seconds, all the barriers he controlled were shattered, only to be swiftly overturned by a single strike from him. Despite having consumed a powerful devil fruit, he remained nothing more than a wretch. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the despairing Totok. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding soldiers were swept away, capturing the leader before the followers. He feared not the multitude of soldiers, but the formidable gunmen posed a significant threat. Totok was swiftly subdued, leaving his captains with no time to react. Just as they attempted to rush to his aid, a military blade cleaved through the air, and with a resounding crash, several captains were felled by its might. The traitor Totok has been captured. How long will you continue to serve him? Marliot shouted with all his strength to the soldiers engaged in battle. Lay down your arms, and those who surrender shall not be harmed. Upon hearing the king's voice, the soldiers began to silently discard their weapons, and soon, all had capitulated. The remaining soldiers gradually ceased their hostilities, their gazes fixed upon the subdued Totok. Confiscate their weapons, he commanded a nearby youth, who began to collect the discarded arms. Totok resignedly closed his eyes, choosing silence. The vanquished lose all, including their lives. This truth was clearer to him than to anyone else. Yet, he still harbored resentment. After more than 2 years of scheming, he had nearly seized control of the kingdom, only to be thwarted by the uprising led by Reinhardt, which ultimately allowed Clovis to regain some authority. He believed he had secured the loyalty of 3,000 soldiers within the royal city, with defense officials who had served him for a lifetime. Together with Charwin, both being devil fruit users, he had once thought victory was assured, but never anticipated being bested by a single individual. After a moment, Marliot called out to Totok once more, Rebel Totok, do you have any final words? I shall await your response below. Totok, with a cold voice, regarded Marliot's venomous countenance and erupted into laughter. Kill him. Marliot's expression darkened further, understanding the implication behind Totok's words. Despite feigning illness for the past 2 years, he was acutely aware of his own condition. Years of toil, combat, and struggle had drained him excessively, compounded by injuries that left lingering repercussions. Most importantly, Totok had been secretly administering a slow-acting poison, and by the time he realized it, it was far too late. Suddenly, a blade pierced Totok's chest, blood streaming forth. Behind him stood Charwin, wielding a katana that had impaled him. Totok felt an overwhelming pain in his heart, instinctively struggling against his fate, only to fall to the ground in disbelief. Your Majesty, the rebel leader has been executed, Charwin announced as he approached the king. Marliot's gaze remained grim as he observed the lifeless Totok, then turned his attention to the trembling soldiers. All ministers of the kingdom who participated in Totok's rebellion shall be executed. Yes, replied the captain of the guards. Once the tumult had subsided, King Marliot turned to face the group that had joined midway. Brother, Black called softly as he approached, accompanied by the core members of Reinhardt's faction, including Luncheon, Moser, and Anubai, along with a contingent of 20 armed guards. After exchanging pleasantries, Blatt bowed before Marliot. Vic Blatt, the security officer of the southern defense of Polkaya Kingdom, pays his respects to your Majesty. Brave warrior, your timely arrival has saved Polkaya, Marliot remarked, eyeing Blatt's imposing figure. Blatt shook his head in response. Your Majesty, it was Reinhardt who saved Polkaya. Reinhardt, the king called out to him. Your Majesty, he replied, approaching Marliot and planting his blade into the ground. Gazing at the aged king, you have achieved great merit this time. What reward do you desire? The old king made no mention of the previous promises made to the nobility, his gaze instead coolly fixed upon him. Your Majesty may decide, he stated, revealing his understanding that the old man had no intention of granting him any reward. Very well, a formal reward shall be conferred in a few days. The old king gestured, and the surrounding guards escorted him away. The remaining soldiers, aside from the captains, returned to their original camps, while the guards led away several rebellious captains and ministers of the kingdom. Brother, that old fool will surely break his promise, Blatt scoffed, watching the king's retreating figure. At dawn, she understood but remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at her surroundings. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, I know. Just as Bladder was about to utter another word, Fiona suddenly approached, Reinhardt. With a frigid expression, it was indeed Fiona. At this moment, Dawn could distinguish Fiona from Fiorella by such a demeanor. The Totok estate possesses what you seek. I shall take you there, Fiona stated impassively. Dawn cast a subtle glance at her, inquiring, do you know what I seek? The devil fruit. With a slight tremor, Dawn recognized that the devil fruit was the most expedient means for him to enhance his combat prowess. The group led by Brat promptly returned to the coastal town, for they could not be away for too long. It was a harbor frequently visited by pirates. Under Fiona's guidance, Dawn swiftly arrived at Totok's estate. After traversing the expansive courtyard, Fiona stated directly, let us proceed to his private office. After navigating a convoluted path, they finally reached Totok's dimly lit private office. At dawn, he surveyed the office, then turned to inquire, where is the devil fruit? It is within that black safe. Fiona replied, pointing towards the distant vault. Very well. He drew his blade and was about to approach when he heard Fiona's icy voice command. Wait. What is it? He asked, puzzled by her sudden intervention. Fiona gazed at him intently. You must promise me one thing. This is a transaction. And what if I refuse? He queried. I shall hinder your progress, she stated resolutely. At dawn, a sudden chuckle escaped her lips as she gazed upon the somewhat naive expression of the girl before her. Though her demeanor remained as frigid as ever, there was an inexplicable charm to her. Now that you have arrived, do you truly believe you can thwart me? Fiona, filled with indignation, let out a huff and unsheathed her ornate sword, charging towards her. The clash of blades was anticipated, and her flowered sword met the hilt of the raven's blade, producing a sharp, clear sound. You cannot best me. It would be wise to relent, Dawn asserted, shaking her head. With a swift flick of her sword's hilt, she sent Fiona stumbling back a few paces before striding towards the safe. Fiona halted, glaring at her with resentment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at dawn. It was evident to the protagonist who had arrived. Aside from Shaven, no one possessed the ability to remain concealed. Moreover, since Fiona was aware that the devil fruit was stored here by Totok, it was only natural that Shaven would also be privy to this information. The sounds of combat resonated as Shaven's repeated assaults were undoubtedly thwarted. Then, a deep voice echoed through the air. Reinhardt, if you wish to escape the relentless pursuit of the abyss, you must depart at once. He seemed to believe that invoking the name of the abyss would instill fear in the protagonist. However, in his heart, the protagonist mused that his suspicions were confirmed. Shaven was indeed affiliated with the abyss. What right do you have to utter such words? Fiona retorted coldly into the void. Shaven remained silent, continuing his assault with the katana. With a resounding clash, an even more thunderous sound erupted as the two weapons collided, sparking a brilliant display of fire. The protagonist could sense Shaven's attacks, feeling no pressure. Just as he intended to counter with his own blade, he noticed the cracks multiplying on the surface of his weapon. The raven. It was gradually fracturing. Shaven, clearly aware of this, deliberately targeted the fissured areas with his katana. In no time, faint crackling vibrations echoed from the blade, signaling its impending shatter. One final strike, Shaven sneered, swinging his sword once more. In that moment, the raven in the protagonist's grasp shattered with a resounding crack. After a series of battles, having accompanied him through growth and serving as his first weapon, the raven seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, leaving only the hilt and a fragment of the blade behind. At dawn, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him as he gazed at the remnants of the once formidable crow, now reduced to mere hilt, alongside the shards scattered on the ground. A soft sigh escaped his lips. Ha ha ha, Reinhardt, as a swordsman. What can you wield against me without your sword? Chavin emerged, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. I have one. In the distance, Fiona hurled her floral sword towards him. Yet Chavin intercepted it mid-flight. Sporting a faint smile, Chavin addressed Fiona. How could the princess's sword be so easily bestowed upon another? With that, Chavin lunged forward, aiming to deliver his most powerful strike to Dawn. This blow was swifter and more ferocious than any of Chavin's previous assaults, though he had not cloaked himself. The sword's blade became imperceptible. The sharp whistle of wind generated by his weapon resonated throughout the office, and if Dawn could not discern the trajectory of his attack, all those years of training would have been in vain. Fool, Dawn muttered under his breath, sheathing the half-broken hilt of the crow. Suddenly, his arm shot upward, clenched into a hammer, descending with ferocity. The howling wind ripped through the air as he advanced a step, his fist crashing into Chavin's head. A sickening sound echoed, followed by a spurt of blood as Chavin was hurled against the wall, left gasping for breath. Who said I am merely a swordsman? Dawn's gaze remained cold as he regarded Chavin. Chavin, in dispel at dawn, Fu Xiao held the telephone bug, remaining silent as he gazed at the nearly lifeless Shawan. Shawan. The voice from the telephone bug continued to resonate. Sha's deep voice was abruptly interrupted. The Shawan you seek has already descended into the underworld. The voice on the other end fell into a prolonged silence upon hearing Fu Xiao's words. Just as Fu Xiao was about to hang up in frustration, a chilling voice emerged. Reinhardt. It seems you are familiar with me, leader of the Abyss. Fu Xiao exhaled, noticing that Shawan had completely passed away, and slowly replied. Another stretch of silence ensued, revealing that his identity had been unexpectedly unveiled. Your rapid rise in the North Sea makes it hard for me not to recognize you. After a moment, the leader of the Abyss finally broke his silence, his words tinged with a hint of disdain. Dawn had never encountered the leader of the reef, but merely speculated about it. He surmised that within the reef, members possessing the powers of devil fruits, much like Chavan, were exceedingly rare, let alone someone with the transparent fruit, an ability advantageous for assassination. Thus, he conjectured that Shavan's rank within the reef must be quite significant. Those capable of conversing directly with Chavan should at least be of the rank of leader or deputy. Chavan has always been one of your own. Dawn remarked with a smile, choosing not to delve into how Chavan managed to serve simultaneously as Malray's personal guard and a key member of the reef. Before the other party could respond, he continued with a chuckle, I never expected that the reef also undertakes babysitting duties. Release Chavan, and the reef shall not trouble you. The leader of the reef stated bluntly, you hold no direct conflict of interest with us, nor do we wish to waste time seeking trouble for ourselves. Upon hearing this, Dawn shook his head and sighed, why didn't you say so earlier? He glanced at Chavan, who lay motionless on the ground, then kicked him lightly. Observing that Shavan's body seemed stiff, I shattered his skull with a single punch. He is likely already beyond recovery. Enough, enough, enough. The leader of the reef appeared to be infuriated. The reason Chavan could not die was his possession of a devil fruit ability, with the transparent fruit. Many of the reef's operations could proceed smoothly. Should he perish, the businesses already established in the underworld of the North Sea might cease to exist. And the reef's high-end assassination operations would suffer a severe blow. Such immense stakes could hardly fail to incite his wrath. You may not comprehend what kind of entity the reef is in the underworld of the North Sea. Dawn replied with icy indifference, enough with the superfluous chatter. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Leave the items behind, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired. The leader of the reef had always sought the devil fruits stored within the office of Totok. Are you foolish, or am I? Dawn scoffed derisively, calling them an idiot before severing the connection. At dawn, Fu Xiao shook his head at the bewildered Fiona, then approached and opened the cabinet door. From within, he retrieved a weapon along with a list. This was the heavenly golden list of Quechuoc, and the weapon was one of the specially bestowed treasures. It was at that moment that Fiona made her way over. At dawn, a nod of acknowledgement was given as the list was unfurled. Dedicated to the most exalted Lord Kamael, the document bore the name of the celestial dragon, the golden variety from the heavens, its quantity, as well as the origin and designation of this weapon. Respect to Garo. At dawn, the weapon was caressed, the scabbard a deep, obsidian black. With a slow, deliberate motion, he unsheathed the blade, and an icy chill surged forth, causing Fiona nearby to shudder involuntarily. The blade measured approximately 1 meter in length, with a handle extending 20 centimeters. Inscribed upon it were the words Garo Chizuin, while the opposite side bore an imposing black dragon motif, exuding an air of dominance. He scrutinized it closely. Garo Chizuin was neither a saber nor a katana, but bore a striking resemblance to the Miao knife from a past life. The blade was elongated, with a subtle curve, allowing for both cleaving and thrusting. Unlike the traditional samurai swords of the pirate world, Garo Chizuin possessed only a slight curvature, resembling a straight blade more closely. The edge was remarkably sharp, and the proportion of the handle was significantly larger than that of a katana, with a thicker grip that rendered it considerably heavier. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the blade, he grasped the handle with his right hand and swung it gently through the air, producing a whispering whoosh. Upon hearing this sound, Fiona paused, sensing a deep and oppressive atmosphere embedded within the rush of air. The knife, in both shape and characteristics, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Miao knife he had wielded in a previous existence, lacking any discernible rank. The cold emanating from the blade alone sufficed to indicate its extraordinary quality. Even those unfamiliar with blades could discern the high level of craftsmanship that had gone into its forging. It appeared that Kreetok had truly invested heavily, willing to part with such a weapon. According to its provenance, Garo Chizuin was crafted by a mysterious blacksmith named Garo, whose identity remained largely unknown. Garo had existed since the early days of the Palkayan nation several decades ago, only to vanish mysteriously thereafter. At dawn, the blade known as Garo held tightly in the right hand danced gracefully, showcasing the exquisite balance of slashing and stabbing techniques. The Miao knife, embodying the characteristics of both a blade and a spear, can be wielded with either 1 or 2 hands. When used single-handedly, it offers remarkable agility and speed, while a two-handed grip delivers overwhelming power and explosive force. In combat, the wielder executes rapid, fluid strikes, seamlessly alternating between slashes and thrusts, dealing immense damage. Coupled with the formidable strength honed by Dawn amidst the ocean currents, wielding the knife with both hands allows for slashes that far exceed prior capabilities. This exemplifies the profound impact a masterful blade can have on a swordsman's prowess. With a flick of his left fingertip, Dawn sent forth a crisp, resonant sound from the blade, a testament to its exceptional hardness. He swung the blade twice in the air with one hand, unleashing a tempest within Totok's office. A roar like a raging tide. A cross-shaped slash surged toward the doorway, the crosswave, silver current, originally a technique of dual wielding. It had now transformed into a force far greater, thanks to Dawn's enhanced strength and the upgraded weapon. The crosswave, extending over 20 meters, cleaved the largest edifice in Totok's courtyard into 4 segments in an instant. The impact and sharpness of the strike erupted violently, enveloping the entire scene in a massive surge of cross energy, culminating in the building's thunderous collapse, with shockwaves sweeping across the estate. The aerial slash was ferocious indeed. The technique Dawn had just executed, the crosswave, silver current, was a variant of the aerial slash, albeit considerably weaker. Fiona was taken aback, sensing an invisible current swirling around as Dawn brandished a sword. This intangible force, while powerful, caused no damage within the office. It seemed to coalesce momentarily into a singular point, converging into the hard, sharp Garo. With a swift arc, the transparent cross energy burst forth. The palpable pressure Dawn emanated was reminiscent of their first encounter, an unshakable tension that lingered in her heart, akin to an apparition that once conceived, could not be dismissed. At that moment, Fiona felt a striking similarity between the aura of the Garo and her initial impressions of Dawn. Moreover, the commanding presence radiating from him was imbued with a fierce arrogance, a blend of 2 potent energies that coalesced into a unique spirit, eternally lingering in the air around them. Just then, an excited voice broke through the atmosphere. What a magnificent Garo! As Dawn pondered, he couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional quality of the renowned blade. It felt remarkably intuitive, as if the weapon comprehended his every thought even before they fully formed in his mind, gracefully responding to his will. Fiona observed the exuberant and somewhat comical expression on his face, which starkly contrasted with the haughty demeanor he had exhibited moments before. She found herself taken aback, pondering the enigma of this man. For reasons unknown, from the very first encounter, she felt an inexplicable trust towards Dawn. Yet the realization that she was merely Fiona's subordinate persona filled her with a sense of melancholy. If Dawn were to glimpse the thoughts swirling within her, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that a subordinate persona possessed awareness of its own existence. Was this a case of duality? Certainly not. For despite the myriad manifestations of a dual personality, they ultimately remain one individual. However, Fiona and Fiona each possessed their own distinct personalities, wisdom, and consciousness, leading entirely separate lives while sharing a single body. They were, in essence, 2 disparate beings with unique natures and paths. At dawn, Fu Xiao held the Miao knife with great affection, admiring the inscription on the blade, Garo Jizun. The characters were carved in a recessed style, seamlessly connecting with the horizontal groove at the upper edge of the blade, which extended in a straight line from the base of the hilt to the cutting edge. The opposite side of the blade bore a black motif, one that was all too familiar to him, a black Eastern dragon. He pondered whether this enigmatic craftsman named Garo had truly encountered such a creature, for it was rendered with remarkable lifelikeness. He was aware of the existence of Western dragons in the pirate world, yet he remained uncertain about the Eastern dragon, long. After handling the blade for a while, he sheathed it and took out the list from Quechuoque to continue his examination. After a considerable time, Fu Xiao finally grasped the reason behind Quechuoque's dedication of the knife to the celestial dragons. It appeared that Quechuoque sought to invite the celestial dragon Kamai heir to visit Pokaya, while also hoping to secure an invitation to the next world conference hosted by the world government. With over 200 member nations under the world government, invitations were extended to 50 monarchies every 4 years to attend the world conference held in the sacred Mariewa. This gathering primarily addressed issues of global security and order, including, but not limited to, piracy, such as the subsequent discussions on combating the increasingly powerful revolutionary army. As a member nation of the world government, Pokaya had never received an invitation, making Quechuoque's aspirations understandable. Should he ascend to the throne and be invited to the world conference, his position as king would be solidified, and he could express his loyalty to the celestial dragons, thus reaping even greater benefits. Upon reaching this realization, Fu Xiao recalled that the list seemed to lack any mention of the devil fruits, casting a puzzled glance at Fiona behind him. What is it? Fiona asked, noticing Fu Xiao's gaze sweeping through the office. Where are the devil fruits you mentioned? Fu Xiao observed the spaciousness of Quechuoque's private office. Having searched for quite some time without success, Fiona approached, taking the list in her hands for a thorough examination. After pondering for a moment, she returned to the cabinet and opened it. She knocked on one side of the cabinet with her fingers. After a brief contemplation, she tapped another side, producing a sound markedly different from the first, much hollower. Such a sound could only emanate from a solid material. Fu Xiao, having discerned the difference, swiftly approached the cabinet, striking the surface with the hilt of his knife. A louder impact resonated, and soon he discovered a button hidden within the cabinet. Upon pressing it gently, the cabinet opened to reveal a small compartment containing a golden box, standing 30 centimeters tall. At dawn, a box was opened, revealing a fruit that was considerably larger than a pineapple, resembling a gigantic white pear. This was the devil fruit. As Dawn gazed at the white fruit within the box, he could not suppress his excitement. It was his first time encountering a devil fruit up close. The The surface of the white devil fruit bore undulating patterns. And within the depths of these designs, slender, elongated motifs could be faintly discerned, reminiscent of pointers. Do you know what type of devil fruit this is? Dawn could not help but ask Fiona, hoping she had perused a compendium of devil fruits. However, Fiona's response, as anticipated, left him feeling disheartened. I don't know. Why not eat it and find out? She replied innocently, gazing at Dawn. At Dawn, there lingered a sense of indecision. For what he most desired were the natural-type devil fruits, the mythical Zoan varieties, and those particularly bizarre and powerful paramecia devil fruits that had been squandered by minor characters in the original tale. Securing any one of these extraordinary fruits would significantly bolster his ambitions of dominating the North Sea. However, he found himself unable to discern which category of devil fruit lay before him. Should he inadvertently consume a common domesticated bird from the animal type, it would be better for him to perish, as the boss of Reinhardt's workshop could not afford such a blunder. Are you afraid that if you eat it, you might become a landlubber and lose your ability to swim? Fiona inexplicably inquired, prompting a chuckle from Dawn. I fear that this fruit might be too absurd. Given that it was presented to the celestial dragons by that old fellow Totok, it should not be too inferior, Fiona observed. At dawn, Fu Xiao momentarily froze, suddenly recalling that this was a gift prepared by Quechuac for the celestial dragons. In addition to the renowned sword, Galochi Zun, there was this devil fruit. Damn it. I'll take a gamble. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Fu Xiao seized the devil fruit from the box, and without the slightest hesitation, took a bite. The moment he did, however, he felt as if he had endured the most excruciating 2 to 3 seconds of his 2 lifetimes. The process of consuming the fruit seemed agonizingly elongated, those 2 to 3 interminable seconds overwhelming him with tears, while an irresistible urge surged within him, prompting a furious wail directed toward the heavens. Following that, a series of gurgling sounds emanated from his throat, and the entire mansion reverberated with a thunderous cry. The devil fruit was, without a doubt, horrendously vile. At dawn, a visage marred by anguish emerged, as he consumed a small portion of the fruit, only to promptly discard the remnants. Before he could catch his breath, a sudden tremor coursed through his being. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of a resounding clang emanating from within his core, and as his middle finger struck his thumb, it felt as though his consciousness surged forth from the depths of the ocean, experiencing an overwhelming illusion of liberation from suppressed emotions. In that moment of realization, a deep, commanding voice escaped his lips. Command, sound the bell. Instantly, a clear signal resonated within his mind. This was an instinctual response triggered by the devil fruit's feedback into his body. In a mere blink, he had completely assimilated this information, becoming wholly cognizant of the devil fruit's essence. The power he had awakened felt as familiar as if it had been woven into the very fabric of his existence. Once the sound of the snap concluded, a profound transformation overtook his eyes. Within their inky depths, a vortex of distortion emerged, followed by a flurry of swirling pointers. These pointers spun with fervor, as if flames were igniting from friction, dazzling like meteors streaking across the night sky. Upon hearing the snap, Fiona instinctively turned her gaze towards him. Locking eyes, she was struck by the remarkable change within his gaze, which glimmered with the brilliance of countless meteors soaring through the pitch-black cosmos. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented sensation blossomed within her heart, akin to the awe and distance felt upon witnessing a shooting star for the very first time. It was as though the entirety of the celestial sphere had been poured into the depths of this man's eyes. At dawn, he stood there in a daze, acutely aware that the changes occurring in his eyes and body were entirely due to the consumption of the devil fruit moments ago. It felt as though an eternity had passed when the hands in his eyes began to gradually diminish, their rotating speed slowing until they nearly came to a halt, ultimately reducing to a single hand in each eye, poised at a fixed position. The hand in his left eye was considerably shorter than that in his right, with the area around it transforming into a disc shape. The clock face was cleared, and the hands returned to their rightful places. He had now acquired the ability to develop. With a slow exhale, he recognized the evident powers of the devil fruit. Thus, he attempted to harness its capabilities. And the 2 hands within his eyes began to rotate slowly once more, gradually accelerating in speed. After a brief interval, the hands in his eyes decelerated. The shorter hand on the left came to rest at the 11 o'clock position, while the longer hand on the right settled at 1 o'clock. 11 o'clock and 5 minutes at night. Command, hypnosis. The sound reverberated, and with a glance at Fiona before him, she instantly felt a jolt to her senses, a sudden heaviness enveloping her mind, and in the next moment, she succumbed to slumber. At dawn, Fu Xiao observed Fiona's gradually vacant gaze, as she fell under the peculiar influence of the directive known as hypnosis, succumbing to its coercive enchantment. Is this the power of the clock fruit? At dawn, there was a profound astonishment. The clock fruit possessed the extraordinary ability of hypnosis, a feature seemingly absent in the original narrative. It is a paramecia-type devil fruit. The clock fruit, embodying the essence of time itself. At dawn, the word clock incessantly echoed in his mind, as he sought to uncover the breakthrough in the development of fruit abilities. After much contemplation and several experimental attempts utilizing fruit capabilities, he found that Aside from the instruction of hypnosis, all other endeavors concluded in failure. It became evident that the power of the clock fruit did not pertain to the control of time, nor to the acceleration or deceleration of time. Based on the recent observation of the clock hands rotating and ultimately halting at 11 o'clock and 5 minutes, it seemed that the corresponding ability was derived from the direction indicated by the hands. Thus, the emergence of the hypnosis ability was intrinsically linked to the time of 11 o'clock and 5 minutes at night, suggesting that the indicated position could facilitate the development of abilities corresponding to that specific time frame. 11 o'clock and 5 minutes at night is indeed the optimal hour for slumber, which led him to subconsciously cultivate this ability. But what of the daytime? What abilities could be developed then? The three keywords clock, hands, day and night repeated in his mind. And he understood that these words represented significant directions for the future development of the clock fruit abilities. Clock, 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 he kept repeating in his mind, suddenly recalling the diverse types of clocks from his past life, particularly one known as the astronomical clock of Prague. This medieval astronomical clock, a renowned tourist attraction in the capital of the Czech Republic, was something he had witnessed firsthand during a martial arts exchange with his teacher. He vividly remembered the towering clock adorned with rotating hands, 12 apostles, an astronomical dial, and a calendar dial. At this moment, a sense of clarity washed over him regarding the future direction for developing fruit abilities. The astronomical clock of Prague would serve as a reference for future fruit development. The clock fruit, despite its limitations in this world and era, held immense potential in his hands, as his soul hailed from the 21st century Earth, thus liberating him from the constraints of conventional clock designs. This fruit, if consumed by anyone else, would fail to exhibit its true powers, yet in the hands of Dawn, it could unlock a myriad of abilities within the realm of the clock hands. Fruit development, in essence, means expanding the imagination based on the fruit's name, discarding scientific rigor and logical constraints, focusing instead on what could be conceived and its relation to the consumed fruit. For instance, the Machi Machi no Mi of Bartholomew Kuma can not only repel all attacks, but also compress air into shockwaves and expel the damage inflicted upon the body. Similarly, Doflamingo's abilities allow him to bind clouds with strings to facilitate high-speed flight. Thus, Dawn firmly established the direction for development, utilizing the rotation of the clock hands to ascertain points of reference for cultivating day and night abilities. The recent emergence of the instruction, hypnosis capability, reinforced the validity of this conjecture. Suddenly, Dawn recalled the subconscious invocation of the instruction, ringing the clock, which seemed not to be an ability applicable externally. Upon further experimentation, he found it bizarre that there was no response, as if the ability to ring the clock had never existed. Faced with this perplexing situation, he pondered for a moment before dismissing it from his thoughts. He then noticed Fiona before him still in a state of slumber, prompting him to snap his fingers, thereby fully releasing the hypnosis command. The golden-haired girl, Reinhardt, awakened and, upon seeing Dawn, gasped in astonishment. As she surveyed her surroundings, comprehension dawned upon her, without needing to inquire. She understood it was Fiona's doing. She had grown accustomed to her antics over the years. "You're awake," Dawn softly remarked, and in that moment, he discerned from the shift in her gaze that it was indeed Fiona. "What is this place?" Fiona asked, a hint of worry in her tone as she hurriedly scanned the area. "The private office of Totok," Dawn replied absent-mindedly while fiddling with a weapon, his mind still preoccupied with the development of clock fruit abilities. Fiona appeared astonished, as if she had awakened from a 3-day slumber, her memories lingering at the moment of recuperation in the manor. "What happened to Uncle Totok?" she inquired. "He's dead," Dawn replied, shaking his head as he approached the door. Noticing the dazed expression on her face, he turned and asked, "Are we not leaving?" "Oh, right, coming," Fiona responded, utterly bewildered. She could hardly fathom the multitude of events that had transpired during her brief slumber. "Do you know why she appeared?" Dawn suddenly asked. Fiona paused, seemingly puzzled by his question, but then realization struck her, and she understood what he was inquiring about. She gently shook her head. "As far back as I can remember, she has always existed. Whenever I was gravely injured, I knew it was her emergence." At dawn, after a moment of contemplation, it appeared that she was utterly unaware of everything. Recently, her presence had become increasingly frequent. Fiona spoke once more, which momentarily startled Dawn. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Do you know the cause of your mother's death?" Previously, she had heard from Totok that Fiona's mother was executed by the king himself. Perhaps this was related to the matter at hand. Fiona's body trembled, and tears began to flow silently from her eyes. Her gaze became vacant as she muttered, "I do not know." It seemed she had no recollection of past events, and an overwhelming sadness enveloped her, causing her heart immense distress. Observing Fiona's sorrowful expression, Dawn shook her head, refraining from further inquiries. However, she speculated that Fiona's memory might be compromised, possibly due to the trauma of her mother's death, leading to symptoms of a fractured personality. Upon leaving Totok's residence, Dawn parted at dawn. There was a sense of astonishment. Previously, Clovis had endured significant injuries, yet such peril had never arisen. Thus, the Dawn sought to detain the departing physician once more, inquiring, "What is the situation?" The doctor sighed, seemingly resigned, and replied, "We too hope for a different outcome. Should His Highness perish, the king will ensure our demise follows suit." With that, the doctor hastily entered the estate. Within the estate, several ministers trembled as they knelt on the ground, one of whom was Baron. The old king sat slumped in a grand armchair before them, appearing as though he had aged a decade in an instant. He could hardly fathom that Clovis had sustained such grievous wounds. "Listen closely. If the prince cannot be saved, all of you shall face execution." Malriat coldly surveyed the prostrate ministers. "Your Majesty," as Dawn entered, she cast a glance around the chamber and bowed towards Malriat's armrest. She had never been one to kneel, even before royalty. "Reinhardt Malriat," he exclaimed, visibly startled upon seeing her, and continued, "You have come to heal my son. Have you not?" It seemed he placed his hopes in the presence of Dawn. At dawn, Fu Xiao remarked, "Your Majesty, I am not a physician. How could I possibly diagnose ailments or save lives?" Ma Erlai exhaled deeply, yet his gaze remained turbulent as he regarded Fu Xiao, his tone swiftly turning frigid. "Then what brings you here?" "After all, I am the prince's swordsmanship instructor, here to assess his injuries." Fu Xiao disowned the king's frosty demeanor. Yet he remained indifferent to the king's attitude, and even less concerned about Prince Clovis' condition. His sole focus was to find an opportune moment to seize control of the entire Pokaya kingdom. The king grunted in silence. The nearby guards trembled, and after a while, several physicians emerged, slightly breathless, and knelt before the king. "Your Majesty, the prince is afflicted with a chronic poison identical to yours. Normally, this toxin manifests slowly, but the prince has sustained multiple wounds, leading to an infection that poses a lethal threat." "Continue," Ma Erlai urged, lifting his eyelids to glance at the doctor, who trembled in fear, apprehensive that the capricious old king might condemn him to death. "The prince's injuries are too deep, resulting in the infection," the doctor stammered. "Just give me the conclusion," Ma Erlai bellowed, seemingly venting his pent-up frustration. The physician, quaking with trepidation, replied, "If he can endure for 3 days, allowing the wounds to heal somewhat, the toxicity will diminish, and there will be hope for salvation. Then for these 3 days, you shall remain here day and night. If the prince dies, you shall not live." Ma Erlai's piercing gaze swept over the surroundings before resting on Fu Xiao. "Lionheart, do you have anything else to say?" Don shook his head, yet the king bellowed at him. "Then why do you not leave at once?" The throng of kneeling subjects trembled in response, and Baron gazed in astonishment at both the elderly monarch and Dawn. "Your Majesty, it is time for you to rest," Dawn stated, standing his ground, his gaze fixed coldly upon Marley, devoid of any emotion, accompanying his frigid tone. A chilling aura of lethal intent began to permeate the grand hall. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers burst in from outside the palace, attempting to seize Dawn under the king's command. "Capture him." Marley's abrupt change in demeanor was startlingly swift. At dawn, the hand of Dawn suddenly grasped the hilt of his sword, and with an abrupt turn of his head, his icy gaze swept over the group of soldiers. They trembled, halting their steps at once. All soldiers who had experienced the Kurtok rebellion were acutely aware of Dawn's formidable strength and ruthless disposition, especially under the influence of such a chilling stare, as if their bodies were paralyzed by an overwhelming aura, rendering them incapable of movement. "Your Majesty, do you intend to kill me?" Dawn stepped forward, his question devoid of warmth, and the atmosphere seemed to quiver in response. Inside Marriott, a suffocating pressure enveloped him as he met Dawn's increasingly fierce gaze. He continued to bellow at the soldiers, "Why do you not seize him at once?" In that fleeting moment, the Gorochi Zune at Dawn's left waist was unsheathed, releasing a translucent brilliance that illuminated the hall. A sharp strike surged forth, directed at Marriott. Though the strike was not massive, its power far exceeded that of previous attacks, a testament to the strength bestowed by the famed sword Gorochi Zune. Boom. The strike whizzed past Marriott, colliding forcefully with the wall behind, creating a gaping hole exceeding 3 meters. "Your Majesty, do you still wish to kill me?" Dawn coolly inquired, reversing his grip on the blade. Marriott trembled in fear, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm, as the recent scene felt like a tempest crashing upon him. "You possess great audacity," Marriott stammered, his words faltering, seemingly uttered in a desperate attempt to uphold his dignity as king. "Is this how your Majesty treats a savior?" Marriott fell silent, then waved his trembling hand, dismissing the soldiers. At that moment, Baron, kneeling on the ground, felt an ominous premonition. The young Reinhardt was slipping beyond control, and perhaps Feiduin's long-standing concerns were on the verge of realization. "Do you still remember the promise your Majesty made?" Dawn spoke once more, sheathing his sword. Marriott's body shook slightly as he resignedly nodded. "I remember. Very well, I shall await your Majesty's reward." With that, Dawn turned and departed. For the time had finally come to enact his long-held plans. No matter the cost, he was resolute in his pursuit of Polkaya. For this was the first step in his ambition to become the sovereign of the Northern Sea statecraft. Upon returning that day, Dawn immediately contacted Kittila at the Northern Sea branch of the World Economic Journal, recounting the entire sequence of events surrounding the Polkaya Kurtok rebellion and sharing his speculations about the reefs. He requested her to refine the news and disseminate it through the journal's platform, though the Polkaya news agency was still under the control of the nobility. This time he did not resort to coercive threats against editor Tsushi. Moreover, The influence of the Polkaya news was rather limited, with the Northern Sea branch's channels. Other news agencies would have little choice but to follow suit. After all, the substantial bribes he had given to the editor of the Northern Sea branch could not go to waste. The newspaper was the lifeblood of public opinion and must be utilized effectively. That evening, under Kittela's vivid narration, the detailed account of the Polkaya rebellion and the intervention of the reefs was published. Although it did not create a significant stir across the Northern Sea, it caused an uproar within Polkaya. Some astute individuals had already recognized Kurtok's grasp on the kingdom's power, yet few anticipated the final military rebellion, much less its subsequent failure. Many were left astonished, especially as the article highlighted the pivotal figure who thwarted the rebellion, none other than Reinhardt. The people of Polkaya were well aware of the hero who had led the commoners' revolt, liberating them from the annual tributes of gold, the illustrious Reinhardt Don Polkin. In that moment, Don's reputation soared to unparalleled heights within Polkaya. As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the coastal breeze of late may still carried a hint of chill. The moonlight cascaded upon the sea's surface, casting immense shadows. At dawn, all members of the Reinhardt Working Society gathered, including the probationary members Adi, Demo, and Demi, to discuss their next course of action. After a short while, everyone convened in the conference room. Just then, a figure emerged from the office. "I wish to speak with you," said Fiona, a strikingly beautiful princess rarely seen in public. As she stood calmly at the doorway, gazing at Dawn, Brat furrowed his brow. He was well acquainted with the princess's exquisite appearance. He approached Dawn and remarked, "Brother, everyone has arrived." At Dawn, he nodded slightly and cast a glance at Fiona. "Let me finish my meeting first," he stated. "No," Fiona replied, shaking her head. What could be so urgent? He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the necessity of their discussion. "It is of utmost importance, as it pertains to your quest to seize Polkaya." At dawn, a moment of surprise overtook Fu Xiao as Bladder instinctively drew the knife from his waist. "Bladder, wait." Fu Xiao halted Bladder's movement, casting a glance towards Fiona. "This is not something you should disclose to me." Fiona's icy countenance remained unperturbed, and she seemed to emit a soft hum. "Your intentions are likely known to most within the palace by now. That old wretch must dream of your demise, does he not? If Clovis were to suffer a fatal injury, it would serve your interest remarkably well." She appeared to possess an all-encompassing awareness of the situation. Dawn remained silent. Yet she continued, "I can assist you in seizing this nation." This statement left Dawn utterly astonished, for she was indeed the princess of Polkaya. At dawn, the subtle gesture from Dawn urged Bladder to close the office door firmly, and subsequently invited Fiona to take a seat. "Bladder, you may go ahead," Dawn instructed. Bladder nodded in acknowledgement and exited the office. At that moment, Dawn regarded Fiona's serene countenance and inquired with curiosity, "Why do it this way? You must be quite perplexed about the nature of my relationship with Fiona, am I not mistaken?" Fiona refrained from providing a direct response. At dawn, he pondered, suggesting that she possessed an independent personality, indicating it was likely not a mere symptom of dissociative identity disorder. "In truth, I am a user of the fruit of results." Fiona's revelation left him utterly astonished. It was no wonder she exhibited no interest in the clock fruit. A superhuman twin fruit? He stood up in shock, bewildered. Was there truly such a fruit with a dual soul in the world of pirates? Though he had not heard of it, he was hesitant to assert its non-existence. Fiona, too, seemed taken aback, murmuring the term twin fruit repeatedly. "What a lovely name it is, twin souls. From the moment my mother conceived me, my soul made its appearance." Her words deepened his confusion. If Fiona and Fiona manifested distinct personalities while still in the fetal state, how could the fruit be consumed? "I believe you can surmise. It was my mother who consumed the twin fruit before giving birth to Fiona. My personality has always existed since birth, merely lying dormant within Fiona's mind." Fiona's continuous revelations left him in profound shock. The implications regarding the soul rendered him somewhat dazed. He had never anticipated that Fiona's mother had ingested a devil fruit during her pregnancy, and due to the nature of the twin fruit, it consequently awakened another soul within Fiona. This tale seemed utterly fantastical, yet the world of pirates was inherently absurd and bizarre, where any unimaginable event could transpire. Upon grasping this, he regained his composure. "Truly remarkable," he could not help but exclaim after a lengthy pause. "A singular entity with dual souls, each possessing its own personality and intellect, akin to opposing twins. Fiona and Fiona's temperaments mirrored the characteristics of twins, one cold and ruthless like ice, the other warm and benevolent like fire." Observing the dazed expression on his face, Fiona continued, "No one knows of this, which is why they treat me as a monster. Especially that old fellow," she added, her voice chilling. "Have you ever communicated with her?" he inquired. Fiona shook her head. "We are aware of each other's existence, yet we are currently unable to converse. She has always believed a demon resided within her, resisting the truth of it all." At dawn, it was initially believed that the complexities between Fiona and Fiona were not merely symptoms of a simple personality disorder. However, it was not anticipated that their mother's consumption of the twin fruit during pregnancy would be the cause. It is commonly understood that only the first individual to consume a devil fruit acquires its corresponding abilities. There has never been any mention of a pregnant individual ingesting it. resulting in the abilities being inherited by the fetus. The notion that only the first to consume a devil fruit would gain its powers lingered in Dawn's mind. And despite being a reincarnated soul who had experienced the absurdity of spiritual rebirth, she found it difficult to accept a violation of the established rules surrounding devil fruits. Then, Fiona uttered words that left Dawn in a state of turmoil for an extended period. It was because their mother had already passed away when she consumed the devil fruit. A sudden realization struck. At dawn, he abruptly rose from his chair, gazing incredulously at Fiona, grappling with a truth so cruel it was akin to an unbearable sorrow of life itself. "How do you know these things?" he inquired, for as a mere fetus, it was inconceivable that she could possess such knowledge. Was she then deceiving him? "It was revealed to me by the former captain of the Royal Guard of Palcaria, Lager." Fiona divulged yet another secret. The name Lager resonated with familiarity, yet he could not quite place it. Lager was none other than the chief guardian of his late mother, who had met a gruesome fate a decade ago, hanged at the city gates and subjected to a fiery execution. Suddenly, a memory surged forth. He recalled an old newspaper detailing Lager's treachery in his failed assassination attempt on the king, which ultimately led to his execution at the hands of Marley. "My full name is Fiona of Palcaria," she spoke with a serene tone as she recounted the events of that time. "That man was a traitor, a scourge upon the kingdom." As her emotions began to rise, her eyes sparkled with a cold, vengeful light. "I shall aid you in reclaiming this nation. You shall help me restore the former glory of Palcaria." It was only then that he learned the name of the country, Palcaria, a history shrouded in obscurity until Fiona's revelation. "What assistance can you offer me?" He could not help but ask. Fiona fixed her gaze upon him resolutely. "I will help you to legitimately seize the highest throne of this land. Are you willing to so easily relinquish your own nation?" He remained skeptical, despite Fiona's unassuming demeanor as a woman, devoid of any overt ambition for power. "Your own nation?" Fiona's lips curled into a rare, cold smile. "Look outside at those citizens. How many remember Palcaria? Who recalls that this nation was founded over 60 years ago by King Mites of Palcaria? They have long since forgotten. Do you truly believe this country still belongs to me?" At Dawn's silence, Fiona's heart was laden with profound resentment, a sentiment that largely contributed to her disposition. After all, such experiences were undeniably harsh for a mere 16-year-old girl. "Clovis is your brother. Do you truly not care for his life or death?" She reflected. "I have but one brother, and he has never been Clovis." In the wake of our mother's demise, no one emerged unscathed, not even the subjects and nobles of Palcaria. She reminded herself repeatedly. What was she to do? The her to which Dawn alluded was, of course, the primary persona of Fiona, who remained oblivious to the entirety of these events. "Do you care for her?" Fiona paused momentarily, then replied in a subdued tone. At dawn, observing the expression of the young maiden, it became apparent to her that Fiona seemed indifferent to her own feelings. With a slight shake of her head, she resigned herself to the fact that this matter lay between them, deeming it unnecessary to inquire further. The two engaged in extensive discourse, ultimately reaching a preliminary agreement. The brother Fiona alluded to was not Clovery, but rather a boy born to her mother many years ago, who had subsequently been sent to a distant nation in the east by Raigel. One of the stipulations of their accord was that upon the eventual conquest of the Palcaria kingdom, she must assist in retrieving her long-lost brother. The rationale behind Raigel's decision to send Fiona's brother away was straightforward. At that time, Palcaria already had a prince, Clovery. The emergence of another prince could have led to dire consequences, potentially resulting in the quiet demise of the new prince. To protect him, Raigel discreetly arranged for the young royal to be sent away. Regarding Fiona's intention to journey to the east in search of him, Dawn concurred, recognizing that securing complete control over Palcaria was of paramount importance. With Fiona's assistance, managing the noble ministers within the palace would be considerably more straightforward. After a brief discussion of certain details, Dawn instructed Fiona to remain vigilant regarding all affairs within the court, emphasizing that she must inform him of any disturbances, no matter how minor. Once Fiona departed, Dawn made her way to the conference room, where Blatt and the others had been waiting for quite some time. "Anubai, how goes the arms trade with Malin?" Dawn inquired, having been preoccupied with court matters and unable to attend to these issues recently. Anubai replied, "The first batch of 500 flintlock firearms and 500 swords and spears has been successfully delivered and is securely stored in the underground warehouse of the factory." At dawn, the individual nodded and inquired about the current status of the armed squad's daily training. "It has been ongoing, yet the progress is rather modest," Runching replied. This was anticipated by Dawn. Earlier, a 20-member armed escort team composed of civilians had suffered casualties during their skirmish with the Aubrey pirates. Although they had replenished their ranks back to 20, the recruits possessed ordinary talents, making substantial improvement within a short span of time quite challenging. However, this was not a matter to be resolved overnight. Ultimately, the escort team would rely on the advantage of superior weaponry in combat. Thus, he planned to procure a batch of quality arms from Mylan. "Continue negotiations with Mylan. I require 3,000 flintlock muskets along with a considerable supply of blades. Additionally, I will make a special request for 10 cannons, 20 flintlock sniper rifles, and 50 triple-barreled pistols. This arsenal was intended for future dealings with Dorag." The prior agreement with Dorag entailed a 10% stake in the factory in exchange for a natural-type devil fruit. Yet it was evident that the revolutionary Dorag possessed more than mere devil fruits. What truly captivated Dawn was Dorag's Dragon Claw technique and the intelligence channels of the revolutionary army. The Dragon Claw is an exceptionally formidable martial art that can refine the fingers into steel-like precision. Mastering the Dragon Claw would significantly enhance Dawn's combat prowess, especially since he had a solid foundation in martial arts, making him particularly suited to learn this technique. As for the intelligence channels, they were equally essential to Dawn. Being a formidable force that had operated for many years in the original narrative, they undoubtedly possessed a unique and clandestine system for acquiring information. What about the funding? Anyabai queried, somewhat puzzled, for the sheer quantity of arms required a considerable sum. Given the current profitability of the working society, it seemed unlikely they could procure such a large amount at this time. Runching, what is the financial status of the working society at present? Dawn directed his question towards Runching. This batch of arms would require at least 1 billion berries, yet with the current profitability of the distillery, it would take a minimum of 2.5 months to gather the necessary funds. Runching shrugged and lamented. This month's profit from the distillery is 400 million berries, yet all of it has been invested in the expansion of the factory, along with previous debts and various expenditures, which have already been exhausted. Then let us prioritize this matter for now and seek an opportunity to negotiate installment payments with Milan, Dawn suggested. He then elaborated on the concept of installment payments. Once there were no objections from the group, they proceeded to the next topic of discussion. At dawn, the system began to comprehensively assess the recent production status of the factory, as well as the reports of pirates in the nearby waters. Subsequently, communications were established with Jierma, Milan, and Abayo. Following this, inquiries were made regarding the operational conditions of the seaside tavern. Eventually, the meeting concluded, leaving only Luanqian, Bladder, and Dawn in attendance. Let us discuss the matter I previously mentioned. Dawn initiated the conversation. Bladder paused momentarily. Are we referring to the prospect of joining the Navy? Dawn nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, it is preferable that as few people as possible are aware of such matters. Among the members of our organization, only the 3 of us are most suited for this task. We must prepare in advance. It is imperative to have our own people within the Navy. Thus, one of us 3 must infiltrate the Navy to undertake an undercover mission. Undercover? Luanqian paused momentarily, taken aback. It entails espionage, concealing oneself within the Navy to gather intelligence, uncover secrets, and engage in activities that would benefit the Reinhardt Society by subverting their operations. After Dawn's thorough explanation, the 2 began to grasp the true nature of an undercover mission. This constituted a crucial element of their future strategy, necessitating the involvement of the most trusted individual. Brother, Luanqian spoke. You are the leader of the society, overseeing everything. Your absence would be detrimental. Bladder serves as the town security officer, responsible for maintaining law and order in the area. Neither of you can undertake this mission, leaving me as the most suitable candidate. Gazing into Dawn's eyes, Luanqian understood that she intended for him to proceed, for he was indeed the most fitting choice, his reputation untarnished and his public appearances infrequent. As Dawn nodded thoughtfully, he expressed his intentions, stating, indeed, that is my plan. However, I never impose my will upon others. If you are reluctant to participate, I shall seek someone else to undertake this task. Yet, I believe I should take it upon myself, for it is prudent that such matters are handled by one of our own, minimizing the risk of exposure. He understood that while he managed the daily operations and finances of the working society's factory, there would inevitably come a time when someone more specialized would take his place. If he could not discern his role within this team, he would find himself in an awkward position. Consider carefully, once the undercover operation commences, it cannot be halted midway. Upon hearing this, Lunton fell into a contemplative silence, acutely aware that this undercover mission was not one that could be concluded swiftly. Once he entered the naval realm, it could very well become a lifelong commitment. I have no desire to entrust this mission to someone of wavering resolve. Dawn gazed steadily at Lunton. The naval undercover plan had long been conceived in his mind. Previously, due to various conditions being immature, familial influence, and the lack of an opportune moment to seamlessly integrate into the Navy, he had been unable to proceed. Therefore, when he heard from Alma about the recruitment of new soldiers at the Kadin Naval Base, he recognized the opportunity had finally arrived. Lunton, a native of Bell Tower Village in the southern region of Pokaya, had lost his parents to pirates. With his untainted background and a lack of involvement in the darker dealings of the Reinhardt Working Society, where he merely oversaw the brewery's operations and finances, along with training a 20-man armed escort, his activities were entirely unremarkable. Even if the Navy were to suspect Lunton, there would be ample justification for his presence, as Dawn had employed numerous locals in the brewery and the Wine Connoisseur Society. Even if the Navy were aware of Lunton's participation in the civilian uprising in Pokaya, it would not directly implicate him. At the time of joining the Navy, Lunton was not a pirate, thus the Navy would not necessarily make the connection. Most crucially, Lunton's entry into the Navy followed the most legitimate procedure, commencing as a recruit. The only potential for exposure lay with Colonel Ulma, who was aware of the relationship between them and Lunton's affiliation with the Reinhardt Working Society. However, this was not an immediate concern, as he still presented himself as a businessman rather than a pirate. Although Alma would remain vigilant, it would not be with the heightened wariness reserved for pirates. At that moment, Don recalled Virgo from the Doflamingo family. According to the original timeline, he had already been in the Navy for 2 years, having taken 15 years to ascend to the rank of base commander at the G5 branch and a vice admiral. Yet, he had exposed himself easily, solely due to the folly of one individual, Law. The naive misunderstanding of what it truly means to be undercover and what constitutes a spy was evident. This mission could potentially accompany one for a lifetime, not merely for 3 years or 3 years again. Have you truly contemplated this? Before Lunton could respond, Don interjected, leaving Lunton momentarily stunned, followed by a prolonged silence. A lifetime, how exceedingly long it is. Brother, my fate has always been yours, Lunton attempted to articulate, but was swiftly interrupted. At dawn, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. Silence. Both Bladder and Luanxian were momentarily taken aback, their hearts trembling as they sensed the oppressive aura emanating from me. Throughout our years of acquaintance, I had never spoken to them with such chilling intensity. The once humorous and candid Reinhardt seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, devoid of the carefree warmth that once characterized our interactions. I saved you not for this reason, but because I regard you as a true friend, I spoke slowly, my tone softening considerably. I understand, brother, Luanxian replied in a hushed voice. Despite having known each other for so many years and having heard countless praises from me, he was profoundly moved by my sincere words at that moment. It was a feeling of being recognized and valued. Although the future remains unpredictable, I must eliminate any potential factors that could undermine the operations of the Reinhardt Work Society. Our dreams and aspirations require an unwavering and obsessive determination to become realizable. What we aspire to achieve in the future is not a mere game, nor can it be approached with a casual attitude of doing as we please. You must contemplate carefully. Once you decide to pursue something, you must commit to it steadfastly. I do not wish for a day to come when you might regret your choices. As Don spoke, there was no urgency, only a serene anticipation for our Incan to process the information. After a considerable pause, our Incan finally lifted his head and resolutely declared, Brother, I have made my decision. Tell me your final answer. Don gently tapped the table, prepared to accept whatever outcome arose. For one of the tenets of the Reinhardt Work Society was to never compel its members to undertake tasks against their will. Initially, he had hesitated in establishing this rule, fearing that it might hinder the execution of vital plans due to a lack of willing participants, thereby stifling the society's growth. However, upon reflection, he ultimately resolved to adopt this principle. Firstly, because the membership of the Reinhardt Work Society would always remain sparse, and entry required the consensus of all members. Secondly, he wished to govern the society without resorting to coercion, as such an approach could extinguish the inherent creativity of its members. With a limited number of participants, he believed he could influence their actions through his personal charisma. Thirdly, the most formidable cohesion within a team arises when each individual genuinely dedicates themselves to the collective, willing to sacrifice for its greater good, thus forming the strongest of alliances. In larger groups, authority and regulations might be necessary to maintain balance, but in smaller assemblies, personal magnetism and shared ideals are paramount. This is precisely why Dorag placed such significant importance on Don. He not only perceived the kingly qualities within him, but also recognized his profound charisma, coupled with their shared vision. Although Don hesitated to acknowledge it as a reincarnated being, his ultimate ambition was to contend against the turbulent currents of the era, and yet every action he undertook subtly aligned with the revolutionary mindset. I wish to join the Navy, our Incan finally responded. At this, Don exhaled in relief, for he had feared our Incan would decline. At that moment, no one could have been more suitable. Our Incan possessed remarkable intelligence, unwavering determination, and thoroughness in his endeavors. After years of being in Don's company, influenced by his thoughts and behaviors, even if our Incan were to venture forth alone, he would undoubtedly not remain an ordinary figure. Although his current strength was relatively modest, he had solidified a robust foundation in physical techniques over the past 5 years. Should he undergo training in the Navy, his abilities would surely escalate swiftly. If he were afforded the opportunity to be recommended for Naval Academy studies, it would not only accelerate our Incan's development, but also yield significant benefits for Don in the present, specifically the 6 forms of the Navy. Furthermore, in the not-too-distant future, Don had prepared a grand gift for him. Perhaps in a few years, our Incan's rank within the Navy would soar dramatically. After you join the Navy, pursue every avenue to enhance your strength and rank. I shall assist you discreetly. At dawn, Fu Shao nodded and said, Understood, brother. Once you enter the Navy, everything relies on oneself. Fu Shao offered this counsel, and Luanxian comprehended it with a response. Nevertheless, he was merely a 17-year-old country lad, filled with anxiety and untrained, inevitably lacking in confidence. However, by considering himself a member of the Navy, he would no longer harbor such sentiments. As Dawn approached, she gazed at him and continued. Let us refrain from contact unless it is absolutely necessary or of significant importance. In the early stages in the North Sea, I will devise a strategy to assist you in capturing more pirates. Seize every opportunity for advancement. The higher your rank, the broader the spectrum of information you will encounter. However, Blatt chuckled, saying, Brother, our Incan must ultimately stand on his own. Speaking too much may inadvertently impose undue pressure on him. As dawn broke, Fu Xiao realized the truth in Bladder's words. Being overly tense was counterproductive. Thus, he softened his tone and chuckled. Once you join the Navy, you are a part of it. Forget everything about the Reinhardt Work Society. From this moment on, you are a sailor. Luanqin nodded, affirming, I am a sailor. Observing Luanqin's serious demeanor, both Bladder and Fu Xiao erupted into laughter, which soon drew Luanqin into hearty mirth as well. Remember, you are no longer a member of the Reinhardt Work Society. You are a sailor. The path ahead is long, perhaps so long that you may completely forget your original mission. I will also remove your name from the Society's roster. You have but 2 tasks: to remain undercover without revealing your identity, and to ascend by any means necessary. Luanqin understood that Fu Xiao's decision to erase his name from the list was for his protection, as well as to eliminate any ties to the Society. He nodded in agreement. Brother, I understand. At dawn, with a satisfied nod, he retrieved a bottle of white wine from the cabinet in the conference room. After uncorking it, he poured 3 glasses, smiling as he handed them to Bladder and Luanqin. There is an ancient saying from my hometown, life and death are determined by fate. However, I beg to differ. For since the day we met, our destinies have been inextricably intertwined. Thus, this saying should be amended to reflect our bond. In prosperity, we prosper together. In adversity, we endure together. The elder brother. Luanqin gazed at him with fervor, deeply moved in his heart. At dawn, Fu Xiao raised his glass and smiled at Luanqin, saying, Wishing you smooth sailing in the Navy. Cheers, Commander. The 3 glasses clinked together, producing a crisp sound, and at that moment, they all understood that it might be many years before they would gather for such a toast again. The next day, Luanqin attended the Navy's recruitment selection alone, as Fu Xiao did not come to see him off. Drake was somewhat surprised to see Luanqin joining the Navy. You wish to enlist? Is it not the case that the Navy does not accept commoners? Luanqin tossed his bag onto the table and smiled at Drake. Drake furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Luanqin from the Reinhardt distillery would join the Navy. You work for Reinhardt. Would he allow you to enlist? Commander Drake. Have you heard of the phrase each person has their own aspirations? Drake was unfamiliar with the expression, which Luanqin had picked up from Fu Xiao. It means that everyone has different ambitions. I am drawn to the sea but detest pirates, so I can only join the Navy. Drake nodded. There was no flaw in his reasoning, yet he remained slightly cautious and resolved to investigate the backgrounds of this new batch of recruits when the opportunity arose. Besides, I merely work for the Reinhardt distillery, with hundreds of workers under him. My absence would not be missed. With a stoic expression, Drake handed Luanqin a form from the table. Please fill this out. We will conduct a uniform assessment shortly. Luanqin examined the form, which contained basic information, personal specialties, future aspirations, and strategies for combating piracy. He quickly completed it and signed his name, Valdo Luanqin. From that moment on, he became an official member of the Navy. After filling out the information, he was taken to the naval base, where many sailors and dozens of candidates gathered for assessments, of whom fewer than half would ultimately join the Navy. Drake, as the commander of this selection process, oversaw several rounds of evaluations, ultimately retaining only 20 new recruits. Luanqin among them, who was not at all surprised to become a member of the North Sea Cadden-based Navy. Colonel, all naval recruits have completed their assessments. With a total of 20 accepted, Drake saluted Ulma before beginning his report. Commence the new recruit training immediately. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Fu Xiao dedicated the 3 days to training. Aside from managing the distillery's affairs, in addition to daily foundational exercises, he also prioritized the development of his swordsmanship and fruit abilities. At night, by the coastal defense town, Fu Xiao practiced his physical techniques, bearing a massive stone on his back while performing undulating movements by the sea. This regimen, derived from his previous life, not only strengthened his physique but also endowed him with formidable power. Ever since consuming the fruit, he had become akin to a landlocked duck, unable to immerse more than half of his body in water. Thus, he adapted his training from the shallow sea currents to solid ground, significantly increasing its intensity. After 2 hours of extensive warm-up exercises, Fu Xiao discarded the enormous stone and strapped smaller, smoother stones to his hands, feet, and back, commencing his physical training. His practice lacked formal techniques, flowing freely as he transitioned from palm strikes to punches, from elbows to shoulders, and exerted force with his legs, causing the sandy beach to tremble with a resounding boom, rendering the undulating ground uneven and pockmarked. His fists and elbows struck the air, creating a roaring resonance akin to the vast, translucent waves of the sea. At dawn, the scene unfolded before him, evoking a sense of mild astonishment. The translucent, wave-like assault bore a striking resemblance to the vibrational elbow strike of Shirash's Bashes, the captain of the First Fleet under Blackbeard's pirate crew, as depicted in the original narrative. Could this ripple, a rare manifestation, indeed be a shockwave? A thought crossed his mind. This was a shockwave generated by the immense force compressing the air, albeit considerably weaker. and certainly not comparable to Bosch's vibrational elbow strike. Nonetheless, this revelation at least affirmed that the martial arts training he had diligently pursued over the years was on the right track. The shockwave shared a kinship with slashing attacks, both employing the compression of air to manifest waves for offensive purposes. With this realization, he increased the intensity of his training once more. After 2 hours of rigorous practice, he concluded his physical training and took a brief respite. He then retrieved his discarded weapon and commenced his drills. The Garo Hosen functioned as both sword and blade, capable of thrusting and cleaving. He primarily focused on these two offensive techniques, with his most formidable swordplay being the ultimate technique, Circular Wave Annihilation Spear, followed closely by the enhanced flying slash, the cross wave, Silver Stream. He silently reflected on all the sword techniques he had mastered over the past few months, deliberately slowing the movements of his weapon. Each action, executed with the meticulousness of having practiced it countless times, began anew, his foundational swordsmanship unfolding with care. With every swing, the air reverberated with a tremendous roar, akin to the tides of the sea. In the dead of night, upon returning to his residence within the factory, he began to explore the developmental potential of the clock fruit's abilities. As the name suggests, the clock fruit harnessed the essence of timekeeping. The most fundamental characteristic of a clock is its pointers, which delineate the passage of time over a 24-hour cycle, corresponding to day and night. By directing the pointers to a specific position and acquiring the corresponding time, he aimed to delve into abilities related to the cycle of day and night. He sought to avoid overreaching and decided to start with the most basic aspects of clock functionality, activating the fruit's powers. He manifested 2 pointers in his eyes and deliberately adjusted them to indicate 11:05 at night, before snapping his fingers. Command, Hypnosis. The ability was instantaneously invoked. He attempted to apply it upon himself but waited in vain for a response, only to realize that the hypnotic powers could not be enacted upon one's own essence. Although potent, the hypnosis required direct visual engagement with another's eyes to yield effect. Furthermore, if the individual possessed a resolute will or wielded Conqueror's Haki, the effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Nonetheless, this was merely the initial manifestation of the hypnotic ability, which necessitated further exploration and enhancement. At dawn, one could perceive the clockwork within one's own eyes, reflecting on the first subconscious utilization of the command chime, the intricate and elaborate dials. Alongside the myriad of swiftly rotating hands emerged within sight. These dials and hands were manifestations of the mind's response following the consumption of the fruit, possibly indicating a future avenue for development. After a prolonged contemplation, he continued to experiment with the hands, incessantly rotating the two within the ocular dial. His eyes resembled comets in their orbital motion, traversing along the circular trajectory of the clock face, intertwining without a hint of respite. At dawn, the mind of Fu Xiao settled into tranquility. Throughout the night, the hands of time continued their relentless motion. As the sun rose the following day, the speed of the pointers in Fu Xiao's eyes began to decelerate until they halted at the precise moment when the second ability was fully developed. Resting at the positions of 12 and 6 o'clock, it was 12:30 in the daytime. In that instant of completion, the Garakazan at Fu Xiao's waist was deftly drawn with one hand. As it emerged halfway from its sheath, his ability activated instantaneously. A transparent beam of light erupted, piercing through the serene room, daylight. The brilliance exploded before him, and in an instant, the Garakazan was sheathed once more. The reflected source of light seemed to receive a command, penetrating through the floor. The sound of cracking echoed as the floor shattered into countless fragments under the relentless severance of that radiant beam. Dawn sat vacantly, gazing at the shattered fragments of the floor, recalling the ability known as command, hypnosis. The time of 11 o'clock at night corresponded to the hour of slumber, thus enabling the development of hypnotic powers. Conversely, 12:30 in the afternoon aligned with the peak brightness of daylight, a time when the diffused light of the sky, also referred to as diffuse skylight, was at its zenith. The principle of diffuse skylight lies in the scattering of sunlight by molecules or suspended particles in the atmosphere, altering its trajectory before it reaches the surface of the planet. This illumination stems from the transformation of sunlight, distinct from the light manipulated by the Pika Pika Nomi, which directly controls light itself. In contrast, dawn harnessed the capabilities of the Toke Toke Nomi, developing a form of daylight that arose from the scattering of sunlight, which he aptly named daylight. Utilizing the powers of day and night, Dawn managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, sensing that the potential for future development of the Toke Toke Nomi was exceedingly vast. Beyond merely employing the day-night cycle through a conventional clock face, he endeavored to enhance the dials and hands within his own eyes, aspiring to create a timepiece reminiscent of the Prague astronomical clock from his previous life. However, whether due to insufficient understanding of the fruit's capabilities or the absence of certain steps, he found himself unable to realize this ambition. The ability of daylight was intricately intertwined with the Garo HZ he possessed, akin to the gravity fruit wielded by the Marine Admiral Fujitora, allowing him to utilize the fruit's power through the mere act of drawing his sword. Dawn, too, intentionally intertwined with the sword during the development of his fruit abilities, allowing him to wield certain powers through his blade. As a swordsman, he had dedicated the most time to mastering the art of the sword. aside from his fundamental physical techniques, and at present, he lacked formidable physical prowess. Thus, swordsmanship became his primary focus. The integration of his fruit abilities with swordsmanship was a matter deserving thorough exploration in the future. After a night devoid of rest, Don felt no fatigue. Following a brief wash-up, he received a call from Abayo of the McLean gang. Approximately an hour later, Don met Abayo in the Black Street. Reinhardt brothers. It has been a long time. Under the arrangement of the Black Street's leader, guys, Don brought Anyubai to the tavern where they had previously met. Upon seeing Don, Abayo greeted him warmly. Brother Abayo, it's good to see you again, Don replied with a smile. Guys, please find a quiet private room. I wish to speak with the Reinhardt brothers alone, Abayo instructed guys, who nodded and turned to make arrangements. After a short while, the two were led to a serene private chamber. Don spoke first. What does your boss think of my proposal? The reef is not so easily dealt with. Abayo shook his head, refraining from a direct answer, his gaze continuously scrutinizing Don. Although the McLean gang has had no business dealings with the reef over the years, I suspect that core members of McLean have experienced assassination attempts by them, correct? Don remarked with a smile. The underworld order of the North Sea comprised not only the McLean Mafia, primarily engaged in drug and arms trafficking, but also the reef, focused on assassination and intermediary activities. And the gang known as the DB, which revolved around the sex industry, gambling, and human trafficking. Additionally, the Doflamingo family had its hands in various affairs. By aligning himself with a significant figure in the McLean Mafia, Don intended to leverage this connection. While the three major gangs of the North Sea operated distinctly without interference, no one could afford to ignore a force like the reef, which specialized in assassination. One might find themselves slain in their sleep one fateful night. Moreover, given the reef's previous assassination attempts on McLean members, a simmering animosity already existed between them, albeit without erupting into large-scale conflict. This was one of the reasons Don sought further collaboration with McLean. After a moment of silence, Abayo finally responded, what form will this cooperation take? Don gently tapped on the table, and upon hearing Abayo's response, he smiled and said, I have an array of plans. Which one would you like to hear? Abayo's gaze flickered slightly, seemingly skeptical of his father's words, and replied, the plan to eliminate the reefs. The underground order of the North Sea had remained too tranquil for far too long. It needed to be disrupted, and removing the reefs was merely the first step. Wait. Abayo suddenly interrupted, as if he had surmised Don's true intentions. As long as the Don Quixote family remained in the North Sea, no one could dismantle the underground world's order. The Don Quixote family has nothing to fear. Don displayed a confident smile, which momentarily took Abayo aback. Why? He inquired. They will soon depart from the North Sea and venture into the new world of the Grand Line. How do you know? Don gazed at him, yet offered no reply, seemingly awaiting his final response. After a moment, Abayo spoke. Our leader wishes to meet with you to discuss your detailed plans. You may set the time, and I shall attend the appointment. Don chuckled softly, then drained the cold tea from the table in one gulp before turning to leave the private room. The subsequent strategy, aside from seizing power in Pokaya, also entailed the elimination of the reefs, which was a crucial component. The underworld of the North Sea must be firmly under our control. Upon returning to the factory that evening, he discovered Baron waiting for him. Reinhardt, the prince wishes to see you. Baron approached Don, lowering his voice. Don paused momentarily and inquired, how is His Highness's injury? Baron shook his head, letting out a sigh. He likely cannot hold on much longer. At dawn, with a contemplative expression, she nodded and said to Baron, wait for me here. She then turned and entered the office, retrieving the phone bug to contact Bladder. Brother? Bladder responded with curiosity, wondering what prompted Don to call at such an hour. At dawn, there was a brief pause before he lowered his voice and said, I must enter the palace now. You should relocate the soldiers guarding the city to the vicinity of the factory. Brother, are you concerned about the palace? Blatt did not continue. I have a foreboding feeling. It is better to be cautious. Don replied softly, indeed harboring such a premonition. Clovis's sudden critical condition was so unexpected that Don found it hard to believe. Moreover, Clovis had requested to see him, presumably with ulterior motives. He could not help but worry about the situation, especially regarding the security of the factory. Call Moselle and have him return to assist you. Now that Luncheon has joined the Navy, the only ones who can help Blatt are Moselle and Anyubai. Moselle, accompanied by Eugene and several pirates, was sailing the seas, gathering intelligence on nearby pirate activities. Thus, he had to be summoned back. I understand. Blatt replied succinctly before hanging up the phone. After ending the call, Don pondered for a moment in the office, then reconsidered and ultimately decided to call Fiona, as she had previously provided him with her phone bug number. The phone bug rang for an extended period, yet no one answered. Reinhardt, are you ready? Time is of the essence, Baron urged while knocking on the door. After several more attempts, still yielding no response, Don ceased his efforts and turned to leave the office. At dawn, Fuxiao accompanied Baron to the royal palace. Two sword-wielding guards stood at the entrance of the Clovis residence. As Baron prepared to enter with Fuxiao, the guards halted their advance. Step aside. His Highness Clovis wishes to summon Reinhardt. Baron exclaimed sharply, yet the guards pointed to the ceremonial sword, Garo, at Fu Xiao's left waist. The prince is gravely ill. The carrying of weapons is strictly prohibited. At dawn, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He had always been inseparable from his sword. Whether within the confines of Prince Clovis's residence or the grand hall of the king, his weapon was ever at his side. To lay down his arms or to depart was a notion foreign to him. One of the guards, bearing an icy demeanor, fixated his gaze upon him, prompting a flicker of surprise within. He discerned an unusual tension in the expressions of the two guards, an aura of sharp intensity that was palpable. These individuals were not mere sentinels. He sensed a profound divergence from the ordinary, as they exuded no trace of the typical guard's presence, resembling more the essence of assassins. Just as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, Baron turned to face him, seemingly inquiring for his thoughts, fully aware of his character. At dawn, she unfastened the revered weapon from her waist and handed it to one of the guards, her voice icy as she commanded, "Take good care of this weapon." The guard received the armament, studying her in return, and assured, "Rest assured." At dawn, when he entered the mansion, he discovered a considerable number of soldiers within, who appeared rather tense upon his arrival. Approaching the infirmary, he found Clovis, his body adorned with numerous tubes, lying on the bed. "Your Highness, Reinhardt has arrived." Clovis awoke, his complexion exceedingly pale, resembling one on the brink of death. After Baron spoke, he departed the sick room. "Your Highness," he called softly as he approached. Clovis slowly opened his eyes and weakly uttered, "Reinhardt." "Your Highness, I am here," he nodded, inching closer. "If I were to perish, would you pledge your loyalty to Princess Fiona?" This question took him by surprise, and after a brief silence, he responded to the ailing prince, "Your Highness, I am merely an ordinary merchant, uninterested in the intrigues of the court." Clovis's gaze remained fixed upon him, as if attempting to discern his true thoughts through his eyes. "You truly do not wish to serve the crown?" Clovis reiterated, but suddenly he perceived a flicker of trepidation in the depths of Reinhardt's eyes. He trembled slightly, his expression shifting to one of indecision. "Yes, that is my resolution," Reinhardt replied firmly. "To serve the crown?" "No, he desired the crown to serve him." "There is another matter concerning the secret between Fiona and herself." Clovis nodded, refraining from pressing further, and then spoke again. At dawn, there was a moment of silence before she inquired, "What secret?" "Come closer, and I shall tell you." "This secret must remain undisclosed to others," Clovis suddenly interjected, causing her to momentarily pause in surprise. She stepped closer, only to hear Clovis continue, a little closer still. Ultimately, she leaned over the hospital bed, pressing her ear near Clovis, concentrating intently. Fiona's soul manifested only after she consumed the fruit. Upon hearing this, she felt no surprise, as she had already learned of it through Fiona's words. However, she was somewhat astonished by Clovis' knowledge of this matter. It was utterly impossible for Fiona to have revealed it to him. At that moment, she sensed a sudden resurgence of vitality in the figure lying on the bed, followed by a sharp, piercing shriek emanating from behind her. An unexpected transformation had occurred. At dawn, I saw Clovis had fully opened his eyes, devoid of any trace of illness. Suddenly, a pair of black handcuffs appeared in Clovis' hand. He was instinctively taken aback as Clovis' palms swiftly moved towards his left wrist, too fast for him to react. "This is bad." The sight of those ominous black handcuffs jolted a memory within him, and he exerted every ounce of strength to evade them. See stone handcuffs. If he were to be ensnared, everything would be lost. Clovis had meticulously orchestrated this scenario for this very moment. Just then, it struck him that Clovis, with his apparent foresight and comprehensive planning, must have known that he had consumed the devil fruit originally intended for the celestial dragons. The only other person aware of his consumption of the devil fruit was Fiona. Had she betrayed him? In an instant, the sea stone handcuffs drew near to the left wrist of Dawn. As dawn broke, the left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. In the fleeting moment when the sea tower stone handcuffs drew near, he forcefully transformed his fist into an open palm. A faint tremor resonated through the air, and transparent ripples emanated from around his palm. The handcuffs held by Clovis halted for a brief second under an inexplicable force, during which his hand completely evaded the confines of the sea tower stone. The earlier subtle ripples were the harbinger of a shockwave, a manifestation of immense power utilized for his evasion. Although he had escaped the threat of the handcuffs, the urgent whistling behind him did not cease. With a vigorous twist of his body, he was ultimately pierced through the chest by a cross sword with a soft thud. A sharp pain surged instantly into his mind, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing and convulsing his limbs. At that moment, two guards seemed to hear a faint, crisp sound in the air, akin to the snap of fingers. Yet, they appeared oblivious and paid it no heed. Clovis' gaze turned cold as he watched the struggling figure of Dawn on the ground. In that instant, he had shed any semblance of princely nobility, resembling a feral dog fallen from grace, bearing a fierce expression, eager to devour everything in sight. "Your Highness, what has happened?" Just then, Holt Baron burst into the room, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of Dawn, bloodied and writhing on the floor. "Your Highness, this," he stammered, but upon witnessing Clovis' grotesquely twisted visage, he felt as though he had encountered a ghost. In his mind, Prince Clovis had always been an elegant, gentle, and sincere man, one who rarely reprimanded his subordinates. How could this menacing figure before him possibly be Clovis? He found it hard to believe. Baron stood frozen, his gaze shifting to two other men, one wielding a bloody blade, the other holding a straight sword, the Galahad sword belonging to Dawn. These were indeed the guards stationed at the entrance earlier. Leave. Clovis' eyes were icy as he cast a glance at Baron. After a moment, Dawn's struggles appeared to wane. Clovis then revealed a sinister smile, saying, "Reinhardt, are you surprised?" The two guards beside him glanced at Dawn, remarking, "You should be able to guess our identities." Dark Reef. Dawn weakly uttered two words. The guard holding the Galahad sword regarded him with indifference. "You are clever, but clever men never live long." He paused for a moment, examining the sword in his hand, then chuckled. "This blade is quite remarkable. It shall belong to me from now on. The recognition of a famous sword is but a fleeting privilege. It is to be feared that you may possess it without the means to wield it." After uttering these words, Dawn seemed to expend the last of his strength and turned his gaze towards Clovis. "I have contemplated this plan for quite some time. Yet I did not expect you to remain so astute," he remarked, referring to the sea tower stone handcuffs. Clovis disregarded the fury blazing in Dawn's eyes and continued speaking to himself. "Initially, I merely intended to use you to deal with that old fool, Krotok. And you indeed assisted me in eliminating him. However, I later changed my mind. Do you know why?" Clovis fixed his gaze intently on Dawn and then laughed heartily. "It is all your fault for growing at such an alarming rate, frighteningly so. Even Krotok's years of plotting were effortlessly quelled by you in the blink of an eye." From that moment, Clovis had comprehended that Dawn could never be subjugated by anyone, even those like Krotok and Chavin, who had consumed the devil fruit and gained formidable powers, fell short against him. If he were to rebel, given Reinhardt's esteemed reputation among the kingdom's commoners, coupled with his immense strength, eliminating the prince and king would be sufficient to instill fear in all the ministers of the palace. At that time, who would truly hold sway over this nation would rest solely upon his word. At dawn, tranquility had returned. It appeared that the matter of consuming the devil fruit had been disclosed by the reef, for apart from Fiona, only the leader of the reef was privy to this secret. Judging by the circumstances, the involvement of the reef's members in this assassination was undeniable, indicating that the reef had indeed leaked the information. Thus, from the very beginning, from the incident in the heavens, through the ensuing chaos, negotiations, and the pacification of the Totok rebellion, none of it was mere coincidence. Clovis crouched down, his expression slightly contorted, yet there was no visible sign of injury upon him. This was all a meticulously orchestrated scheme to usurp the kingdom. Clovis lowered his voice, infused with a palpable rage. "Isn't that so? It seems you are not a fool." At that moment, Dawn coughed, expelling a copious amount of blood. An assassin from the reef, wielding the bloody blade, furrowed his brow at the sight. It seemed that this individual on the ground had not completely succumbed to death. Knowing his comrades, he understood that each strike was aimed at vital points. And even if the blade had not pierced the heart, the extended duration would typically lead to a fatal loss of blood. Yet, curiously, there was little blood on the ground, prompting him to admonish Clovis. "Prince Clovis, time is of the essence." He reminded Clovis that the individual before them needed to be eliminated. Clovis nodded, leaning closer to whisper, "Let me disclose another secret. As a member state of the world government, Palkaya is under its protection. Should you slay a member of the royal family to ascend the throne, the world government will undoubtedly seek retribution." He continued, "Do you know why Palkaya joined the world government? It was to ensure that the kingdom would not fall into the hands of others." Upon hearing this, Dawn suddenly recalled that Palkaya was indeed one of the member states of the world government, having joined not at its founding over 60 years ago, but during the reign of King Marlet. It dawned on him why Fiona had said that without her, he would not succeed. The retribution from the world government was a possibility he could not afford to gamble on. If the world government truly sought vengeance, how could he confront such an insurmountable adversary in his fledgling state? After Clovis spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at Dawn, then smiled, having said so much. "It is time to send you on your way." The bloody blade-wielding member of the reef stepped forward, poised to act. At that moment, as Dawn gasped for breath, an unexpected smile graced his lips. The three were momentarily taken aback, only to witness Dawn springing up from the ground with sudden vigor. "Kill him!" one of the reef members exclaimed in alarm. The bloody blade swung towards Dawn, yet there was no anticipated sound of flesh being cleaved. Instead, a tumultuous force surged forth, akin to a deluge of seawater crashing upon the earth. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable as the reef members' eyes widened in shock, beholding a massive fist enveloped in howling currents and rippling waves, which then struck him at the waist. This singular blow sent the assassin crashing into the wall, which crumbled, resulting in his immediate demise. "It is indeed time to send you on your way," Dawn remarked calmly, turning to the member of the reef who held the bloody blade. Speaking in a frigid tone, "I told you, the treasured blade recognizes its master. You may possess it, but you will not live to wield it." The surging wind from his punch struck, leaving the reef member no time to react before his entire skeleton was shattered, causing him to cough blood and perish. Dawn effortlessly caught the falling bloody blade. "Now, it is your turn to be dealt with," he said, reattaching the straight sword to his waist and addressing Clovis with a nonchalant demeanor. Clovis, in a state of panic, observed the swift demise of his two comrades, his hands trembling as the sea prism stone handcuffs fell to the ground. Just as he reached to retrieve them, the straight sword swung down. With a swift motion, Clovis's arm was severed, and he fell to the ground, wailing. Hearing the commotion, soldiers outside burst in. But at that moment, Dawn's sword swept through, claiming the lives of several soldiers in its path. With the scene concluded, Dawn turned, lightly striking the handcuffs that lay on the ground with the bloody blade, lifting them to affix them to his belt with a satisfying click. "Where's the key?" Dawn inquired coldly. As Clovis struggled, a sea prism stone key fell to the ground. He picked it up, attempting to unlock the handcuffs. With a click, they opened successfully. "Do you have any final words?" Dawn asked, standing resolutely before him. Clovis trembled violently, his voice a fragmented whisper. "Do not kill me. Anything but that." He shook his head, raising the sword in his hand. "No, please don't. Reinhardt, I will give you anything you desire. I promise not to oppose you again. You want this kingdom, don't you? I offer it to you willingly." Clovis sobbed. "You cannot become the king of Palkia even if you slay me." He continued to struggle, desperately attempting to persuade Dawn to spare his life. But in his terror of death, he began to weep. "You truly disgrace the nobility," Dawn replied, shaking his head with disdain. "Let me send you on your way. Fear not, there will be company for you on the road to the underworld." Clovis tilted his head back, his eyes suddenly narrowing, paralyzed by the murderous intent emanating from Dawn, unable to move as he watched the sharp glint, like a blade forged from moonlight, transform into specks of light before erupting violently. With a swift motion, the sword lunged towards Clovis. "Reinhardt!" His heart-wrenching scream was abruptly silenced. At that moment, Holt Baron burst in, only to witness this horrifying scene, yet it was too late. The glint had pierced Clovis's heart, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. "You dare kill His Highness the Prince!" Baron exclaimed, a mix of anger and profound fear in his voice, facing Dawn. He was a man devoid of morals, cold and ruthless. Who could say he would not be the next to perish? Dawn cast a fleeting glance at him, as if pouring a bucket of icy water over Baron, instantly quenching the flames of rage that blazed within him. "Do you seek vengeance for Clovis?" Dawn inquired, a cruel smile gracing her lips. The Baron was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Revenge? What a jest! Merely preserving his own life was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. "You may leave," Dawn suddenly declared. "You do not intend to kill me?" The Baron was taken aback. For slaying a noble should be as trivial as slaughtering a chicken for Reinhardt. How could he possibly show mercy? "You have aided me, and I shall spare your life." The Baron understood the implication of Dawn's words, and after a long, penetrating gaze, he swiftly departed. Though Dawn refrained from delivering the fatal blow, as Clovis's loyal vassal, having witnessed the demise of his lord, the aged king would undoubtedly seek retribution. In his fury, the old king might even resort to executing the entirety of the Holt family. The reason for sparing Dawn's life was that he still held some utility. As a noble of the Palkia kingdom, Baron was no fool and understood that even if Dawn did not slay him, the old king might not show him mercy either. Thus, upon returning to his family, the first course of action for Baron was to prepare for the inevitable, prioritizing his own survival above all else. After Baron departed, Dawn leaned exhaustedly against the wall, gasping for breath, blood pouring from his mouth in great torrents. He subsequently removed his upper garment, revealing a wound on his chest. A gash as wide as 2 thumbs, yet inexplicably, the bleeding had ceased, and the wound began to form a scab. Gazing at this life-threatening injury, Dawn felt a sense of relief, only to be struck by an agonizing pain from the torn flesh. The blood on the wound gradually coagulated, and his injury slowly began to mend, albeit at a painstakingly slow pace. Were it not for the unique ability derived from the clock fruit, he would undoubtedly have perished today. However, had he not consumed the fruit, he would not have been distracted and subsequently pierced by the blade while evading the sea stone handcuffs. A soft snap echoed in the air once more, the sound now markedly clearer. "Command, accelerate healing." In an instant, Dawn's eyes were filled with the sight of rapidly spinning pointers, their velocity increasing with each passing moment. And the condition of his chest wound began to shift as the coagulating scab accelerated its formation. Once this was accomplished, he finally felt a sense of reassurance. This was one of the abilities developed from the clock fruit, utilizing the directional acceleration of the pointers to hasten the healing process of bodily injuries. This power could only expedite the recovery rate of wounds. For instance, an individual with severe injuries would require a considerable amount of time to heal naturally without external aid. However, through the accelerated healing command, the duration for recovery could be significantly reduced. It was precisely this command ability that allowed for the cessation of blood flow and hastened the restoration process. Clovis had presumed that Dawn was certain to meet his end and had thus engaged in lengthy discourse, unaware that he was inadvertently granting Dawn the time necessary for recovery. Although the external appearance of the wound showed signs of gradual healing, Dawn was acutely aware that the injury traversed both his chest and back. Given his extraordinary constitution, even with specialized treatment, complete recovery would take at least 2 to 3 months. Yet, with the continuous application of the healing acceleration command, he believed he could recover swiftly. With this thought, Dawn wiped the blood from his lips, bore the excruciating pain in his chest, donned his clothing once more. And after a prolonged period of regaining his composure, he exited the manor. Outside the estate, a multitude of soldiers had assembled. And soon the old king emerged from the throng. He appeared far from the frail, ailing figure one would expect, his footsteps resolute against the ground, his gaze radiating with fierce murderous intent. "Reinhardt," the old king bellowed, and upon seeing the large stains of blood on Dawn, he coldly inquired, "Where is the prince?" "I killed him," Dawn replied, revealing a bright smile, his teeth gleaming white as he laughed heartily at the king. "Bring him to me. Hang him on the city wall to be exposed for 3 days and 3 nights. The king roared in a fit of irrational fury, and his soldiers surrounded him, relentlessly charging forward. At dawn, he plunged into the throng of soldiers, each stride of his sword claiming a life with its icy gleam. In the brief span of over a minute, dozens of soldiers fell to his hand. Yet, undeterred by the specter of death, the soldiers surged forward relentlessly. He had no time to rest. The wound on his chest seemed to worsen with each passing moment. Every swing of his sword drew strength from his entire being, causing the scabbed wound to threaten to rupture anew. The thought of fleeing flickered in his mind. Should the scab break, it would herald dire consequences. It was imperative to find a place to rest, a sanctuary for the night, where the healing powers of his ability could fully mend the wound, eliminating the risk of rebleeding. With this resolution, he swung his sword, delivering a strike imbued with lethal intent towards the old king. The blade cleaved through a dozen soldiers. Yet the king remained unharmed, shielded by his men. His injuries were exacerbating, compelling him to wield his strikes with caution. Otherwise, slaying Maori would be as effortless as dispatching a mere chicken. There was no time to wait any longer. At dawn, a sword was thrust forth, cleaving a path through the circle of soldiers surrounding him. With a sudden leap, he evaded their gaze and sprinted northward, swiftly dispatching the soldiers that charged at him. He continued his frantic dash, for the vast expanse of the Clovis Palace offered ample opportunities for concealment. Witnessing the figure fade from view, Marley let out an enraged roar. "Search for him. Ransack the entire palace if necessary, but we must locate that wretch." How could he not be furious? The presence of such a lethal individual made his knights restless. If Reinhardt was not eliminated, he would surely return to haunt them once more. "Why do you not take action?" Marley coldly questioned the middle-aged man beside him, who had been intently observing the retreating figure. Only after it vanished completely did he furrow his brow and turn to face the indifferent Marley. "Your Majesty, I am not Chavin. I would appreciate it if you refrained from addressing me in such a manner. My sole responsibility is to ensure your safety." "Humph. He has already slain several of your skilled operatives. Allowing him to live is a looming threat to your organization," Marley retorted with a sardonic smile. Being a cunning and seasoned king, he understood this clearly. "That is a matter for others. My primary duty is your protection." The middle-aged man remained silent after his statement. Noting the man's reticence, Marley led his soldiers into the Clovis estate, unaware that the prince had already met his demise. At dawn, Fu Xiao felt a slight dizziness in his forehead, prompting him to bite his tongue gently to force himself to awaken fully. It was only then that he found the moment to extract the phone bug concealed at his waist and dialed Bladder's number. "Big brother?" Upon hearing the intense gasping through the line, Bladder was seized by an ominous premonition and inquired, "What happened?" "There's been an incident." Fu Xiao gasped for a moment before succinctly relaying the details of the event to Bladder. Bladder sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Big brother, I will gather people to rescue you. There's no need. Immediately assemble the members of the Reinhardt Workers' Union at the factory." Fu Xiao contemplated briefly. "Understood. I will take care of it right away," Bladder nodded. Though it was the dead of night, each member of the Reinhardt Workers' Union was already well prepared for any unforeseen emergencies. "Big brother, should we inform Luanqian?" "There's no need. He is with the Navy, and from now on, do not inform him of anything. We cannot allow anyone to perceive a connection between Luanqian and the Reinhardt Workers' Union." Fu Xiao interjected decisively. After a moment's thought, he added swiftly, "Contact Javi. I wish to meet him tomorrow." After issuing his directives, Fu Xiao ended the call. Moments later, as he proceeded forward, he suddenly halted. For before him stood the residence of Princess Fiona, with several guards stationed at the entrance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as dawn broke. He entered the mansion, which lay shrouded in darkness and tranquility. Guided by memory, he stealthily made his way to Fiona's bedroom and quietly slipped inside. Bathed in the faintest glow, he beheld Fiona lying peacefully on the bed, her breath serene and rhythmic. Dawn sat quietly in a chair, recuperating his strength, remaining utterly motionless for a full hour. Under the influence of the healing acceleration ability, the wound on his chest had begun to mend, and the pain had considerably diminished. At that moment, Fiona paused in her breathing, then rubbed her eyes with her fingers, seemingly sensing something. She glanced in this direction, yet it appeared as though she saw nothing amiss and returned to her slumber. No, it seemed she had indeed perceived something. She opened her eyes once more. In the darkness, she could discern a human silhouette, and a gasp of terror escaped her lips as she flicked on the light. Fiona then recognized the figure seated in the chair. "Reinhardt, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, clutching her chest and gazing at Dawn, who was stained in blood. With a mixture of astonishment and concern, Dawn offered a faint smile, confessing, "I am being pursued and sought refuge here for the night." "Who would dare to chase you?" Fiona scoffed, but upon recognizing the figure, her fear dissipated. She donned her clothes and descended from the bed, appearing skeptical yet refraining from expelling Dawn. Unbeknownst to her, it was the old king who was after Dawn. The young woman ventured into another room and rummaged through its contents for a moment, emerging with several bottles, bandages, scissors, and alcohol. She handed them to Dawn with a curt remark. Here, these are what the doctor did not use last time. She was aware that Dawn had sustained injuries, and they were quite severe. At Dawn, she momentarily paused, gazing at the gauze and medicine bottle presented to her, before speaking. Are you not afraid of the potential harm I might bring upon you? Fiona herself was bewildered by the unwavering trust she felt towards this man before her. From their very first encounter, an inexplicable sense of confidence had enveloped her. Hey, do you still need this? If not, I shall discard it, Fiona retorted, her irritation evident, as she blinked her lively eyes while looking at Dawn. At daybreak, she received the medicine bottle and gauze. Shedding her outer garment, she commenced a rudimentary bandaging of the wound. The clotted blood scabs had already solidified, rendering further intervention seemingly superfluous. At dawn, she hesitated as she gazed at the medicine bottle and instruments. It was impossible to seek a doctor to tend to her wound at this moment. Otherwise, even if the injury were properly treated, she would inevitably be exposed. Ultimately, she resolved to personally attend to the wound once more. With the application of medication and the impetus of her healing acceleration ability, the recovery process would ensue at an even swifter pace. Dawn sterilized the scissors and other implements, then arranged the necessary vials of medicine. With a piece of hardwood clenched in his teeth, he plunged the scissors into the wound on his chest, much to Fiona's astonishment, and began to slowly excise the congealed blood scabs. A heart-rending, suppressed groan emanated from Dawn's throat as his brow furrowed with bulging veins. The pain nearly contorted his entire face, and the wood in his mouth splintered into pieces with a sharp crack. Blood welled from his chest, coating his torso as his body trembled violently. At that moment, under the effect of the command accelerated healing, the bleeding gradually subsided. Fighting against imminent convulsions and enduring excruciating agony, he managed to utter to Fiona the medicine quickly, before Xiaoguang could finish speaking. Fiona comprehended his meaning instantaneously and promptly applied the pre-sterilized medicated ointment to his chest. Dawn gritted his teeth, steadfastly clinging to the threshold of pain, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain his balance. At that moment, every inch of his skin seemed to tremble. Wrap me up, please, Dawn uttered weakly, while Fiona in front of him appeared to be in a daze. Oh, Fiona murmured as she began to bind the bandage around Dawn's chest. A uniquely fragrant aroma wafted into Dawn's mouth, slightly alleviating the excruciating pain that engulfed him. It was Fiona's natural scent, with her delicate fingers deftly applying the bandage. She lowered her head. Easy now, does it hurt? Fiona asked, gazing down at him. Dawn nodded gently, yet Fiona, with a hint of exasperation, playfully chided him. You and your lecherous gaze, H.M. After a while, the bandaging was finally complete. Dawn reclined in the chair and lightly snapped his fingers, activating his healing acceleration ability once more. This time, he distinctly felt the recovery process hastening significantly compared to before. The medicinal agents and alcohol-soaked gauze were proving effective. However, he was acutely aware that although the external wounds might appear to be healing, the internal injuries inflicted by the blade would require considerable time for complete restoration. How could you sustain such severe injuries? Fiona leaned on the table, resting her chin on her palm, her cerulean eyes fixed intently upon him. In her understanding, Reinhardt was immensely powerful, unmatched within the entire Palkia kingdom, and she was taken aback to find him so grievously wounded upon their reunion. Dawn quietly gazed at her, yet could not reconcile the gentle, alluring visage before him, imbued with a hint of natural indifference, with the icy demeanor that accompanied it. The phenomenon of the twin fruits was indeed peculiar, as it had managed to cultivate another persona, endowing it with independent intellect and behavior, possessing all the elements requisite to constitute an individual. Noticing Dawn's unwavering gaze upon her, Fiona's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted, Pervert, what are you staring at? This look was reminiscent of the very first time she encountered him. Beyond that, Fiona seemed to perceive a flicker of unusual brilliance in his eyes, which stirred a ripple of emotion within her. Just as she was about to utter a word, a crisp snap resonated in the air. Snap. Command. Hypnotize. In an instant, Fiona sensed an odd sensation, and then beheld two pointers materializing in the depths of the man's eyes, oscillating along a 45-degree arc. A gentle voice seemed to whisper soothingly in her ear, urging her to succumb to slumber. A wave of profound drowsiness enveloped her, her consciousness gradually waning. As if she were sinking beneath the surface of water, her eyelids slowly descending. Once these actions were completed, Dawn exhaled lightly and placed the Garo deity upon the table. Shortly thereafter, his communicator emitted a sound, and upon answering, he heard Brat's voice. Brother, everyone is gathered. All right, come to the city gate to fetch me tomorrow morning. Dawn replied thoughtfully, then proceeded to issue various instructions, placing particular emphasis on one matter concerning Moser. After the communicator was disconnected, half an hour had elapsed, prompting Dawn to recall Fiona, who had remained in a single-handed chin support pose. He snapped his fingers, and Fiona gradually began to awaken. She gently opened her eyes, feeling a dull ache radiating through her body, her palms and chin tingling with numbness. Reinhardt? She blinked in surprise, her gaze imbued with a cool demeanor. Her tone equally frosty. Her words momentarily startled Dawn. He had not anticipated Fiona to awaken. This marked the first time he witnessed the transition between Fiona and her other persona. He remained uncertain about the capabilities of the entity he referred to as the Twin Fruits. Upon noticing the bandage wound on Dawn's chest, she inquired, what transpired? At dawn. The events were briefly relayed to her, and Fiona nodded in sudden realization. Clovis had always been this sort of person. It was merely due to encountering you that he met his demise. Had it been someone else, he might have succeeded. I killed Clovis, Dawn continued, acknowledging that. Regardless of the circumstances, Clovis was her half-brother. So what if I did? That scoundrel should have perished long ago. It was absurd. Fiona cared not for the life of the late King Marliot. So why would she concern herself with Clovis's existence? At that moment, Dawn recalled Clovis's final words and turned to Fiona, inquiring, if a rebellion were to erupt in this country, would the world government intervene? As a member state of the world government, Pokaya was registered, and if the nobility reported a situation, assistance would surely follow. Fiona hesitated for a moment before responding, her gaze towards Dawn growing cold. However, if it is a civil strife among the nobility, the world government would show no interest. Their sole concern is to prevent the usurpation of state power by lawless commoners. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Dawn's voice lowered, laced with fury. If that were the case, should he attempt a rebellion, the world government would dispatch reinforcements. He did not wish to confront such a formidable adversary at this juncture. He now comprehended why the pirate world was so tumultuous, and why there were so few commoner rebels. Save for those led by the revolutionary army, there were nearly none. The reason lay in the fact that whenever commoners attempted to seize power, the world government would promptly intervene to quash the uprising in its infancy. As for conflicts among the nobility, the world government never intervened, for they understood that nobles and commoners could never align as allies. Who held power within a nation was of little consequence. What mattered was whether the ruler belonged to the noble class. As long as they were nobles, they formed a mutual interest group. Let me tell you, you will undoubtedly reject my proposal, Fiona remarked, ignoring his anger. I have devised a solution to this problem. What solution? The East Sea. At dawn, a realization struck him. The matter Fiona had previously mentioned regarding the East Sea was rooted in this very circumstance. He was indeed the rightful and sole heir to the throne of Palcaria, destined to inherit the position of king, while she would secretly wield all the power of the kingdom for a decade. Fiona pondered for a considerable time, seemingly reluctant to divulge this information. Why should it be so? He scoffed disdainfully, a cold smile escaping his lips. I could easily support a puppet. I possess a myriad of ways to evade the retribution of the world government, yet there has never existed a justification for that fellow to ascend the throne. That fellow was none other than Fiona's long-lost elder brother. Fiona believed she was making a significant concession, yet she failed to comprehend men, particularly the man before her. Reinhardt would never relinquish the kingdom he had grasped, not even for the sake of mere fade. You. Fiona's gaze faltered momentarily. Then she directed a frosty smile toward him. You are truly insufferable. I intend to engrave Reinhardt's mark upon this nation. Thus your proposal is utterly untenable. Without meeting her eyes, he coldly rejected her assertion. Do you think I cannot accomplish this without you? She wished to restore the former glory of Palcaria, both in name and in economy, relying entirely on the man before her. Hence, her words lacked conviction. Without me, you cannot succeed, Reinhardt replied with a frigid stare. Fiona fell silent, and after a pause, she spoke. You may support other nobles, yet you must understand, this is not a sustainable plan, and you have no trustworthy nobles. As for your relentless pursuit of Palcaria, although I do not grasp your true intentions, I suspect your ambitions extend beyond merely indulging in the luxurious life of nobility. Dawn remained silent, contemplating with a calm demeanor. Upon reflection, the notion of a world government-esque crusade that she had mentioned seemed merely a remote possibility, rendering her statements fundamentally unsubstantiated. If I were to appoint you as the nominal queen of this nation, would you accept? Suddenly, Dawn uttered a phrase that left her utterly astounded. Could this truly be feasible? She did not express a willingness or unwillingness, but merely inquired about the possibility, clearly indicating that the prospect held significant allure for her. This was a conclusion Dawn had pondered deeply. Firstly, Fiona were twin souls, making her relatively easy to manage. Secondly, Fiona was the princess of Polkaya, and with the king and prince deceased, she stood as the sole candidate to inherit the throne. The final reason was that Dawn could orchestrate affairs from behind the scenes, unencumbered by the constraints of the nation. Fiona, taken aback, paused for a moment before softly asking, are there any countries in this world where women hold power, even if only in a nominal capacity? At dawn, she nodded slightly and smiled as she informed her. On a distant island in the New World, inhabited solely by women, the ruler of this land is also a woman. Who is she? Fiona inquired with astonishment. The Empress. The Empress. Upon hearing this, Fiona was utterly shocked. Such a formidable title. Yet she had never heard of it before. Contemplating this revelation, her cold gaze suddenly brightened. As of now, she was unaware of Boa Hancock's circumstances, for she had not yet ascended to the position of Shichibukai. During the 6 years since Dawn's rebirth, there had been no mention in the World Economic Journal of the Empress becoming one of the Shichibukai. According to the original narrative, the Empress ascended as the Queen of the Amazons at the age of 18, yet the timeline of her becoming a Shichibukai remains ambiguous, with rumors suggesting it was due to an invitation from the world government following a certain expedition, likely occurring between the years 1507 and 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. However, the moment she considered Reinhardt's potential manipulation of her actions, her interest waned instantly. Am I to be your puppet? Fiona glared coldly at him. Regardless of whether the Empress was a reality or not, she did not wish for her already dismal life to be further controlled. Some individuals possess the worth of being manipulated, while others lack even that value, Dawn remarked, believing that Fiona would surely acquiesce, if only to safeguard this nation, as she would be loath to witness it being led step by step into the abyss by the man before her. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, Fiona's uniquely independent persona, an eerie split from her own soul, could also be deemed a form of manipulated existence. After listening to his words, Fiona fell into a prolonged silence. And after a while, she suddenly declared, even if I were willing, she would not be. At dawn, she cast a surprised glance at him, noticing the confusion in his expression. Thus, Fiona continued, she has persistently resisted my existence, particularly with increasing intensity as of late. She then shifted the subject. In the past, when she fell asleep, I could freely choose when to awaken. However, recently, for reasons unknown, her subconscious seems to harbor a profound sense of opposition. Have you considered revealing everything to her, allowing her to make her own choice? Dawn interjected. I have contemplated such an action, Fiona nodded. Yet, she is a tender-hearted individual. Knowing the truth would only lead to her own suffering. I am, in essence, one with her. Her self-harm equates to my own. Furthermore, even if she were to embrace my existence, there exists the possibility that she would resist even more vehemently. Dawn nodded, grasping the implication of her words. Yet after a moment of reflection, she remarked, in the interplay of opposites, one must at least attempt. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the mansion. It was the soldiers. The two spoke in unison, both aware that even the princess's residence was not exempt from search. You stay here. I will handle it, Fiona said calmly, casting her gaze upon her. She donned her attire once more, grasped her rapier, and stepped out of the room. Half an hour later, is it resolved? Dawn inquired, detecting a faint scent of blood. Her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on Fiona's garments, momentarily taken aback. I dispatched all the patrolling soldiers. Fiona replied in a tone of indifference, as if she had merely performed a trivial task. Was this truly her method of resolution? It seemed rather ruthless. Fear not. There were but a few soldiers. I ensured it was executed cleanly. At least, we shall not be discovered tonight, Fiona reassured, observing Dawn's bewildered expression. Before dawn broke, Dawn stealthily exited the princess's mansion, arriving at the city gates where she spotted dozens of soldiers patrolling. After a night of rest, the wounds on her chest had healed considerably, having formed scabs. Due to the king's assassination order, the city gates were tightly shut, yet this could not confine Dawn. She raised her sword, striking at the soldiers guarding the gate, who cried out in terror. Surrounding soldiers rushed towards her, but she swiftly redirected her sword, unleashing a powerful slash that exploded through the entrance where they approached. Open the gates, Dawn commanded with authority, and the soldiers, trembling, produced the keys and hesitantly approached to unlock the gates. With a creak, the gate swung open, and Dawn dashed out, immediately spotting Bladder awaiting her with 20 soldiers armed with firearms. Brother, Bladder exclaimed joyfully, but as countless soldiers surged from within the city, he issued the order to fire. The crack of gunfire echoed as the soldiers fell to the ground. Let us go, Dawn shouted, swinging her sword in a brilliant arc that obscured the soldiers' vision. Cleaving through the throng, as dawn broke, Fu Xiao and Bladder swiftly retreated, with Anubai leading an armed squad, firing as they fell back. Mosul, clutching a breech-loading sniper rifle, picked off targets amid the crowd. After a while, everyone managed to escape. Upon returning to the distillery, Fu Xiao began to organize matters meticulously and promptly dialed Chitira from the Beihai branch of the World Economic News. He dictated a news piece. Its headline reading, Polkaya settles accounts after autumn, a new call for heavenly gold. Reinhardt's negotiations with the nobility fail, collusion between the reef and the prince. An ambush on Reinhardt, who was severely wounded and missing. This encapsulated the essence of the situation, and he encouraged Chitira to embellish it further. Once the call connected, Fu Xiao wasted no time, articulating his thoughts directly. Are you all right? Chitira inquired with concern, seemingly only catching the mention of Fu Xiao's severe injuries. At dawn, Fu Xiao chuckled. If I have matters to attend to, will there still be an opportunity for me to call you? Well, this news requires the editor-in-chief's approval. But I shall do my utmost to assist you, Chitila whispered. Very well, Fu Xiao replied. I have other affairs to manage. I will have someone deliver 30 million belly to your editor-in-chief. What would you like? I can have it brought to you as well. I desire an Irish patchwork dress. Chitila contemplated before responding. No problem. Without waiting for Chitila's answer, Fu Xiao promptly ended the call. Chitala pouted, foolish fellow. Yet, she was not genuinely upset. And thus she turned and made her way towards the editor-in-chief's office. Within the Reinhardt Brewery, Fu Xiao tossed the Pokai news aside and reclined on the sofa. Lost in thought when Brat entered the office. Brother, Harvey has arrived. At dawn, a slight nod was given, and soon after, Harvey, accompanied by one of his subordinates, entered the office. It has been a while, Harvey. You seem to be thriving lately, Dawn remarked with a smile. Harvey chuckled modestly. Boss, you flatter me. I am merely assisting you in your endeavors. He was aware of Dawn's favorable relations with the prince and the court, though he remained oblivious to the fact that Dawn was currently wanted by the king. Observing his radiant demeanor, it was evident that his recent days had been quite prosperous. At least, his status as a landowner did not seem so unfavorable in the present context. Come, have a seat, Dawn offered with a grin. As Bladder poured tea for the group and settled down. There is a matter I hope you can assist me with, Harvey. After a moment of silence, Dawn spoke with gravity. Boss, whatever you say is paramount. My current situation is entirely due to your guidance. Harvey's eyes darted as he understood the weight of Dawn's request and dared not dissent. I wish to enlist your 3,000 refugees to seize the royal city. Although these refugees had now been transformed into agricultural civilians, armed with weaponry, and under Harvey's command, they could swiftly become a formidable fighting force. Most crucially, their transformation had occurred not long ago, and their combat potential still remained intact. As Dawn finished speaking, she leisurely sipped her tea, yet Harvey was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, especially given the current circumstances. He was reluctant to continue wading through this murky water. After a period of enjoying a comfortable life, he was not willing to gamble his very existence. Boss, why? Harvey inquired in disbelief. Aren't we doing quite well now? Not at all, Dawn replied, shaking her head. Harvey remained silent for a considerable time, unable to articulate his thoughts. Do you really think the nobility will forget what we have done? Only when he remained mute did Dawn issue a warning. Boss, what do you mean? Harvey asked, slightly taken aback. At dawn, the figure nodded and approached, smiling as he patted his shoulder. The nobility will eventually find a reason to eliminate us, which is why I sought you out, to resume our previous endeavors. Boss, Harvey stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The figure cast him a sidelong glance. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? No, it's not that, Harvey replied, his voice laced with anxiety and his gaze evasive. I just need time to prepare. Very well. I shall grant you 2 hours. Harvey gasped in surprise. However, upon catching a glimpse of the figure's indifferent gaze, he hastily nodded in agreement. He rose and subtly signaled to his subordinates, an action that did not escape the figure's notice. I'll go prepare right away, Harvey stuttered, turning to leave, his heart racing with trepidation. Suddenly, he noticed a newspaper in the corner, Polkaya News, its alarming headline causing a chill to run down his spine. The audacity of the man who dared to slay a prince left him in shock, making him acutely aware of the precarious nature of his own life. He now grasped that the figure's earlier words were merely intended to instill fear. Having eliminated Prince Clovis, he was indeed taking a substantial risk. Yet he need not gamble with his own life. Yet, he felt unable to refuse at this moment, especially given the figure's evident displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, Harvey resolved to seek an opportunity to enter the royal city and inform the king of Reinhardt's impending plans. Harvey, a cold voice pierced through the air behind him, causing Harvey to tremble slightly, his heart racing with anxiety. He turned to face the figure, who initially regarded him with a penetrating gaze, only to swiftly revert to an expression of calm. Boss, Harvey stuttered, his eyes darting away. What is it? Dawn suddenly smiled and gently reminded, you have forgotten your sword. Oh, thank you, boss. Harvey promptly ran over, extending his hands to tuck the abandoned longsword into his embrace. Yet, whether by design or coincidence, the wanted poster featuring Dawn was placed beside the longsword, the alarming headline of the wanted notice directly meeting Harvey's gaze. Dawn observed his reaction. Harvey's assistant stole a surprised glance at Dawn, clearly having noticed the wanted notice on the newspaper. So, am I leaving, boss? Harvey asked anxiously, awaiting Dawn's reply. Yet, whether intentional or not, Dawn remained silent for an extended period, ultimately sighing, you may go. His tone seemed to carry an air of sorrow and regret, leaving Harvey momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the enigmatic intentions behind his words. Nevertheless, he incessantly reminded himself to leave promptly and alert the king to capture him. The office was eerily quiet, with the faint sound of footsteps echoing on the floor. Even the sound of breathing seemed audible. At that moment, Harvey felt a strange sensation. His heartbeat quickened dramatically, and his tense body was drenched in sweat. The door to the office was within reach, and he eagerly approached it. But just then, a sharp pain pierced his ear, as though assaulted by an unseen sonic wave, despite the silence enveloping the room. In the next instant, he finally discerned the source of his agony. Harvey's pupils dilated in horror, as if he had encountered the most terrifying sight imaginable, a strike that danced like a silver serpent. Although it measured merely a meter in length, it surpassed any attack he had ever witnessed in ferocity. The frenzied strike reverberated through the air, piercing directly through Harvey's heart before he could even comprehend it. Stunned and shocked, he gazed at the bloodstains on his chest, followed by excruciating pain that rendered him hoarse. Unable to utter a word, only capable of writhing on the floor. You. Harvey's gaze was filled with unwillingness as he looked at Dawn, managing only to utter brief phrases. I am merely punishing you for your past mistakes, Dawn replied coldly. Betrayal is unforgivable. He then let out a sudden, light-hearted laugh, however. I still require your life for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Harvey's eyes turned vengeful and venomous, but in the next moment, he spewed blood and succumbed to death. Boss. Harvey's subordinates stared in shock at the scene before them, never expecting this individual named Reinhardt to suddenly turn violent. Yet, confronted with such a figure, did they dare seek revenge? Will you avenge him? Dawn suddenly turned to ask. The subordinate frantically shook his head, fearful that Dawn might not believe him. He was your boss. If anyone were to seek revenge, it would be warranted, Dawn remarked with a smile before sheathing his sword, Galro, and settling onto the sofa. No. The boss attempted to assassinate you. Your act today is merely settling the score. He deserved death, he began, but Dawn interrupted him. What is your name? I am Lucan, he replied in a low voice, cautiously adding, Boss? Since you have called me boss, you shall follow me from now on, Dawn declared, pouring a glass of wine for him. Come sit. Lucan, taken aback, sat on the sofa, trembling as he held the wine glass in silence. At that moment, Blatt entered to remove Harvey's corpse. Take your men to the royal city tonight and hang his body at the city gate. Upon hearing this, Lucan's hand trembled, spilling the wine in his glass. What is he planning? Lucan felt a surge of panic. A natural fear of Dawn gripped him, sensing the subtle pressure emanating from him. However, he ultimately managed to compose himself. From now on, you will take over Harvey's position, Dawn stated, raising his glass to clink with the dazed Lucan. After finishing his drink, he laughed. What? Lucan seemed unable to grasp the revelation, or perhaps he dared not believe it, thus he inquired. You will manage Yeko Town from now on, Dawn replied, casting a glance at him. With Harvey's demise, someone had to oversee Yeko Town, and Dawn was indifferent regarding who that might be. After all, there would always be someone willing to take on the role. Choosing Lucan was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Moreover, Yeko Town would serve as a strategic reserve for Dawn's brewing factory, a critical logistical base. By year's end, the first batch of crops planted in Yeko Town would be harvested, significantly reducing the raw material costs for the brewing factory while providing robust logistical support for its rapid expansion plans. He envisioned transforming Yeko Town into a cultivation base, dedicated to supplying raw materials for the brewing factory. Presently, white was only sold in certain regions of the North Sea, but based on feedback from agents during this period, the overall sales of white had been remarkably successful, having sold out within a week of its launch. Consequently, agents from various regions had repeatedly requested an increase in their shares. This was why he intended to invest all his resources into expanding the factory. However, even with the factory scale increasing, if the supply of raw materials was not adequately addressed, production levels would still fail to rise. Not to mention, the brewing process required a comprehensive system of procedures, with fermentation alone taking an extensive amount of time. In summary, Yeko Town, as a logistics base, was a crucial step in his global business strategy, seemingly trivial yet profoundly impactful. How about it? Dawn smiled, glancing at him. Are you unwilling? No. Lucan stared at Dawn, clinking glasses with him before hastily downing the contents of his cup. Boss, I am absolutely willing. Lucan's heart swelled with joy. He had long harbored ambitions for the boss's position in Yeko Town. However, he had always been overshadowed by Harvey's oppressive presence. Harvey was a native of Yeko Town, having risen through the ranks with sheer force, thus his reputation in Yeko Town was unparalleled. Yet, Lucan was still somewhat anxious. Boss, I fear the people of Yeko Town may not heed my authority. Lucan voiced his concerns. Naturally thrilled at the prospect of becoming the new boss, he remained level-headed, demonstrating that he was no fool as he had a solid grasp of the dynamics within Yeko Town. He cautiously observed Dawn, who listened quietly, prompting him to continue. Aside from me, Harvey had a few loyal subordinates. If I cannot gain their support, it will be challenging for me to take over Yeko Town and establish myself as the new boss. Dawn had indeed contemplated this. As an indigenous figure who had operated in Yeko Town for 10 years, Harvey must have had a few close confidants. Moreover, the lower echelons often adhered to strict hierarchies, particularly in refugee camps where grievances regarding encroached interests could unleash feral hostility. Lucan regarded Dawn with a hint of surprise in his gaze, pausing momentarily as he noticed Dawn's calm smile. I understand your concerns, Dawn acknowledged. You fear they may not cooperate. Lucan nodded. They may suspect the cause of Harvey's death. Those who refuse to cooperate will not be tolerated, Dawn asserted. We shall wait patiently. Dawn smiled. By tomorrow morning, the entire Pokaya will be abuzz with news of Reinhardt's accomplices being executed by the king, their bodies hung at the city gates. This was a plan he had meticulously devised, serving both to punish the traitor and to incite the refugees' wrath against the nobles, a dual benefit. Just then, the phone in the office rang. Hello, I have taken care of the matter you mentioned. A melodious female voice emanated from the telephone, discussing the matter that had been brought up before Dawn. concerning the collusion between the reef and the prince to ambush the valiant Reinhardt, hero of the Pokaya civilians. Oh, thank you. Is that all? Chitira scoffed. At dawn, she paused momentarily before letting out a resigned smile. I have already arranged for the purchase of the Irish patchwork skirt. I will have someone deliver it to you. As for the 30 million Baileys from your editor, not a single penny will be spared. Humph, it's always about Baileys. Baileys, Chitira retorted with irritation. I will find you myself. With that, Chitira abruptly ended the call. At dawn, a helpless smile graced her lips, for by tomorrow morning, all matters would be disclosed to the public through the Beihai branch of the World Economic Journal. The authority of the World Economic Journal is, naturally, incomparable to that of the Pokaya News, with a significantly broader coverage area. After a while, Moser knocked on the door and entered. Elder brother, the doctor has arrived. Dawn nodded slightly. All right, I shall come at once. You know what to say when you return, don't you? Dawn turned to glance at Lucan, who nodded in affirmation. The boss and you were ambushed by the nobles. To protect you, the boss was captured by them. Very well, Dawn responded, but paused to gaze at him for a moment. In an instant, he drew his sword, a faint glimmer of cold light slicing across Lucan's shoulder, leaving a finger-length wound. Lucan instinctively froze, fearing that Dawn intended to kill him, but upon realizing the injury on his shoulder, he breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling fortunate that he had not resisted, otherwise, his life would have been uncertain. Observing the blood slowly seeping from the wound, Lucan comprehended the situation and tore his shirt to bandage it, smearing the blood across his face and various parts of his body. This gave him the appearance of having narrowly escaped death. After a moment, seeing that Lucan seemed to grasp his intent, Dawn smiled in satisfaction. Boss, truly brilliant. Lucan gasped slightly, enduring the pain as he spoke. Witnessing this scene, Dawn approached with a smile, saying, Rest assured, I, Reinhardt, have always conducted my affairs with fairness. You shall receive in proportion to what you have given. Wealth, fame, power, I can fulfill all your desires. Dawn's gaze swept over Lucan's visage, and his voice dipped to a solemn tone. However, should you harbor ulterior motives, it is best that I remain unaware. I would never. Lucan bowed his head. Do not make promises to anyone. Dawn shook his head, continuing in an unembellished tone. Promises are the most worthless currency in this world, and I do not place my faith in them. I only believe in actions. Do you understand? As dawn broke, a smile graced the face of Fu Xiao, who firmly nodded at Lucan. Go ahead, Fu Xiao said, a hint of fatigue evident in their voice as they sent Lucan on his way. At least the situation in Wild Cave Town was momentarily under control. Whether they could steer the collective will of the Palkaya populace tomorrow would depend on the impact of Harvey's demise on Wild Cave Town. After a while, Moser came again to urge Fu Xiao. Upon entering the conference room, several doctors stood inside, specially summoned by Blatt to tend to Fu Xiao's injuries. The physicians examined Fu Xiao with their instruments, their expressions turning slightly grave upon noticing that although the external wounds had scabbed over, the internal healing had yet to commence. Immediate surgery is required, one of them stated with a hint of concern. How long will the surgery take? Fu Xiao inquired. Approximately 2 hours. Very well. Fu Xiao replied with a smile. 2 hours is but a fleeting moment. With the doctor's specialized treatment and the effects of the directive, accelerated healing, the recovery will certainly be expedited. The following morning, Fu Xiao rose from the hospital bed, greeted by the pungent scent of medicinal ointment. Upon standing, they realized that their injuries had significantly improved. Following the surgery and subsequent suturing, coupled with the directive, accelerated healing, the wounds had healed considerably. Meanwhile, before the city gates, a bloody corpse at dawn. A sullen figure approached the forefront of the crowd, halting directly opposite the city gate. With a grim gaze, he fixated on the corpse displayed above the entrance, remaining silent for an extended period. A palpable hush enveloped the gathering, as none dared to utter a single word. These individuals had been drawn here by the machinations of Moser and Blatt, most of whom had previously participated in the recent insurrection. I am Reinhardt, the figure suddenly proclaimed, turning to address the assembly, prompting a murmur among the common folk. A criminal sought by the king. Dawn continued, her gaze shifting as she surveyed the crowd. Seize me, and you may yet earn the king's pardon for your past transgressions. No. A resounding voice echoed from within the throng. You are the hero who has come to our rescue. Without you, we would have perished at the hands of the nobility. Without you, we would have been executed for our inability to pay the celestial tribute. This voice grew louder among the masses. He was a person Dawn had deliberately chosen to speak. Yet every word he uttered rang with authenticity. Without his intervention, the commoners would not have been granted relief from their heavenly dues. As dawn cast its gaze upon the crowd, a resounding voice declared, Now, they have torn asunder the treaty and commenced their reckoning against us. All are aware that the nobility's reckoning spells our demise. His death was merely the prologue. I am destined to follow, always a step ahead of you in mortality. A voice of defiance rose amidst the throng. Reinhardt, we refuse to perish. Please, continue to lead us forward. Let us onward. Initially, only a handful of commoners responded, as those who echoed were preordained to do so. This time, I assure you, swish, Galro's revered staff was drawn forth, brandished in the air, sunlight cascading from the heavens, igniting the atmosphere as if it were ablaze. We shall never capitulate. The thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, and in that instant, the surrounding commoners beheld Reinhardt as a divine figure, perceiving him as the legendary hero destined to rescue them. No sooner had he spoken than refugees, led by Lucan and disguised as commoners, surged forth, running and echoing the words of dawn. May Reinhardt continue to guide us forward. At first, apart from the thunderous cries of Lucan and his followers, only a scattering of commoners joined in. Yet gradually, under the influence of this fervent atmosphere and Reinhardt's charismatic persona, an increasing number of commoners began to respond. They all understood that the outcome of the nobility's reckoning would inevitably culminate in death, and with the current king's brutality, none would escape. As Don's gaze gradually swept across the crowd, observing the increasing number of responding civilians, a sense of reassurance began to settle within him. At least this incitement had once again proven successful. At this moment, he was unaware that this fervor, beyond the influence of his own charismatic persona, was further fueled by the shadow of a formidable observation. The throng of civilians continued to swell, and they not only felt the same fervent passion as during the first uprising, but also sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the inherent dominance possessed by Dawn. Consequently, the voices within the crowd grew ever louder, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Reinhardt, a thunderous roar echoed, resonating through the heavens. Once again, the choice lay in your hands to continue calling out for Dawn, to embrace life or face death. Yet this time, we shall never yield. We shall never yield. Gradually, a chorus of agreement began to rise from the masses. At dawn, a sudden pivot was made, and the blade danced through the air, a blinding radiance flashing as it severed the rope from which Harvey's lifeless form dangled at the city gate. Lucan, accompanied by his men, retrieved Harvey's corpse. In that moment, Lucan had fully comprehended Dawn's intent, and he bellowed at the approaching refugees from Wild Cave Town. Those unafraid of death, follow me to avenge our leader. Those who fear for their lives, get the hell out. Meanwhile, Brat led a group of several dozen, quietly distributing the weapons acquired from Mylin to the refugees. The crowd began to respond, while Dawn, holding the communication device, spoke into it upon connection, opened the city gate. Without a moment's hesitation, Fiona, amidst the soldiers' bewildered gazes, drew her sword, and the soldier fell. Open the gates, she coldly commanded another soldier. Trembling, he replied, Your Highness, no, we cannot. Ignoring him, Fiona inserted the key into the lock. The lock is disengaged. Let us proceed. In an instant, Fiona heard a deafening roar from the other side of the gate, followed by a tremor that coursed through the door as it slowly began to yield. Outside, thousands of civilians had gathered, pushing against the gate. Storm the palace. Capture the king. Dawn continued to roar as civilians and refugees surged forward. The members of the Reinhardt workshop had already joined the fray, all of this orchestrated by Dawn. Without such preparation, inciting a nationwide uprising akin to the first would have been nearly impossible. Do not disturb the citizens. We shall invade the palace and seize the king. From this day forth, this nation shall be ruled by the common folk. Observing the increasingly frenzied crowd and the disarrayed ranks, Dawn felt compelled to roar once more. Though under the circumstances, it bore little effect. Fortunately, the members of the Reinhardt family and the refugees led by Lucan responded to his call, preventing immeasurable harm to the populace within the royal city. He had no desire for Polkea's royal city to be reduced to ruins. Just then, all soldiers within the royal city were summoned, obstructing the advance of the insurrectionists. The soldiers mobilized and collided with the surging crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The king's riflemen unleashed a volley, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. In response, Dawn organized his own riflemen, albeit a mere 20-man elite guard. Casualties mounted on both sides. Yet the battle at dawn, disregarding everything, the figure forcefully propelled the two weapons that were obstructing him, then continued to flick his wrist. A sudden flash of cold light surged forth, colliding against three blades. Dark Reef? He murmured, momentarily taken aback. However, he felt little astonishment, as the saying goes. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. If he could eliminate himself, the uprising would naturally disintegrate. Thus, the Dark Reef sent assassins after him. The 5 who ambushed him were all experts, and aside from members of the Dark Reef, no one else could have been involved. Reinhardt, you must die today. One man, towering nearly 3 meters, addressed him, evidently the leader of the group. At that moment, Bladder approached, his gaze sweeping over the 5 members of Dark Reef, and said to him with a grin, Big brother, leave the largest one to me. You handle the rest. He had always relished confronting larger opponents to demonstrate his extraordinary strength. Bladder tightened his grip on his weapon and cast a mocking smile at the man who had just spoken. You little brats will learn the might of Dark Reef today. The man barked an order, kill them all. He charged forward first, wielding a long katana, approximately 90 centimeters in length, appearing exceedingly sharp. He swung the blade, producing a whistling sound, indicating his formidable prowess, significantly surpassing that of the ordinary. Bang! Bladder intercepted the man's katana, laughing heartily. Fool, your opponent is me. The blades clashed, and the man suddenly felt a powerful force resonate through him, causing his fingers to tremble. He was slightly taken aback, realizing that, apart from Reinhardt, another formidable opponent had emerged. Meanwhile, Reinhardt's team continued to engage in fierce combat with the soldiers. Mosul was surrounded by 20 armed guards wielding guns, while Lucan led several of Harvey's core subordinates along with over 2,000 refugees. The atmosphere was tumultuous, filled with the cacophony of battle cries and screams. The bloodshed illuminated by flashes of blades, while the sharp reports of gunfire echoed around them, and enemy cannons relentlessly bombarded the insurrectionists. Bang! Bladder clashed with the middle-aged leader of Dark Reef, yet neither had gained the upper hand. However, Bladder's blade had sustained numerous nicks and was on the verge of breaking. Unperturbed, Bladder continued to strike against the at dawn. A figure abruptly passed in front of the four individuals, their sword, the galore, sheathed with a flourish, as an overwhelming radiance began to spread, surging forth through the air before them. At 12:30, the sun shone at its zenith, casting the brightest light of day. Suddenly, upon witnessing this intense brilliance, the four heard a profound whisper in their ears, as the light transformed into a slashing force that swept past them. The members of the reef, paralyzed by terror, were caught unawares, feeling a searing energy akin to burning against their skin. The clock hands marked the moment of daylight. Buzz. In an instant, the remaining four members of the reef met their demise. This slashing force emanated from the abilities of dawn, its power surpassing that of a typical strike, embodying the qualities of natural light. A chorus of anguished cries erupted across the battlefield as the four were engulfed by this formidable daylight. After executing this feat, Dawn began to breathe heavily, the exertion of such power draining his stamina significantly, compounded by the fact that his wounds had yet to fully heal. Thus, utilizing this ability once was his limit. In mere seconds, the members of the reef were eliminated, and as dawn roared skyward, the insurgent forces erupted with renewed vigor, causing the soldiers of the royal city to gradually falter. Eventually, like a torrent, the rebels overwhelmed the royal soldiers, charging towards the regal hall within the palace. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a tremendous sound reverberated, audible throughout the entire royal city. Was that the sound of a bell? The great bell within the Palkaya Palace had suddenly been struck. All the citizens of the royal city heard it. This bell, situated atop the tallest edifice in the city, had not tolled since Maelra ascended to the throne, and yet today it unexpectedly rang out. Palkaya is returning. An elderly citizen, upon hearing the bell, could not help but shed tears of nostalgia, whispering to himself, a sight that left nearby onlookers perplexed. Palkaya? The youth nearby, around 15 or 16, looked at the tearful elder with confusion. What are you talking about, Grandpa? The elder replied solemnly, this is the bell of Palkaya. His thoughts drifting back to a time of freedom and joy. The boy shook his head dismissively, assuming his grandfather's age had dulled his senses. Meanwhile, within the regal hall, numerous ministers and the elderly king were as restless as ants in a frying pan, desperately seeking a way to alleviate the escalating situation. Suddenly, after 3 successive tolls of the bell, Maelra's countenance shifted dramatically. Most ministers were unaware of the bell's significance, but a few elder statesmen understood all too well, having lived through the bloody coup of yesteryears as participants. Your Majesty, one minister called out to Maelra, who snapped back to reality, his face a ghastly pale, as if half his spirit had been drained away. What could instill such dread in him? The royal soldiers were on the brink of collapse. We must report to the world government, the minister urged. Yes, report to the world government, immediately, Maelra responded, realizing that only the world government could provide salvation in this dire moment. The minister commenced dialing a specific department within the world government, conveying the urgent message to the king. I am Caporero Maelra of the Palkaya Kingdom, located in the North Sea. As a member nation of the world government, we are currently facing an insurrection within our borders. I implore the world government to send assistance. Maelra spoke fervently for an extended period before finally ending the call. Composing himself, he suddenly recalled the earlier toll of the bell, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, immediately dispatch someone to apprehend the bell ringer. To him, it sounded like the tolling of doom. One minister took his leave to carry out the order, just as panic erupted outside the royal hall. Your Majesty, our soldiers have been routed. Reinhardt and his men have breached our defenses. All the ministers recoiled in shock, and Maelra wiped the sweat from his brow. Collapsing onto the throne, even the might of the world government could not provide immediate military aid. I will offer tenfold the price. I beseech you for the reef's assistance. Maelra shouted at a middle-aged man standing guard beside him. The man hesitated briefly before nodding, producing a transponder snail and stepping outside, seemingly to contact the leader of the reef. Meanwhile, at Mariehua, the headquarters of the world government, a young officer knocked on the door of an office and saluted a middle-aged commander. Commander, there is a significant civilian uprising in the Palkaya Kingdom of the North Sea. The commander paused, then chuckled. Since it is merely the rabble rising against themselves, let them sort it out. The world government is not yet so idle as to clean up their mess. Yes, Commander. The junior officer saluted, preparing to leave. But then the man seated at the corner desk spoke up. Wait. Frowning slightly, he shook his head at the earlier commander. You are being rather hasty. Hey, Calendar. I have no desire to waste time in such a remote backwater. The middle-aged commander scoffed. We already have enough to worry about with the scoundrels in the New World. Calendar, with a disdainful expression, surveyed the junior officer with his piercing gaze. You may take your leave. We'll handle this matter through CP8. CP8? The junior officer paused. Well aware of the esteemed intelligence agency, where each member was an elite operative, he saluted, yes, Commander Calendar, and then exited the room. Calendar was the highest-ranking officer of CP8, an intelligence unit directly governed by the world government, recognized as the most formidable espionage department after CP9 and CP0. Although CP0 and CP9 remained shrouded in secrecy, CP8 stood as the most renowned intelligence agency in the world, despite not being headquartered in Mariehua. Are your CP8 agents in the North Sea? The commander inquired after the junior officer had left. Calendar nodded. I recall there being at least one stationed in the North Sea. The members of CP8 were few in number, each maintaining a legitimate job as a cover. They primarily focused on intelligence gathering, infiltration, and reconnaissance rather than assassination. After a moment, Calendar picked up the transponder snail and dialed. As the connection was made, a cool and sultry female voice responded. It's me. Calendar replied in a deep tone, to which the voice respectfully responded, Commander Calendar. Are you currently in the North Sea? Indeed, Commander. Upon hearing the unequivocal response from the other end, Calendar smiled and stated, I now entrust you with a new task. Investigate the causes behind the Polkaya rebellion. Polkaya? The telephone insect was momentarily silent before inquiring with a hint of confusion. Yes. Set aside your other tasks for now. I require an urgent report on the Polkaya rebellion, Calendar reiterated solemnly, indicating the gravity with which he regarded this matter. Understood. Commander Calendar. After a while, Calendar ended the call. Yet the middle-aged officer on the other side remained perplexed as to why he was so deeply concerned about the Polkaya uprising. Is she the sprite from CP8? The middle-aged officer expressed surprise, realizing it was that woman. Calendar nodded. She is the only member of CP8 present in the North Sea. Does a minor rebellion in Polkaya warrant the sprite's personal involvement? The officer gazed at Calendar, still unable to comprehend the significance he placed on Polkaya. Calendar shook his head. Certainly, a mere Polkaya does not merit such attention. But what if it involves the world-class criminal, Dracul Mihawk? Monkey D. Dracul? The middle-aged officer stood abruptly, visibly astonished, never imagining that this matter would intertwine with the notorious world-class criminal. It's still merely conjecture, Calendar stated solemnly. Although it is speculation, I received credible information not long ago that Monkey D. Dracul had indeed been present within the borders of Polkaya. The palace reverberated with tumultuous sounds, as urgent shouts surged towards the king's hall. The royal soldiers were in retreat, under the lead of Dawn. The riotous forces had completely breached the Clovey Courtyard Palace and subsequently veered into the Durif Corridor. The Durif Corridor, a vast and profound passageway, despite being termed a corridor, featured broad thoroughfares extending in all directions, which he had commanded to be surrounded. The royal soldiers had retreated to the entrance of the king's hall. Although they continued to resist desperately, it was evident they were merely clinging to their last stand. Behind the soldiers loomed the king's hall, the epicenter of power in Polkaya. Observing the relentless surge of refugees crashing against the soldiers' final line of defense, Dawn swiftly swung the blade in his hand. A brilliant flash cut through the ranks of soldiers, ultimately traversing several dozen meters before striking the grand chandelier at the entrance of the king's hall. With a resounding crash, the chandelier fell, shattering into a cascade of glass and sparking embers, causing panic among the ministers within the king's hall. Lay down your arms. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. At dawn, the soldiers shouted to the opposing side, while the riot squad halted their actions, quietly awaiting Reinhardt's next command. Now, lay down your weapons. We shall not harm those who surrender. Dawn intensified her tone, addressing the soldiers across from her with a commanding shout. Within that resounding voice lingered an unmistakable aura of authority, as if a subtle pressure rendered any dissent utterly inconceivable. At that moment, with a clatter, the first soldier relinquished his weapon, soon followed by an increasing number of his comrades casting aside their arms. Once the soldiers had discarded their weapons, Dawn promptly ordered the collection of these arms and subsequently assigned a contingent to guard the surrendered soldiers. At dawn, the commander sheathed his weapon and bellowed toward the riotous crowd behind him. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. The air resonated with thunderous cheers from the uprising. I assure you, from this moment forth, Polkarea shall be governed by us, the common people. Observing the astonished faces within the tumultuous assembly, he continued, as long as I, Reinhardt, am in Polkarea, my word shall hold eternal validity. At that moment, the scattered shouts coalesced into a roaring tide, echoing like a surging tsunami. The name Reinhardt reverberated throughout the grand city of Polkarea. From this day hence, the very essence of this nation shall bear the indelible mark of Reinhardt. After a brief interval, the commander calmed the fervent crowd behind him and instructed his subordinates to secure the crucial checkpoints surrounding the royal city. He then proceeded with several core members of the Reinhardt Work Society, along with Lucan and others, traversing the Durif corridor towards the royal palace. At that juncture, he encountered Fiona. She stood alone, a flower-patterned sword at her side, clad in shimmering golden armor, her golden hair billowing in the wind. Silently, She approached and stood beside the commander. In a moment of mild astonishment, he beheld a smile upon her lips, an expression he had never witnessed before. As if all burdens had been effortlessly lifted. "Shall we go?" Fiona inquired, gazing up at the commander. At dawn, he nodded gently and responded with a smile. "Let us proceed." Just then, he caught sight of a shadow vanishing at the end of the Dorag corridor. After a moment of contemplation, he finally discerned that the figure was none other than the middle-aged swordsman who had previously stood beside the king, a member of the reef. Has the reef relinquished its pursuits? As Dawn could not suppress her thoughts, she proceeded towards the grand hall alongside Fiona. Within the royal palace, a portion of the ministers had fled, yet some remained, either too late to escape or unwilling to do so, cowering on the ground in trembling fear. The sound of clanging weapons resonated at the entrance of the hall, revealing a tall figure standing at the forefront, flanked by Fiona clad in light armor. Together, they stood side by side, accompanied by the core members of Reinhardt's workshop and several leaders from the town of Lucan, followed closely by a 20-strong armed escort. Upon entering the hall, the escort advanced first, forming two lines as they took their positions. Subsequently, Dawn lifted her feet, the sound of her footsteps echoing against the floor. After a prolonged absence, she returned to the royal palace, yet the scene before her had changed dramatically. The Dawn's gaze swept across the assembled ministers, ultimately resting upon the aged King Marlet. "Reinhardt." Marlet glared menacingly at Dawn, his voice saturated with unbridled hatred as he bellowed those four words. Rising to his feet, he thundered, "Traitorous ministers. Your Majesty, you have grown old." Dawn replied with a faint smile, continuing her approach toward Marlet. She then leaned closer and softly remarked, "It is time for you to rest. Traitorous ministers." Marlet's voice continued to roar, seemingly searching for the shadowy figure tasked with his protection, yet that person had vanished without a trace. At that moment, another voice cut through the tension, leaving him astounded. "You are the greatest traitor." Marlet stared in shock at the golden-haired maiden, rendered speechless for a long while. The surrounding ministers were equally astonished. None had anticipated the involvement of a princess in this rebellion. "Did you think I was unaware?" Fiona stepped forward, her icy gaze fixed upon Marlet. "In truth, I know everything. This kingdom never belonged to you. Listen well, everyone. This nation bears the name Palcaria." Fiona cast her cold, indifferent gaze around the ministers before finally settling on Marlet, continuing, "And my name is Palcaria Fiona." "No, it cannot be." Marlet shouted in a sudden panic. "You are merely a facet of Fiona. You do not represent Fiona." Clearly, he recognized that the figure before him was Fiona, not Fiona. "Why assist outsiders in their quest against me?" Marlet continued to yell. Even if Fiona were simply a manifestation of Fiona, they shared the same body. While Marlet understood that Fiona and Fiona were starkly different personalities, he had always attributed it to some form of dissociative disorder. Yet now, with Fiona asserting her awareness of all that transpired, it was evident that it could not merely be a case of dissociation. Moreover, Marlet was unaware that she possessed the powers of a fruit user. "My king, you have grown old," Fiona suddenly declared. "After decades of reign, it is time for the rightful owner to reclaim what belongs to them." "Reclaim what belongs to them?" Marlet roared in indignation. "What nonsense is this? Palcaria has always belonged to me," he muttered to himself, then turned to Dawn, revealing a triumphant grin. "I have already notified the world government. You shall all face their execution." At dawn, a slight frown creased Fu Zhao's brow. If the world government were to intervene, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. However, after a moment's contemplation, he surmised that ascending to the throne under the auspices of Princess Fiona should not pose significant difficulties. These unstable elements could at least be temporarily alleviated. Moreover, even if Fiona were to become the new monarch, the entire kingdom would remain firmly under his control, and the fate of the nation would still rest in his hands. Naturally, should Fiona harbor ulterior motives, Fu Zhao would show no mercy. Observing Fu Zhao's nonchalance, Marley was particularly astonished. "Are you not afraid of the world government?" "The world government?" Fu Zhao erupted into laughter. Would they concern themselves with a rebellion within the Palcaria royal family? Marley was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the reasoning behind Fu Zhao's calm demeanor. He intended to support Fiona's claim to the throne, thereby leaving the world government with no justification to intervene. "Reinhardt, you treacherous scoundrel." In a daze, Marley tumbled from the iron throne of the king, murmuring a few words before rolling down the steps, his head bloodied. The soldiers carried the old king away. The assembled ministers, filled with righteous indignation yet paralyzed by fear, all knelt upon the ground, seemingly awaiting Reinhardt's command. At dawn, he stood beneath the steps, gazing up at the throne with an air of determination. Tightening the dagger at his waist, he ascended slowly. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed clack, 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 reverberating like a heartbeat against the silence. With each step he took, the ministers felt a tremor of apprehension. They had long been aware of Reinhardt's notorious reputation, recognizing him as a young man of ruthless and sanguinary disposition. Should he be provoked, the prospect of him annihilating all the nobles loomed ominously. Many shared this sentiment, firmly believing that the young man before them possessed the capability to enact such a grim fate. Dawn finally reached the end of the staircase, gazing silently at the towering iron throne. Subsequently, he abruptly turned, drawing his blade and plunging it forcefully into the ground. With a sharp thud, the blade embedded itself into the steps. The ministers were taken aback, lowering their heads in fear of looking up the staircase. Raise your heads. This frigid command pierced the hearts of those present, causing some ministers to cower on the ground, paralyzed by fear, while others lay prostrate, prepared to plead for mercy. Utterly forsaking their noble dignity. Look at me. The ministers struggled to lift their gazes as if burdened by an immense weight. Their eyes resting upon the formidable figure of Dawn, evoking a primal sense of terror within them. A subtle air of oppression pervaded the royal hall, affecting not only the ministers of the Palkaya kingdom, but also instilling a sense of trepidation in Brat, Anubai, Lucan, and others, who could all feel the formidable aura emanating from him. At dawn, he stood before the Iron Throne, placing his right hand upon the dagger embedded in the ground. It seemed as though a short blade had sprung forth from his brow, and then his gaze fixed upon the crowd below, as he looked down upon them and declared, "You must have heard of my esteemed name. Among the common folk, they refer to me as a hero. Yet I cannot accept such a title, for I have merely accomplished a few inconsequential deeds." At dawn, he surveyed the crowd and continued his discourse, while the ministers below responded with utmost reverence. Brat and his companions, recognizing the gravity of the moment, refrained from interruption, and Fiona merely regarded him with her gaze. "However, in the eyes of you nobles, I must surely be destined for damnation, am I not?" he inquired. "No, Lord Reinhardt, we have never entertained such thoughts," one minister hastily replied, with the others nodding in agreement. "Is that so?" Dawn chuckled. "Yet, I remain indifferent. Now that I have ascended to this position, is there anyone who dares to oppose me?" His proclamation, both astonishing and entirely reasonable, left no one convinced that Reinhardt's rebellion was genuinely for the sake of the common folk. It was the Iron Throne of Palkaya, the apex of power. That constituted his ultimate ambition. "No, we do not oppose," affirmed the same minister who had spoken first, yet after his declaration, a prolonged silence ensued among the other ministers, who hesitated to lend their voices in support. Suddenly, Dawn erupted into a fit of laughter, a sound imbued with an almost enchanting power, blending an air of disdainful arrogance with an overwhelming dominance. "By virtue of that statement alone, I shall spare your life." The laughter subsided, and his words echoed hauntingly within the royal hall. Fiona, upon hearing him, momentarily froze, her intent to speak stifled by the icy demeanor reflected in his eyes, rendering her immobile for what felt like an eternity. She was not alone, aside from Brat, who possessed some strength. The others appeared paralyzed by the sheer force of his presence. This aura of dominance seemed to surge forth, propelled by the unabashed release of his ambitions, magnifying in intensity, though the extent of its reach remained unchanged. Undoubtedly, this formidable energy was merely an inadvertent revelation, not a full unleashing of his power. The aura emanating from Dawn at that moment was undoubtedly the legendary Conqueror's Haki. However, this formidable presence was currently beyond his own control, especially since it was not triggered by external stimuli, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." A minister finally broke his silence, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion, as if on the verge of tears. "Reinhardt." Suddenly, Fiona's cold voice pierced the air, her frigid gaze devoid of any fear, fixated intently on Dawn. "Fiona." Dawn furrowed his brow, uttering her name with indifference. Fiona continued to stare at him. "You made a promise to me." "Promises are the most worthless things," Dawn replied coolly, igniting Fiona's fury. "You scoundrel." At dawn, she uttered a perplexed remark. "Now is the time for you to pledge your loyalty." With that, she withdrew her blade and seated herself upon the Iron Throne. "To whom do you pledge your loyalty?" "We pledge our loyalty to His Majesty the King," one of the noble ministers hastily replied. However, he soon felt the air tremble as the blade in her hand swung with ferocity, delivering a sharp strike towards the minister who had spoken. With a swift motion, the strike pierced through the minister's chest, leaving him in disbelief as he gazed at her, unable to comprehend how his sincere loyalty had led to his demise. What a capricious fiend, Fiona murmured to herself. The Iron Throne seemed to possess an extraordinary power, inciting such volatility in her demeanor. Perhaps it was Reinhardt's nature that had simply been unleashed in this moment. "To whom do you pledge your loyalty?" The chilling voice resonated once more, and this time, no one dared to speak first, for the fear of immediate execution loomed over them. "I shall forever remain loyal to Reinhardt," the minister declared, lowering his head. The surrounding nobles remained prostrated on the ground, trembling in silence, the atmosphere so still that the sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. "What is your name?" After a moment, she finally spoke again. Upon hearing this, the minister's eyes brightened instantly as he respectfully replied, "Dennis." "Excellent, clever Dennis. I am quite pleased with your answer." After her words, she turned her gaze to the other ministers, who had now fully grasped her intent. In unison, they proclaimed, "We shall forever remain loyal to Reinhardt." "Very well." At dawn, a smile finally graced her lips as she rose to her feet. "Your lives are preserved, and you must express your gratitude to Dennis." Originally a peripheral noble of the Palkaria kingdom, Dennis had long been overlooked by both the king and Totok, often oppressed by other aristocrats. Yet, unexpectedly, he had earned Reinhardt's trust at this crucial moment. "Thank you, Lord Dennis." After completing her remarks, Dawn turned to Fiona with a smile. My promise remains intact, Empress Fiona. I pay my respects to Empress Fiona. At this juncture, Reinhardt's intentions were clearly understood by Bladder, who took the initiative to bow before Fiona. Subsequently, the other ministers glanced at Reinhardt on the steps and collectively bowed. We pay our respects to Empress Fiona. Henceforth, publicly, Fiona would be recognized as the queen. But the true power within Pulcheria would rest with Reinhardt. As night fell, the royal hall was ablaze with light, and the ministers began to withdraw one by one. Matters concerning the court and the positions of the kingdom's officials were reassigned after thorough deliberation. For at least the next decade, the developmental trajectory of the Pulcheria kingdom would be dictated by Dawn's will, and none dared to impede the impending reforms she would enact. Pulcheria was a pivotal element in his future strategy for dominance over the Northern Sea, and thus far, progress had been remarkably smooth. At this moment, Bladder had effectively secured control over the kingdom's situation, with the royal city's forces firmly under his command. He had also intensified defensive measures in various locations before returning to the royal hall. Have the commoners been too frightened? Dawn inquired. Recognizing that the populace would be the foundation for future reforms, Bladder nodded in affirmation. Calm has been restored. Most are aware that Empress Fiona is to be crowned tomorrow. Very well, I entrust the city's defense to you from now on. At dawn, a direct appointment was made. He now held the reins of this nation. Although Fiona appeared to be the king on the surface, it was imperative to position his own talents in crucial roles. Yes, brother, Brat grinned, his mind racing with disbelief, as he recalled the scene that Dawn had once described to him, now unfolding so swiftly. Subsequently, Brat withdrew. Starting tomorrow, this country will be renamed Pulcheria, Dawn remarked, glancing at Fiona, who was diligently working nearby. This was a promise he had made to her earlier. Thank you. Fiona's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Her demeanor was composed and graceful, her gaze tranquil as water, fixed on Dawn for a considerable time, before she asked, Reinhardt, what is your true objective? The pinnacle of power in this nation, Dawn replied softly. Fiona shook her head in disbelief. I cannot accept that. This is merely a small country. What you term the pinnacle of power may be nothing but a ludicrous notion in your mind. You cannot be so singularly focused on such a trivial goal to control this nation. His response was a brief moment of surprise, followed by a dismissive chuckle. Do I seem so predictable to you? No, I do not understand you at all, Fiona replied, recalling the terrifying aura he had exuded while seated on the Iron Throne. A memory that still sent shivers down her spine, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease. This man was truly inscrutable. But this nation does not merit such an investment of your energy, she continued. At her words, Dawn fell into silence, and an eerie stillness enveloped them. After a moment, he looked at her and declared, No, you are mistaken. Pulcheria will be a crucial stepping stone in the realization of my grand aspirations. What aspirations? Fiona's eyes finally betrayed a ripple of intrigue, prompting her to ask in astonishment. Yet, Dawn did not respond directly. Instead, he posed another question. Have you ever contemplated embracing the entire world? Embrace the world? Fiona was taken aback, gazing at him in bewilderment. At dawn, a serene smile graced his lips as he stood at the entrance of the king's hall, gazing into the distance. Seemingly conversing with himself, I often ponder what it would feel like to embrace the entire world. In the past, I could never quite grasp it. Merely considering it a sensation of holding the mountains and rivers in my grasp, commanding the winds and rains. Fiona listened intently. Although she could not decipher the meaning behind his words, she could sense the overwhelming aura of authority radiating from him. Yet, the moment I sat upon the Iron Throne, the realization struck me, what I once thought of as the dominion over mountains and rivers, the ability to summon storms, was nothing but an ephemeral illusion. There exists only one feeling that is profoundly authentic. What feeling is that? Fiona could not help but inquire. The power to compel all to kneel in submission, to accept reverent worship, to heed the mountain's roar. Dawn spoke slowly. Thus, while seated on the Iron Throne, I found myself contemplating. Merely occupying the highest position of Pulcheria evokes a sense of madness. How extraordinary would it be to reside at the pinnacle of power in the world? He pointed to the sky above. The meaning of his words unmistakable, the supreme authority of the world government lies with the 5 elders, a fact known to Fiona. Yet, above the 5 elders exists a figure. The celestial dragon Lord Im. Although she was unaware of Im's existence, the revelation was enough to leave her in shock. Suddenly, the flower sword in Fiona's hand clattered to the ground as she stood in astonishment, staring at Dawn. Dawn's eyes glimmered with a hint of mirth. What has frightened you? You truly are an unrestrained scoundrel. Fiona uttered these words with a certain disdain. Unrestrained, ha ha ha. Dawn began to chuckle, a sound that was not loud, but rather subdued and melancholic. Those 4 words resonated with him deeply. As the tumult of the era surged forth, I shall ride the winds, ascend to the pinnacle of the clouds, and gaze down upon all creation. Suddenly, he seemed to murmur a phrase. Fiona could not quite discern it, nor comprehend its meaning. Yet from the tone of his voice, she could sense the magnitude of the ambition he harbored within. Humph, nonsense, Fiona remarked, casting him a sidelong glance as she retrieved the fallen rapier from the ground and exited the grand hall of the king. Wait. Fiona turned back. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she regarded him. I do not wish to see Fiona at the inheritance ceremony tomorrow morning. In response to Dawn's admonition, Fiona understood implicitly. Rest assured, as long as I do not succumb to slumber, she shall not emerge. At dawn, there was a palpable desire to avert any complications during the inheritance ceremony scheduled for the morrow. Should Fiona's persona manifest, it could wreak considerable havoc on the proceedings. For she remains oblivious to such matters, and the magnitude of this upheaval may prove overwhelming. You seem quite concerned for her, Fiona observed him. At dawn, he shook his head and declared, I am solely concerned with the coronation ceremony. Fiona promptly departed, and after a while, a middle-aged man emerged from the royal hall. Upon seeing Dawn, he immediately knelt and said, Lord Reinhardt greets you. Cece, we are old acquaintances. Let us dispense with such meaningless formalities from now on. The man who entered the royal hall was none other than Cece, the editor-in-chief of the Palkaya News, who had once been threatened by Dawn. Upon hearing this, Cece rose with great joy, still feeling as if he were caught in a dream. It was astonishing how the young man before him had completely taken control of Palkaya in such a short span of time. How about you take on the role of Minister of News from now on? Dawn said with a smile, looking at him. Cece was momentarily stunned. Then his expression turned exuberant. Is that truly the case? What I have spoken cannot be altered by anyone. Dawn nodded and continued, from this moment forth. Draft a press release regarding the name change. A press release for the name change? Cece inquired, puzzled. Palkaya shall henceforth be known as Palkalia. Dawn responded with a smile. Just carry out the task as instructed. Along with the coronation ceremony of Princess Fiona tomorrow, send it out. For the specifics regarding the ceremony, you may consult the latest court affairs officer, Dennis. He will provide you with the necessary details. CCE promptly accepted the order and left the royal hall. The significant positions within the court, including military defense, court affairs, and news, were all reassigned under his authority, while the financial officer remained unchanged, as finding a suitable talent for such matters would take time. After a while, Dawn gazed upon the brilliantly lit hall, which felt unusually desolate with only one person present. Lord Reinhardt, Lord Baron has arrived, announced a guard as he entered the hall, bowing to Dawn. At dawn, a subtle sound escaped as the guards withdrew, allowing Holt Barn to regard him with a scrutinizing gaze for a brief moment before ultimately bowing low. Barn pays his respects to Lord Reinhardt. In the midst of his speech, he hesitated slightly, revealing his evident discomfort. Yet, being an astute nobleman, Barn swiftly assessed the current circumstances. If his life depended on it, what would it matter if he prostrated himself repeatedly? Barn, there is no need for such formality, Dawn replied, turning around with a gentle sigh. We are, after all, old acquaintances, and I shall need your assistance with many matters within the court moving forward. With Dawn's support, Barn rose unsteadily. Although he had not been present in the royal hall during the day, he was acutely aware of all that transpired there, particularly the stark contrast between Reinhardt's demeanor toward him and his treatment of other ministers earlier. Pray tell, is it correct for me to cede the throne to Fiona? Dawn unexpectedly inquired, catching Barn off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure, well aware of Dawn's intention to elevate Fiona as a puppet. This inquiry was likely aimed at ascertaining the extent of the connection between the noble class and the world government in relation to Palkaya. It was only at this moment that the world government instilled fear in Reinhardt. Indeed, it is correct, Barn nodded. Palkaya is a member state of the world government, and naturally the royal family maintains ties with it. Should the commoners rebel and eventually assume the throne, the world government might intervene with military support or impose sanctions. However, they would be indifferent to a coup within the royal family. Upon hearing this, Dawn exhaled with some relief. His questions merely served to validate the truths Fiona had previously shared. He was not yet ready to place complete trust in her. In fact, thus far, the only individuals he could fully rely upon were a select few members of Reinhardt's working society. Should we initiate contact with the world government? Dawn inquired once more. As he had always preferred to act rather than wait for circumstances to dictate his response, it would be prudent to wait until after Princess Fiona's coronation tomorrow. Then use the king's secure line to inform them of the internal coup within the royal family, Barn suggested after careful contemplation. Having grown up as Clovis's companion and later served as his advisor, he possessed a deeper understanding of the royal dynamics. By the way, there is another urgent matter I must report to you, Barn suddenly interjected. The heavenly gold for the world government has yet to be fully raised. Heavenly gold. At dawn, Fu Xiao was taken aback, realizing that the matter of the celestial gold would not come to a swift conclusion. However, everything that transpired today was indeed a consequence of the opportunities presented by the celestial gold. His meticulously planned commercial enterprises and armed forces were intricately linked to the celestial gold that had been levied by the nobility on that fateful day. Upon hearing Baron mention that the collection of celestial gold was still incomplete, an odd sensation washed over him. What is the remaining shortfall? Fu Xiao inquired, recalling that prior to Kechuoke's demise, considerable wealth had already been gathered. The Baron shook his head, prompting Fu Xiao to remember that this was a matter best addressed with the Minister of Finance. However, I have heard that the total amount of celestial gold is approximately 5 billion belly. The Palkaya kingdom lacks precious specialties, thus wealth is substituted with currency. Yet amassing 5 billion belly proves to be a formidable challenge. What would be the consequences of failing to remit the celestial gold? Fu Xiao jestingly asked, causing the Baron to pause momentarily before hastily advising, My lord, each member state is obligated to pay tribute to the world's noble celestial dragons each year. It is imperative that we do not neglect this duty. At dawn, a nod was given, and thus the guards stationed outside the grand hall were instructed, Summon the Minister of Finance to appear before me immediately. The guard complied and departed. After a while, the Minister of Finance returned to the royal hall. Upon seeing Dawn and Baron, he promptly knelt and declared, Colin pays his respects to Lord Reinhardt. Colin, age 58, was a minister who had risen through the ranks under the patronage of Marley. And although he had later been compelled to perform numerous tasks under the tyrannical influence of Totok for self-preservation, those acts were deemed necessary. Dawn, what is the status of the collection of the heavenly gold? Dawn inquired, yet did not signal for him to rise. There remains a deficit of 3 billion belly. Colin replied in a subdued tone, And how shall we address this 3 billion? After a moment of silence, Colin perceived that Reinhardt seemed to seek his counsel, prompting him to reflect before responding. My lord, we should continue to collect from the common folk. Within half a month, I assure you, we will meet the required sum. Baron, what is your perspective? Dawn turned to Baron, ignoring the kneeling Colin. Baron shook his head but offered no words. Collect from the common folk? Dawn couldn't help but chuckle. Colin, you have indeed suggested an intriguing approach. Thank you, my lord. He had scarcely finished speaking when he suddenly felt as if Dawn's gaze pierced through him like a dagger, leaving him alarmed. It was then that he recalled Reinhardt's previous insurrection stemming from attempts to collect heavenly gold from the populace. Realizing he had made such a grave error at this juncture, Colin could not suppress his self-reproach. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, crying out for mercy. My lord, I was mistaken. Since you acknowledge your error, then devise a means to resolve this 3 billion belly deficit by tonight. Dawn retorted with a cold snort. Colin glanced up at Baron, seemingly seeking his intercession. Baron understood that it was impossible to gather such a sum from the commoners, yet the heavenly gold could not be disregarded either. Thus he began to grasp Dawn's true intent. My lord, there are still numerous nobles within the court. Gathering a few billion belly from each should pose no difficulty. At dawn, Fu Xiao cast a surprised glance at Baron. Recognizing him as a clever individual who understood that the matter regarding the heaven's gold must be resolved without imposing upon the common folk. Most importantly, he discerned Fu Xiao's intention of persuading the noble class within the court to contribute this sum. Colin, what are your thoughts? Fu Xiao inquired of the Minister of Finance. Colin dared not express any dissent. It was a considerable feat for them, as nobles, to preserve their lives, especially before this young man, known for his ruthless disposition. Indeed, Lord Baron is correct. If each noble contributes a fraction, it would suffice to amass 30 billion belly, Colin replied, his voice laced with alarm. At dawn, as he pondered the prospect of the 50 billion berries, he could not shake the notion that such wealth, squandered on the celestial dragons, was a grave injustice. If allocated towards the development of a distillery or the governance of New Palcaria, it could serve as a significant catalyst for domestic economic advancement. This thought led him to recall that the offerings to the celestial dragons could be replaced with local specialties. For instance, the neighboring maple leaf country presented exquisite maple leaves as tributes. Since Palcaria lacked a distinctive product, he resolved to create one that would intrigue the celestial dragons. An idea struck him, and he promptly informed Baron to summon all the artisans nationwide. He envisioned crafting a bottle more exquisite and luxurious than the storied hero White, a unique vessel destined solely for the celestial dragon's tribute. To generate buzz in the North Sea, he would limit production to a mere handful each year. With this in mind, he reached out to Chitala, intending to initiate a media campaign. Having accomplished these tasks, the night had deepened, yet he felt compelled to make an excursion. He redirected his path toward the Duluth corridor, arriving before a structure even more magnificent than the Clovey mansion. This was the palace of Marlet. Upon seeing him, the guard at the entrance hurried over and knelt, exclaiming, Greetings, Lord Reinhardt. How fares the king? As he passed the guard, he paused and turned back to inquire. What of the king? The soldier fell silent for a moment before responding in a hushed tone. My lord, it would be best if you were to see for yourself. Dawn entered the king's chamber. Upon seeing him, the guards within were about to kneel in reverence, but Dawn swiftly halted them and sent them away. Only Fiona and Marley remained in the chamber, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation as Dawn approached them cautiously. How do you know about those events? The king gasped, his voice strained with evident pain. He was no longer the robust figure of his youth, resembling a feeble old lion on the verge of his grave. A perplexing question lingered in his mind. Why did Fiona's other persona possess such intimate knowledge of past occurrences? You need not concern yourself with that now, Fiona replied coldly. In his final moments, Marley's eyes still radiated an endless hatred. In a daze, Marley seemed to glimpse an otherworldly glimmer in Fiona's azure pupils, causing him to tremble in shock. What exactly are you? You have grown old and foolish, Fiona retorted, shaking her head. The flicker of light in her eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling detachment. When you descend, remember to apologize to Mother. With that, Fiona strode out without a backward glance, leaving the old king alone to writhe in panic upon his bed. You wept? Upon encountering Fiona, Dawn momentarily faltered. Her expression remained icy, betraying no signs of recent tears. Yet he sensed a veil of helplessness enveloping her. Regardless, Marley was her biological father, though the royal family's emotional bonds were tenuous, reduced to mere shadows of affection. Wait for me a moment. I shall go in and take a look, Dawn said with a smile, proceeding into the chamber under her puzzled gaze. He unfastened his weapon from his waist and placed it on a wooden rack, then seated himself in a chair. Reinhardt. The old king seemed to regain some vitality, speaking without stammering or gasping, fixating his aged, malevolent gaze upon Dawn. At Dawn, the protagonist gazed indifferently into the eyes of the old king. Despite the piercing intensity of his gaze, it merely signified the dying light of life, for the king, in his current state, could not endure much longer. Your Majesty, I have come to bid you farewell. Dawn revealed a gleaming smile, as if a chilling mirth was squeezing through his teeth. Marley widened his eyes in disbelief. Farewell? Indeed. Dawn replied, his smile fading into a calm demeanor. It is time to bid farewell to the world. Your demise will usher in a celebration among the common folk. Rebellious traitors, with hearts of wolves. Marley's breath quickened, and he thought that had they met for the first time, he should have ended your life with a single strike. Dawn shook his head, lamenting that you have not realized the truth, for you still intend to employ me against Clotak. From the very beginning, my purpose has been for the sake of this nation. The initial rebellion was merely a strategic delay, a ploy to gain time for further development. Observing the loathing in Marlet's eyes, Dawn continued unabashedly, I had not intended to act so soon. Yet I was taken aback when that fool Clovis allied with the reef to eliminate me. Thus, I had no choice but to dispose of him swiftly and seize the de facto control of this nation. Do you truly believe you can ascend to kingship without impediment? How naive. At this moment, Marlet still found the energy to chuckle disdainfully. You might be entirely ignorant of the terrors of the world government. Who said I aspire to be the king of this nation? Dawn stood up, fixing his gaze upon him. The one destined to become king is your daughter, Fiona. Yet that does not preclude my dominion over Polkaya. As Dawn concluded his words, he grasped the weapon from the wooden rack and departed. Yet, faintly resonating from the depths was a chilling and wrathful roar, the name Reinhardt echoing incessantly. Following this, the sound of spitting blood pierced the air. Fiona stood at the threshold of the king's chamber, and upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries from within, she could no longer restrain her tears, allowing a few drops to fall. She beheld Dawn's austere visage materializing before her, and as if a burden had been lifted, she offered him a faint smile. At Dawn, she stood at a distance, her golden hair fluttering in the breeze, accompanied by a smile that radiated warmth, prompting a silent understanding to approach her. Let us be on our way. The following morning, the sun rose in the east, casting a brilliant beam of light that illuminated the entire royal city. Within the palace of the royal city, the rhythmic sound of drums reverberated, followed by the harmonious interplay of various instruments, and the resounding gunfire echoed throughout the kingdom, culminating in the final 3 chimes of the bell. Clang, clang, clang. Soldiers stood in formation, cannons roared, and fireworks lit up the sky, creating an atmosphere of thunderous celebration. Before the grand hall of the king, the Dulufu corridor was adorned with a golden carpet, surrounded by blooming flowers. As the bells atop the tallest tower fell silent, a vibrant crimson flag ascended, fluttering in the wind. At that moment, a woman approached along the Dulufu corridor, donning a golden crown embellished with delicate red patterns and 28 azure gemstones. The crown, intricately designed and crafted from gold, was complemented by cascading golden hair, adorned with azure ribbons that danced gracefully in the air as she moved. She was Pulcheria Fiona, who from this day forth would reign as the Queen of Pulcheria. Fiona wore an exquisite and striking red-fitted chipao, embellished with golden patterns, with a train trailing 3 meters behind her, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. She exuded an air of elegance and authority. This ensemble was inspired by the renowned chipao designs of a past life, tailored with modifications that enhanced its grandeur and majesty. With gentle steps upon the golden carpet, she ascended the iron throne of the royal hall, under the watchful eyes of soldiers and ministers. At dawn, Jiju Jialawa stood beside the iron throne, her gaze fixed upon Fiona. Today, Fiona, adorned in remarkable attire, radiated a beauty tenfold greater than usual. Her exquisite visage remained as aloof as ever, and her eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. The moment Fiona settled upon the iron throne, Jiju took a bold step forward, casting a commanding glance upon the assembled ministers below. With a swift motion, she struck the ground with the blade in her hand and declared in a deep, resonant voice, "Bow." This single word seemed imbued with an authority that compelled complete submission. A chill ran through the hearts of the ministers, and they bowed in unison. "We salute Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Fiona." Again, we bow. As dawn once again broke the silence, an overwhelming aura enveloped the assembly. The courtiers, seemingly ensnared in the stifling atmosphere, perceived a brazen call resonating through the hall, prompting them to gaze upwards toward Reinhardt, standing before the Iron Throne. In that moment, it became evident to all that the true sovereign of this kingdom was not Fiona, seated upon the Iron Throne, but rather Reinhardt, who stood before it like a deity descended from the heavens. "Let the vassals be sworn in," Fiona proclaimed, offering no dissent to the unfolding scene. She continued, explaining that these proceedings had been meticulously orchestrated by Dawn. While a complete purging of the nobility was unnecessary, it was imperative to replace key positions with their own loyalists. These offices had, in fact, already been prearranged. Fiona merely acted in the capacity of the king to lend an air of legitimacy to the proceedings. Colin. Fiona retrieved the golden list from the tray held by a guard, her gaze sweeping across the assembly of ministers before calling out Colin's name, commencing her reading. The aged Colin, upon hearing his name first, felt a pang of anxiety yet steeled himself to step forward and listen intently. "Your position remains unchanged. You shall continue as the Minister of Finance for the kingdom. Caesar shall serve as the Minister of News. Dennis shall be the Minister of Court Affairs. Holt Baron shall assume the role of Minister of Economic Affairs. Vito Blatt shall take on the responsibility of Minister of Military Defense." At this juncture, Fiona paused momentarily, casting a glance at Dawn before proceeding to read, "Reinhardt." At Dawn, he turned his gaze, resting his left hand upon the revered statue of Gallo, and gazed at her with a serene composure. Reinhardt, bestowed the title of Duke of the Pulcheria Kingdom, presided over its military, economic, media, court, and financial departments. As Fiona continued reading, her tone gradually slowed, as if reluctant to proceed further. A subtle hint of anxiety tinged her voice, yet she ultimately persevered in her reading. "In times of necessity, he may act as regent in place of the king." At dawn, she gracefully bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." This scene resembled a theatrical performance, merely a formality in the eyes of the ministers. It was abundantly clear who the true master of this nation was, and Reinhardt's reluctance to ascend to the throne was undoubtedly influenced by the looming threat of the world government. From this day forth, the nation would be restored to its original name, Pulcheria. Turning to the ministers, she called out, and amidst their astonished gazes, Sai presented the completed press release. After examining it for a moment, she nodded in satisfaction. On May 10, 1509 of the C-Round calendar, the kingdom of Pulcheria officially reclaimed its former name, Pulcheria. Empress Fiona ascended the throne as king, though only a select few were aware that Reinhardt was the true ruler of the kingdom of Pulcheria. Thus began the era of dukes. The kingdom's finances, court, economy, media, and military would serve as the focal points of the future. These domains must remain under his control to execute his policies according to his vision. For 3 consecutive days, she diligently attended to state affairs in the king's chamber. Despite the assistance of many, she felt overwhelmed by the mental and physical exertion, and this was merely the beginning. During this time, Fiona finally regained consciousness, although initially agitated. She ultimately calmed down, confronted by the reality of the situation and the admonitions of her own persona. Soon after, the old King Marliot passed away. On the day of his demise, the news spread across the nation like wildfire, and the common folk rejoiced in celebration. A response born from years of oppression under Marliot's tyranny. A delicate balance seemed to have been struck among Fiona, and Dawn. While Fiona was nominally the king, she would not interfere with the affairs of Pulcheria. Whenever Fiona's persona emerged, she could oversee the kingdom, particularly monitoring Dawn, who was the actual ruler and could act freely. An implicit agreement appeared to exist between Fiona and her other self. Daytime belonged to Fiona, while the night was reserved for Fiona. In case of emergencies, Dawn could utilize her hypnotic abilities to awaken either persona. During the 3 days following the old king's passing, Dawn restructured her vision for the future of Pulcheria. In terms of military defense, she appointed Blatt to lead the charge. In addition to routine military training, a military academy was established to primarily train swordsmen, snipers, and operatives. Economically, she issued a decree permanently abolishing the tax on the common folk for celestial gold and introduced trade regulations and adjustments to merchant taxation. Regarding food, she intentionally lowered taxes for the commoners while increasing them for the nobility, encouraging more commoners to cultivate the neglected wilderness. In a brief period, Pulcheria's arable land expanded significantly, with many lands controlled by the nobility being rented to commoners at reasonable prices. However, these initial plans were merely the beginning. Many matters were only just being addressed. The indigenous population was only partially acquainted with the novel decrees, goods, and regulations. Even with Dawn personally explaining, time would be needed for them to assimilate the information. In the future, she intended to establish crucial departments focusing on machinery, medicine, and more. Dawn is in no hurry. He has completely mastered this nation and can now gradually realize the plans that reside in his heart. Nevertheless, Pulcheria, as well as the North Sea, are merely stepping stones for him to ascend the world stage. The new world is his true arena. That evening, as Dawn prepared to meet the summoned artisans, he was unexpectedly approached by a visitor. "What brings you here?" Dawn inquired, his curiosity piqued as he regarded the short-haired woman before him. How had she entered without the guard's notification? "Hey, you should have made an effort to see me," shouted Chitira from a distance, her bracelet clinking rhythmically against her wrist as her golden hair swayed with her animated gestures. "Oh right." Dawn smacked his forehead. recalling that he had arranged to discuss matters with her not long ago. He had summoned several renowned artisans from across the nation concerning the tribute for the celestial dragons, and his invitation to Chitira was also related to this issue. Thankfully, the promotion of this creative endeavor had not been neglected. He had already detailed some aspects to Chitira via previous communication, and she had crafted several distinct press releases based on his descriptions. At least now. The majority of the people in the North Sea are aware that Palcaria boasts a rare specialty, a tribute dedicated to the celestial dragons. I completely forgot amidst all the busyness. Humph, you certainly carry an impressive air about you now, Chitira remarked quietly, seemingly privy to numerous secrets. The true king. Although he now held the esteemed title of Duke of Palcaria, only a handful of ministers were aware of this secret, and Dawn had deliberately kept the information under wraps.